Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The pain hit first. Not the dull ache of waking from a bad sleep or the sharp sting of a hangover. This was cellular, every nerve ending firing simultaneously, as if someone had taken his body apart molecule by molecule and reassembled it wrong. Like being poured into a mold that almost fit but not quite, his consciousness jammed into flesh that recognized him on some deep biological level while rejecting him on every other. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw wooden ceiling beams carved with dragons. That was wrong. His apartment had popcorn ceilings and a water stain shaped like Taiwan. He tried to sit up and discovered two things: his body was significantly smaller than it should have been, and his hands belonged to a teenager. Slender fingers, smooth skin unmarked by the calluses of his 28 years. A dark ring on the right hand that pulsed with faint warmth against unfamiliar knuckles. Young Master Xiao Yan. A servant's voice from beyond a silk curtain, deferential but tinged with the particular kind of pity that came from repetition. 3 years of watching a prodigy become a punchline had worn the sympathy thin. The clan assessment begins in 1 hour. Your father requests your presence in the main hall. The name hit him like a freight train. Xiao Yan. Lin Feng's mind raced through 28 years of life, college where he'd majored in disappointment, the data entry job that paid for instant noodles and web novel subscriptions, the cultivation novel addiction that ate his weekends and bled into his weekdays, the truck running the red light at the intersection of 5th and Harbor, and crashed headlong into impossible recognition. He knew this room. Not from memory but from description, obsessively detailed description in Chapter 3 of Battle Through the Heavens. The carved dragons. The silk curtains. The cultivation manual on the bedside table, its pages untouched because the boy who slept here couldn't cultivate anymore. He knew this name. He knew exactly where and when he was in the story. 3 years after the ceiling. 14 years old. Rock bottom. The moment he accepted the impossibility, truly accepted it, not as a dream or delusion but as the new parameters of his existence, a translucent blue panel flickered into existence at the edge of his vision. Crisp characters materialized like frost forming on glass. Affinity Resonance System, initialized host, Xiao Yan, soul, Lin Feng, current bonds, none detected system function. Quantify and enhance meaningful connections. Note, this system cannot fabricate bonds. It can only measure and amplify what already exists. Scanning environment. Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, stared at the panel. A system. Of course there was a system. Because apparently dying and being reincarnated into a cultivation novel wasn't enough narrative scaffolding, the universe had thrown in a game interface for good measure. But the note at the bottom was interesting. Cannot fabricate bonds. Only measure and amplify. This wasn't a cheat code. It was a mirror. Young master? The servant's voice carried a new edge, nervousness. Being late to the clan assessment meant public censure, and servants who failed to deliver their charges on time shared in the punishment. I heard you. I'm coming. He swung his legs off the bed. His body moved with the clumsy heaviness of someone whose Do-Chi channels had been dammed shut. 9-star Do-J, reduced to 3. The seal that Yao Lao's enemies had placed on his meridian sat like a stone wall across his internal energy pathways, and for the first time in his existence, Lin Feng could actually feel what that meant. Not as prose on a page but as a physical sensation, like trying to breathe through a cloth pressed over his mouth. Air got through. Enough to survive. Not enough to live. He dressed in the plain robes laid out for him and caught his reflection in a bronze mirror. Young face, angular and sharp, dark eyes that carried more intensity than a 14-year-old should. The face of a boy who'd been a prodigy, been destroyed, and was expected to accept destruction gracefully. He practiced a smile. It looked wrong, too knowing, too calm, the expression of a 28-year-old wearing a teenager's skin. He adjusted it to something more appropriately sullen and headed for the door. The Xiao clan compound sprawled across a hillside in Utan City, all courtyards and training grounds connected by covered walkways of dark timber. Servants and junior clan members moved with purpose toward the central arena, their conversations carrying the electric anticipation of Assessment Day, the annual ritual where every youth's cultivation progress was measured, ranked, and publicly discussed. For most, it was a chance to shine. For Xiao Yan, it had become the annual humiliation, 3 years running, each assessment confirming his decline with the cold precision of numbers on a crystal. Except this year, he knew the truth. His talent hadn't declined, it had been stolen. Sealed by enemies who'd targeted his master, locked behind crystalline blockages in his meridians that no doctor had diagnosed because no doctor had thought to look. And the solution was literally on his finger. He glanced at the dark ring on his right hand. It looked like a simple ornament, black metal with a dull sheen, the kind of ring a merchant might wear for luck. Inside it, Yao Lao's soul slept. Yao Chen, Tier 8 alchemist, former Pill Tower elder, one of the most brilliant and tragic figures in cultivation history. His soul fragment, compressed into this ring after his betrayal and near death at the hands of his own disciple, waited for the right host to awaken it. In the original story, that awakening had come through desperation and rage. Xiao Yan pushed to the breaking point by years of abuse, lashing out blindly and accidentally triggering the ring's activation sequence. Lin Feng intended to offer something better than blind rage. He intended to offer partnership. The arena was already packed when he arrived. Stone seating rose in tiers around a central platform inscribed with Do Chi measurement arrays, geometric patterns that glowed faintly blue, designed to quantify and display a cultivator's rank when they channeled energy through the testing crystal at the platform center. Clan members occupied every seat, from children too young to test to elders whose cultivation had plateaued decades ago. The atmosphere was festive for everyone except one person. Xiao Yan spotted his father immediately. Xiao Zhan sat in the elder's box on the north side, spine rigid, face composed in the careful blankness of a man watching his son drown in slow motion. He wore his authority-like armor, the clan head's formal robes, the jade-clasped belt, the expression that said everything was under control while his eyes said nothing was. Lin Feng's heart clenched with borrowed grief. This man had watched his brilliant son deteriorate for 3 years and hadn't been able to stop it. That kind of helplessness left marks. The system pinged. Bond detected, Xiao Zhan, father, affinity, 12, familial baseline emotional subtext, grief, guilt, protective instinct, suppressed anger, directed inward, 12. The baseline for a parent-child relationship with genuine love but limited communication. High enough to show real emotional investment, low enough to indicate walls, the things they didn't say, the comfort they didn't offer, the conversations they avoided because the truth was too heavy to carry in words. Useful data. The system could read emotional undercurrents with a precision that made Lin Feng's skin crawl slightly. This was intimate information, the kind of thing people spent lifetimes learning about each other through observation and vulnerability. Having it delivered as numerical readout felt like cheating. But the system couldn't fabricate bonds. It could only measure what existed. And what existed between Xiao Zhan and his son was real love buried under real pain. Look, the trash is here. The whisper carried across the arena with the precision of cruelty, aimed to land in Xiao Yan's hearing while maintaining plausible deniability. He tracked the speaker, Xiao Ning, a cousin roughly his age, Do J 5-star, whose entire self-worth had been constructed on the scaffold of being better than the clan's fallen genius. Without Xiao Yan's decline, Xiao Ning was unremarkable. With it, he was king of a very small hill. More whispers. More pointed stares. The weight of 3 years of declining assessments had built a narrative around Xiao Yan, genius turned trash, prodigy turned cautionary tale. The compound's social ecosystem had restructured itself around his failure, and challenging that narrative threatened everyone who'd built status by stepping on his fallen reputation. Lin Feng felt the echoes of that resentment in the body's muscle memory. 3 years of clenched fists and ducked heads, of swallowed retorts and silent meals. The original Xiao Yan had internalized every slight, packed them into a dense core of rage and isolation that eventually became the fuel for his comeback. It worked. In the novel, anger was a powerful motivator. But it also blinded him to the people trying to help, pushed away allies he desperately needed, and turned his relationships into transactions rather than connections. Lin Feng intended to do it differently. Assessment candidates, step forward. The clan elder presiding over the ceremony struck a bronze gong, and the arena fell to attentive silence. The testing was straightforward. Each candidate placed their palm on the measurement crystal, channeled Do Chi through it, and the crystal displayed their current rank for all to see. One by one, Xiao clan youths demonstrated their progress. Applause for advancement, polite silence for stagnation, pointed murmurs for decline. Xiao Ning hit Do J 5-star and preened, soaking in applause that was enthusiastic precisely because the crowd needed heroes to offset its disappointments. Xiao Mei, a pretty cousin who'd been kind to Xiao Yan in childhood before social pressure made kindness expensive, tested at 4-star and looked relieved. Not falling behind was its own victory in this environment. Then came the golden-eyed girl. She moved through the crowd like light through water, effortless, drawing every gaze without trying, her presence a gentle gravity that bent the room's attention toward her. Xun Er. 14 years old, the Xiao clan's adopted ward, officially the daughter of a deceased family friend. Unofficially, and known only to Xiao Yan thanks to Lin Feng's novel knowledge, a princess of the Gu clan, one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines on the continent, placed here in childhood to protect and monitor a boy she'd grown to genuinely love. She placed her palm on the crystal, and it blazed with warm amber light that made the audience shield their eyes. Didoshi, 1-star, the examiner announced, his voice cracking with barely suppressed awe. The crowd erupted. Didoshi at 14, 2 full major ranks above the strongest adults in the clan. It was a generational talent, the kind of result that rewrote a clan's political calculus overnight. Elders leaned forward. Parents whispered about betrothal possibilities. The entire arena's energy shifted toward Xun Er like iron filings toward a magnet. She bore it with practiced grace, acknowledging the applause with a small bow before stepping back from the crystal. Her golden eyes swept the crowd with apparent casualness, but Lin Feng recognized the pattern. She was scanning, searching for one specific face with the intensity of someone who knew that everything she did here was prologue to the only interaction that mattered. She found him. Bond detected, Xun Er affinity, 8, established rapport, protective inclination toward host emotional subtext, loyalty, concern, carefully suppressed warmth, guilt, for hiding her true background. The worry in her gaze was naked, unguarded. She expected him to suffer through this assessment and wanted to be there when he did, the same way she'd been there after every assessment for 3 years, waiting with quiet comfort and the particular brand of steadfast presence that never demanded acknowledgement. In the original story, Xiao Yan had pushed her away. Too proud, too broken, too trapped in the narrative of solitary suffering to accept what she offered. Lin Feng had screamed at the pages every single time. Xiao Yan, the examiner called. Step forward. He walked to the crystal. The whispers crescendoed, a wave of anticipatory contempt from the many, anxious hope from the few. His father's hands gripped the arms of his chair. Xun Er's golden eyes tracked him with the intensity of someone watching a loved one walk toward a cliff. He placed his palm flat against the cool crystal surface and channeled what little do qi he could access through sealed channels. The crystal flickered weakly, its light uncertain, pathetic compared to the blazing displays that had preceded him. Do J, 3-star. The examiner's voice was carefully neutral, professionally compassionate. A further decline from last year's assessment. He could feel the pity. The contempt. The satisfaction from those who'd feared his early talent and now celebrated its absence. And underneath it all, his father's suffocating grief, a parent's worst nightmare playing out in public, again, with no end in sight. Xiao Yan removed his hand from the crystal, turned to face the crowd, and bowed with theatrical formality, the deep, sweeping bow of a performer acknowledging his audience. Thank you for your patience, he said, his voice carrying without strain through the silent arena. I know watching me test is everyone's least favorite part of the day. Except maybe Xiao Ning's favorite part. I see you smiling, cousin. I'm glad my annual tradition of an performance brings someone joy. Stunned silence. Then, laughter. Not the cruel kind. Surprised, startled, genuine laughter that rippled through the crowd like a stone dropped in still water. The trash wasn't supposed to crack jokes. He was supposed to shuffle off the platform with his head down, feeding the narrative of his decline. Instead, he was standing center stage, smiling, and the smile reached his eyes. He walked back to his seat with his head up and his shoulders straight, and caught Xun Er staring at him with an expression he catalogued carefully, surprise layered over confusion layered over something warm and startled and fragile. Affinity update, Xun Er affinity, 812 shift, curiosity, reassessment, protective concern intensifying good. Step 1 of not being an idiot about the people who cared about you. Don't make them watch you suffer in silence. Give them something to hold on to. Show them that the person they're worried about is still in there, still fighting, still capable of laughing at the darkness. The assessment ended, the crowds dispersed, and Xiao Yan slipped away before the social dynamics could crystallize around him. The sympathizers who'd try to comfort, the rivals who'd try to provoke, the neutrals who'd watch and calculate. He had more important things to do tonight. Tonight, he would wake Yao Lao. And everything would change. Chapter 2. He found Xun Er in the eastern garden at sunset, sitting beside a koi pond with a cultivation manual open on her lap. She wasn't reading it, her golden eyes tracked the lazy drift of ornamental fish while her fingers tapped an absent rhythm on the book's spine. A waiting posture. She always came here after assessments, creating a space where Xiao Yan could find her if he wanted companionship without the pressure of being sought out. 3 years she'd done this. 3 years of quiet availability, of being present without demanding, of offering comfort through proximity because words had stopped working somewhere around assessment 2. Xun Er. She looked up, and the worry was already arranged on her face, the gentle, careful version she'd developed for these encounters. Not too obvious, because obvious concern bruised his pride. Not too restrained, because restraint felt like indifference. A calibrated expression, practiced and perfected, and the fact that she'd spent 3 years calibrating it made Lin Feng's chest tight with borrowed emotion. Xiao Yan Gege. Are you? I'm fine. He sat down beside her on the stone bench, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Close enough that the air between them carried warmth. Actually, I'm better than fine. I want to say something, and I need you to hear it without the polite deflection you usually use when conversations get uncomfortable. Her expression shifted. The careful composure cracked at the edges, uncertainty seeping through. She wasn't used to directness, not from him. The Xiao Yan she knew communicated in silences and averted gazes, in the things he didn't say during the conversations they didn't have. I know you're stronger than everyone in this clan, he said, holding her gaze. I know you could leave any time you wanted and go somewhere that actually matches your talent. I know the only reason you stay in a compound where the strongest adult is a doshi is because of me. And I know what that costs you, politically, personally, in terms of opportunities you're letting pass while you wait for a boy who's been falling apart for 3 years. Her lips parted. No sound came out. Her golden eyes were very wide. Thank you, he said. Not the hollow thank you that people say when they want a conversation to end. I mean it substantively. You staying here, choosing to stay, every day, when you have every reason to leave, it matters. I see it. I've always seen it, even when I was too wrapped up in my own problems to say so. And I won't pretend I don't anymore. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Xun Er searched his face with an intensity that made his skin prickle. She was looking for the catch, the angle, the hidden wound that had prompted this sudden vulnerability. Was he building toward a breakdown? Had the assessment pushed him past some limit? Was this the calm before a storm? She wouldn't find what she was looking for. Because there was no angle. He meant every word, and the sincerity was so foreign to their established dynamic that she literally didn't have a framework to process it. You've changed, she said finally, her voice carrying the slight tremor of someone whose emotional footing had shifted without warning. Something is different about you today. Your eyes, your voice, even the way you're sitting. It's like. Like what? Like you woke up. He smiled. Not the practiced smile from the mirror. A real one. Maybe I did. She studied him for another long moment, golden eyes cataloging every micro-expression, every breath, every subtle shift in his body language. The analytical precision of someone trained since childhood by one of the most powerful organizations on the continent. Then she laughed. Soft, surprised, a little unsteady, the sound of someone who'd braced for impact and received an embrace instead. Xiao Yan Gege, if you keep talking like this, you're going to make me cry in public. The koi don't count as public. Another laugh, stronger this time, and she closed her cultivation manual and shifted on the bench. Their shoulders touched. Just that, a point of contact, warm through the fabric of their robes. A bridge so small it could be denied and so significant it couldn't be ignored. Affinity update, Xun Er Affinity, 1214 shift, trust deepening, emotional guard lowering, reassessment of host's mental state, positive. They sat by the pond until the shadows lengthened, talking about nothing consequential, the koi, the weather turning cooler, whether the kitchen would serve the good pork dumplings tonight or the mediocre vegetable ones. Normal conversation. Small conversation. The kind that mattered not because of content but because of context, two people choosing each other's company without agenda. When she left for evening cultivation practice, her step was lighter. Xiao Yan watched her go and then turned his attention to the dark ring on his hand. The koi pond reflected the first stars. The compound settled into its nighttime rhythms, kitchen fires, guard rotations, the murmur of families behind closed doors. Time to wake the master. He pressed his thumb against the ring's surface and pushed a thread of do qi into it, not much, barely a candle flame's worth, but deliberately shaped. A specific pattern of energy modulation that Yao Lao had once described as the key to his soul space's outer lock, mentioned in a flashback chapter that Lin Feng had reread 6 times because the alchemical theory was fascinating. Nothing happened for 3 heartbeats. 4. 5. Then the ring grew warm. Then hot. Then the air above it shimmered like heat haze over summer asphalt, and a translucent figure materialized, an old man with white hair and piercing eyes, his soul body flickering between visibility and transparency. Power radiated from his form, ancient and formidable, the residual pressure of a Do Zun class existence compressed into a fragmented soul projection. Who dares? The voice erupted from the manifestation with the outrage of a being woken from death-like sleep. What fool awakens me with such a crude attempt at? He stopped. Looked down, processed the image of a 14-year-old boy sitting calmly beside a koi pond, showing exactly 0 signs of panic at a soul projection that would have sent most Do Shis running for cover. Yao Chen, Xiao Yan said, his voice conversational. Tier 8 alchemist. Former Pill Tower elder, position held for 43 years before your disciple Han Feng sold your location to the Hall of Souls in exchange for your Sea Heart Flame research. You sealed your surviving soul fragment in this ring after your physical body was destroyed, roughly 15 years ago. You've been dormant since, waiting for a host with compatible flame affinity and enough Do Qi to trigger the activation sequence. Yao Lao's soul flickered. His translucent mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. The expressions cycling across his ghostly features were fascinating to watch: shock, suspicion, fear, calculation, deeper suspicion. Would you like to sit down? Xiao Yan gestured at the pond's edge. Metaphorically speaking, since you're incorporeal. We have a lot to discuss, and I'd rather skip the part where you spend 6 months testing my character before deciding I'm worthy of mentorship. The old alchemist's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. When he spoke again, the outrage had been replaced by something far more controlled and far more dangerous, the cold analytical voice of a man who'd survived century-level betrayal. How do you know these things? Who sent you? If this is a Hall of Souls trap, I promise you the consequences will be, it's not a trap. Think about it tactically, if the Hall of Souls knew your ring's location, they'd send a strike team, not a sealed 14-year-old. I have fragmented visions of possible futures. Call it a heaven-sent gift, a karmic echo, a transmigration artifact side effect, whatever framework lets you process the information without your worldview collapsing. The point is, I know who you are. I know what happened to you. I know what Han Feng did with your techniques after he betrayed you. And I know that we can help each other in ways that benefit us both. He held up his right hand, the ring catching starlight. You need a physical host to work through, your soul fragment can't sustain independent existence indefinitely. I need my sealed cultivation restored and the alchemical training that only you can provide. Han Feng is out there right now, wearing your stolen research like a costume, building a criminal empire on your life's work. I intend to make him answer for that. But I can't do it alone, and neither can you. Silence. The koi pond reflected Yao Lao's translucent form, doubling the old man's image in dark water. Tell me about Han Feng, Yao Lao said slowly. Everything. Xiao Yan talked for 3 hours. The stars wheeled overhead, the compound slept, and by the time the eastern sky began to lighten, something had shifted in the space between them, not trust, exactly, but the recognition of aligned purpose. The precursor to trust. The acknowledgement that they needed each other enough to take the risk. Chapter 3. By dawn, Yao Lao had moved from active suspicion to grudging fascination to something that looked, in the right light, like the earliest stage of genuine investment. The boy knew too much. That was the inescapable conclusion. His knowledge of the Hall of Souls organizational structure, Han Feng's current operations in the Black Corner region, the political fault lines between the ancient clans, this wasn't intelligence that could be gathered through conventional means. A 14-year-old from a declining minor clan in a frontier city shouldn't know what a Pill Tower Elder's private research notation system looked like, shouldn't be able to recite the composition of a Tier 5 pill he'd never seen, shouldn't understand the theoretical basis for soul-body separation with the fluency of someone who'd studied it for years. And yet, here he sat, calm, articulate, strategically minded, with an internal flame affinity that Yao Lao's soul senses confirmed independently, a natural resonance with fire element Do Qi that was genuinely exceptional. Not fabricated. Not externally imposed. Born into the bones. Your meridians, Yao Lao said, his incorporeal hands hovering over Xiao Yan's back, reading the energy pathways with the diagnostic precision of a master physician. 3 major sealing points. Crude work, effective in the way that a brick wall is effective, but without sophistication. The seals were placed by someone who understood meridian architecture at a basic level but lacked finesse. If I unseal them all at once, my channels shatter from the pressure differential. The sealed Do Qi will flood pathways that have atrophied from 3 years of disuse, and the sudden expansion will crack the channel walls like water freezing in a pipe. I know. 1 cluster at a time, with recovery periods between, allowing each section to readapt to full circulation before opening the next. Yao Lao pulled back. His translucent face was doing something complicated, an expression that wanted to be suspicion but kept drifting toward wonder. These visions of yours are remarkably specific about medical physiology. They are. And I'm asking you to trust that specificity without requiring a full explanation right now. Not because the explanation is dangerous, but because the full truth is genuinely difficult to articulate in terms that make sense within conventional cultivation theory. Think of it as, I've read an extremely detailed instruction manual for a machine I'd never seen before, and now I'm sitting inside the machine, and the manual was accurate. The analogy was imperfect, but Yao Lao's eyebrows rose, the response of an intellectual encountering a metaphor that was better than expected. I will unseal the first cluster, the old man said. If your body handles the restoration without complication and your channels adapt within acceptable parameters, we proceed with full partnership. If there are complications, you seal me back up, go dormant, and wait for a less weird host. Fair terms. You are spectacularly strange for a 14-year-old. You have absolutely no idea. The unsealing process was not gentle. Yao Lao's soul energy penetrated Xiao Yan's meridians like a scalpel, precise, controlled, and agonizing. Each crystallized blockage dissolved under the old man's technique, releasing floods of trapped Do Qi that had been building pressure behind the seals for 3 years. The energy roared through channels that had forgotten what full circulation felt like, scouring atrophied walls, forcing pathways open that had partially collapsed from disuse. Lin Feng had read about breakthrough pain 1,000 times. Phrases like rivers of fire through his meridians and bones forged anew in the crucible of advancement. Flowery language that he'd consumed like popcorn, never suspecting that behind the purple prose lay a physical experience that defied analogy. It was not like fire. It was not like ice. It was not like electricity or crushing pressure or any of the metaphors that cultivation novels recycled. It was like being alive, intensely, overwhelmingly alive. Every cell in his body suddenly reminded that it existed in a universe where energy was a tangible force, where the boundary between matter and power was a suggestion rather than a law. The first meridian cluster opened with a sound like cracking ice, audible not to his ears but to his Do Qi senses, a frequency of energy release that registered as something between thunder and a bell strike. Power flooded his system. Do J 4 star. The number climbed. 5 star. 6 star. 7 star. The restoration settled, finding equilibrium at the point where his natural cultivation base matched his body's current capacity. 7 star, Yao Lao confirmed, his voice carrying genuine surprise for the first time in their acquaintance. The sealed energy was more substantial than I estimated. The blockage was compressing nearly 4 stars of dormant cultivation. Your natural talent base is exceptional, this body was meant for rapid advancement. It was never lost. Just buried. Affinity update, Yao Lao Affinity, 015 shift, investment confirmed, protective instinct activating, intellectual curiosity overriding suspicion. Xiao Yan flexed his hands, marveling at the difference. From 3-star to 7-star, it was like the difference between seeing the world through a dirty window and stepping outside. His Do Qi circulation hummed through restored channels, warm and responsive. He could feel the energy in the air now, the ambient Do Qi that permeated everything, trees, stone, water, the sleeping bodies of clan members in nearby buildings. The world was saturated with power, and he could finally reach it. 2 more unsealing sessions and he'd recover his full baseline. Beyond that, the ceiling was the sky itself, and he intended to punch through it. We start alchemical training tomorrow evening, Yao Lao said. It wasn't a suggestion. The tone was pure pedagogue, a teacher who'd identified a student worth teaching and would not tolerate delay. Agreed. And master, I'm going to call you that, if you'll allow it. There's one more thing I want to establish between us. Yes? The people around me. Xun Er, my father, others I haven't met yet. I'm not going to sacrifice them for power. I'm not going to push them away because vulnerability is inconvenient. I'm going to protect them, and I'm going to do it by building something together, not by isolating myself behind walls of strength. If that approach conflicts with your training philosophy, I need to know now. Yao Lao's soul form was very still. The old man's translucent eyes held a depth of emotion that surprised Xiao Yan, pain and regret and something that might have been self-recrimination. My previous disciple, Yao Lao said quietly, was the most brilliant alchemical talent I'd ever encountered. I trained him in isolation because I believed that focus required solitude, that relationships were distractions from the pursuit of mastery. I gave him power without community. Skill without connection. And when the loneliness became unbearable, he filled the void with ambition, and ambition curdled into betrayal. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper. Look what isolation made of him. The unspoken truth hung between them like a bridge. Han Feng's betrayal wasn't just about greed. It was about a student who'd been taught to excel but never taught to belong. No, boy, Yao Lao said. Your philosophy doesn't conflict with mine. It corrects the mistake I made the first time. The ring absorbed his soul back into its protective space. Xiao Yan sat alone by the pond, power thrumming through half-restored meridians, and allowed himself a single moment of something he hadn't felt since dying on an ambulance gurney 6,000 miles and one universe away. Hope. Chapter 4. Morning training in the Xiao clan compound had a ritual quality, disciples gathering at dawn in the eastern courtyard, running through standardized forms while instructors circulated with corrections. The air smelled of dew and crushed grass and the faint ozone tang of channeled Do Qi. Torches guttered in the pre-dawn breeze at the courtyard's 4 corners, their smoke threading upward in thin gray lines that bent and scattered at the first touch of morning wind. The stone flags were cold underfoot through thin indoor slippers. Every disciple had learned to train in the chill because the best instructors believed that discomfort before warmth built the habit of continuation when comfort was unavailable. Xiao Yan had spent 3 years at the margins of these sessions, going through motions that accomplished nothing because his sealed channels couldn't process the energy. He'd become furniture, present but irrelevant, occupying space without purpose. He had memorized the courtyard's geography in that time, the cracked flag in the northeast corner where a senior disciple had lost control of an earth technique 2 years ago and nobody had bothered to repair it, the water barrel against the western wall whose iron hoop had rusted to the color of dried blood, the way the morning light arrived at this latitude in late autumn, flat and pale, throwing long cold shadows that shrank with agonizing slowness as the sun climbed. Today, he shattered a training dummy. Not dramatically. He wasn't trying to make a spectacle. He was testing his restored powers integration with physical technique, running through the basic Xiao clan fist forms, the 8 directions palm, at what he estimated was half effort. But Do J 7-star packed into movements designed for a 3-star body was like threading a fire hose through a garden sprinkler. The wooden dummy, designed to absorb Do Shi level impacts, exploded into kindling. The courtyard went silent. 23 faces turned toward him. Xiao Yan stood in the wreckage of the training post, shaking splinters from his knuckles, his right hand tingling with residual energy. I may have overestimated the dummy's structural integrity, he said. The silence stretched. Then Xiao Ning stepped forward with the belligerent certainty of someone whose worldview was under threat. Rematch, his cousin said, arms crossed. That dummy was rotten. The wood was wet from last week's rain. I've been saying they need replacing for months. Anyone could have done that. If you've actually improved, prove it against a real opponent. Xiao Yan considered the situation. Refusing was the mature choice. But he could feel Yao Lao's ring pulse with subtle warmth. The old man was watching through his soul senses, and there was a practical argument for demonstration. If the clan didn't recalibrate its perception of him, the political work ahead would be exponentially harder. All right, he said. They squared off in the courtyard sparring circle, a ring of spectators forming with the organic speed of people who sensed entertainment. Xiao Ning settled into the Xiao clan combat stance, wide base, fists at chest height, weight forward. It was a stance built for aggression, for pressing opponents backward with superior force. Xiao Yan dropped into a different stance entirely. Modified footwork, weight balanced on the balls of his feet, hands open and low, the opening position of the flame-splitting tsunami hand, which Yao Lao had walked him through during their midnight session. It looked deceptively relaxed, almost lazy, like a man waiting for a bus. Begin. The training instructor called, stepping back with the practiced caution of someone who'd refereed enough youth fights to know when to clear the blast radius. Xiao Ning charged. His commitment was total, a straight punch aimed at Xiao Yan's solar plexus, reinforced with all 5 stars of his Do Qi. The air rippled along the punch's trajectory. He was strong, and he was fast, and he'd been training hard for 3 years while his cousin declined. Xiao Yan stepped left. Not a dodge, a redirect, shifting his center line just far enough that the punch slid past his ribs like water past a stone. In the same motion, he placed his open palm on Xiao Ning's extended forearm and released a precisely controlled burst of Do Qi. Not enough to injure. Just enough to nudge the arm's trajectory 3 degrees off center. Xiao Ning's own momentum did the rest. He stumbled past, overcorrected, found his balance. Turned with fury building behind his eyes. Lucky, he spat, and came again. A combination this time, jab, cross, low kick, technically sound, aggressively executed, each strike carrying the weight of a boy who needed this win to maintain his self-image. Xiao Yan read each attack before it launched. Not through supernatural speed or precognition, through pattern recognition. Lin Feng had studied martial arts theory as a hobby, consuming analysis videos and technical breakdowns with the same obsessive attention he'd given Cultivation novels. The Xiao clan fist forms followed predictable chains, a jab set up the cross opened the angle for the kick created space for the reset. Once you knew the chain, the individual links were predictable. Deflect the jab with a forearm guide. Redirect the cross by stepping into it, occupying the space where the follow-through needed to go. Let the kick sweep through empty air by simply not being where it expected a target. Stop toying with me. Xiao Ning's face was red, his breathing ragged, not from exertion but from frustration. He'd thrown 12 strikes. None had landed. He channeled maximum Do Qi into a haymaker, every ounce of his cultivation behind a single desperate blow. Xiao Yan caught it, his right hand closed around Xiao Ning's fist. The flame-splitting tsunami hand, not a strike but a pressure technique, channeling force in cascading waves through the point of contact. 1 wave broke the Do Qi reinforcement. 2 waves disrupted the energy circulation in Xiao Ning's arm. 3 waves sent a shockwave up through his shoulder that made his entire body lock. 4 moves. 1 catch. 3 seconds of sustained technique. Over. Xiao Ning stood frozen, fist trapped, eyes wide. He could feel the gap. It wasn't close. The cousin he'd mocked for 3 years held his full power punch like a man holding a child's toy. Xiao Yan released him gently. Good combination on the second exchange. Your low kick timing was sharp, tighten the elbow guard during the cross and you'll be genuinely difficult to handle. Xiao Ning's mouth opened. Closed. He looked down at his trapped fist, now released, his fingers working automatically, feeling for damage that wasn't there. The hand was fine. Nothing broken. But the sensation of having his full force strike caught and held like an inconvenience was written into his body in a way that the mind would need time to process. When he looked up, his expression had lost the belligerence entirely, replaced by something more honest and more uncomfortable, the face of a person discovering that the story they'd been telling about themselves had a factual error in it. The training instructor, who'd been standing 4 feet from the sparring circle with one hand raised to call a halt if blood appeared, lowered his arm slowly. He'd presided over this courtyard for 8 years. He'd watched Xiao Yan's assessments decline with the rest of the compound, had filed the boy under tragedy of wasted potential and moved on. Now he stood holding an empty gesture in a courtyard full of silence and performed the rapid calculation of someone whose professional categories were being reorganized. His hand moved to a scroll at his belt, assessment notes, updated quarterly. His fingers traced the cover without opening it. He walked away before the crowd could coalesce into a reaction, leaving 23 people re-evaluating 3 years of assumptions. From the second-floor balcony overlooking the courtyard, Xun Er stood with both hands on the railing, her golden eyes bright with something layered and complex. Affinity update, Xun Er Affinity, 1418 shift, Vindication, Attraction parameters activating, Reassessment escalating Chapter 5. Alchemy, it turned out, was Lin Feng's superpower. Not because of natural talent in the traditional sense. Talent implied instinct, an innate feel for the work that couldn't be taught. What Lin Feng brought to the cauldron was something different and, in its own way, more powerful. 10,000 hours of obsessive reading. He understood pill theory the way a chess grandmaster understood openings, not through physical practice but through exhaustive pattern recognition built from consuming hundreds of alchemical process descriptions across dozens of cultivation novels. The ingredient ratios, the temperature curves, the timing of catalyst additions, the subtle indicators of phase transitions, all of it was stored in his memory as detailed as any textbook, cross-referenced and indexed by a mind that had spent years treating fictional alchemy as an intellectual puzzle. His hands shook during the first real refinement. That was the gap between theory and practice made physical. Temperature control wasn't abstract here, it meant channeling Do Qi through fingertips to adjust a cauldron's internal heat by fractions of a degree, maintaining a steady state while simultaneously managing herb decomposition, essence extraction, and spiritual energy binding. The Qi gathering pill was a Tier 2 recipe, beginner level, and his body's complete lack of fine motor memory with Do Qi manipulation turned a simple recipe into a white-knuckle exercise, but he never made a conceptual error. Every ingredient went in at the right moment, in the right order, at the right temperature. Every phase transition was anticipated and managed. The herb ratios were textbook perfect, or rather, novel perfect, matching descriptions he'd memorized from fictional alchemists who'd been written by authors with surprising chemical knowledge. 68% purity, Yao Lao announced, examining the resultant pill, a small jade-green sphere that pulsed with gentle energy, nestled in a cushion of residual spiritual vapor. For a first refinement, that is. I don't have a precedent for this. Most beginners spend their first 10 attempts producing waste product. Above 50% purity on a first try shouldn't be physically possible for hands that have never held a spatula. The theory translates, Xiao Yan said, flexing fingers that ache from unaccustomed fine motor work. My knowledge base is strong. What I need is physical repetition to build muscle memory for Do Qi modulation. Give me a week of daily practice and I'll push past 80%. Bold claim. Then let me prove it. They refined through the night and into the next morning. Batch after batch, Xiao Yan's hands growing steadier, his flame control more precise, the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical execution narrowing with each iteration. By dawn, his purity was at 73% and his movements had acquired the first hints of fluidity, still rough, still labored, but trending toward competence with a trajectory that made Yao Lao's pedagogical instincts hum with satisfaction. The old man's teaching style was demanding but precise. Corrections came mid-process, delivered with the timing of a conductor guiding an orchestra, a word here, a gesture there, each intervention landing at the exact moment when the student's attention was primed to receive it. Explanations connected theory to practice in ways that textbooks couldn't, drawing on decades of hands-on experience to illuminate the why behind the how. Affinity update, Yao Lao Affinity, 1520 shift, mentor bond crystallizing, genuine fondness overriding residual suspicion over the next several days. Xiao Yan established a rhythm, morning physical training and sparring, afternoon cultivation sessions with the second meridian cluster loosening incrementally under Yao Lao's careful ministrations, evening alchemy refinements that pushed his purity metrics steadily upward. He also began a quiet side project. Qi gathering pills, refined in batches of 10, passed to his father's most loyal guards through channels discreet enough to avoid attention. These are Tier 2 pills, Guard Captain Xiao Li said, holding a jade bottle up to the light. Xiao Yan's second brother, lean, sharp-eyed, with the professional skepticism of a man who'd made security his life's work. Young master, where did you acquire? I made them. I have a teacher. I'd prefer that information stayed between us for now. Xiao Li studied his younger brother's face. The calm certainty. The strategic thinking. The absolute absence of the broken boy the clan had grown accustomed to pitying. Understood, he said. What else do you need? Information. Keep records of who in the clan has been meeting with Nalan clan representatives. Names, dates, topics if you can get them. Quietly. A sharp nod. No questions about why. Xiao Li knew how to follow an order that came from competence rather than rank. Chapter 6. His father's study smelled of sandalwood ink and old paper. Ledgers covered the desk, trade agreements, tariff schedules, correspondence with merchant guilds, the administrative machinery of a clan that was slowly losing its grip on economic viability. Xiao Zhan sat behind the chaos with the rigid posture of a man holding pieces together through pure will. Father. Xiao Yan closed the door behind him with deliberate finality. We need to have a conversation that's going to be uncomfortable. Not as parent and child, as two people who both understand that this clan is in danger and neither of us has time for comfortable lies. Xiao Zhan's pen stopped mid-character. He looked up, and Xiao Yan watched the recognition register, not recognition of his son's familiar features but recognition that someone fundamentally different was looking out through those familiar eyes. The set of the jaw. The directness of the gaze. The absolute absence of teenage uncertainty. Close the window, Xiao Zhan said quietly. Sit down. Xiao Yan sat across from his father and laid out the situation with clinical precision. He kept his language factual, his conclusions supported by observable evidence, his emotional register steady. The Nalan clan's trade route pressure, documented in the ledgers on this very desk, a pattern of incremental encroachment that looked random in isolation but formed a clear strategic picture when mapped chronologically. The engagement cancellation's timing, not a response to Xiao Yan's declining talent, that had been ongoing for 3 years without triggering action, but a preemptive strike timed to coincide with a specific political window. The cancellation letter isn't about me, Xiao Yan said. It's about our clan's Do Qi heritage. The Xiao clan method fragments, the ones locked in the 4th floor archive. The Nalan clan knows they exist. Specifically, Elder Ji knows, and he wants them. His father's face had gone the color of old parchment. How do you know about Elder Ji's involvement? Because I've been listening. Servants talk. Merchants gossip. And a trash young master is invisible. People say things around me that they'd never say around you. Elder Ge has been in correspondence with 3 minor clan heads in the Utan City region, building a coalition. The engagement was a containment strategy while it lasted. Now that I'm trash, they're pivoting to extraction. Extraction? Xiao Zhan's voice was hollow. Political isolation first. Economic strangulation second. Then, when we're weakened enough, direct action. Acquisition by force, framed as intervention by a coalition of concerned neighbor clans. You think Nalan Jia would authorize? Nalan Jia is a politician. He prefers leverage. But Elder Ge is a cultivator's cultivator, he believes power justifies any action taken in its service. And Nalan Jia is getting old. Elder Ge's influence within the clan grows with each passing year. Xiao Zhan's hands were trembling, not from fear but from the terrible clarity of hearing his worst suspicions, the ones he'd pushed aside because they were too overwhelming to face alone, articulated with surgical precision by his 14-year-old son. What do you propose? 3 phases. Xiao Yan leaned forward, his voice taking on the cadence of a briefing. Short term, fortify trade relationships with clans who benefit from our independence. Make the Xiao clan useful enough that attacking us becomes economically irrational. Medium term, I'm going to become a recognized alchemist. Not just good, essential. The kind of supplier that clans fight to retain, not fight against. And long term? Long term, I'm going to make the Xiao clan strong enough that no one in this region, or this continent, dares threaten us again. But I need you to trust me. Even when what I do doesn't make obvious sense. Even when I bring home allies that look strange on paper. Xiao Zhan stared at his son. The study was quiet except for the scratch of wind against shuttered windows. Then the clan head stood, walked around his desk, and placed both hands on Xiao Yan's shoulders. The weight of those hands, large, calloused, carrying the burden of leadership and the heavier burden of fatherhood, settled like an anchor. I don't understand what happened to you, Xiao Zhan said. 3 days ago, you were a boy drowning. Today, you're a man with a battle plan. I don't understand it, and I won't pretend I do. But I trust you. Whatever you need, resources, authority, cover, you have it. The Affinity system registered the moment. But Xiao Yan didn't need numbers to know what this was. A father's faith, given freely, accepted with the full understanding of its weight. Thank you, Father. Chapter 7. The engagement cancellation letter arrived by formal courier on a crystalline morning, the kind of weather that seemed designed to mock emotional turmoil with perfect sunshine. The courier rode through the Xiao clan gates on a spirit horse bearing the Nalan clan's Thunderbird crest, flanked by 2 doshi guards in ceremonial armor. The letter itself was calligraphied on cream silk, sealed with wax and stamped with both families' sigils. It was polite the way expensive insults are polite, acknowledging the Xiao clan's historical contributions to regional cultivation heritage while citing divergent developmental trajectories as justification for dissolution of the betrothal agreement. Xiao Yan read it in the main hall, standing on the central dais before the assembled clan. 200 people, packed into tiered seating, watching with the focused attention of spectators at a trial. He'd insisted on a public reading. His father had offered to receive the letter privately, handle the political fallout behind closed doors, spare Xiao Yan the humiliation. This isn't humiliation, Xiao Yan had said. This is an opportunity. Trust me. Now he stood under 200 gazes, the silk letter open in his hands, the Nalan courier waiting at the hall's entrance with the rigid superiority of a man delivering mercy rather than offense. I've read the letter, Xiao Yan said, his voice carrying without strain through the silent hall. The acoustics were designed for this, for declarations, for verdicts, for moments that define a clan's trajectory. And I accept its fundamental premise. If Miss Nalan Yanran believes our paths have diverged, I respect her assessment. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. This was wrong, the response should be outrage, or shame, or at minimum the sullen silence of a boy absorbing another blow. Acceptance was off script. However, he folded the letter with precise, unhurried movements, crease by crease, transforming the silk from a declaration into a neat square. I'd like to propose an amendment to the dissolution terms. The Inter-Clan Betrothal Code, Section 14, Subsection 3, grants either party the right to request a personal hearing before final dissolution of engagement contracts. I'm exercising that right. The courier's composure cracked. That's an archaic provision. It hasn't been invoked in 37 years. The Walling engagement dispute of year 412 in the regional calendar. The provision was upheld by the Utan City Council, and the precedent stands. I'm requesting that Miss Nalan Yanran attend the clan assembly in 1 year's time, at which point we can finalize the cancellation in person. He looked directly at the courier. If she still wishes to dissolve the engagement after meeting me, the actual me, not the version described in reports filtered through intermediaries with political agendas, then I will sign the dissolution myself, without contest, with full honor to both clans. The hall held its breath. This is irregular, the courier managed. It's perfectly within the legal framework that both our clans agreed to when the betrothal was originally signed. I'm sure the Nalan clan, with its deep respect for tradition and contractual honor, would never challenge a provision that they themselves helped ratify. Checkmate. The courier couldn't refuse without making the Nalan clan look like they feared a face-to-face meeting with a trash young master. He withdrew with stiff formality. The moment the doors closed, the hall erupted. But beneath the noise, the surprised approval, the whispered recalculations, the clan members suddenly uncertain whether the narrative they'd built around Xiao Yan's decline was as solid as they'd thought, the system delivered a notification from far away. Bond detected, Nalan Yanran, distant, affinity, 03 emotional subtext, curiosity she hadn't been here. She wouldn't hear the full account for days. But something had shifted, a response, perhaps, to the ripple of consequence he'd created. The universe's acknowledgement that a connection existed, however thin, however fraught. 3 was barely a spark. But forests burned from less. Chapter 8. Tier 3, Yao Lao said, holding the purple spirit pill between translucent fingers and rotating it slowly, examining the spiritual energy density with the critical eye of a master evaluating a masterwork. 5 days. 78% purity. He set the pill down. Looked at Xiao Yan. Looked at the pill again. My previous disciple, the talented one, the one who eventually tried to kill me, took 4 months to achieve a functioning Tier 3 product. His first attempt was 41% purity. I praised him for it, because 41% on a first Tier 3 attempt was genuinely exceptional. Master, 78%. On day 5. Of total alchemical training. Yao Lao's voice carried a quality that Lin Feng recognized from the novel, the particular tone the old man used when he was deeply, profoundly shaken but refused to show it. Your visions have given you an alchemical knowledge base equivalent to approximately a decade of formal study. The practical gap is closing at a rate I've never observed. By the end of the month, you'll be refining at a level that most Tier 3 alchemists don't reach after years of dedicated practice. The theory translates, Xiao Yan said again. And having you as a teacher makes the practical side exponentially more efficient. Flattery. Accuracy. A ghost of a smile on the old man's translucent face. Refine another batch. I want to see if you can maintain consistency across 10 sequential refinements without purity drop-off. He could. 8 out of 10 pills came in above 75%. The 2 outliers were 72 and 73, variations so minor they were within the margin of normal cauldron temperature fluctuation. Affinity update, Yao Lao Affinity, 2023 shift, mentorship investment deepening the pills became ammunition. Xiao Yan began supplying his father with Tier 3 product in batches that would have cost a small fortune on the open market. Purple spirit pills for the loyal clan guards, enhancing their cultivation speed. Qi recovery pills for the elders, easing the physical cost of maintaining defensive formations around the compound. And a specially formulated strengthening compound for Xiao Zhan himself, a recipe Xiao Yan had adapted from a novel description, targeting stagnation points in mid-level Do Qi circulation. His father held the pills with the reverence of a man handling gemstones. A Tier 3 alchemist, Xiao Zhan breathed. Do you understand what this means? A clan with a resident Tier 3 alchemist can command respect from any organization in the region. The Nalan clan doesn't have a Tier 3 alchemist. I know. That's the point. We're building a moat, father. Not with walls, but with value. When we're the only reliable source of quality pills in the region, attacking us becomes self-destructive. Nobody burns down their own pharmacy. Chapter 9. The Xiao clan library occupied a 5-story pagoda at the compound's northeast corner, its upper floor sealed behind bloodline locks that required specific Do Qi signatures to bypass. Most clan members never visited above the 2nd floor, where mundane records and basic cultivation manuals gathered dust. The real treasures lived higher. Xiao Yan climbed to the 4th floor and pressed his palm against the seal. His blood carried the right markers, Xiao clan DNA, for lack of a better term, and the lock recognized him with a pulse of golden light. The method fragments were stored in a climate-controlled case of spirit beast bone, the characters on the beast hide sheet still legible after generations. He spread them across a reading table and examined the text with Lin Feng's comprehensive understanding and Xiao Yan's native Do Qi sensitivity. 3 sections missing. The text flowed smoothly through cultivation stages from Do J through Do Shi, then hit walls, gaps where techniques should have connected, transitions that referenced preceding steps that didn't exist in the current version. Like a staircase with missing steps, you could see where they should be, but climbing was impossible without them. He mapped the fragments' probable locations from novel knowledge. First, Utan City Auction House, in a collector's holdings, miscatalogued as a generic beast hide scroll. Second, Stone Desert region, in ruins that predated the current civilizational era. Third, Black Corner region, in the territory of Han Feng, who may or may not know what he possessed. Father, he said that evening, the beast hide sheets spread across Xiao Zhan's desk. These fragments are the foundation of our clan's cultivation heritage. More than that, they're a key. To what, I'll explain when we've recovered all three. But their value is immeasurable, and our enemies may already know that. The first fragment, Xun Er said from the doorway. She'd arrived with tea that no one had requested, timing her entrance with the precision of someone who'd been listening from the hallway. The auction house. I have resources that could help with acquisition. Her personal stipend, the Gu clan's hidden support fund, a fortune that dwarfed the Xiao clan treasury. She was offering to bankroll his operation with ancient clan money, and the directness of the offer was itself a statement. I'm choosing this. I'm choosing you. I'll accept the help, Xiao Yan said, meeting her golden eyes. On one condition, this is a partnership, not patronage. When we find the fragments, we study them together. The Xiao clan's heritage isn't a secret to hoard, it's a foundation to build on, and I want you part of that foundation. No one had ever offered to share the Xiao clan's core techniques with an outsider. The gesture was radical, borderline heretical by clan orthodoxy. Xun Er's eyes widened, and for a moment her golden composure dissolved entirely, showing the girl underneath, surprised, touched, and fiercely happy. Together, she agreed. Affinity update, Xun Er Affinity, 1822 shift, partnership framework established, trust reciprocation confirmed Chapter 10. The Thousand Treasures Pavilion occupied a full city block in Utan City's merchant quarter, a confection of lacquered columns and silk awnings and the kind of orchestrated luxury that existed to make people feel comfortable spending obscene amounts of money. Auction days drew every species of buyer, clan representatives with budgets, merchants with ambitions, mysterious cloaked figures who bid through proxies, and the occasional adventurer spending their haul before it could be stolen. Xiao Yan attended as Chen Wei, a traveling alchemist from the southern provinces. The face-changing talisman Yao Lao had crafted altered his features with soul energy manipulation, not an illusion but a temporary physical reshaping that would fool Do Qi-enhanced senses up to 2 ranks above his own. As disguises went, it was thorough. Lot 47, Ancient Beast Hide Scroll, Cultivation Technique, Unknown Origin, Estimated Tier 4 Equivalent Value. The auction house had no idea what they were selling, and neither did most of the audience. Beast Hide cultivation scrolls were common enough, relics from pre-printing eras, usually containing incomplete or inferior techniques that serious cultivators wouldn't bother with. The starting bid was 5,000 gold coins. Low enough to attract speculative interest, high enough to filter out casual bidders. 5,000. Xiao Yan raised his paddle. 7,000. The counter came from a private booth on the upper level, its curtain embroidered with the Nalan clan Thunderbird. An agent. Someone was buying up anything tagged unknown cultivation technique, casting a wide net, hoping to snag the Xiao clan fragments before anyone else recognized their significance. 8,000. 10,000. The bidding war compressed the air. Other participants withdrew, recognizing the dynamics of a fight between two parties with strategic rather than commercial interest. Xiao Yan's gold reserves couldn't match the Nalan purse. But he had something better than gold. Alternative bid, he announced, standing. He produced a jade bottle from his robe, uncorked it with a practiced twist, and let the medicinal scent of a freshly refined Tier 3 purple spirit pill fill the auction hall. The effect was immediate. Every cultivator in the room felt their do qi stir in response, an instinctive recognition of high-quality alchemical product, the way a starving man's stomach growled at the scent of roasting meat. 1 Tier 3 purple spirit pill, he said. 78% purity. Independently verifiable by any qualified examiner. Approximate market value, 15,000 gold coins. I'm offering it as direct payment. The auctioneer's professional composure evaporated. His eyes went round with avarice. The audience erupted in murmurs. And in the Nalan booth, silence, the kind of silence that came from being outmaneuvered in a dimension you hadn't anticipated. Sold, the auctioneer said. Xiao Yan collected the fragment and left the hall at a brisk but unhurried pace. Behind him, the Nalan booth curtain twitched, and he felt the weight of a calculating gaze tracking his exit. Elder Ge would hear about the mysterious young alchemist. That investigation would begin. The clock was ticking on his anonymity, but every day it ticked was a day he used to grow stronger. Chapter 11. The second unsealing came at midnight, 3 weeks into their partnership. Yao Lao's soul energy threaded through the remaining blockages with the benefit of flame perception resonance. Their bond had crossed the 25-point threshold during the alchemy training, granting the old man real-time visibility into Xiao Yan's cultivation state. He could see what he was doing now, instead of working by feel. The room was the compound storage basement, not the space he'd identified for the Qinglian seed's work, but deeper, where the stone was older and the ambient do qi from the earth formation arrays below the compound created a stable, low-interference environment. He'd hung tapestries against the walls as additional dampening, not because the procedure required it but because he preferred to do things that mattered with attention to the conditions. The air was cool and mineral, the stone smell of deep earth, the faint ozone of the formation arrays running their quiet background work. The only light came from a formation lantern he'd set at the room's center, its glow warm and steady. Yao Lao's soul body occupied the space just to his left, the rings jade warm against his palm as the old man's consciousness extended outward to engage the work. The difference was night and day. Where the first unsealing had been surgery by candlelight, this was surgery under floodlamps. Yao Lao identified the exact crystallization patterns in each seal, targeted the structural weak points, and dissolved them with minimal collateral disruption to surrounding channels. Power flooded through. Do-J 8-star. 9-star. The boundary between Do-J and Do-Shi, a fundamental rank transition, trembled under the pressure. And broke. Do-Shi 1-star. The advancement rippled through his body like a second heartbeat, restructuring his Do-Chi from the ground up. Denser. More responsive. The difference between watercolor and oil paint, the same medium, but capable of fundamentally different expressions. He stayed still for a long moment afterward, feeling the new architecture settling. The channels were wider, the pathways cleaner, the efficiency of the entire system measurably improved. Yao Lao's soul body sat beside him in the formation lantern's warm light, saying nothing, but the quality of the old man's presence had shifted, from the focused intensity of work to something quieter, the satisfaction of a person who'd done something difficult well and was allowing himself to feel that. How long since you unsealed a disciple's channels? Xiao Yan asked. This kind of work? 30 years. A pause. It used to be one of the things I most enjoyed. There's a specific quality to watching a cultivation pathway open properly, like watching a window cleaned. Everything suddenly visible that was always there. Then, thank you for doing it again. Yao Lao's translucent form was still for a moment. Then, simply, thank you for giving me the reason. The Affinity Resonance System delivered a notification he'd been anticipating. System evolution, approaching bond thresholds Yao Lao, Affinity 23 approaching 25 Xun Er, Affinity 22 approaching 25 at bond level 25, Resonance Insight, share cultivation knowledge bidirectionally, accelerating mutual growth. 2 relationships, both within striking distance of the first major milestone. The system couldn't be gamed, it measured genuine emotional connection, not transactional exchange. Deepening these bonds meant deepening the relationships themselves, through meaningful interaction and authentic vulnerability. Not a cheat code. A mirror. And the reflection demanded that he be real. Chapter 12. The merchant caravan arrived on a Tuesday. Xiao Yan was in the training courtyard, running flame circulation exercises that left heat shimmer patterns in the morning air, when the compound gates opened for a dust-covered column of wagons. Refugees from Stone Desert City, civilians displaced by the escalating conflict between human settlements and the Snake People tribes, he wouldn't have paid special attention except for the hair. Silver. Pure, metallic silver, catching the morning light like polished mercury. It belonged to a girl, young, 12 at most, crouched beside a wagon wheel with both hands pressed against an injured child's arm. Green-stained fingers worked herbal paste into a wound with the focused intensity of someone operating on training and determination because supplies had run out 2 days ago. The Affinity Resonance System identified her before his conscious mind finished processing. Bond detected, Xiao Yi Shen, Little Doctor, Affinity, 0 condition flag, woeful poison body, dormant estimated time to first manifestation, 18 to 24 months threat classification if unmanaged, catastrophic. Xiao Yan's breath caught. She wasn't supposed to be here. Not in this place, not at this time. In the original story, Xiao Yi Shen appeared years later, found in a remote mountain village after her woeful poisoned body had already begun its destructive awakening, a teenage girl whose touch killed plants, whose proximity sickened animals, whose existence had become a horror she couldn't control. Meeting her now, here, as a 12-year-old refugee before the catastrophe, this was a window. A chance to prevent the tragedy instead of managing its aftermath. He was going to take it. But carefully. Carefully, because a frightened child needed gentleness before solutions. He watched her work for an hour, studying her technique from a distance. She was good, instinctively gifted, compensating for lack of formal training with an intuition for herbal interactions that bordered on supernatural. Her diagnoses were fast and accurate. Her wound care was clean and efficient. She spoke to every patient with the same calm steadiness, regardless of how badly they were hurt. The caravan had brought 23 injured. Sand-scoured skin, dehydration, 3 cases of desert fever, and 2 venom stings of the non-lethal variety, the ordinary accounting of a hard desert crossing. The silver-haired girl moved through the group with the efficiency of someone who'd been doing this since before she was old enough to have a formal opinion about it. She assigned the ambulatory patients tasks: tear clean cloth into strips, carry water, hold this here while I secure it. She converted her patients into assistants without condescension, because another pair of hands was always useful and because being given something to do made the waiting bearable. The compound's servants watched her from a cautious distance, not quite certain of the appropriate response to a 12-year-old refugee running a medical operation more competently than the compound's official physician. The child she was treating now, a boy of maybe 8, sand-worn and thin, had stopped responding to her poultice. His arm was swelling, the skin darkening to an ugly blue-black. Sandworm venom, second-stage paralytic. Without specific antidote treatment, the venom would bind to the nerve tissue and spread to the spinal column within hours. Her hands were shaking. She knew she was losing him. Her herbs weren't enough. Xiao Yan walked over. Chapter 13. Sandworm venom, he said, crouching at a respectful distance, close enough to be heard, far enough to avoid crowding. Second-stage paralytic. Your pain management approach was correct for first stage, but the venom shifted to neural binding. Different mechanism requires different treatment. Silver eyes snapped to him with the speed and wariness of a prey animal scenting a predator. Every line of her body said fight or flight. A child who'd learned early and hard that help from strangers was never free. I'm not a threat, he said, keeping his voice at the register he'd use for a nervous horse. I'm an alchemist, apprentice level, but sandworm antidote is within my skill range. Will you let me help? Her eyes flicked between his face, his hands, the medicine pouch at his belt, and the child on the ground whose breathing was getting shallow. The calculus was transparent. She didn't trust him, but the boy was dying and she was out of options. Show me what you've got, she said. He opened his herb pouch and laid out 3 ingredients on a clean cloth. Red-tailed scorpion extract neutralizes the paralytic compound. It's a competitive inhibitor, blocks the same receptor sites the venom targets. Ground silver frost herb prevents nerve damage during neutralization, acts as a protective barrier for the myelin. And this, he held up a small jade vial refined do chi tincture to accelerate absorption. Alchemical product. Not something you find in a field kit. She recognized the vial. Her eyes went wide, not at the herbs but at the jade, the familiar shape and translucence of professionally refined medicine. This girl had exposure to alchemy. Not formal training, but she'd seen the real thing somewhere. You're really an alchemist? Let me prove it. He mixed the antidote on a flat stone, using it as an improvised mortar. Do chi from his fingertips heated the components to precise reaction temperatures, scorpion extract first, activated at 40 degrees, then silver frost herb at 65, then the tincture as a binding medium at room temperature. 6 minutes of careful work, his hands steady despite the audience of one skeptical 12-year-old. The resulting paste was amber gold and smelled like copper and mint. He applied it to the child's arm around the venom site. Within 30 seconds, the blue-black discoloration began receding. Within 5 minutes, the swelling reduced by half and the boy's breathing normalized. Within 10, the child was sleeping peacefully, color returning to his face. Xiao Yan stared at the sleeping boy. Then at Xiao Yan. Then at the empty jade vial. Thank you, she whispered. 2 words. The weight of a child's relief and a healer's gratitude compressed into minimum syllables, as if she didn't trust herself with more. Can I check on you? He asked. You've been working for hours without rest. Healers are the worst at taking care of themselves. She extended her hand automatically, a healer's reflex, offering a pulse point for diagnosis. He took her wrist, channeling a carefully calibrated thread of do chi through her meridian system. Diagnostic technique, not invasive, just enough to read the broad strokes of her internal energy landscape. What he found made his heart sink. A vast, sleeping toxicity coiled in her dantian like a dragon in its shell. The woeful poison body, dormant but growing, fed by her own cultivation progress, a biological ticking clock whose alarm would eventually turn her touch into poison and her presence into a death sentence for anyone she cared about. He kept his face neutral. Showed nothing. Revealed nothing. You're exhausted, he said, releasing her wrist. Depleted do chi from overwork, moderate dehydration, slight malnutrition. Eat something substantial, drink water, sleep. I'll check on the other patients. She blinked at him. You don't want anything? No payment? No favor? I want you to take care of yourself. That's the entire transaction. Affinity update, Xiao Yan, Little Doctor, Affinity, 08 shift, trust seed planted, gratitude mixed with protective caution later, alone with Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's composure broke. The woeful poison body. She has it. She's 12 years old, and it's growing inside her, and we have maybe 2 years before it wakes up and she loses the ability to touch another human being without killing them. I'm aware of the condition. Yao Lao's voice was grave. The poison sect developed a sealing formation centuries ago, not a cure, but a containment method. I know the theoretical principles. The precise construction blueprints would be in restricted archives. Jianan Academy's library is the most likely source. Then that's another reason to reach the academy. But first, I need to keep her close. Safe. Part of something. Without terrifying her with the diagnosis. You care about this girl. You've known her for 1 day. I care about a 12-year-old who's going to lose everything if nobody helps her. The timeline doesn't determine whether she deserves that help. Chapter 14. Getting the refugee caravan settled in the Xiao clan's outer compounds took 3 days of logistics and considerably more persuasion than Xiao Yan had anticipated. Clan conservatives resisted the idea of sheltering outsiders, resources were tight, space was limited, and desert refugees didn't come from families that could reciprocate the favor. He framed the argument in strategic terms for his father: intelligence networks. The refugees brought first-hand information about Stone Desert City's power dynamics, the Snake People tribal structure, the mercenary companies operating in the region. Information that the Xiao clan's own scouts hadn't been able to gather because they'd been focused on local politics rather than regional developments. Xiao Yan authorized the settlement. The outer compounds opened, and within a week, the refugees had established a functioning micro-community, shared cooking, communal childcare, and a medical station that Xiao Yan ran with the focused competence of someone who'd found purpose. Xiao Yan visited the medical wing daily. He brought supplies, herbs from his cultivation, refined medicines, bandages and splints from the clan stores. He came with practical excuses, always: inventory checks, supply deliveries, consultations on treatment protocols. Never hovering. Never pushing. "You're here again," Xiao Yan said on the 4th day, not looking up from the poultice she was grinding. Her silver hair was tied back in a practical bun, and her small hands worked the mortar with efficient rhythm. "Coriander shipment. Needs potency grading before it goes into the general supply. Nobody else in this clan grades coriander for potency. Which is why the medical wing keeps getting substandard herbs. Someone should fix that." She paused her grinding. Looked at him sidelong, that careful assessing gaze she wore like armor, evaluating threat level and sincerity simultaneously. "You're weird," she said. "I've been told. It's not bad weird." Affinity update: Xiao Yan Affinity, 812 shift, comfort establishing, defensive walls thinning. He taught her basic alchemy during quiet hours. Herb identification, the difference between visual inspection and Do-Chi resonance testing. Preparation techniques, how grinding angle affected surface area and therefore reaction speed. The theoretical framework separating a healer who used herbs from an alchemist who understood them. She absorbed it hungrily. Her questions were sharp, her intuition filled gaps that formal students spent months struggling across, and her hands, those small, careful hands, showed a natural steadiness that reminded him of surgical residents he'd watched in medical drama clips during his old life. He never touched her skin. A deliberate, consistent boundary maintained so naturally that she didn't notice it consciously. He passed tool's handle first. He stepped back when she leaned in to examine something. He kept the workbench between them when demonstrating techniques. She felt safe around him. She didn't know why, but something in her relaxed, the subconscious tension of a body carrying a ticking bomb, the instinct to keep distance that she couldn't yet articulate or understand. Meanwhile, Elder Ge arrived in Utan City. The Nalan delegation called it routine diplomacy. 6 doshi guards in formal armor, a train of servants carrying gifts that were actually bribes, and Elder Ge himself, a Do Ling powerhouse with silver-streaked hair and the patient eyes of a spider who'd been building webs for decades. Xiao Yan watched from a rooftop as the delegation paraded through the city's main thoroughfare. Elder Ge smiled and waved. The smile never touched his eyes. "He's here to build the coalition," Xiao Yan told Yao Lao that night. 3 or 4 minor clan heads, united under Nalan sponsorship, applying coordinated pressure on our trade infrastructure. Step 2 of the plan I outlined to Father. "And what do you intend to do about it?" "Let him build it. Then offer the coalition members something he can't match." Chapter 15. The Utan City Council session was held in the Civic Hall, a columned building at the city's center, its architecture designed to convey impartial authority. Clan representatives sat in a semicircle facing the presiding council elder, with gallery seating for observers and interested parties. Elder Ge's coalition struck precisely as predicted. 3 minor clan heads, Wei, Jiang, and Ouyang, jointly challenged the Xiao clan's preferential trade route access. Their grievances were individually minor but collectively devastating, each one documented and legally sound, presented with the polished coordination of claims that had been rehearsed. The Xiao clan's route priority is based on historical contribution metrics that no longer reflect current reality, Clan head Wei argued, his reading glasses wearing sincerity a masterful act. "We request equitable redistribution of commercial access rights." Xiao Zhan, blindsided despite Xiao Yan's warnings about the general strategy, defended on substance, citing contract terms, historical precedent, the Xiao clan's ongoing security contributions to regional trade protection. All valid arguments. All inadequate against a coordinated political assault. Xiao Yan arrived 20 minutes into the session, entering through a side door. He'd spent the morning refining, 3 jade bottles clinked in his robe pockets like ammunition. "Counselors." He stepped forward, and his youth drew surprised murmurs. The Xiao clan acknowledges the concerns raised about contribution-based priority. In the spirit of demonstrated rather than historical value, we'd like to make a new proposal. 3 jade bottles on the council table. 3 cents filling the chamber, purple spirit, chi recovery, meridian cleanse. Every cultivator in the room felt their energy stir. 100 units monthly, Tier 3 quality, supplied exclusively to council-affiliated clans at 40% below market rate. Not a one-time gesture, an ongoing supply contract. The Xiao clan will be the council's pharmaceutical partner. The minor clan heads' rehearsed coordination evaporated. They'd come prepared for political arguments, not alchemical product demonstrations. The scent of Tier 3 pills in an enclosed space was doing the persuasion work that rhetoric couldn't. The vote to dismiss the trade challenge was unanimous. Even clan headway voted yes, his reading glasses slightly fogged from the pill's ambient spiritual energy. Elder GE left the gallery without a word. In the corridor outside, he passed Xiao Yan, and for one moment their eyes met. Temporary, the elder said, his voice carrying the patience of a man who'd been outmaneuvered tactically but still held the strategic high ground. Supply can be disrupted. Then I'll make more. Alchemy is a renewable resource, Elder GE. Political favors aren't. The elder departed Utan City the next morning. His final act was a coded message to the Nalan compound: the boy is the variable. Accelerate contingency plans. Affinity update, Yao Lao Affinity, 2326 threshold crossed, resonance insight unlocked, resonance skill, flame perception, real-time cultivation state monitoring between bonded partners. Chapter 16. The flame perception resonance changed everything about the training process. Before, Yao Lao had worked partially blind, an expert surgeon operating by feel, relying on experience and periodic diagnostic checks to guide the unsealing. Now, with constant real-time visibility into every aspect of Xiao Yan's Do-Chi circulation, the old man could see his student's internal energy landscape as clearly as a topographic map. The unsealing sessions had moved to the compound's deepest storage room, a basement space that Xiao Yan had chosen for its thick stone walls and the silk tapestries he'd hung over the single window. Cultivation breakthroughs at this scale produced energy leakage visible to anyone with cultivation sensitivity above Do-J rank. He'd spent an afternoon quietly acquiring blank-face tapestries from the compound's decorative surplus and spent another hour arranging them until the room's spiritual signature read as ordinary background noise rather than active cultivation. The room smelled of damp stone and cedar storage chests and the faint mineral tang of the earthen floor, and these small sensory details were becoming associated, in some deep functional part of his awareness, with the sensation of becoming something more than he'd been. Third cluster, Yao Lao murmured, his soul body luminous with focused concentration. The seal structure here is different, weaker, more brittle. Your natural cultivation growth has been eroding it from inside for months. One precisely placed strike at the nexus point should cascade through the entire blockage. One strike. One surgical lance of soul energy through the weakest point. The seal shattered. The power came not as a flood but as a detonation, 3 years of sealed potential compressing into a single release event. His back arched off the meditation cushion, muscles locking. Energy poured through channels that sang with the restoration, visible heat distortions warping the air around him. Windows throughout the compound rattled in their frames. Doshi 2-star. 3-star. 4-star, the recovery blew past his previous level. This wasn't just restoration, it was advancement. The perfectly timed unsealing had coincided with his natural cultivation cycle's peak, and the synergy had amplified everything. Remarkable, Yao Lao breathed. Doshi 4-star. The timing, the flame perception let me synchronize with your energy cycle so precisely that the unsealing catalyzed a genuine breakthrough. You haven't just recovered. You've advanced. Every cultivator in the compound felt the pressure wave. Training courtyards fell silent. Guards gripped their weapons. The breakthrough energy of a significant rank advancement was unmistakable, a signature event that announced itself across hundreds of meters. Xun Er arrived first. She came over the courtyard wall in a single golden-edged leap, landing outside his meditation chamber with combat-ready Do-Chi flaring at her fingertips. When she saw him sitting cross-legged with no visible threat, her defensive posture dissolved into confusion. That energy spike, that was you? That was me. He stood, testing his new equilibrium. Everything was sharper: hearing, vision, Do-Chi perception. The world had more resolution now, like switching from standard definition to high definition. Xun Er. Train with me. Not as my protector, as my equal. I'm asking you to push me, challenge me, and let me do the same for you. No holding back. She stared at him. The request severed every assumption underpinning their relationship, the assumption that she was the strong one, the guardian, the hidden ace. He was asking her to step out from behind the shield and stand beside him. Her smile, when it came, was unguarded and radiant. Equal. But I won't go easy. I'd be insulted if you did. Affinity update, Xun Er Affinity, 2227 threshold crossed, golden warmth resonance unlocked, resonance skill, passive Do-Chi recovery boost within 30 meters. Cultivation efficiency plus 15% during shared training. Chapter 17. They sparred every morning at dawn. Xun Er was, objectively, terrifying. The Do-Chi meant she operated in a different gravitational field, her Do-Chi was denser, her techniques more refined, her combat instincts honed by years of training under Gu clan masters whose standards would have broken most continental academies. She could have ended every session in seconds. She didn't. Not out of kindness but because Xiao Yan made holding back genuinely dangerous. He fought unconventionally. Not dirty, there was no eye gouging or groin strikes. But his approach came from a mind that had consumed thousands of hours of combat analysis without any physical practice to channel it through. He attacked from angles that trained fighters didn't anticipate because no training system covered them. He used flame techniques to alter the environment mid-combat, softening ground to clay, creating thermal updrafts that disrupted jump trajectories, laying invisible heat barriers that punished predictable movement patterns. "You don't fight like a cultivator," Xun Er said after their 7th session, breathing harder than she'd expected to. A scorch mark decorated her left sleeve. "You fight like a strategist who happens to have a body." Compliment? Observation. "Come at me again." The golden warmth resonance hummed between them during every exchange, a warm undercurrent of shared energy that accelerated recovery, synchronized breathing patterns, and subtly harmonized their Do-Chi frequencies. After 2 weeks, their combat rhythms had begun merging. He could predict her movements half a second before they happened. She could anticipate his counters as if she'd heard him announce them. Their training drew crowds. Clan members lined the courtyard rails each morning, watching with fascination as the narrative of their clan rewrote itself in real time. Xiao Ning appeared on the 3rd day. He watched from the crowd's edge, his expression a war between pride and curiosity. Then he stepped forward. "Can I join?" Xiao Yan lowered his guard. In the original story, Xiao Ning had remained a minor antagonist, never important, consistently hostile. That hostility grew from insecurity. An insecure cousin, offered genuine inclusion, could become an ally. Morning session starts at dawn. Come ready to work. From the medical wing window, Xiao Yishen watched the courtyard with silver eyes and pressed her fingertips against the glass. She left no mark on the surface, but something in her expression suggested she wished she could. Chapter 18. The Misty Cloud Sex diplomatic messenger arrived on a cloud-treading crane that descended onto the Xiao clan's landing platform with the practiced elegance of a bird returning to its nest. Formal visit. White and silver robes bearing the Sex Mountain and Mist emblem. The messenger was young, early 20s, tall, moving with the particular grace that came from years of wind element cultivation. She projected a Do-Chi signature suggesting mid-Do-Chi level. Appropriate for a sect courier. Unremarkable, except that Xiao Yan's enhanced Do-Chi senses, boosted by flame perception resonance and his own natural sensitivity, caught the truth beneath the suppression. Under the mid-Do-Chi mask, this woman's actual power hummed at a frequency that made his newly minted Do-Chi 4-star energy quake with instinctive deference. Do Huang. At minimum. Yun Yun. The Misty Cloud Sect's youngest elder candidate, traveling incognito to scout regional talent before her public appointment. In the original story, her path and Xiao Yan's had crossed under very different circumstances, adversarial, complicated, tangled in institutional loyalty and personal attraction that neither could reconcile. He arranged to be in the training courtyard at exactly the hour she would pass during her tour of the compound. He was demonstrating fire circulation theory to Xiao Ning, deliberately projecting his voice. Pulse modulation in the 3rd stage flame circulation, he said, hands moving through a form. Each pulse offset from the Do-Chi resonance frequency to create constructive interference. A deliberate error. The offset he described would create destructive interference, cutting output by 30%. A subtle mistake, the kind only a genuine expert in fire-wind interaction theory would catch. Your offset value is inverted. The correction came from the courtyard entrance, delivered with the automatic authority of someone who couldn't let bad technique pass unchallenged. Constructive interference requires the pulse to lag behind the resonance cycle, not lead it. She caught herself a beat too late. Sect messengers didn't lecture on advanced fire theory. Her cover identity's knowledge ceiling didn't include wind-fire interaction dynamics at the level she'd just displayed. Xiao Yan kept his expression to surprised gratitude. You're right. The lag correction, I've been struggling with that transition. Are you a fire element practitioner? I dabble. Her composure recovered, but her eyes stayed on him with sharpened interest. The courtyard's open every morning if you'd like to dabble further. She left without accepting. She didn't refuse. Xiao Yan watched her cross the courtyard's threshold, crane trailing behind her, the silver and white of the sect robes catching the late afternoon sun. Xiao Ning glanced between the departing figure and his cousin with the barely concealed confusion of someone who'd just watched something happen without being told what it was. That was a very strange courier, Xiao Ning said. Yes, Xiao Yan agreed. The correction had been reflexive, the real sign. People suppressing their identities maintained cover at the level of behavior, they used appropriate vocabulary, moved at appropriate speeds, deployed appropriate amounts of interest. Where suppression broke down was in the automatic responses, the professional reflexes that fired before conscious screening could intercept them. She hadn't decided to correct the fire theory. She'd simply been unable not to. He ran the encounter through his assessment framework as Xiao Ning began cooling down forms beside him. Yun Yun, in the original story, was a woman caught between institutional loyalty and genuine judgment, not cruel, not weak, but shaped by a tradition that made flexibility feel like disloyalty. What moved her wasn't flattery or strength displays. What moved her was being seen clearly. Being taken seriously on the terms she'd actually earned rather than the terms her sect assigned her. The correction she'd offered was an opening. Small, half-accidental, but real. He filed it the way he filed every useful data point, without urgency, without overreaction. Patience was not passivity. Patient cultivation was the most active thing he did. The courtyard's afternoon light was fading toward evening, the stone walls radiating the day's accumulated warmth back into the cooling air. A sparrow landed on the water barrel's rim, assessed the training ground with small bright eyes, and departed again. Tomorrow's training. The tournament 3 days out, and somewhere in the Xiao clan compound, a Do Huang who was pretending not to be one was thinking about fire-wind interference theory in a way she hadn't expected to think about it today. Good. Affinity Update, Yun Yun Affinity, 05 Shift, Intellectual Intrigue, Combat Respect Chapter 19. 3 days before the regional tournament, the Affinity Resonance System delivered a warning that made Xiao Yan's blood run cold. Threat Alert, Predictive Analysis via Bond Network Emotional Patterns, Xiao Yan, Elevated Stress, Concealed Fear, Sleep Disruption Xiao Li, Heightened Vigilance, Guard Rotation Abnormalities General Compound Emotional Baseline, Anxiety Spike consistent with anticipated external threat. The system couldn't predict the future. But it could read the emotional undercurrents of everyone bonded to him, and those undercurrents converged on a single conclusion: his family expected an attack. The tournament. With the clan's strongest fighters traveling to the venue, the compound would be vulnerable. A surgical strike on the remaining defenders could cripple the clan's infrastructure. He went to his father that night. The tournament is bait. Not the event itself, the absence it creates. Someone is going to hit the compound while our best fighters are away. How can you be certain? Because it's what I would do, in their position. Minimum risk, maximum damage, plausible deniability. And because Xiao Li changed the guard rotation yesterday without being told to, his instincts are screaming the same thing mine are. The counterplan: reduce the tournament delegation. Reposition guards in concealed stations. And one additional measure. There's a man in Utan City, Xiao Yan said. A former Do Huang. Cursed, diminished, living in obscurity above a tea shop. His name is Hai Badong. If I offer him something he wants badly enough, he'll fight for us. Finding Hai Badong was easy. The old ice cultivator's Do Chi signature, even suppressed, was detectable if you knew what to look for. Convincing him required 3 things: acknowledgement of his past glory, respect for his current pride, and a genuine offer. Yao Chen's student, Hai Badong repeated, his pale blue eyes weighing every word like a merchant weighing gold. Prove it. Yao Lao projected the barest whisper of his soul presence through the ring, a signature that any cultivator who'd known him would recognize instantly. The old man's teacup cracked in his grip. 3 days of guard duty, Xiao Yan said. Defend the compound during the tournament. In exchange, I refine an appearance restoration pill within the year, Tier 4, targeting your curse's cosmetic effects. And I should trust a teenager's promise because? Yao Lao's voice from the ring, because I'm staking my reputation on him, old friend. And we both know my reputation is worth more than most people's lives. The ambush came at midnight on the tournament's second day. 3 masked assassins breached the western wall using shadow-walking talismans, Nalan clan manufacture, identifiable by the specific Do Chi weave pattern even after the serial numbers were filed off. They ran into Hai Badong. 11 seconds. Even diminished, a former Do Huang's combat processing operated at speeds that Do Shi couldn't perceive, let alone counter. Ice formations crystallized from ambient moisture with a sound like a quarry fracturing, sharp, percussive, over before the mind could register the beginning. The assassin's breath frosted in the sudden cold. The temperature dropped 8 degrees in the span of a single heartbeat, dew on the compound's grass turning to frost in a perfect ring around the old ice cultivator's position. 2 assassins were locked in translucent prisons before they'd completed their first full stride on compound soil, their expressions frozen mid-surprise, their shadow-walking talismans still bleeding spent energy into the air around them like dying embers. The third made it 6 steps toward the eastern wall before Xiao Zhan caught him personally. In the compound's north residential wing, Xiao Yishen had woken at the temperature drop. Her body's sensitivity to environmental changes was, like her talent for herbal medicine, a trait that ran deeper than conscious training. She stood at her window in the dark, hands pressed flat against the cold glass, watching the frost pattern spread across the courtyard flagstones. She had no weapon and no cultivation to speak of. She watched the scene resolve in 3 seconds and then went back to her medical satchel, because if the fighting was over then the aftermath was starting, and the aftermath was her jurisdiction. No casualties. No structural damage. The compound was secure. Nalan shadow talismans, Xiao Zhan said, examining the evidence with barely contained fury. Deniable, but unmistakable. He'll deny it. The evidence is circumstantial by design. But now we have leverage. He knows we intercepted his operation cleanly, which means his intelligence on our capabilities is outdated. Xiao Yan paused. This isn't the end, father. It's a data point. He'll escalate. Chapter 20. Tournament Day. The regional coliseum roared with 3,000 voices and the scattered energy signatures of hundreds of cultivators. Banners from every clan in the region snapped in the wind. Spirit beast skewer vendors competed for the crowd's coin. The air crackled with ambient do chi bled off by nervous competitors warming up. Xiao Yan cleared the preliminary rounds in under 10 minutes total. 5 opponents, 5 clean victories using fundamental Xiao clan techniques, nothing flashy, nothing that revealed his full capabilities. Efficient dominance that left observers confused about how exactly they'd lost. The kind of fighting that made analysts argue about whether the winner was skilled or the losers were unlucky. The semifinal was an Ouyang clan fighter, Doshi 3-star, whose style was all aggression and forward pressure. Xiao Yan ended it with flame-splitting tsunami hand at half power. The pressure wave cratered the arena floor and sent the Ouyang fighter cartwheeling out of bounds. The crowd roared. Finals. Nalan Su. The Nalan clan's young champion stood on the opposite side of the arena with the composed readiness of a professional. Doshi 5-star, 4 stars above Xiao Yan's official assessment. Tall, lean, with the wind element cultivator's distinctive light step and the sharp eyes of someone who'd been fighting competitively since childhood. No grandstanding. No threats. Nalan Su settled into the Nalan Wind Thunder stance, open palms, weight on the rear foot, body angled to present minimum target area. Professional. Begin. Nalan Su attacked with systematic precision. Wind-enhanced speed blurred his movements, each strike testing a different aspect of Xiao Yan's defense. Jab to the lead hand, testing reaction speed. Cross to the body, testing guard recovery. Low kick to the forward knee, testing stance stability. The combination was textbook perfect, drilled to unconscious fluency, and fast enough that an ordinary Doshi 1-star would have been overwhelmed in seconds. Xiao Yan wasn't ordinary. He gave ground deliberately, reading the pattern. Nalan family Wind Thunder style followed response chains, predetermined sequences triggered by the opponent's reaction to each strike. If the opponent blocked high, the chain went low. If they retreated, the chain pursued with a closing technique. Lin Feng had read about every variant in the novel's detailed combat breakdowns. On the 8th exchange, the pattern crystallized. He'd mapped Nalan Su's preferred chains. The transition from offense to defense had a structural gap, a half-second pause where the Wind Thunder style reset its energy circulation for the next sequence. A gap invisible to anyone who hadn't memorized the style's theoretical framework. Xiao Yan stopped retreating. Stepped forward, into the gap, occupying the dead space between chains. Flame-splitting tsunami hand. Full power. Not 30%, not 50%, everything. The technique unfolded like a flower made of violence. 3 cascading waves of concentrated fire element do chi, each building on the pressure compression of the last, delivered through an open palm strike that Yao Lao himself had refined over 6 decades of combat. The first wave hit Nalan Su's guard and shattered the wind element reinforcement like glass. The second wave drove through the opening and impacted his chest plate. The third wave carried the accumulated force of all 3, concentrated into a point the size of a fist. The arena floor cracked. Spiderweb fissures radiated from the impact point, splitting stone to a depth of 6 inches across a 3-meter radius. Nalan Su went to one knee. Tried to rise. His do chi circulation had been disrupted, that tsunami hand's resonance effect had scrambled his energy flow, and his body was rebelling against contradictory commands. He looked up at Xiao Yan with an expression that held more surprise than pain. Winner, Xiao Yan, Xiao Clan. 3,000 voices. Some cheering, some protesting, all reacting to the impossible, a Doshi 1-star defeating a 5-star in the regional finals. Xiao Yan stood in the arena's center, sweat cooling on his skin, his right arm trembling from channeling more power than his body was technically rated for. The golden warmth resonance hummed warm and steady. Xun Er was in the stands, close enough for the passive boost, her do chi feeding gentle reinforcement through their bond throughout the entire fight. Not enough to be detectable by external observers. Just enough to tip the balance. He found her in the crowd. She was on her feet, hands clasped, golden eyes brilliant with emotion that she was making no effort to hide. Not for the crowd. For him. She had watched every exchange. She'd tracked the moment he stopped retreating and stepped into the gap, seen the flame-splitting tsunami hand unfold in its 3-wave sequence, recognized the technique from their morning sparring sessions and felt something that was partly pride in familiar craft and partly a more complicated feeling that she didn't have a word for yet. When Nalan Su went to his knee, she had made no sound, the emotion was too dense for sound. She had simply stood there, hands clasped, and been glad in the specific, total way that happiness arrived when it had been earned through worry. In the dignitary box, Sect Messenger Lin leaned forward. The boy had fought with a strategic depth she'd only seen in veterans with decades of experience. His flame technique's resonance structure was extraordinary, layered, complex, treating do chi like music rather than brute force. She had watched Nalan Su's face during the fight, the professional adjustment in his expression as he recalibrated upward, and upward again, and then upward once more, and had catalogued that information with the precision of someone whose primary professional function was talent assessment. Interesting, she murmured. And in the Nalan estate, 300 miles away, Nalan Yanran set down the tournament report and sat in silence for a very long time. The engagement cancellation letter she'd signed 3 months ago felt different in memory, heavier, sharper edged, carrying the weight of a possibility she'd dismissed too easily. The crowd was still chanting when Xiao Yan walked through the fighter's gate into the afternoon sun. Stone Desert City waited. The academy beyond that. The continent beyond that, and beyond even that, challenges and connections and battles that would reshape the world. Everything he'd built in these 20 chapters, every bond, every skill, every carefully placed piece, was foundation. The real story was about to begin. Chapter 21. 3 months after the regional tournament, Xiao Yan stood at the Xiao clan's southern gate with a travel pack on his back and a list of objectives that would have made a military strategist nervous. Stone Desert City. A frontier town at the edge of the Tager Desert, where human settlements butted against snake people territory and violence was measured not in incidents but in seasons. His reasons for going were multiple and interlocking: recover the second Xiao clan method fragment from desert ruins, investigate the snake people conflict before it spiraled into a war that would destabilize the entire region, and lay groundwork for an alliance that the original Xiao Yan hadn't conceived of until everything had already gone wrong. Xun Er stood beside him, her travel pack organized with the meticulous efficiency of someone who'd been trained for field operations since childhood. She'd refused to stay behind, not dramatically, not emotionally, but with the calm finality of someone stating a fact rather than making a request. "Where you go, I go," she'd said. That's not negotiable. He hadn't argued. Partly because her Dadoshi combat power was genuinely essential for what lay ahead. Partly because the golden warmth resonance made both of them stronger in proximity, and separating meant leaving a significant tactical advantage on the table. And partly, mostly, because the thought of leaving her behind felt wrong in a way that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with the shape his life was taking. Xiao Yan approached the gate with a medical satchel nearly as large as she was, the leather straps biting into shoulders too narrow for the weight. She'd packed for a field hospital, not a journey, every herb, every bandage, every vial of refined medicine she could carry. The silver-haired girl's face was set with determination that didn't quite mask the anxiety underneath. 3 months in the Xiao clan compound had given her stability, community, and the first real friendships of her life. Going back to the desert that had displaced her, back toward the unknown and the dangerous, was an act of courage that Xiao Yan catalogued and respected. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," she said, and the word was steadier than her hands. His father stood at the gatehouse, trying to maintain the stoic composure expected of a clan patriarch and failing at the edges. Xiao Zhan's jaw worked, his eyes bright with the particular wetness of a parent watching a child walk toward danger and knowing that stopping them would be worse than letting them go. "The trade route reports from Stone Desert City have been unreliable for months," Xiao Zhan said, taking refuge in practicality. "Your brother's communications have been intermittent. Whatever you find there, bring back intelligence we can use." "I will, father. And come back." "That's an order, not a request." Xiao Yan clasped his father's forearm, the warrior's grip, not the child's embrace, and felt the older man's hand tighten with desperate force before releasing. "I'll come back stronger." "That's not a promise. It's a guarantee." They passed through the gate and onto the southern trade road. Utan City's walls shrank behind them. The Tager Desert began within a day's travel, first as scrubland where tough grass fought for survival between patches of exposed stone, then as low dunes that whispered with wind-driven sand, then as a vast amber expanse that swallowed the horizon and replaced it with heat shimmer. The road to Stone Desert City would take 8 days. 8 days of desert heat, sandworm territory, and the vast silence that pressed against the ears like cotton wool, broken only by wind and the crunch of boots on sand. Xiao Yan found himself relishing the emptiness. After months of compound politics, clan dynamics, and the constant pressure of being watched and evaluated, the desert's indifference was a relief. Here, the only expectations were survival and forward motion. Simple. Clean. Lin Feng's memory stirred at the sight of the desert, not the fictional Tager Desert from the novel, but a memory of his own past life, driving through the Mojave on a road trip he'd taken alone in his mid-20s. The same vast emptiness. The same sense of being reduced to a speck against geography. It was the last peaceful memory before the crash, and he held it gently, acknowledging the person he'd been without drowning in the grief of losing him. Behind him, Xun Er matched his pace step for step, and Xiao Yan trailed slightly, her shorter legs working double time to keep up. He slowed without comment. They had 8 days. There was no rush. On the second night, they camped in the lee of a sandstone formation shaped like a crouching lion. Xiao Yan maintained the fire while Xun Er set perimeter wards, simple Do-Chi tripwires that would alert them to approaching entities within 200 meters. Xiao Yan prepared a simple meal from travel rations with the quiet competence of someone who'd fed herself in worse conditions. "Tell me about Stone Desert City," Xiao Yan said, spooning grain porridge into bowls. "You've never been there, but you speak about it like you know the streets." A careful question. She'd noticed inconsistencies in his knowledge, things he shouldn't know, details too specific for second-hand information. She was too observant to miss them and too polite to push, but the question was there, waiting. My brother Xiao Ding has been stationed there for years, Xiao Yan said, which was true. His reports were detailed. Which they weren't, but served as cover. And I've studied the region's geography extensively. Desert terrain has patterns, trade routes follow water, settlements cluster at intersections, conflict zones correspond to resource competition. She accepted the answer. Didn't believe it entirely, her silver eyes held a glint of unresolved curiosity, but accepted it because trusting him was easier than challenging him, and because the alternative explanations were too strange to propose. Xun Er said nothing. She knew about his fragmented visions of possible futures, the cover story he'd given Yao Lao, and had extended her trust without requiring the full truth. But her golden eyes tracked the exchange between Xiao Yan and Xiao Yishen with the particular attention of someone cataloging how lies worked in the relationships she cared about. Chapter 22. The sandstorm hit on day 3, as they traversed a section of open desert where the dunes rose and fell like a frozen ocean. It came out of the northeast like a wall of brown destruction, visible from 20 miles away but moving faster than a spirit horse at full gallop, churning sand into a roiling mass that turned day into night. Within 10 minutes, the sky went from blue to ochre to impenetrable darkness. Wind-driven particles scoured exposed skin like emery paper, finding gaps in clothing, infiltrating every seam and fold. The noise was a living thing, not wind as he'd known it in his previous life, the polite gusting of a temperate climate, but a sustained roar that filled the skull and vibrated the chest cavity, the kind of sound that took the word loud and made it structural. You didn't hear a desert storm so much as you occupied it, became surrounded by it, understood through your body's response to sustained noise why ancient peoples had assigned gods to weather. Xiao Yishen's reaction was immediate and practical. She pressed her face into the crook of her elbow, one hand securing her medical satchel's flap against the suction of the wind, and moved toward the others without waiting to be told. 3 years of refugee experience had trained her to identify the correct action without needing the briefing first. Cave system. Xun Er shouted over the wind's howl, pointing toward a rocky outcropping that jutted from the desert floor like the broken spine of a buried giant. Her golden dough chi flared in a protective dome around the group, dampening the wind enough to maintain visibility at arm's length. They ran. The outcropping resolved into a cliff face pocked with erosion holes, one large enough to admit them single file. The cave mouth was narrow, barely shoulder width, but it opened into a chamber the size of a modest house, the storm's fury reduced to a distant moan by 20 feet of solid stone. Xiao Yan channeled his Qinglian flame seed, and the cavern filled with blue-green illumination that turned the rough stone walls into something almost beautiful. The light revealed carvings, not natural formations. Not casual graffiti. These were precision-etched geometric patterns covering every surface, spirals and interlocking circles and angular progressions that pulsed faintly under dough chi-enhanced vision. Residual energy signatures still active after what had to be centuries, possibly millennia. Cultivation carvings, Xun Er breathed, her fingers tracing a spiral pattern with the reverence of someone touching history. Pre-imperial era. These are old, 1500 years at minimum. Maybe older. Xiao Yan read the patterns with the dual lens of Lin Feng's cross-reference novel knowledge and Xiao Yan's native dough chi sensitivity. The geometric language was recognizable from cultivation novel descriptions of ancient technique inscriptions, each spiral representing a dough chi circulation pathway, each intersection denoting an energy node, the complete pattern forming a cultivation technique map that could be read like sheet music by anyone who knew the notation. Desert Sun formula, he said, the recognition clicking into place. A fire element supplementary technique optimized for arid environment cultivation. It converts ambient heat energy, including solar radiation, into usable dough chi, making desert training roughly twice as efficient as standard methods. How do you know what it's called? Xun Er asked, her golden eyes sharp. The notation header, he said, pointing to a sequence of angular glyphs above the main pattern. Pre-imperial naming convention. The first 3 glyphs denote the element, fire. The next 2 indicate the energy source, ambient thermal. The suffix marks it as a supplementary rather than primary technique. It was a plausible lie. The notation system did exist, and Xun Er's knowledge of pre-imperial script was limited enough that she couldn't easily verify his translation. In truth, he recognized the technique from Lin Feng's encyclopedic knowledge of the BTTH universe, a minor technique mentioned in passing that he'd filed away because cultivation novel fans hoarded information the way dragons hoarded gold. He spent 4 hours copying the technique by hand, transcribing the cave wall patterns onto travel scrolls by the steady light of his Qinglian flame while the sandstorm raged outside. The work required sustained concentration. Each line had to be precisely reproduced, because a miscopied cultivation pathway could redirect dough chi through meridians in the wrong sequence, turning a beneficial technique into an internal injury waiting to happen. Xun Er stood guard at the cave entrance, her golden dough chi warming the chamber against the plummeting nighttime temperature. Xiao Yishen organized her medical supplies, occasionally glancing at the carvings with the particular fascination of someone who recognized ancient knowledge even without the context to decode it. Night fell. The storm continued, unabated. They made camp in the cave's inner chamber, bedrolls arranged around a small fire that Xiao Yan maintained with barely conscious effort. Flame control at his level was as natural as breathing. Xun Er sat across the fire from him, golden eyes reflecting the dancing light. Xiao Yan had fallen asleep within minutes of lying down, exhaustion overriding anxiety, her small form curled around her satchel like a child clutching a stuffed animal. "You're different with her," Xun Er said quietly, nodding toward the sleeping girl. Her voice was measured, analytical, not jealous but observant. Careful. Deliberate. Like you're afraid of something that hasn't happened yet. He could have deflected. Given a partial truth that would satisfy curiosity without carrying the full weight of the answer. Instead, he met her golden eyes across the fire and told her everything: the woeful poison body, the dormant toxin production, the sealing method he intended to pursue, the timeline before the condition activated. "She's 12 years old, he said. "And in 18 months, if I don't find a solution, she'll lose the ability to touch another human being without killing them. Every patient she's treated, every person she's helped, she'll become something they run from. And she'll deserve exactly none of it." Xun Er was silent for a long time. The fire crackled between them, and sand whispered against stone walls, and somewhere in the desert a creature cried into the storm. "You've been carrying this alone," she said. "Not a question. A recognition. Yao Lao knows. But yes, practically, alone. Not anymore." She shifted around the fire until she sat beside him, their shoulders touching. The golden warmth resonance hummed between them, a steady undercurrent of shared energy that felt like a second heartbeat. "Tell me what you need." "For her. For all of it. Time. Strength. And people I trust with my life. I have the third one. I'm working on the first two." She leaned her head against his shoulder. The gesture was so natural, so unforced, that it caught him off guard. Xun Er was physical in her affection when she allowed herself to be, but she rarely allowed herself to be. The weight of her against him carried the warmth of someone choosing vulnerability over vigilance. "You carry too much," she murmured. "You know that, right? Better to carry too much than to leave things behind that matter." "That's not actually true. But it's very you." Chapter 23. Stone Desert City hit them like a slap of ugly reality after 8 days of desert silence. The town sprawled at the intersection of 3 trade routes and a dry riverbed, its architecture speaking of impermanence: squat buildings of mud, brick and sandstone, streets that were more suggestion than infrastructure, a perimeter wall that looked like it had been repaired by committee and abandoned by consensus. The population was a volatile mixture of merchants, mercenaries, refugees, and the kind of people who ended up in frontier towns because everywhere else had kicked them out. The smell hit first. Sun-baked stone, animal waste, alchemical refuse from the market quarter, and the particular sharp tang of desperation that poverty always carried. Then the noise, haggling voices, the ring of a blacksmith's hammer, children shrieking in an alley, and the bass rumble of a mercenary company marching through the main street with the calculated swagger of people who wanted everyone to know they were armed. Xiao Yan established his cover immediately. Yan Xiao, a traveling alchemist selling Tier 3 pills at prices that would draw attention but not suspicion. In Stone Desert City, people cared less about your background than your utility, and an alchemist with genuine product was utility incarnate. His market stall in the alchemy quarter drew a crowd within hours. Tier 3 pills in a frontier town were like finding a vein of gold in a gravel pit. The local alchemists were Tier 1 at best, peddling herbal supplements with fancy names and zero genuine cultivation benefit. Real pills, pills that actually worked, were worth killing for. By noon, a broad-shouldered man with sun-darkened skin pushed through the crowd with the deliberate authority of someone accustomed to parting seas. He picked up a purple spirit pill, examined it against the light with professional scrutiny, and turned eyes as sharp as flint toward Xiao Yan. "These pills are genuine Tier 3, the man said. "Not a question. A statement from someone who knew the difference. Test 1. If it's not authentic, I refund double and leave town tonight." The man was a Doshi 5-star with the bearing of a combat veteran, not the tournament kind, but the kind who'd commanded troops in engagements where the stakes were counted in bodies rather than points. His name badge read Xiao Ding, Bloody Battle Mercenary Group. Xiao Yan's heart clenched hard enough to hurt. His eldest brother. Sent to Stone Desert City years ago to manage the Xiao clan's remote interests, he'd built a mercenary company from nothing using the same combination of stubbornness, tactical intelligence, and quiet charisma that ran in the Xiao bloodline. In the original timeline, Xiao Ding had fought alongside Xiao Yan against impossible odds and paid for it with the use of his legs. He was standing right here. Whole. Unbroken. And he had no idea who Yan Xiao actually was. "Can we speak privately?" Xiao Yan managed, keeping his voice steady through sheer will. In the back room of a nearby tea house, behind Do-Chi sound barriers that would have stopped a Do-Shi from eavesdropping, Xiao Yan dropped the face-changing talisman. Xiao Ding's teacup hit the floor and shattered. The reunion was everything Lin Feng had imagined it would be and more, because imagining a reunion between fictional brothers was entirely different from standing in a room where real emotion filled the space like smoke. Xiao Ding grabbed his shoulders, turned him left and right checking for illusion, then pulled him into a hug that carried years of accumulated worry and the fierce, protective love of an eldest brother who'd believed his youngest sibling was suffering and couldn't help. Your cultivation, Xiao Ding managed when the hug ended, his voice rough. Your Dadoshi. When did, how, long story. I'll tell you all of it. But first, what's the situation here? The snake people conflict. From the ground. Xiao Ding's expression shifted, the brother yielding to the soldier with practiced discipline. He poured fresh tea, his hands shook slightly, the only remaining sign of emotional upheaval, and laid out the strategic picture with the clarity and precision of a man who'd been living it daily and thinking about it hourly. The snake people raids had escalated over the past year. Historically intermittent, seasonal border skirmishes over hunting rights, territorial markers, the usual friction of two civilizations sharing geography. But recently, the attacks had become targeted and increasingly desperate. 3 villages raided in the past 2 months. Mining infrastructure destroyed. Supply caravans ambushed with surgical precision. The Desert Iron Mercenary Company is pushing for extermination, Xiao Ding said, his voice carrying the particular weariness of someone who'd argued against bad ideas long enough to know they'd probably win. Their captain, Feng Long, big man, big ambitions, small understanding of anything that doesn't solve with a sword. He has the city council's ear because his company runs the mines, and the mines fund half the city's economy. And the snake people? What's their side? Xiao Ding hesitated, measured whether his younger brother would hear this without flinching. They're not animals, Xiao Yan. I fought them. They use strategy, coordination, emotional motivation. They're angry about something specific, and nobody on the human side is asking what. I know what they're angry about, Xiao Yan said. And I can prove it. Chapter 24. The evidence was in the mines. 3 miles south of Stone Desert City, human mining operations had expanded into a cave system that predated the settlement by centuries. The miners were after spirit ore, a cultivation resource that formed in veins along geological fault lines, valuable enough to justify the danger of deep desert extraction. The operation was profitable, aggressive, and completely indifferent to the ecosystem it was destroying. Xiao Yan visited the mines with Xiao Ding under cover of a supply inspection. They descended through wooden beamed shafts into tunnel systems that grew warmer and damper with depth, the air thickening with dust and the faint chemical bite of spirit or residue. Miners moved through the corridors like ghosts, their faces grimy, their lungs audibly compromised from years of breathing particulate matter. What he found confirmed his suspicions. The mining tunnels had broken into the snake people's underground water table. Toxic runoff from the spirit ore extraction, heavy metals, residual do-chi waste, chemical byproducts of the refinement process, was seeping into aquifers that fed the snake people's sacred nesting grounds. Their children were dying. The raids weren't aggression, they were desperation. Do-chi contamination. Xiao Yan held a water sample up to the light. It glowed faintly purple under enhanced vision, swirling with metallic particulates that shouldn't exist in a natural water source. The mining operation is poisoning their breeding pools. Every raid they've launched has targeted mine infrastructure, not civilian settlements. They're trying to stop the source. Xiao Ding stared at the sample. His tactical mind was already rearranging the strategic picture, every engagement report, every raid pattern, every puzzling decision the snake people had made now fitting into a coherent framework that had nothing to do with territorial aggression and everything to do with survival. The Desert Iron Company runs those mines, he said slowly. Their captain, Feng Long, he's been the loudest voice calling for extermination. If this gets out, then Feng Long loses his justification for war and his mining profits simultaneously. Which is why this evidence needs to reach the right people through channels he can't suppress. You have a plan. I always have a plan. The question is whether the people involved will cooperate. Xiao Ding studied his younger brother with the recalibrating expression of someone realizing that the family member they'd worried about had become someone they hadn't expected. Not just recovered from his cultivation loss, transformed into a strategic operator who thought 3 moves ahead and treated every situation as a system to be understood before it was engaged. Who raised you? Xiao Ding murmured, half to himself. A very patient old man in a lot of difficult situations. Now, let me show you what else I found. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishen had reconnected with refugee families in Stone Desert City's outer districts. Within 3 days, she'd established a free clinic in an abandoned warehouse, running it with the determined efficiency of someone who'd found her purpose and refused to let it go. Word spread through the displaced communities like water through cracked earth, a genuine healer, a real one, offering treatment without payment or conditions. She worked 16-hour days. Her diagnoses were sharp, her bedside manner better than practitioners with decades more experience, and her hands, those small, careful, silver-haired healer's hands, moved with a certainty that belied her age. She treated sandworm stings, dehydration, malnutrition, infected wounds, and the chronic respiratory damage that came from living in a place where the air was more particulate than gas. The clinic became a gathering point. Refugees who'd been scattered by displacement reassembled around the promise of care, forming the nucleus of a community in a city that had never bothered to offer them one. On the fourth day, it happened. A 5-year-old girl with a broken wrist. Routine splinting. Xiao Yan held the child's forearm steady while setting the bone, her concentration absolute, her touch as gentle as her skill allowed. The child screamed, not from the wrist. From the skin. An angry red rash bloomed across the girl's forearm in the perfect shape of Xiao Yan's fingers, spreading outward like a burn from a too-hot iron. Xiao Yan snatched her hands away. Stared at them. Stared at the rash. The child was pulled away by her panicking mother, who knocked over a tray of instruments in her haste to separate her daughter from the silver-haired girl whose touch had burned. The mother's eyes, wide, terrified, accusing, found Xiao Yan across the clinic and held a message that needed no words: monster. The rash faded within minutes, leaving no permanent mark, but the clinic emptied in the time it took to exhale. Patients gathered belongings. Parents collected children. The warehouse that had hummed with the productive noise of healing went silent with the finality of a door closing. Xiao Yan found her there at sunset, sitting alone on an overturned crate, staring at her palms with the expression of someone whose world had lost its floor. He sat down beside her. Said nothing. Let the silence do what silence did, create space for the unbearable to become bearable through the simple act of not being alone with it. The warehouse was vast and empty around them. Dust motes drifted through angled sunlight. Somewhere outside, a merchant called prices in a bored voice. The normal world continued, indifferent to the small catastrophe unfolding in an abandoned building. Something's wrong with me, she said finally, her voice dry and thin as paper. That rash. It came from my touch. I did that. I know. She looked at him sharply. You know? I've known since I examined you in Utan City. I didn't tell you because I wanted to understand the condition fully before presenting you with incomplete information, and because I wanted you to know that there were people around you who wouldn't run. Her chin trembled. She didn't cry, she was too armored for that, a child who'd learned to swallow tears because crying drew attention and attention was dangerous. But her silver eyes filled with a fear so raw it was almost physical, and her small hands curled into fists in her lap. What's wrong with me? He told her everything. The woeful poison body. The dormant toxin production. The timeline. The sealing method. He told her factually, thoroughly, without softening the truth or catastrophizing it, treating her as someone who deserved complete information rather than comforting lies. Your body produces poison naturally, he said. It's not a disease, it's a constitution, as fundamental as blood type or bone structure. Right now it's dormant, activating only under stress or strong emotion. As you mature and your cultivation advances, it will become more active. Without intervention, within 18 months the toxin production will become continuous and lethal, fatal to anyone who touches your skin. Fatal, she repeated. The word landed like a stone. But manageable. The ancient poison sect developed a sealing formation specifically for the woeful poison body. It doesn't eliminate the condition, it channels it, controls it, converts the toxic output into a resource rather than a liability. The formation blueprints are in the Jianan Academy's restricted archives. I intend to find them. You're not broken, he continued, leaning forward to catch her eyes. You're not cursed. You have a condition, a rare and powerful one, that requires management. And I'm going to help you manage it. That's not a vague promise. It's an active project with specific steps, and I've already started on it, she cried then. Really cried, the deep, shaking sobs of someone releasing a terror they hadn't even been able to name, that had lived in the back of her awareness like a shadow she couldn't look at directly. He sat beside her and didn't touch her, because touching her wasn't safe, and because sometimes the most compassionate thing you could do was stay present without contact, offering nothing but the unshakable fact of your company. I don't want to hurt people, she whispered between sobs. That's all I've ever wanted, to help people, to heal them. If my body turns into something that kills, it won't. I won't let that happen. You can't promise that. Watch me. Chapter 25. The Qinglian earth heart flame lived beneath the desert. Xiao Yan left the city alone at dawn, following Do Qi's signatures that only his flame-enhanced senses could detect, the combined perception of his natural fire affinity, the flame perception resonance with Yao Lao, and a deep instinctive pull that felt less like detection and more like recognition, as if one fire was calling to another across miles of stone. The journey took most of the day. Through sand valleys and over basalt ridges, through territory where sandworms burrowed and the occasional desert predator watched from rocky overhangs with the bored patience of an apex species. He traveled light and quiet, the desert sun formula running continuously at its lowest tier, converting the desert's brutal radiant heat into slow cultivation gain. Each step in the deep sand was a small resistance exercise. His boots picked up weight from the fine desert grit that worked through every gap and packed into the sole's crevices, and he cleaned them twice during rest stops with the practicality of someone who understood that minor physical discomforts ignored long enough became major physical problems. The sun baked the top of his head and the back of his neck. The shadows moved with geological slowness. The flame's signal grew stronger with every mile, a bass note humming in his bones, resonating with the Qinglian seed in his dantian until his whole body vibrated with sympathetic energy. He'd felt resonance before, with Yao Lao's presence, with the rings contained soul energy, with the quiet harmonic of the first Xiao clan method fragment. This was different in scale. This was the resonance of a being that operated at orders of magnitude above his own cultivation, a power so fundamental that proximity to it altered his baseline perception of what Do-Chi felt like. The cavern entrance was a fissure in a sandstone cliff face, barely wide enough for his shoulders. He squeezed through, skin scraping against rough stone, and descended a winding tunnel that grew hotter with each step. The stone under his palms went from cool to warm to uncomfortably hot. The air thickened, carrying the mineral tang of superheated rock and the particular ozone scent of concentrated Do-Chi. The tunnel opened into a cathedral. 200 meters across. A dome of black basalt, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor dominated by a lake of molten stone that bubbled and churned with the lazy violence of a natural furnace. The heat should have been lethal, the ambient temperature registered above what flesh could survive. But the Qinglian flame seed in Xiao Yan's dantian responded to the environment, creating a thin shell of harmonic energy around his body that deflected the worst of it. Rising from the lake's center, a lotus made of fire, pure blue-green flame, each petal curling and uncurling in hypnotic slow motion, burning without fuel, sustained by the Earth's own energy channeled through geological formations older than human civilization. The Qinglian Earth Heart Flame. One of the legendary heavenly flames, fires born from the universe's fundamental forces, each one unique, each one powerful enough to remake a cultivator's destiny. But the flame wasn't alone. A presence filled the cavern, massive, reptilian, radiating Do-Chi at a level that turned Xiao Yan's Do-Chi cultivation into background noise. Coiled around the flame's base, half submerged in molten stone, a serpent the size of 3 railroad cars breathed in rhythm with the fire's pulsing. Scales shifting through 7 colors, red, orange, gold, green, blue, indigo, violet, with each breath, each color carrying a different Do-Chi frequency. Queen Medusa. In serpent form. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, mid-evolution, using the heavenly flame's energy to fuel a biological transformation that would redefine her species. She sensed him the instant he crossed the threshold. The serpent's head rose, eyes like ruby saucers, body coiling with the lazy readiness of a predator who didn't need to hurry, and the weight of her attention descended on him like a physical force. His knees buckled. His Do-Chi flickered. Every instinct Lin Feng had ever developed screamed retreat, and every ounce of Xiao Yan's cultivator discipline held him in place. Peak Do Huang. Possibly higher. The gap between them was an abyss. She shifted. The enormous serpent form blurred, compressed, restructured, bones rearranging, mass redistributing, scales retracting into flesh with a sound like 1,000 silk threads snapping simultaneously. A woman stood at the cavern's edge, tall, impossibly beautiful, with violet eyes that had reptilian slits for pupils and scales shimmering beneath the skin of her arms like gemstones set in flesh. Her expression held exactly one emotion, lethal annoyance. Human, she said, her contralto voice bouncing off basalt walls and returning in layered echoes. You have 3 seconds to explain why I shouldn't kill you. Xiao Yan, still on his knees from the pressure, took a steadying breath and spoke in the ancient snake people dialect, a language dead for 3 centuries, preserved in academic texts and in the obsessive world-building notes of the novel that Lin Feng had memorized during long nights of reading instead of sleeping. Great Queen. I come not as an enemy. Your people are dying because human minds have poisoned the breeding waters. Your revolution here is an act of desperation. You need the power to protect your civilization against threats you cannot currently match. I can help with both problems. The killing intent didn't vanish, but it receded. In its place, shock. Carefully concealed, instantly suppressed, but real, the fracture in a mask that had never been tested by a human speaking her ancestors' tongue. You speak the old tongue, she said. No human has spoken the old tongue in 300 years. I am not a conventional human. Obviously. Her violet eyes dissected him, scanning his cultivation rank, his flame signature, the ring on his finger that pulsed with a soul energy she almost certainly detected. The breeding waters. How do you know about the breeding waters? He told her. The mining contamination. The evidence. The diplomatic framework he was building. He spoke clearly, without embellishment, treating her as the sovereign she was rather than the monster most humans perceived. Her expression shifted minutely as he spoke, the rigid hostility softening into something more complex, more evaluative. And the flame? She gestured at the Qinglian lotus burning in the lake's center. You want it? I want a seed of it. A fraction. I can help you absorb the majority safely. My alchemical knowledge includes stabilization techniques for heavenly flame integration that would reduce your evolution failure risk from 40% to under 5. You know the failure rate. I know many things, Queen Medusa. Whether that alarms or reassures you is your decision. A silence that stretched like a blade's edge. The cavern hummed with geothermal energy. The Qinglian lotus pulsed. Somewhere in the molten lake, a bubble the size of a house rose and burst, sending a spray of glowing stone 10 meters into the air. Prove your alchemy, she said. Refine an evolution essence pill, tier 4. If you can produce a functioning result, I'll consider your proposal. Her violet eyes narrowed, and her smile showed teeth that were slightly too sharp, slightly too numerous for a human mouth. If you can't, I eat you. Fair terms, he said, and meant it. Chapter 26. The evolution essence pill was, by every reasonable metric, impossible at his rank. Tier 4 refinement demanded Doshi 7-star flame control at minimum. The recipe required 14 precisely sequenced steps with zero tolerance for deviation. The ingredient list included materials he'd never physically handled, their properties known only through Lin Feng's theoretical study and Yao Lao's experience. And Step 7, the catalytic bonding phase, required a temperature spike to exactly 1847 degrees for exactly 3 seconds, a precision margin of plus or minus 2 degrees that his current control couldn't reliably hit. He had 3 things in his favor: Yao Lao's real-time guidance through flame perception, Lin Feng's theoretical mastery of the recipe, and the Qinglian flame seed that was integrating into his cultivation base with every hour he spent in the cavern, a trace of heavenly flame energy that elevated his fire control beyond what his rank should allow. Medusa provided the ingredients from the snake people's underground territories. Spirit herbs from geothermal vents, plants that grew in temperatures that would cook a human, their leaves carrying concentrated fire element energy. Beast cores from deep desert creatures, the crystallized dantions of spirit beasts whose evolutionary path paralleled the snake people's own. Mineral compounds formed under pressures that didn't exist on the surface, dense, unstable, requiring handling techniques that Yao Lao improvised from memory. She watched the preparation process with the focused intensity of someone whose survival depended on the outcome. Her arms were crossed, her posture deliberately casual, but her violet eyes tracked every movement of his hands with the precision of a predator watching prey, except this was the inverse, a predator watching a potential savior. Xiao Yan set up his cauldron at the cavern's edge, using the molten lake's ambient heat to reduce his personal energy expenditure. Yao Lao manifested beside him, translucent hands hovering near the cauldron's surface, his spectral face carrying the focused intensity of a master craftsman overseeing a critical operation. Step 7 is the wall, the old man said. Your control precision is plus or minus 12 degrees at current rank. You need plus or minus 2. The Qinglian seed can compensate, but only if you channel it through your palm at the exact critical moment. Too early and it destabilizes the pre-catalytic matrix, too late and the bonding window closes. I'll hit it. You need to. Because failure at Step 7 doesn't produce a failed pill, it produces an explosion equivalent to a Do Ling full power strike. In an enclosed cavern. Next to a molten lake. So no pressure. Considerable pressure. That was the point of the statement. 14 steps. 6 hours. His hands trembled from sustained concentration. Sweat evaporated from his skin before it could form droplets. The ambient temperature kept his body at the edge of dehydration despite the Qinglian seed's protection. His Do Qi reserves dipped dangerously twice, forcing him to draw on reserves he didn't know he had, tapping the resonance bond with Yao Lao for supplementary energy that the old man fed him in controlled pulses. Step 3 nearly collapsed when an ingredient's spiritual energy fluctuated beyond the recipe's parameters, a beast core with an unstable crystalline structure that threatened to chain react with the other materials. He compensated with an improvised temperature adjustment that Yao Lao later admitted was inspired, dropping the cauldron's internal temperature by 30 degrees for half a second, freezing the fluctuation in place long enough to stabilize the matrix. Step 5 produced an unexpected color change, the pill embryo shifting from pale green to blue-black, which should have indicated a catastrophic corruption of the formula. But Xiao Yan recognized the phenomenon from a novel passage, a rare interaction between heavenly flame-enhanced refinement and the specific mineral compounds Medusa had provided. Not corruption. Enhancement. He adjusted the subsequent steps to account for the changed baseline and pressed forward. Step 7 arrived. The catalytic bonding phase. The cauldron's contents had reached a state of energetic instability where the slightest deviation would either crystallize the pill or detonate the mixture. He channeled the Qinglian flame seed through his right palm, feeling the heavenly flame's energy respond, blue-green fire that burned with a precision his normal Do Qi couldn't match, each degree of temperature controllable with a thought. The temperature climbed. 1820. 1835. 1839, it wavered, oscillated, threatening to drop as his Do Qi level control hit its ceiling. He pushed harder. The veins in his forearm stood out like cables. The Qinglian seed flared, burning through his meridians with a pain that registered as white light behind his eyes. 1847 degrees. Exactly. 3 seconds. The longest 3 seconds of his life, each one a sustained act of will, holding a temperature that his body wasn't designed to maintain, the heavenly flame energy screaming through channels that stretched to accommodate it. The catalytic bonding completed. The remaining steps were mechanically demanding but conceptually simpler, and he navigated them with the systematic precision of someone running on fumes and determination. The pill formed in the cauldron's center, a dark green sphere with golden veins pulsing through its surface like a living organ. 60% purity, Yao Lao announced. His voice carried something Xiao Yan had never heard from the old man, a tremor that wasn't fear but something in the same family. Perhaps. This shouldn't exist. 60% on a tier 4 from a Dadoshi is not a statistical anomaly. It's a statistical impossibility. Medusa took the pill from his trembling hand. Examined it with the thoroughness of a predator assessing prey, turned it, smelled it, touched the tip of her forked tongue to its surface. The analysis took 30 seconds. Functional, she said. Barely. But functional. Then she looked at the teenage boy who'd just broken the laws of alchemical probability while standing in front of a peaked Do Huang who'd threatened to eat him. His hands were shaking. His face was pale with exhaustion. His Do Qi reserves were at single digits, and his eyes held the steady, unshakable confidence of someone who'd known exactly what the outcome would be. You are either the bravest human I have ever encountered, she said, or the most foolish. I've always felt those were the same thing. Something shifted in her expression. Not warmth, Medusa didn't do warmth, but a recategorization. She'd filed him under irrelevant when they met. He was being moved to a different drawer. Something adjacent to interesting. Something that, if she'd been any less disciplined, might have been called impressed. Chapter 27. Medusa prepared for the flame absorption over the following day while Xiao Yan recovered from the Tier 4 refinement. His Do Qi was depleted, his hands cramped, and his concentration reserves were at 0. He slept for 14 hours in the cavern's upper gallery, the volcanic heat keeping him warm while the residual heavenly flame energy in the air accelerated his recovery. The gallery was a natural ledge of basalt 12 feet above the main cavern floor, accessible by a narrow staircase of stone that generations of geological pressure had created. Someone, the snake people, he suspected, given the tool marks in the stone, had smoothed the ledge's surface into a sleeping platform, its shape fitting a coiled serpent rather than a human body but sufficient for his purposes. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling's natural crystal formations, which caught the Qinglian lotus's blue-green light and scattered it in prismatic patterns. The light pattern shifted as the lotus pulsed. He counted the shifts until he lost count and woke 8 hours later without remembering stopping. The second 6 hours were more constructive. He practiced flame control in his mind while his body remained still, running circulation patterns through his meridians, feeling where the Tier 4 refinement had stressed his channels, identifying the specific junction points where the energy throughput had exceeded design tolerances and left microabrasions in the channel walls. Yao Lao's diagnostic assessment was precise and detailed, delivered in the calm professional register of an expert who'd treated cultivation injuries for a century and found them interesting rather than distressing. The recovery protocol was standard: passive absorption, no active circulation exercises, sleep when available. When he woke the second time, Xun Er was there. She'd made the trek from Stone Desert City with supplies, food, medicine, news. The ceasefire she'd brokered was holding but fragile. Feng Long and the Desert Iron Company were testing its boundaries with provocative patrols and accidental incursions into the buffer zone. He brought 6 armed men to the negotiation table, Xun Er reported, her voice carrying the flat affect of someone describing a minor inconvenience rather than a diplomatic crisis. Suggested that peace required the snake people to abandon their southern nesting grounds entirely. He was very pleased with his position. What did you do? I let my cultivation pressure expand. Slightly. Enough that every doshi in the room felt the weight difference between their rank and mine. The wooden table developed a crack down the center from ambient force alone. And? He became remarkably interested in compromise. We agreed to a 3-month provisional framework with joint patrols monitoring the buffer zone. It's not peace. It's the absence of active violence. But it's something. Xiao Yan laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound that surprised them both. Xun Er's eyes crinkled at the corners, and for a moment, the cavern felt less like a battlefield staging ground and more like a place where two people could simply enjoy each other's company. The moment passed. The work resumed. You're building an alliance with the Snake People Queen, Xun Er said, not a question but an observation that carried weight. She'd taken a seat on a flat basalt shelf, her legs crossed, her posture deliberately relaxed in a way that meant she was choosing not to be tense rather than actually being calm. I'm building a bridge between two civilizations that have been killing each other over a problem that could be solved with a water filtration system and basic diplomatic honesty. A bridge that requires a personal relationship with one of the most powerful women on this half of the continent. He met her golden eyes. Considered lying by omission. Then decided that lying to Xun Er was something he wasn't going to do, even when the truth was complicated, even when the truth might hurt, even when the truth carried implications that he himself hadn't fully processed. I care about Medusa, he said. Not the way I care about you, differently, for different reasons. She's a ruler whose people are dying because of human greed, and she's too proud to ask for help, and I'm going to help her anyway because it's the right thing to do. But also because she's extraordinary, and I see that, and I won't pretend I don't. Xun Er was quiet for a long time. The cavern hummed with geothermal energy. Somewhere below, the molten lake bubbled, and the Qinglian lotus pulsed its eternal blue-green light. Most men would lie about that, she said finally. Tell me what I wanted to hear. Most men don't deserve you. And you think you do? I think I'm trying to. Every day. And I think you deserve someone who tries with his whole self rather than someone who performs with his surface. She studied him. The system's enhanced emotional perception showed her internal landscape, complex, layered, the dominant note not jealousy but a kind of fierce, painful admiration, the response of someone who'd been told her whole life that the way she loved was wrong, watching someone else love broadly and honestly and without shame. Beneath that, fear, the fear that honesty invited loss, that caring about too many people meant each individual bond was diluted. And beneath that, so deep it was almost unconscious, relief. Relief that the person she'd chosen to love was someone who wouldn't compartmentalize his heart into acceptable and unacceptable chambers. Relief that she didn't have to be his only connection to matter. "Okay," she said. "Okay." And she took his hand. Chapter 28. The flame absorption ritual began at midnight on the following night, when the cavern's geothermal energy peaked at a cycle point that occurred once every lunar month. The process was a joint operation. Xiao Yan had spent the intervening time inscribing a containment array on the cavern floor, geometric patterns of channeled Do Qi that would serve as a buffer between the Qinglian Earth Heart Flame's raw power and Medusa's biological systems. His body would serve as the living conduit, the flame's energy would enter him through the array's intake nodes, pass through his meridians where the most destructive harmonics would be stripped by his fire affinity, and exit through output nodes directed at Medusa's evolution cocoon. This meant channeling a heavenly flame through his body. At Dadoshi rank. For an extended duration. Scale of 1 to 10, he asked Yao Lao. How bad will the pain be? Imagine every nerve in your body replaced with copper wire. Then run a lightning bolt through the circuit. So, 11. At minimum. I want to be clear about this, Xiao Yan, there is a non-trivial chance that this process kills you. Your meridians are strong for your rank, but they are still Dadoshi meridians. The energy throughput you're proposing would challenge a Do Wang. Noted. We're doing it anyway. I know. That's why I'm telling you the risks, so that when you proceed despite them, it's courage rather than ignorance. He knelt at the array's center. Medusa had resumed her serpent form, coiled around the Qinglian lotus, her massive body dwarfing the fire it encircled. Her ruby eyes held a weight that he recognized, trust, given reluctantly, against her instincts, because the alternative was worse. She was risking her evolution on a human boy she'd met days ago. The calculus of desperation. If you betray me during the evolution, she said, her voice reverberating through stone, I will haunt your soul across 10 lifetimes. Noted. Ready when you are. He activated the array. The Qinglian flame responded, blue-green fire spiraling outward from the lotus along the array's channels, following the geometric pathways he'd inscribed with mathematical precision. It reached his position and entered through his palms. The pain transcended description. Beyond what Lin Feng's imagination had ever conjured. Beyond the purple prose of 1,000 cultivation breakthrough descriptions he'd read in his past life. Heavenly flame energy threading through meridians that were never designed to carry it, branding channel walls with a fire that burned at frequencies the body had no framework to process. He screamed, and the sound came back to him from the basalt ceiling, distorted and inhuman, bouncing off stone until it sounded like a chorus of suffering. But his hands stayed on the control nodes. The flame flowed through him, entering corrupted, exiting filtered, each pulse stripping destructive harmonics and redirecting the purified energy toward Medusa's coiling form. His meridians stretched, microfractures forming and sealing as his body adapted in real time to forces it was never designed to handle. 3 days. 72 hours of sustained agony, moderated by Yao Lao's real-time monitoring and the old man's voice, calm, precise, unfailing, guiding him through temperature spikes and pressure fluctuations that would have killed anyone without that guidance. Xun Er maintained a vigil at the cavern entrance, her golden Do Qi feeding subtle reinforcement through their resonance bond. Xiao Yishen prepared medical compounds for the inevitable aftermath, her small hand steady despite the terror in her eyes every time Xiao Yan's screams echoed from the depths. Somewhere around hour 40, the fire changed. A seed of the Qinglian flame separated from the main current and lodged itself in his dantian. Not deliberately, the flame had no consciousness, no intent. But the resonance between his fire affinity and the heavenly flame created a harmonic pocket where a fragment naturally settled, like sediment collecting in a river bend. Blue-green fire against his natural orange Do Qi, harmonizing rather than conflicting, two frequencies blending into something new. The remaining 32 hours were marginally less agonizing, the seed's presence acting as a buffer, smoothing the energy flow through his meridians. When the array's final cycle completed and the Qinglian lotus's energy had been divided, the bulk flowing into Medusa's serpent form, a cutting remaining in his dantian, his body shut down with the efficiency of a machine hitting its tolerance limit. Medusa's serpent form was encased in a chrysalis of crystallized 7-colored energy. She would sleep for weeks while her body restructured at the molecular level. Before the cocoon sealed, her voice reached him one last time, softer than he'd heard from her before. Stay, she said. Not a command. The closest thing to please the Queen Medusa had ever spoken. I'll be here when you wake up, he said, and collapsed on the cavern floor. He meant it with everything he had. Chapter 29. He kept his word. 3 weeks of vigil. Training during the day, the Desert Sun formula and Qinglian flame techniques pushing his cultivation through to Doshi ranks at a pace that made Yao Lao oscillate between pride and alarm. 2-star. 3-star. 4-star. The cavern's heavenly flame residue created a cultivation environment that amplified every training session by a factor of 3. Add the golden warmth resonance from Xun Er's periodic visits and the Qinglian seed's ongoing integration, and his advancement curve looked less like growth and more like a launch trajectory. This pace isn't sustainable, Yao Lao cautioned during a morning meditation session, his spectral form cross-legged opposite Xiao Yan on the cavern floor. Your meridians are adapting to the Qinglian seed, but the integration creates micro-stresses that accumulate. Push too hard, too fast, and you'll plateau or worse, suffer a cultivation deviation that sets you back months. How long do I have before the stress reaches critical levels? At current pace, 4 weeks. You need to alternate intensive sessions with consolidation periods, 2 days of pushing, 1 day of passive absorption. Your meridians need time to seal the microfractures from the flame absorption. He adjusted his training schedule. 2 days of aggressive cultivation followed by 1 day of technique refinement, less strenuous on the meridians but equally productive for his combat capability. The Desert Sun formula proved invaluable in this rotation, converting ambient desert heat into passive cultivation gains during his rest periods. Sleeping at night against the cocoon's warm surface, its crystallized energy humming against his back like a furnace with a heartbeat. Some of the overflow seeped into his own cultivation, a trace of 7-colored energy that added exotic harmonics to his Do Qi signature, subtle enough to be undetectable to most observers but significant enough to feel. Between sessions, he explored the desert ruins. The second Xiao clan method fragment was in a collapsed temple complex 15 miles from the cavern. He found it on the third day of searching, a structure half buried in sand, its entrance sealed by a degraded Do Qi formation that required 2 hours of careful dismantling to bypass without triggering its defensive contingencies. Inside, a guardian construct. The sand golem stood 7 feet tall, animate stone and compressed sand, sustained by an ancient defensive array program for relentless violence. Doshi level combat capability with the tireless endurance of something that didn't breathe, didn't tire, didn't hesitate. The fight was the most physically demanding of Xiao Yan's 2 lives. Sand golems didn't follow human combat patterns. No preferred combinations. No habitual responses. No psychological tells or emotional reactions that could be exploited. They were adaptive algorithms written in Do Qi, every attack calibrated in real time from the defender's response to the previous strike. A learning opponent that got harder to fight with every exchange. Xiao Yan fought with his brain first and his body second. The Qinglian flame seed changed his tactical options, fire hot enough to vitrify sand, turning the golem's own substance against it. He superheated the air in columns, creating convection currents that disrupted its structural cohesion. He melted sand into glass barriers that channeled the golem into kill zones. He used flame-splitting tsunami hand at angles designed to separate the golem's torso from its legs, attacking the structural integrity rather than the whole. The golem adapted to each tactic within 3 repetitions. He had to innovate faster than it learned. 40 minutes, bruised, scraped, bleeding from a gash on his forearm where the golem's sand blade had caught him during a miscalculated dodge. Do Qi reserves at 15%. His final attack combined the Qinglian flame with the Desert Sun formula, a fusion technique he improvised on the spot, drawing ambient thermal energy from the entire temple complex and concentrating it into a single point at the golem's core. The resulting temperature spike exceeded what the golem's ancient formation could withstand. It collapsed into fused glass and inert sand. The method fragment was on a pedestal behind the golem's resting position. He read it with shaking hands, the beast hide scroll warm against his fingers, its calligraphy glowing faintly with activated Do Qi. The combined text from both fragments revealed the truth: the Xiao clan Do Qi method was a key. The complete sequence, all 3 fragments, formed coordinates for the Toshi ancient emperor's cave. A sealed dimensional pocket containing the cultivation legacy of the last Dodi. Godhood. Yao Lao absorbed the implications in silence that lasted 5 full minutes. Now I understand, he said finally, his spectral face grave, why so many forces want your clan destroyed. It was never about territorial disputes or political rivalry. They want the key. The 3rd fragment is in the Black Corner region. Han Feng's territory. Then we have a destination. But not yet, you're not ready for that fight. Han Feng is a Do Huang alchemist with resources, connections, and the moral flexibility to use both without restraint. I know. The Academy first. Then the Black Corner region. Then everything else. Chapter 30. Medusa's cocoon cracked on the 22nd day. 7-colored light blazed from the fissures, not gentle light but concentrated force that made the cavern walls vibrate and sent shockwaves through the molten lake below. The crystallized shell fragmented and dissolved into ascending sparks that vanished into the ceiling's darkness like inverse rain, each spark carrying a different color, a different frequency of energy that Xiao Yan could feel against his skin like individual notes of a chord. She stood in the aftermath. Humanoid form stabilized, where before she'd shifted between shapes with visible effort, now her human body was absolute, seamless, maintained without conscious expenditure. The 7 colored scales remained, shimmering beneath the skin of her arms and collarbones like embedded jewels, catching the Qinglian lotus's blue-green light and scattering it in prismatic patterns across the cavern walls. Her midnight hair moved with its own gravity, animated by ambient do qi that surrounded her like an invisible atmosphere. Her violet eyes held reptilian slits that would never fully humanize, windows into a nature that was fundamentally other, fundamentally ancient, fundamentally magnificent. She was breathtaking in the way that natural disasters were breathtaking, beautiful and terrifying and utterly beyond category. Peak Do Huang. The power radiating from her had changed qualitatively, denser, sharper, carrying the particular authority of a cultivator who'd transcended a fundamental biological limitation. Every living thing within a kilometer could feel her presence like a change in air pressure. She looked at Xiao Yan. 3 weeks of vigil had left him thinner, his eyes shadowed by sleep deprivation, his robe singed from proximity to the cocoon's energy discharge. His cultivation had climbed to Doshi 4-star during the vigil, significant progress, but still an insect compared to what she'd become. He looked exactly like what he was, a teenage boy who'd kept a difficult promise at personal cost. "You kept your word," she said. Her voice had deepened, enriched, harmonics that resonated with the stone itself, each syllable carrying weight that went beyond meaning into something physical. "I told you I would. Many have told me things. Promises. Treaties. Oaths of friendship from humans who meant them until the cost became real." She stepped forward, her bare feet making no sound on the basalt. "You are the first to remain when remaining required sacrifice." She reached out and gripped his wrist. Firm. Warm. The scales on her fingers were smooth against his skin. In snake people culture, this gesture was specific, an acknowledgement of debt, trust, and connection that transcended species boundaries. The system chimed softly in his awareness. Medusa, Affinity, 25 threshold reached, Serpent sense resonance unlocked effect, instinctive poison/venom type detection and analysis. The treaty, she said. "I will announce it formally. Coexistence with the human settlements. The mines will be redirected. The breeding waters purified. And the title? Serpent Friend. You will be the first human to hold it in 2 centuries. Her grip tightened fractionally, the strength behind it reminding him that her gentleness was a choice, not a limitation. "Do not make me regret it." "I won't." She released him. Turned toward the cavern's exit. Paused. The blue-green light of the Qinglian lotus played across her features, and in that light, her expression held something that the word respect didn't quite capture, something more personal, more vulnerable, more surprised. "You are a strange creature, Xiao Yan. I've been told. Repeatedly. By multiple species." It was not intended as a complaint. The ghost of a smile. Brief. Reluctant. Real. Chapter 31. The treaty negotiations took 5 days of contentious argument, table pounding, and the occasional deployment of do qi pressure when diplomatic finesse failed. The core framework was sound. Xiao Yan's water contamination evidence made the moral case, Xiao Ding's financial analysis made the practical case, and Medusa's Peak Do Huang presence made the we are not asking case. But the details required grinding through resistance from every stakeholder who stood to lose something, and in Stone Desert City, everyone stood to lose something. Feng Long, the Desert Iron captain, was the loudest opponent. A broad man with a scarred face and the particular confidence of someone who'd never been forced to reconsider a belief, he viewed the snake people as subhuman and the treaty as racial capitulation. His political support came from merchants who'd invested heavily in the mining operations and didn't want to hear about nesting grounds or contaminated water tables. "They're animals," Feng Long declared at the second day's session, slamming a meaty fist on the council table. "You don't negotiate with animals. You don't sign treaties with animals. You exterminate them before they exterminate you." "Interesting taxonomy," Xiao Yan replied, his voice level. "Animals don't use coordinated military tactics. They don't target strategic infrastructure while avoiding civilian casualties. They don't retreat according to pre-planned routes. What you're describing as animals are, by every behavioral metric, a civilization. Your refusal to acknowledge that doesn't change the data." The room stirred. Council members who'd been content to follow Feng Long's narrative exchanged glances. Data was harder to dismiss than sentiment. Xiao Yan handled Feng Long methodically over the remaining sessions. Financial projections showing that war was 3 times more expensive than peaceful mine relocation, columns of numbers that the merchant investors could read as clearly as their own ledgers. Casualty estimates based on the snake people's demonstrated military capability, numbers that made the investors visibly ill when applied to their sons and hired fighters. And on the final night, a quiet, private conversation in a room where no one else could hear. "I have evidence," Xiao Yan said, placing a folder on the table between them. "Documenting unauthorized raids on snake people settlements. Conducted by Desert Iron mercenaries under your direct orders. Before the ceasefire, before the treaty talks, before any legitimate military framework existed. These are war crimes, Captain Feng Long. Not acts of defense, crimes. You're threatening me, Feng Long said, his scarred face rigid, his hands flat on the table. I'm informing you. The difference is that a threat implies I need your cooperation. I don't. The treaty will happen with or without your signature. Your choice is whether you participate or obstruct. Participation means you retain your mining operation at a relocated site with full council approval. Obstruction means the evidence reaches the regional magistrate, your mining license is revoked pending criminal investigation, and your mercenary company loses its charter. You're a boy. You don't have the authority, I have the evidence. Authority follows evidence. That's not a philosophical position, it's how courts work. The treaty was signed the following morning. Imperfect, loaded with compromises that satisfied no one completely. But structural, which was more than the region had achieved in living memory. The mines would be relocated over 6 months. The snake people would withdraw from human territory. A joint patrol system would monitor the buffer zone. And the breeding waters would be decontaminated under the supervision of alchemists from both species. Medusa watched the signing with the expression of a queen who'd achieved a necessary objective through distasteful means. As the delegates filed out, she caught Xiao Yan's eye. This peace lasts only as long as both sides believe it's easier than war. Then I'll make sure it stays easier. Always. You won't always be here. No. But the systems will be. That's the difference between building on personality and building on principle. The tent was quiet after the delegates left. The treaty documents lay on the table, formal, stamped, witnessed, and the weight of what they represented was specific, not a victory, which implied a loser, but a structure that allowed both sides to survive without needing the other to be diminished. That was harder to achieve than victory. It required everyone to swallow something they didn't want to swallow, and the act of swallowing required an agreement, however unspoken, that survival mattered more than winning. Medusa remained after the others had gone. She stood at the tent's entrance, half facing outside, her profile the composed stillness of someone processing something that required more time than she was willing to show the room. For 200 years, she said, without turning, the best case I could achieve with humans was a temporary cessation of active hostility. Not peace, an absence of active war. Different things. A pause. This is different. It's a beginning, he said. Not an end. I know the difference. She turned then, and the expression on her face was one he hadn't seen from her before, not the controlled assessment of a strategic operator, not the royal composure that was her default mode, not even the cold fury she'd deployed against the war crimes confrontation. Something more personal. The look of someone who'd learned to anticipate disappointment in a specific category of experience and was discovering, with some difficulty, that this instance was not disappointing. How many agreements have you made that you've kept? All of them. So far. I know that phrase too. I know you do. He held her gaze. Keep count. She left without answering, but her posture, moving away through the treaty tent's afternoon light, carried something different from the controlled sovereignty she'd arrived with, the slight forward lean of someone moving towards something rather than holding a line. Chapter 32. Breakthrough to Dadoshi 5-star came at dawn, 3 days after the treaty signing. He was meditating in the cavern, using the residual heavenly flame energy that lingered in the stone. The Qinglian flame seed pulsed in harmony with his cultivation, each pulse pushing his Do-Chi density incrementally higher. The desert sun formula supplemented, converting the desert's ambient heat into usable energy, a secondary intake that doubled his absorption rate. The rank advancement brought a system evolution. Affinity Resonance System, enhanced perception active bonds now display layered emotional subtexts, surface emotions, suppressed emotions, unconscious patterns. The upgrade was subtle but transformative. Where before the system showed a single emotional label per bond, now it revealed depth, what someone felt visibly, what they felt but hid, and what they felt in the basement where conscious awareness didn't reach. He tested it carefully, studying his companion's emotional landscapes with the reverence of someone handling information that could heal or harm depending on how it was used. Medusa, surface, respect, strategic calculation. Suppressed, curiosity about him specifically, something that resembled attraction, actively denied and vigorously suppressed beneath layers of royal discipline and species-based pride. Unconscious, loneliness. The structural, bone-deep loneliness of a queen who'd never had an equal, who'd ruled alone since ascending to sovereignty, who'd built walls so high she'd forgotten there was anything on the other side. Xun Er, surface, warmth, confidence, partnership. Suppressed, anxiety about the Gu clan's messages, fear that her clan would tear them apart before what they were building could solidify. Unconscious, the dread that her real identity would destroy what they'd built, that when Xiao Yan finally understood the full weight of the Gu clan's power and expectations, he would realize that loving her was a liability. Xiao Yi Shen, surface, gratitude, budding friendship, professional purpose. Suppressed, fear of her own body, fear of intimacy, fear that every person she touched was one flicker away from being hurt. Unconscious, a desperate hope that someone, anyone, could make the woeful poison body not her defining characteristic, could see the healer rather than the hazard. The emotional transparency was almost overwhelming. Xiao Yan sat with it for a long time, watching the desert sunrise paint the horizon gold through the cavern's upper fissures, and made a decision: this information was not a weapon. It was not leverage. It was a responsibility, the responsibility to understand what his people needed, even when they couldn't say it, and to respond with kindness rather than calculation. The system measured truth. Using truth to manipulate would corrupt the bonds it tracked. Using truth to love better, that was the only worthy application. Chapter 33. Two Xiao clan method fragments, side by side on a table in Xiao Ding's command tent. The beast hide scrolls emitted a faint resonance when placed within inches of each other, two tuning forks vibrating in sympathy, recognizing their shared origin across centuries of separation. The calligraphy glowed with activated Do Qi as the fragments' energy patterns aligned, ancient characters brightening to visibility that would have been invisible without both pieces present. The combined text revealed the Toshi ancient emperor's cave, not just its existence but its nature. A dimensional pocket, sealed by the last Dodi before his ascension beyond mortal cultivation. Inside, the cultivation inheritance that could elevate a mortal to godhood. The access requirements were specific: 3 method fragments combined, Xiao clan bloodline energy, and the simultaneous channeling of multiple heavenly flames. The Emperor's Cave, Yao Lao murmured, reading the translation over Xiao Yan's shoulder. I heard rumors during my years at the Pill Tower. A Dodi inheritance, hidden somewhere on the continent. Most dismissed it as mythology, the kind of legend that cultivators tell each other to justify why they keep pushing beyond all reason. It's real. And we're not the only ones looking for it. The Hall of Souls. And the ancient clans. And Han Feng, who may have the 3rd fragment without knowing what it is. Dodi isn't just a rank, master, it's the power to reshape reality. Whoever reaches the cave first rewrites the rules of the world. Xiao Ding, who'd been listening with the focused silence of a military commander processing intelligence that changed everything, spoke for the first time. How many people know about this? Too many. Not enough of them are on our side. And you intend to be the person who reaches it first. I intend to make sure the wrong person isn't. There's a difference, a significant one. The wrong person with Dodi power doesn't just rule the world. They unmake it. Xiao Ding set down the beast hide scroll, carefully, the gesture of a man treating something as important regardless of whether he fully understood it, and looked at his nephew for a long moment. The command tent around them was austere, functional, exactly what it needed to be and nothing more: maps on the walls, a table and 4 stools, the portable formation array for communication security. The smell of canvas and desert dust and the faint chemical smell of the formation array's active circuits. You've known about this for how long? He asked. Since the first fragment. I've been building toward it since before I came to Stone Desert City. Xiao Ding absorbed this with the specific quality of a man who'd commanded difficult operations and understood that the people who kept critical intelligence close to their chest did so because the intelligence was more dangerous in the hands of others than in one person's possession. He wasn't offended. He was recalibrating. What do you need from me? It was the right question. Not what are you doing or why didn't you tell me. The pragmatic question of someone who'd decided the most useful thing he could contribute was resources and execution rather than second guessing. Keep building the alliance with the Snake people. The coalition here is the template for what needs to exist at continental scale. If I'm right about what's coming, the Jiama Empire is going to need every structured alliance it can build before it does. Xiao Ding nodded once, the economical acknowledgement of a man who communicated through precision rather than volume. Then I'll build it. The 3rd fragment's location, Black Corner region. Han Feng's territory. But getting there required more power, more allies, and more preparation than Xiao Yan currently possessed. The academy, he said. Jia Nan Academy has the training resources to push my cultivation through Do Ling. It has the poison sect archives for Xiao Yi Shen. And it has a heavenly flame sealed in its deepest facility, the Fallen Heart Flame. You intend to collect it. 2 flames for the cave key. 3 would be better. The Fallen Heart Flame's mental attack properties would complement the Qinglian Seed's physical enhancement. Different tools for different problems. The Fallen Heart Flame is sealed in the Blazing Sky Qi Refining Tower for a reason, Yao Lao said, his spectral face grave. Its eruption in an uncontrolled scenario could destroy the academy. Then we'll control the scenario. That's what I do, Master. I find scenarios that seem uncontrollable and I build frameworks that contain them. It's worked so far. So far is the most dangerous phrase in cultivation. It implies a pattern where none may exist. Then let's extend the pattern. Chapter 34. Feng Long broke the ceasefire on a moonless night, 12 days after the treaty signing. 300 Desert Iron mercenaries struck a Snake People village 30 miles south of Stone Desert City. Night raid. Torches and blades. The village held non-combatants, elders, pregnant females, children. Feng Long had chosen his target for maximum outrage and minimum military risk, the strategy of a coward who understood leverage but not consequence. The joint patrol system caught it. A Snake People scout on the northern boundary detected the troop movement. 300 men marching at night left traces that any competent tracker could read, and sent a runner to the Bloody Battle Mercenary Group's command post. Xiao Ding received the report at 2 in the morning and was in Xiao Yan's room within 3 minutes. Feng Long. 300 men. South Village. Xiao Yan was on his feet before the sentence ended, his mind already running tactical calculations. How long ago? Scout estimates they left at sundown. 5 hours ahead of us. At their marching pace, they reached the village by dawn. Mobilize everything, Xiao Yan said. Every fighter. Right now. I'll coordinate with the Snake People patrols. The Serpent Friend title gives me standing to activate their response units. 60 fighters assembled in the courtyard within 20 minutes. Desert runners, the large, swift lizards used for desert travel, were saddled and provisioned. Xiao Yan rode at the column's head, his dual-source Do Qi blazing with the controlled intensity of cold fury. Not hot rage, the kind that clouded judgment and shortened tactical horizons. Cold fury, the kind that sharpened everything into crystalline focus. They reached the village as the first fires were being set in the underground warrens. The scene was exactly as ugly as expected. Torch-bearing mercenaries kicking in burrow entrances. The sound of screaming from below, high-pitched, terrified, the particular frequency of children's voices carrying a terror that no species barrier could obscure. 2 Snake People guards lay dead at the village perimeter, cut down before they could raise an alarm. What followed was Xiao Yan's first large-scale tactical engagement, and he fought it like a commander rather than a warrior. The terrain determined the initial deployment. Desert terrain at night meant that conventional flanking movements were visible from distance, running figures against open sand cast distinct shadows under even partial moonlight, and Feng Long's mercenaries were experienced enough to have their rearguard watching for exactly this. Xiao Yan's counter was not flanking but encirclement at ground level, using the dry riverbed that cut through the village's southern approach as a concealed movement corridor. The riverbed was 3 feet deep at its lowest point and ran for 400 meters parallel to the village's outer perimeter before bending south. He'd mapped it from the caravan's arrival routes and had confirmed its depth profile during a reconnaissance walk 2 days ago, telling his escort it was a drainage inspection. 3 groups moved through the riverbed in silence. The sand underfoot muffled footfalls. The smell of the dry channel was mineral sharp, old moisture and exposed stone, the particular scent of water that had been gone long enough that what remained was only the impression of water in the soil's memory. Alchemical preparation made the difference. Smoke bombs that blinded and disoriented, modified Tier 2 compounds designed for area coverage rather than potency, creating dense clouds of irritant vapor that stung human eyes but left Snake People, whose nictitating membranes filtered the compound, unaffected. Flash grenades that shattered night vision, crystallized Do Qi and glass vials that detonated on impact with light equivalent to a small sun, turning the moonless darkness into a weapon against the raiders. Color-coded flame signals for tactical coordination across a 300-meter engagement zone, red for advance, blue for hold, green for flank. 3 flanking groups. Timed convergence. Exits sealed before the main engagement, using Xun Er's golden Do Qi barriers at the village's 3 access points. The Desert Iron mercenaries found themselves fighting blind, surrounded, and cut off from retreat. He fought personally only when he had to, when a cluster of Desert Iron fighters cornered a group of Snake People children in a collapsed tunnel. 6 men with blades, between them and the exit were small, scaled bodies huddled in terrified silence. The flame-splitting tsunami hand shattered the first attacker's sword and the arm holding it, the blue-green fire of the Qinglian seed adding a thermal component that turned the broken blade into molten shrapnel. The second man raised his shield, Xiao Yan's palm strike turned the shield to glowing slag that dripped from the man's arm like liquid metal. The third man ran and was caught by Xiao Ding's soldiers before he'd gone 10 steps. The remaining 3 surrendered. Wise of them. Dawn broke on a defeated raiding force. 23 captured. 11 wounded. 0 Snake People fatalities. The early warning system had allowed evacuation before the main assault reached the warrens. An elderly Snake People female with emerald scales approached Xiao Yan in the village's central clearing and spoke a formal benediction in the old tongue, a blessing reserved for outsiders who'd shed blood for the people. Her voice was thin with age but steady with a gravity that made the words feel permanent, carved into the air rather than spoken. Around her, children emerged from underground shelters, blinking in the morning light, alive because the bridge he'd built had held. Feng Long would face consequences. But that was tomorrow. Today was enough. Chapter 35. The aftermath of Feng Long's ceasefire violation restructured Stone Desert City's power dynamics with the efficiency of a controlled demolition. Feng Long was arrested by the city council, not for attacking the Snake People, which some council members privately applauded, but for violating a council-ratified treaty, which made every council member who'd signed it look foolish. Political self-preservation trumped racial solidarity. It always did, in Xiao Yan's experience across 2 lifetimes. Medusa appeared at the council hearing in her human form. The effect was decisive and immediate, peak Do Huang cultivation pressure radiating through the chamber like heat from an open furnace, making the air shimmer, making breathing difficult for the weaker cultivators in the room. Feng Long's supporters discovered urgent appointments elsewhere. The council voted unanimously for criminal sanctions. The treaty was reinforced with enforcement mechanisms, joint patrols with real authority, trade agreements with actual benefits, and a communication system that ensured violations would be detected before they escalated. Xiao Yishen's woeful poisoned body had been temporarily stabilized with a suppression compound Xiao Yan had refined during the cocoon vigil, a Tier 3 formulation that dampened the dormant toxin production for approximately 6 months. Not a solution. A timer. But 6 months was enough to reach the academy and access the poison sect archives. Hai Badong arrived from Utan City 3 days before the planned departure, his appearance restoration pill making him look 30 years younger, the curse's cosmetic effects reversed, though his Do Huang cultivation remained diminished to Do Wang levels. He'd agreed to serve as strategic reserve and intelligence asset, his decades of experience providing a perspective that Xiao Yan's youth couldn't replicate. Your father sends his regards, Hai Badong said, settling into a chair in Xiao Ding's command tent with the easy comfort of an old soldier who could make himself at home anywhere. Also his concerns. Also a letter that I suspect is half tactical intelligence and half parental worry disguised as tactical intelligence. Xiao Yan read the letter. It was, indeed, exactly what Hai Badong described, status updates on clan politics interwoven with carefully worded expressions of a father's fear that his son was growing up faster than expected and further away than he'd like. Xiao Zhan wasn't a man who expressed emotion directly, but his concern bled through every carefully chosen word like ink through paper. The departure preparations took 3 final days. Supply acquisition, route planning, and the particular logistics of traveling with a group whose members had very different needs and capabilities. The night before departure, Xiao Yan found Medusa at the cavern entrance, watching stars reflected in the molten lake far below. The Qinglian lotus still burned, diminished but present, enough flame remaining to sustain the cavern's enhanced environment for centuries. I'm heading to Jianan Academy, he said. The training resources there will accelerate my cultivation. And there's a heavenly flame in their deepest facility that I need. You're collecting flames. Not a question. An observation that carried the weight of someone who understood obsession because she'd lived it. For the Toshi cave. And for the fights ahead. She was quiet. The emotional subtexts his system revealed were complex, layers of strategic assessment and something warmer beneath, wrapped in the iron discipline of a woman who'd survived by never admitting vulnerability. She was going to miss him, and she would die before saying so. I may visit the academy, she said. The snake people have continental interests that require monitoring. You're always welcome. I don't require welcome. I go where I choose. I know. The welcome is offered anyway. The ghost of a smile. The first genuine one he'd ever seen on Queen Medusa's face, brief, reluctant, and completely transformative. It changed her features from imperious to human, from sovereign to woman, from untouchable to someone who might, under very specific circumstances, allow herself to be reached. Chapter 36. The journey north took 12 days of shifting landscapes, desert to scrubland to grassland to the temperate forests that cradled the Jia Ma Empire's central regions. The scenery changed gradually, but the group dynamics evolved faster. Xun Er and Xiao Yishen had formed an unexpected friendship during the Stone Desert City sojourn. The warrior princess and the poison-blooded healer, on paper, they had nothing in common. In practice, they shared the fundamental experience of hiding something essential about themselves, and that shared concealment created a bond that transcended surface differences. They walked together during travel, Xun Er adjusting her naturally longer stride to match Xiao Yishen's shorter steps without comment. They talked quietly, conversations Xiao Yan could have eavesdropped on through enhanced Do Qi hearing but deliberately didn't. Some bonds needed space to grow without observation. On the 8th night, camped beside a river whose current whispered against smooth stones, Xun Er sat with Xiao Yan after the others slept. The Gu clan has been sending messages, she said. No preamble. The information laid out flat, like a blade on a table. Increasingly formal. Increasingly insistent. How long? Months. Since before we left Utan City. The frequency has increased since the snake people situation drew attention. Someone in the intelligence networks reported my cultivation displayed during the ceasefire negotiations. They now know I've stopped concealing my true rank. How long before one becomes demand? Months more. Maybe a year. After that, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. After that, the Gu clan wouldn't ask. They'd send retrieval teams composed of Dozong level fighters, and the concept of refusal would become academic. I know about the Gu clan, he said, and watched her body go rigid, every muscle locking as if he'd pressed a blade against her spine. I know about your bloodline. The Emperor Flame. The ancient clan's protocols. All of it. How? The same way I know about the snake people's breeding waters, and the heavenly flame locations, and the Toshi ancient emperor's cave. My knowledge has sources that I can't fully explain, but I will never lie to you about what I know. She was silent. The river moved beside them, patient and indifferent. A fish broke the surface and vanished, leaving concentric ripples that expanded and faded. And you're telling me now, with no ambiguity, I'm going to become strong enough that no clan in any realm can tell us who we're allowed to care about. That's not bravado. It's not romance. It's a project with milestones and I am executing it daily. She stared at him. The system showed her emotional landscape shifting, walls cracking, fear yielding to something that wanted to be hope but was afraid of the fall. The river whispered. The stars burned overhead, indifferent to human promises. Then she laughed, pure, clean, relieved, the sound of a wall coming down, of pressure releasing, of someone who'd been holding their breath for months finally exhaling. You impossible person. She took his hand. Her fingers interlaced with his, warm and strong and absolutely deliberate. I believe you. Against every reasonable assessment of the situation, I believe you. Then that's enough. For now, belief is enough. Chapter 37. 2 days from the academy, trouble found them. Xiao Yan spotted the scouts through a combination of flame perception resonance and the paranoid alertness of someone who knew the enemy had their scent. 2 figures moving through the forest canopy with professional fluidity, suppression talismans masking their Do Chi signatures, equipment that spoke of well-funded operational support. Do Ling level. Significantly above local norms. Han Feng's agents. Investigating the heavenly flame activity in the Tager Desert. The Qinglian flame's absorption hadn't been subtle. The energy signature of a heavenly flame event could be detected across hundreds of miles by anyone with calibrated sensing equipment, and Han Feng had the best sensing equipment that stolen wealth could buy. Direct confrontation was suicide. Do Ling was 2 full ranks above to Do Shi. Even with the Qinglian seed and Yao Lao's guidance, the gap was lethal, the difference between being outmatched and being outclassed. Information warfare instead. Through a carefully constructed chain of intermediaries, a mercenary contact passing intelligence to a merchant who mentioned it to a desert guide who complained to a tavern keeper who was overheard by the scouts, Xiao Yan fed them a false trail. Fabricated reports of flame activity 300 miles south, in a volcanic formation that would consume weeks of investigation and produce nothing. 1 scout took the bait and departed. The other stayed. The remaining scout was sharper, lean, predatory, with the calculating eyes of a Black Corner region survivor who'd learned that the easiest trails were usually traps. He lingered at the edge of detection range, sweeping their camp with Do Chi probes that catalogued energy signatures with professional precision. The probe passed over Yao Lao's ring. Hesitated. Returned. Lingered. He detected my signature, Yao Lao said, his spectral face tight with a tension Xiao Yan rarely saw from the old man. The ring's resonance pattern matches the records Han Feng keeps, records he compiled during his years as my disciple, when he had access to my personal effects and the patience to catalog every energy signature I produced. He knows I'm alive. Cold settled in Xiao Yan's stomach like swallowed stone. He'll report back. Within days. Han Feng will know. And through Han Feng, the Hall of Souls. The organization that captured my physical body. The organization that has been hunting my soul fragment for decades. The timeline compressed. Years of careful preparation, shrunk to months. Maybe less. The enemy knew their approximate location and their composition. They'd come, not in a rush, because Han Feng was cautious, but they'd come. Then we'd better move fast, Xiao Yan said, and pushed the group's pace toward the academy with urgency that bordered on desperation. Chapter 38. Jianan Academy rose from the forest like a fortress disguised as a university. Massive stone walls encircling a complex of towers, training grounds, dormitories, and administrative buildings spread across terrain that had been terraformed by generations of earth element cultivators. At its center, the blazing sky chi refining tower pierced the sky, 300 meters of dark stone wreathed in perpetual flames, its peak lost in clouds on overcast days. The academy was the continent's premier training institution. Entry was fiercely competitive, 10 applicants for every admitted student, a ratio that compressed itself further at each advancement tier. The curriculum was designed by people who believed that comfort and growth were mutually exclusive, and that a student who hadn't been pushed past the breaking point at least twice hadn't been educated. The alumni list included some of the most powerful cultivators in recorded history, and the mortality rate included some of those who'd attempted to join them. The smell of the place hit him before the architecture. Standing at the academy's outer gate on the morning of registration, he understood the smell as a compound phenomenon. Wood smoke from the training grounds' outdoor hearths, the specific mineral sweet smell of Do Chi being expended in concentrated quantities by hundreds of practitioners in close proximity, the green vegetable smell of spirit herbs from the academy's cultivation gardens, and underneath all of it, faint but present, emanating from the tower's direction, the warmth of something ancient and powerful and only partly contained. He'd been studying the smell of heavenly flame energy since the desert. This was different. Larger. The fallen heart flame's psychic heat didn't burn the way the Qinglian burned. It radiated at a frequency that touched awareness rather than skin. Xiao Yishen noticed his pause at the gate and looked at the tower without asking. She'd been in the desert when the Qinglian seed had integrated. She understood, viscerally, what heavenly flame energy felt like close to the source. Her silver eyes were careful and present as she watched his face. I know what you're going to do, she said quietly. I know you know. I'll be ready when you need me, she said. The sentence was clinical in its structure and something else entirely in its delivery, the quiet promise of a person who'd decided they were part of what happened next regardless of whether it was safe. He'd learned not to argue with that quality in her. It was the same quality that had kept a 12-year-old alive alone in a city that hadn't wanted her, and it was more reliable than any protection he could have offered in its place. For Xiao Yan, it represented three converging objectives: accelerated cultivation growth through the tower's unique training environment, access to the fallen heart flame sealed in the tower's depths, and the restricted archives that held the poison sect sealing formation blueprints. Registration was efficient. The entrance examination tested cultivation rank, combat reflexes, and supplementary skills in a three-part assessment that took most of a day. Xiao Yan deliberately tested at mid to doshi, above average but not remarkable. The kind of result that earned solid placement without triggering the scrutiny reserved for outliers. Xun Er tested openly. Dodoshi 3-star, combat reflexes that made the examination proctor whistle appreciatively, and a golden flame Do-Chi signature exotic enough to earn a margin note in the Academy's talent registry. She was done hiding her light under bushels. The Gu clan already knew where she was, so concealment served no purpose. Xiao Yishen enrolled in the medical division, a legitimate placement that gave her access to the Academy's pharmaceutical archives and the excuse to search for the poison sect formation blueprints without raising questions. She'd grown during the journey, not in cultivation rank but in confidence, the kind that came from having survived a desert, built a clinic, faced her worst fear, and found people who hadn't run. The Academy's grounds hit Xiao Yan's Do-Chi senses like stepping into a pressurized chamber. Foundation formations beneath the campus concentrated ambient environmental energy, creating an atmosphere where cultivation was 3 to 4 times more efficient than normal conditions. Every breath carried more Do-Chi than the cleanest mountain air outside these walls. He was going to get very strong, very fast. The only question was whether fast would be fast enough for what was coming. Chapter 39. Day 3 at the Academy, and a familiar signature pinged against the Affinity Systems detection array. Yun. Moving through the administrative wing with the measured steps of an official visitor, wearing the Misty Cloud sect's formal white and silver robes that rippled with suppressed wind element Do-Chi. Her cultivation wasn't suppressed this time, she presented as what she was, a Do Huang level sect elder, here on legitimate institutional business. The power differential between her and the Academy's senior students was so vast that her mere presence in the hallway caused involuntary bowing from juniors who felt the cultivation pressure before they saw the person. Sect Elder Yun, the Academy Vice Principal announced at Assembly. Visiting as liaison between the Misty Cloud sect and Jianan Academy. She will observe training programs and participate in select cultivation seminars. Xiao Yan, seated in the Assembly Hall's middle section, catalogued her presence with anticipation sharpened by concern. The original timelines Yun had visited the Academy purely for political purposes, scouting talent, building institutional connections, reporting back to Yun Shan about promising recruits. This time, she'd already met him. Already corrected his flame technique in the Xiao clan courtyard. Already watched him fight. The seed was planted. What grew from it would determine whether the Misty Cloud sect became an ally or an obstacle. He found her in the Cultivation Theory Library after the assembly, a vast, quiet space of jade slip shelves and reading alcoves where the ambient Do-Chi carried the particular calm of accumulated knowledge. She was examining a scroll on windfire interaction dynamics, her brow furrowed in concentration that made her look younger than her station suggested. Still dabbling? He said, settling into the alcove across from hers with the casual confidence of someone who didn't recognize rank barriers. Recognition sparked in her violet gray eyes. The boy from the Xiao clan courtyard, the one who'd baited her into revealing her expertise with a deliberately planted error. Her expression cycled through surprise, reassessment, and something that wanted to be annoyance but couldn't quite commit. You enrolled here, she said. Dodoshi, first-year track. And you're here as a liaison, which is an interesting staffing choice. Most institutional liaisons are administrators, not combat tier elders. Most students don't analyze their academy's personnel decisions. Most students aren't paying attention to the right things. She studied him across the reading alcove, her violet gray eyes carrying the particular weight of someone who spent most of her time surrounded by people who were afraid of her and meeting one who wasn't. The system's enhanced emotional perception revealed layers: intellectual interest dominant, personal curiosity she was actively suppressing beneath professional propriety, and beneath both, the structural loneliness of someone whose position demanded distance from everyone around her. The scroll you're reading, he said. Page 47. The author uses a harmonic mean for the resonance frequency calculation where a geometric mean is correct. It's a subtle error, but it propagates through every subsequent derivation and invalidates the final conclusion. She flipped to page 47. Read. Her eyebrows climbed steadily as the mathematics confirmed his claim. You're right, she said, with the particular emphasis of someone who didn't say those words often and didn't expect to hear valid criticism from a student half her rank. They talked for 2 hours. Cultivation theory, flame physics, the philosophical tension between individual power and collective strength. He argued his position, that connection amplified rather than diminished, that bonds were force multipliers rather than vulnerabilities, with honest conviction. She argued hers, that attachment created exploitable weakness, that a leader who loved was a leader who could be leveraged, with equal passion and the bitter authority of someone who'd learned her position through pain rather than theory. Neither converted the other. But the conversation hummed with the energy of two minds operating at compatible frequencies on different wavelengths, not agreement, but resonance. When she left, her step was lighter than when she'd arrived. And the system notification that appeared in his awareness was the quietest confirmation of something he'd already known. Yun, Affinity, 514 Chapter 40. Xiao Yan stood on the Academy's southern wall at sunset, watching the forest canopy stretch toward the Jiama Empire's heartland. Behind him, the blazing sky chi refining tower pulsed with its perpetual flames, a heartbeat of contained heavenly flame energy that he could feel in his bones. Below him, the Academy's courtyards filled with students heading to evening meals and cultivation sessions, their voices blending into the comfortable noise of a community pursuing shared purpose. Yao Lao manifested beside him, translucent in the dying light, his ghostly form casting no shadow on the ancient stone. Han Feng knows I'm alive, the old man said. The words carried the weight of someone who'd spent decades hiding from the consequences of a relationship gone catastrophically wrong. The scout's report will have reached him by now. He'll analyze it, verify it through secondary sources, and then he'll come for us. Not immediately, Han Feng is cautious, always was, it's the quality that made him dangerous rather than merely talented, but he'll come. I know. The Black Corner region is his territory. His intelligence network, his defensive formations, his purchased allies. Going there is walking into a web specifically designed to trap people like us. I know that too. You're going anyway. After the Academy. After I've reached Do Ling, absorbed the fallen heart flame, and built a team strong enough to survive whatever he throws at us. Xiao Yan paused, the sunset painting his features in shades of amber and red. And after I've found the poison sex sealing formation for Xiao Yishen. Her timeline doesn't pause because Han Feng is a threat. Yao Lao was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice held a quality that Xiao Yan had learned to recognize as the old man being emotionally honest despite his preference for intellectual distance. You're different from any student I've trained. Not just in talent, in design philosophy. Han Feng built power through acquisition. Take the technique, take the flame, take the resource, discard the relationship that provided it. You build power through integration, connect the person, strengthen the bond, create something that's greater than the sum of its parts. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. One that fills me with more hope than I've felt in decades, and more fear. Fear? Because people who build through connection have more to lose. And losing is more painful when what you've built was built on love. The sunset burned. The tower pulsed. Somewhere in the medical division, Xiao Yishen was poring over restricted archive indices, searching for the formation that might save her life. Somewhere in the combat training grounds, Xun Er was sparring at half power, her golden flames drawing gasps from classmates who'd never seen ancient clan techniques. Somewhere in the administrative wing, Yun was reading a cultivation theory scroll and remembering a conversation that lasted 2 hours and felt like 10 minutes. And far to the south, in a territory that smelled of volcanic stone and transformation energy, a queen with violet eyes was reshaping her civilization while occasionally, in unguarded moments, touching the wrist that a boy had gripped and held for 3 weeks in a cavern of fire. Xiao Yan carried 2 method fragments. A heavenly flame seed. A system that measured his bonds and reflected their strength as power. And the knowledge that Han Feng was reading a scout's report and feeling, for the first time in decades, something he hadn't experienced since betraying his master. Fear. Let him come, Xiao Yan said. The sunset burned itself out, and night fell over the academy like a curtain rising on the next act. Chapter 41. Jianan Academy's entrance exam sprawled across 3 days of testing, evaluation, and the particular brand of institutional hazing that prestigious schools disguised as orientation. Xiao Yan navigated the process with deliberate mediocrity, testing high enough to earn respect, low enough to avoid the scrutiny reserved for outliers. The combat assessment was a controlled sparring format, 3 rounds against opponents matched by rank. Xiao Yan fought clean, efficient, unremarkable. Mid-to-doshi technique with no flourishes, no creative improvisation, nothing that would make an examiner write his name in the watch closely column. The kind of performance that said competent without whispering dangerous. The examination arena smelled of sweat and hot stone and the specific sharp metal smell of do chi that had been discharged in close quarters and hadn't yet fully dissipated. 100 candidates cycling through the space and rotating brackets meant the ambient cultivation energy was slightly elevated, not enough to affect technique significantly, but enough to feel a faint resistance in the air that is restored channels registered as a continuous mild pressure. The observation stands held proctors with assessment scrolls and styluses, their expressions cultivated to the particular professional neutrality of people whose job was recording what they saw rather than reacting to it. His first opponent was a burly earth element cultivator from the Western Highlands who relied on brute force and overwhelming defense. Xiao Yan defeated him in 3 exchanges using basic flame techniques, nothing that would raise eyebrows, nothing that hinted at the Qinglian seed burning in his dantian. The second opponent was quicker, a female wind cultivator with decent footwork and aggressive combination strikes. He let her press him for 2 minutes before finding an opening and ending the match with a controlled palm strike to the solar plexus. The third was the closest to genuinely challenging, a fire element cultivator from a minor noble family who used techniques that reminded Xiao Yan of the flame-splitting tsunami hand's basic forms. He won by outpositioning rather than outpowering, circling his opponent until the boy overcommitted on a lunging strike and leaving him face down on the arena floor. Competent. Unremarkable. Exactly as planned. The secondary assessment, supplementary skills, was where he deviated from plan. The alchemy test required refining the highest tier pill a candidate could manage from provided ingredients and a standardized cauldron. Most students produced Tier 1 results. The ambitious ones attempted Tier 2. Xiao Yan, operating on the theory that alchemical skill earned different attention than combat prowess, attention that came with respect rather than suspicion, refined a Tier 3 purple spirit pill at 74% purity. The examination hall went silent. 200 candidates, 30 examination proctors, and one very surprised hall supervisor all turned to look at the boy at Station 47 whose cauldron was emitting a golden spiritual glow that Tier 1 and 2 refinements didn't produce. Elder Huo, a weathered Do Huang with flame-scarred hands and the evaluative stare of someone who'd spent decades separating talent from pretension, set down his assessment scroll and walked to Xiao Yan Station. His footsteps echoed in the sudden silence like a countdown. Tier 3, the elder said, picking up the pill with tweezers designed for exactly this purpose. He held it to the light, rotated it, examined the spiritual energy density with the thoroughness of a gemologist inspecting a suspect diamond. 74% purity. From a Dadoshi. Yes, elder. You have a teacher. I do. A good one. The best I could hope for. Elder Huo returned the pill. His expression didn't change, decades of academic evaluation had trained the expression out of him, but his eyes recalculated. Xiao Yan could practically see the mental file being created, his name moving from the general admission stack to a much smaller pile labeled Watch. You'll have access to the Academy's alchemy laboratories after standard hours, Elder Huo said. Don't waste the privilege. I won't, Elder. Xun Er tested openly in the combat assessment. Dadoshi 3-star, combat reflexes that made the examination proctor whistle appreciatively, and a golden flame Do Chi signature exotic enough to earn a margin note in the Academy's talent registry. Her 3 sparring opponents lasted a combined 45 seconds. She'd fought with the particular grace of someone who'd been trained by an ancient clan, movements that looked simple but contained layers of technique refinement that would take a normal cultivator decades to achieve. She's done hiding, Yao Lao observed from the ring, his spectral voice carrying equal parts approval and concern. That golden flame signature will be reported to anyone with intelligence connections. The Gu clan already knows she's here, but now every other faction will know too. Good. Let them look. The more visible she is, the harder it becomes for the Gu clan to extract her quietly. Public figures are protected by the complications of public action. Xiao Yan enrolled in the medical division, a legitimate placement that gave her access to the Academy's pharmaceutical archives and the excuse to search for the poison sect formation blueprints without raising questions. Her entrance assessment was remarkable in its own way. She diagnosed 3 conditions that the senior medical examiner had used as trick questions, identifying symptoms that most third-year medical students missed. You've had field experience, the examiner noted, reviewing her diagnostic scores with visible surprise. I ran a clinic in Stone Desert City, Xiao Yan said. For refugees. At your age? People don't stop being sick because the healer is young. The examiner smiled, the first genuine smile Xiao Yan had seen from an Academy staff member. Welcome to the medical division, Miss Xiao Yan. I think you'll do well here. Chapter 42. The Academy's social ecosystem revealed itself within the first week, and it operated on principles that would have been familiar to anyone who'd studied institutional power dynamics, which, between Lin Feng's sociology courses and Xiao Yan's cultivation world experience, Xiao Yan absolutely had. The senior students ran a tribute system. Newcomers were expected to pay Do Chi training resources, spirit stones, low-tier pills, formation scrolls, as orientation fees to upper-year students. The fees were unofficial, unrecognized by faculty, and enforced through the simple mechanism of making non-payers' lives difficult. Training facility bookings mysteriously cancelled, dormitory assignments changed to less desirable locations, sparring partners warned away from associating with certain people. It was a protection racket dressed in academic robes. 3 Dadoshi seniors came to collect on Xiao Yan's 3rd day. They found him in the first-year training courtyard, running through Desert Sun formula forms in the morning light. New student tax, the lead senior announced, a broad-faced boy with the particular confidence of someone who'd never been challenged. 5 spirit stones per month or you lose your training ground access. No, Xiao Yan said, not pausing his forms. No? I'm not paying tax to people who didn't earn the right to levy it. If you want spirit stones, earn them through cultivation or alchemy. If you want respect, earn it through competence. Extracting tribute from people weaker than you isn't strength, it's a confession that you can't produce value any other way. The silence that followed had the particular density of three egos trying to decide simultaneously whether to be offended, embarrassed, or violent. They chose violent. The lead senior swung first, a Do-Chi enhanced fist aimed at Xiao Yan's jaw with the confidence of someone accustomed to ending conversations with a single punch. Xiao Yan stepped sideways, caught the fist at its maximum extension where the momentum had committed but the follow-through hadn't, and redirected it into the stone pillar behind him. The pillar cracked. The senior's wrist went with it. The second senior threw a double palm strike, Earth Element Do-Chi, competent form, decent power. Xiao Yan met it with flame-splitting tsunami hand at 30%. The senior's stone element defense shattered like ceramic, and the shockwave threw him backward into a garden wall that had the misfortune of being in the way. The third senior reconsidered his life choices and ran. Xiao Yan looked at the two down seniors, then at the growing crowd of first-year students who'd watched from windows, doorways, and behind conveniently placed training dummies. The tribute system is over, he said. For anyone who wants it to be. If you're being extorted, come find me. If you want to train together instead of paying for the privilege of being left alone, come find me. The training courtyard is open to everyone. By nightfall, half the first-year class had shown up. They gathered in the training courtyard, a mix of earth cultivators and wind wielders and a pair of water element sisters from the southern marshes who could create ice barriers strong enough to stop a charging spirit beast. None of them had been willing to challenge the tribute system alone. Together, with someone who'd already demonstrated that the system could be resisted, they found their courage. Xiao Yan organized them into training pairs based on elemental compatibility and combat style, matching aggressive fighters with defensive ones, ranged attackers with close combat specialists. The pairings were deliberate, designed to build cross-element understanding that the Academy's standard curriculum didn't prioritize. The strongest fighter isn't the one with the highest rank, he told the assembled group. The strongest fighter is the one who knows what their allies can do and builds their strategy around the team rather than the individual. You don't need to be the best. You need to be the best together. Lin Feng's memories supplied the philosophy, drawn from team-based gaming principles that map surprisingly well onto cultivation warfare. The strongest raid group wasn't 5 DPS characters, it was a balanced composition of roles that covered each other's weaknesses and amplified each other's strengths. By the end of the first week, the tribute system in the first-year cohort had collapsed entirely, replaced by an informal network of mutual support that would eventually formalize into Pan's Gate. Chapter 43. The Academy's inner politics operated on a different scale than the first-year tribute system. The real power, the resource that mattered above all others, was access to the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower. The tower was the Academy's crown jewel. 300 meters of formation-reinforced stone containing a heavenly flame sealed in its deepest level, the entire structure functioning as a massive cultivation amplifier. Training inside the tower was 3 to 5 times more efficient than normal cultivation, and the deeper you went, the more intense the amplification became. Access was controlled by an inner council of top students. Not faculty, students. The Academy's philosophy held that resource distribution was itself a cultivation exercise, teaching leadership, negotiation, and the management of power. In practice, it meant that 4 students controlled who got to train in the tower and who didn't. Xiao Yan identified his competition during the first week. The inner council members made themselves known through the simple mechanism of being impossible to ignore. Lin Shuya, Wind Element Swordsman, Do Ling 3-star, elegant, intelligent, the kind of fighter who made violence look like calligraphy. He carried a blue metal sword that hummed with bound wind spirits and wore his strength with the casual ease of someone who'd never had to prove it to himself. Yan Hao, Earth Element Body Cultivator, Do Ling 2-star. Built like a siege engine, with the personality of a friendly mountain. His stone armor technique made him nearly invulnerable to physical and elemental attacks, and his approach to combat was the strategic equivalent of walk forward and don't stop. Lu Qing, Berserk Strength Fighter, Do Ling 5-star. The Academy's reigning champion. Massively built, massively powerful, with a golden Do-Chi that enhanced his already substantial physical abilities to near superhuman levels. His fighting style was philosophically simple and practically devastating. Hit the problem until the problem stops being a problem. And Zi Yan, the anomaly. A girl who looked 11 but radiated Do-Chi at levels that defied her apparent age. She spent most of her time eating snacks in the spectator galleries and making comments about other students' technique that were uncomfortably accurate. When she did participate in training exercises, she displayed physical strength that surpassed cultivators 3 ranks above her apparent level, and she recovered from injuries at a rate that the medical division described as biologically impossible. Xiao Yan recognized her immediately from the novel, a young dragon in human form, her true power and heritage hidden behind a facade of childish indifference. In the original timeline, Zi Yan had been one of Xiao Yan's most loyal companions, her draconic heritage eventually revealing itself as a critical asset in the continental conflicts to come. Here, she was a girl eating sugar-coated spirit fruits in the stands and heckling the council members with commentary that was simultaneously rude and insightful. Lu Qing's footwork is garbage, she announced loudly during one exhibition match, her voice carrying across the arena with the clarity of a bell. He compensates with upper body power, which works until he fights someone who can move faster than he can turn. 3 steps to his left and he's off balance. She was right. Xiao Yan filed the observation away for future use. He watched her through the rest of the match, the way she ate her spirit fruit with complete focus, the way her eyes tracked movement with the patient precision of something that had seen a great many fights and had stopped being impressed by most of them. The physical presentation was studied, the childlike appearance, the snack consumption, the apparent indifference. It functioned as camouflage. Xiao Yan recognized camouflage when he saw it because he'd been wearing his own version of it since day one. He took his time. Introduced himself casually near the snack vendor 3 days after the exhibition match, mid-morning when the training grounds were loud enough that a conversation could happen without being remarked upon. Yan assessed him with the flat efficiency of something that had been calibrated over a very long existence to distinguish between people worth interacting with and people who were the ambient background noise of other people's lives. "You know what I am," she said. It wasn't a question. The dragon's instinct for recognition operated in both directions. "I know enough," he said. "I'm not interested in what you are. I'm interested in what you know about Lu Qing's footwork, because the observation you made in the stands was correct and I'd like to understand the rest of your analysis." She considered this for an unusually long moment, then she offered him a spirit fruit from her bag. The signal was unmistakable to someone paying attention. The snack was how she marked the people she'd decided were worth her time. He accepted it, and the dynamic between them was established without further ceremony. The traditional path to tower access was direct: defeat a council member in sanctioned combat. It was the path most students pursued, because most students had been raised in a culture that equated strength with direct confrontation. The alternative was contribution: provide something valuable enough that the council granted access as payment. This path was less traveled because it required thinking about problems differently than the cultivation world's combat-centric paradigm encouraged. Xiao Yan chose the alternative. He'd been choosing alternatives to direct confrontation since the day he woke up in this body, and the habit had served him well. Chapter 44. The tower's guardian elder was a reclusive Do Huang named Su Qian, a man whose entire world revolved around the tower's maintenance and the containment of the fallen heart flame sealed in its depths. His office was located on the tower's 4th floor, accessible through a winding staircase of fire-resistant stone, and decorated with monitoring crystals, containment analysis charts, and the particular organized chaos of a genius who'd stopped caring what other people thought of his filing system. "Elder Su," Xiao Yan said, standing at the office door with a jade case under his arm. "I'd like to discuss the tower's containment formation." Su Qian looked up from a monitoring crystal with the irritable expression of someone whose concentration had been broken by someone who didn't belong. His eyes, sharp, tired, carrying the permanent squint of a man who stared at energy readouts 16 hours a day, scanned Xiao Yan's cultivation rank and filed it under "not worth my time." "Students access the tower through the inner council. Take it up with them. I'm not here about access. I'm here about the fallen heart flame's containment degradation rate, which has increased from 2% annually to 3.4% in the last 18 months. Su Qian's hand stopped moving. The monitoring crystal he'd been adjusting began to drift, unguided, back to its neutral position. "How do you know the degradation rate?" "Because I can feel the heavenly flame through my own flame seed, and the resonance frequency has shifted. The shift corresponds to a containment matrix that's losing coherence." He opened the jade case and extracted a pill, emerald green, tier 4, pulsing with fire element energy. "This is a formation reinforcement pill, specifically refined to enhance fire-type containment formations. Applied to the tower's primary matrix nodes, it should improve containment efficiency by approximately 15% and by at least 2 additional years before the degradation becomes critical." Su Qian took the pill. Examined it with the practiced thoroughness of someone who understood both alchemy and formation theory. His examination took 3 full minutes, during which his expression evolved from skepticism through surprise to something that looked uncomfortably like hope. "You refined this?" "I did. At Dadoshi rank. With assistance from a very experienced teacher." Su Qian set the pill down carefully. The way someone handles something they've just realized is irreplaceable. He looked at Xiao Yan again, and this time the evaluation was entirely different, not a student seeking access, but a potential colleague offering a solution to a problem that had been keeping him awake for months. "Unrestricted tower access," Su Qian said, "all levels except the core containment chamber. No time limits. No council approval required. That's more than I was going to ask for. It's less than the pill is worth." Su Qian leaned back in his chair, and for the first time, the guardian elder's habitual tension eased fractionally. The monitoring crystals around him continued their endless vigilance, displaying containment metrics that Su Qian had watched deteriorate for years without a solution in sight. "If this works, and my preliminary analysis suggests it will, you've given me 2 years I didn't have. 2 years to find a permanent solution. Do you have any idea what those 2 years mean to me?" "I have some idea." "No. You don't. Because you haven't spent 15 years watching something slowly fail that you're responsible for maintaining. You haven't stood in front of an elder council every quarter and reported that the containment is weaker than it was 3 months ago, and watched them nod politely and allocate the same insufficient budget. 2 years. His voice cracked, just slightly, and he covered it with a cough that fooled no one. 2 years of sleeping through the night without wondering if tonight is when it finally breaks. Xiao Yan didn't tell him that he was the permanent solution. Not yet. That conversation required more trust, more preparation, and more cultivation rank than he currently possessed. Xun Er heard about the arrangement within a day. The inner council's intelligence network was robust, if not particularly subtle, and intercepted Xiao Yan outside the tower's entrance. You bypassed the entire council system, Xun Er said. His tone carried no hostility, if anything, it carried admiration. Every student who's wanted tower access for the last 5 years has challenged one of us to a fight. You're the first person to outthink the system rather than outfight it. Fighting is one tool. Thinking is another. I prefer to use both, in the appropriate order. Spar with me sometime. I want to see what the other tool looks like. Name the time. Chapter 45. Deep in the blazing sky Chi refining tower, where the walls were warm to the touch and the air tasted of ozone and ancient fire, Xiao Yan found what he'd been looking for. The descent from the upper training levels to the tower's deep structure was a journey through increasing intensity. Each floor concentrated ambient heavenly flame energy at higher densities. By the 5th sublevel, normal students couldn't breathe without Do Qi reinforcement. By the 8th, the air itself was combustible. By the 12th, the deepest level Su Qian had authorized, the stone walls glowed with internalized heat, and the formations carved into every surface pulsed with the rhythm of something alive. The fallen heart flame. Sealed in the tower's deepest chamber, contained by formations that had been maintained continuously for over 300 years. A heavenly flame unlike any other, it didn't burn physical matter. It burned minds. A psychic fire that attacked consciousness directly, stripping away mental defenses, forcing breakthrough under conditions of extreme psychological duress. The tower's founders had sealed it here deliberately, using its diluted influence as a training catalyst. Students who cultivated in the tower trained under constant low-level mental pressure that accelerated breakthrough speed. The deeper you went, the stronger the pressure. At the 12th sublevel, the pressure was a physical weight against Xiao Yan's consciousness, a headache that built behind his eyes like pressure in a sealed container. He could feel the fallen heart flame through the containment formations, not as heat but as intent. A consciousness. Crude, ancient, alien, but undeniably aware. It had been imprisoned for 3 centuries, feeding on the mental energy of every student who'd ever trained in the tower, growing slowly, pushing against its containment with the patient pressure of a glacier carving a canyon. It's thinking, Xiao Yan murmured, pressing his palm against the wall of the 12th sublevel. The stone was almost too hot to touch, even through Do Qi reinforcement. In a sense, Yao Lao confirmed from the ring. Heavenly flames don't think the way humans do. But the fallen heart flame is unique, it feeds on consciousness. 3 centuries of exposure to human minds has given it something resembling awareness. Instinct refined into intention. Desire abstracted into will. And its will is to break free, its will is to consume. Breaking free is the means, not the end. If the containment fails uncontrolled, the psychic shockwave will attack every mind within a mile. Students, faculty, staff, everyone. The strongest will survive with permanent psychological damage. The weakest will die. And the flame will be loose in the world, feeding on every mind it encounters. Then we extract it before the containment fails. Controlled. On our terms. The technique exists. I developed it during my time at the Pill Tower, a method for heavenly flame absorption that uses a living cultivator as a harmonic bridge. It requires preparation, a team, and a cultivator with enough fire affinity to serve as the primary conduit. So, me. So, you. When you're ready. You'll need to be Do Ling 5-star at minimum, with your Qinglian seed fully integrated. At current pace, that's 2 to 3 months. Xiao Yan began planning. The extraction would require coordination between multiple elements, his own flame technique serving as the primary conduit, Xun Er's golden fire for resonance stabilization between the 2 heavenly flame frequencies, Xunxia's wind cultivation for energy ventilation to prevent thermal buildup in the containment chamber, and Yan Hao's earth techniques for structural reinforcement of the chamber walls against the shockwaves the process would produce. A team operation, not a solo endeavor. Another set of bonds to build, another collaboration to forge. But the planning was months away from execution. He needed Do Ling 5-star at minimum before attempting the extraction. His current Dadoshi rank was insufficient to serve as the primary conduit for a heavenly flame of this magnitude. The Qinglian seed would compensate to a degree, but there were hard limits to how much a fragment could compensate for when the host's cultivation base couldn't sustain the energy throughput. 2 to 3 months of focused cultivation in the tower's enhanced environment. The golden warmth resonance with Xun Er would add an acceleration factor. And the fallen heart flame's own diluted influence, the mental pressure that pervaded every level of the tower, would force his cultivation forward through the same breakthrough under duress mechanism that had been the flame's original purpose. The system hummed in the back of his awareness, measuring connections he hadn't made yet with people he was already planning to trust. The flame below him stirred in its prison, patient and ancient and hungry. And somewhere in the distance, approaching forces were already in motion, forces that would compress his careful timeline into something far more urgent. Chapter 46. Yun found him on the training ground observation wall at sunset, 3 days after his first descent into the tower's depths. The Academy's training ground spread below them, a terraced landscape of sparring arenas, obstacle courses, and cultivation meditation gardens where hundreds of students pursued their individual paths to power. The sound of combat drifted upward, the clash of Do-Chi techniques, the crack of impact against defensive formations, the occasional instructor's shout correcting a student's stance. "You've been spending a lot of time in the tower," she said, settling onto the wall beside him with the controlled grace of someone whose every movement was calibrated to project a specific impression. Today's impression was casual, but the effort underneath it was anything but. "It's the best training facility on the continent. Why wouldn't I? Most students stay above the 5th sublevel. I'm told you've been going to the 12th. Who told you that? I have my sources." The ghost of a smile. "The 12th level is restricted to inner council members and academy elders. You shouldn't be able to access it. Elder Su granted me unrestricted access. I helped him with a maintenance issue. You keep doing that. Solving problems for people in positions of authority and collecting access as payment. It's a very specific pattern. It's called being useful. Most people underestimate its value as a social strategy." She turned to look at him directly, her violet-gray eyes carrying a weight that their casual seating arrangement didn't warrant. "You're the most calculated person I've ever met who somehow still seems genuine. I can't figure out how you do both simultaneously. Maybe because they're not contradictions. Being strategic about who you help doesn't make the help less real." She was quiet a moment. Below them, a junior pair were struggling through a sparring drill, their footwork mirroring each other badly, each one anticipating the same mistake and therefore producing it. She watched them with the automatic attention of a practitioner for whom other people's technique was a reflex subject for analysis, and something in her expression said that she was thinking about a different kind of mirroring entirely. "Connection amplifies power only if the connections are genuine," she countered, leaning forward slightly. "If they're cultivated strategically, built specifically to generate power rather than arising naturally, then they're not connections. They're tools. And tools don't amplify anything. They just work until they break." He turned to look at her. The observation was sharp, perceptive, and it cut close to a truth he'd been wrestling with privately, the question of whether his relationships were genuine or engineered, whether the Affinity Resonance System measured real bonds or optimized ones. "You're right," he said. "That is the flaw. And it's the thing I'm most afraid of." Her expression changed. She'd expected argument, debate, the intellectual sparring that characterized their previous interactions. Vulnerability was a different language, one she recognized but rarely heard spoken. "You're afraid your connections aren't real? I'm afraid that knowing they're valuable makes them suspect. If I care about someone because caring makes me stronger, is the caring genuine? Or is it just a sophisticated form of selfishness?" She was quiet for a long time. The junior students below them practiced their forms with the earnest clumsiness of beginners. A cloud passed over the sun, dimming the training ground. Somewhere in the distance, a formation crystal chimed the hour. "I think," Yun said slowly, choosing each word with the precision of someone who understood that this answer mattered, "that the fact you're asking that question answers it. People who use others don't worry about whether they're using others. They just do it. The questioning itself is evidence of sincerity." Is that a compliment? It's an observation, one I didn't expect to make about a boy half my cultivation rank. They talked for 4 hours. The tea went cold. The sun moved across the sky. The training grounds below emptied as evening cultivation sessions began, and the conversation continued in the growing darkness, lit by spirit stone lanterns that activated automatically as the light faded. The conversation ranged from cultivation philosophy to personal history, his carefully curated version, her surprisingly candid one. She'd been raised in the Misty Cloud sect from age 6, taken from a family she barely remembered, trained by Yunshan personally, groomed for leadership since adolescence. The sect was her family, her community, her entire frame of reference for how the world worked. "My master taught me that the sect comes first," she said, her voice carrying the particular flatness of someone reciting doctrine they'd internalized so deeply it had become architecture. "Before personal desires. Before attachments. Before anything that might compromise objectivity or create vulnerability." And I believed him, because he was the strongest person I knew, and strength validates everything. And now I'm sitting on a wall with a teenage boy who makes me question that belief, and I'm not sure whether to be grateful or furious. He smiled. "Can it be both?" She almost smiled back. "Almost. You make me want to be selfish," she said, the words emerging with the particular difficulty of a confession. "You make me want things for myself, instead of for the sect. Personal things. Things that don't serve any strategic purpose. And I don't know what to do with that. Being selfish about the right things isn't weakness. It's wisdom. The sect serves the people in it, not the other way around. An organization that demands you surrender your humanity as the price of membership isn't a community. It's a cage. That's dangerously close to heresy." Every important truth starts as heresy. That's how you know it's important. She left after that, her step lighter, her expression troubled in the way that indicated growth rather than distress, the particular discomfort of someone whose worldview was expanding faster than their ability to accommodate it. The system updated quietly. Yun, Affinity, 1424 Chapter 47. The restricted archive infiltration happened on a moonless night, 2 weeks after Xiao Yishen's systematic search through the medical division's unrestricted archives had narrowed the poison sect formation blueprints to a specific location. Subbasement level, Eastern Vault, shelf designation R47B, Xiao Yishen reported, spreading her notes across the table in their shared study room. Her research methodology was meticulous, cross-referenced indices, citation chains, catalog annotations that trace the blueprint's provenance through 3 centuries of archival transfers. The original documents were acquired from the Poison Sect's ruins during an Academy expedition 67 years ago. They've been in restricted storage since. Security? Xiao Yan asked. Formation locks keyed to faculty energy signatures. A guardian beast construct on a timed patrol route, 12-minute cycle. Climate-controlled environment with humidity sensors that trigger alerts if the door is open for more than 90 seconds. 12-minute patrol. 90-second door window. Faculty keyed locks. Xiao Yan calculated. That's tight but possible. Yao Lao's soul stealth technique was the key, a method that suppressed not just Do Qi signatures but physical presence itself, bending perception around the user like light around a gravitational lens. The technique was demanding, draining reserves at a rate that gave approximately 40 minutes of functional invisibility before the effect collapsed. He went in at midnight, when the subbasement's ambient energy was at its lowest ebb and the formation locks were weakest. The stairwell down was carved from a single block of formation-reinforced granite, each step worn smooth by decades of faculty footsteps. Spirit stone lanterns cast pale blue illumination that turned the descending corridor into something that felt like descending into deep water. The further down he went, the cooler and more compressed the atmosphere became. The subbasement was vast, dry, and meticulously organized. Rows of jade slip shelves stretched into the darkness in both directions, each shelf secured by minor formation locks that glowed faintly with residual Do Qi. The air smelled of preservation compounds and ancient paper, the particular scent of knowledge stored longer than the people who'd stored it had lived. Yao Lao guided him through the lock bypass. The old man's Pill Tower training had included security systems, because Pill Tower elders had to protect their own research from exactly this kind of intrusion, and understanding defense meant understanding how to circumvent it. Third lock from the left. The formation's energy flow has a gap at the junction between the second and third nodes. The original installer didn't compensate for material degradation in the hosting crystal. If you channel fire element Do Qi at exactly the resonance frequency of the degraded node, the lock interprets it as a faculty signature. It worked. The lock disengaged with a soft chime that sounded absurdly loud in the silent archive. The poison sect formation blueprints were stored in a reinforced case on the vault's eastern wall, catalogued under suppression techniques, biological anomalies. Class 4. He opened the case with trembling hands, not from fear but from the weight of what these documents represented. Xiao Yishen's future. Her ability to touch, to heal, to live as something other than a walking hazard. 3 jade slips containing the most detailed formation diagrams he'd ever seen, geometric patterns of staggering complexity, each line and node serving a specific function in the containment of biologically generated toxins. The formation would essentially create a controlled channel for the woeful poison body's output, converting lethal toxin production into a manageable, even useful, resource. But the blueprints were incomplete. A notation in the original architect's handwriting indicated that the central catalyst material, identified only as poison spirit jade, had been separated from the documentation for security purposes. The formation required this specific material as its core component. Without it, the formation was an engine without fuel. Poison spirit jade. Xiao Yan knew from the novel exactly where it was, the Black Corner region. Han Feng's treasury. One of his prized collection items, acquired during a Black Alliance raid on a poison sect ruin years ago. Of course it was. The universe had a sense of humor that leaned toward cruel irony. He copied the blueprints using a memory jade, a recording crystal that captured visual information through Do Qi impression, working quickly but carefully, ensuring every line and notation was faithfully reproduced. The formation's complexity was staggering, over 400 individual nodes connected by energy channels whose routing followed principles that combined standard formation theory with biological sciences that the poison sect had pioneered and the cultivation world had largely forgotten. Each node served a dual purpose, containment and conversion, simultaneously blocking the woeful poison body's lethal output while transforming it into usable cultivation energy. The design was elegant in a way that made Xiao Yan's alchemist's sensibility ache with appreciation. Whoever had created this formation had understood the woeful poison body not as a curse to be suppressed but as a power source to be harnessed, the same philosophical approach that defined his own relationship with the Affinity Resonance System. Control through integration, not through denial. The Guardian Beast's patrol cycle gave him 8 minutes. He used 7. On his way out, the archive's guardian beast, a Doshi-level spirit construct embedded in the vault's foundation, stirred as he passed. Not fully awake, but not fully dormant. The construct's awareness brushed against the edge of his stealth technique, and for a breathless moment, the formation's eyes, ruby crystals set in a stone lion's head, tracked the space where he stood. The moment passed. The construct settled. But someone would notice the disturbance within a day or two, the residual energy signature of a stealth technique in a restricted area. He'd have to move faster on the rest of his academy objectives. Chapter 48. The academy tournament was announced at a morning assembly, and the student body responded with the electric anticipation that humans reserved for rituals of formalized violence. Top 10 finishers would earn substantial cultivation resources, spirit stones, elemental essences, priority access to specialized training formations, elevated status within the student hierarchy, and access to the inner academy's core training grounds, facilities that operated at energy densities approaching the tower's deepest levels, reserved for the elite. Xiao Yan entered. The practical reasons were obvious: resources, reputation, and the political capital to operate freely within the academy's ecosystem. The personal reason was simpler: he needed to test his current combat capabilities against serious opposition before walking into the Black Corner region and fighting Han Feng on his home ground. Training intensified. He combined the Desert Sun formula with his Qinglian flame techniques, developing a new combat move that he'd been theorizing since the Sand Golem fight in the desert ruins. The Emerald Lotus Flash, a concentrated flame burst that compressed fire element Do Qi into a cutting edge thin as paper and hot as a stellar surface. The technique required precision that his Dadoshi rank barely supported, but the Qinglian Seed's heavenly flame authority compensated, granting his fire control the quality of a cultivator 2 ranks above his actual level. The gap between what his rank said he could do and what his flames actually did was his greatest tactical advantage. Opponents calibrated their defenses for Dadoshi fire. What they got was something closer to Do Wang intensity concentrated into a surgical application. He practiced the technique systematically. Training dummies first, the basic striking targets disintegrated on contact, which told him the power was there but not the control. Reinforced training walls next, he learned to adjust the blade's thickness and focal length, discovering that a wider edge delivered less damage per unit area but covered more surface, while a razor-thin application could cut through 3 inches of formation-reinforced stone. Then, with Elder Su's permission, defensive formations, the closest simulation of actual combat resistance, where his technique met structured Do Qi opposition and he learned how it performed against adaptive defenses. Dadoshi 8-star. His cultivation climbed steadily, fed by the tower's enhanced environment and the golden warmth resonance from daily training sessions with Xun Er. They sparred every morning. The ritual continued from the Xiao clan compound, adapted to the academy's superior facilities. Their synchronization deepened with every session, their combat rhythms merging into something that transcended coordination. When Xun Er attacked, Xiao Yan was already moving to complement. When he defended, she was already flanking. The resonance bond didn't just enhance their individual power, it created a shared tactical awareness that made them more effective as a pair than their combined individual capabilities suggested. "You're holding back less," Xun Er observed after a session that had left scorch marks on the training ground floor and ice crystals where her golden Do Qi had flash frozen the moisture in the air. "So are you." "I'm still holding back." "I know." "Stop." She looked at him. The challenge was real, not a request but a demand, born from the knowledge that he needed to face genuine resistance if he was going to survive what was coming. Her golden eyes assessed him for a long moment. Then she smiled, the dangerous kind of smile, the one that said the leash was coming off and you should probably be scared. Their next session left the training ground unusable for 2 days. The maintenance staff submitted a formal complaint. Elder Huo assigned them an arena with reinforced barriers after that. Chapter 49. Tournament Preliminaries. 200 students, single elimination bracket, fights judged by senior faculty. The tournament arena was a different space than the examination ground, older, its stone floor worn smooth by decades of student combat, the barrier formations embedded so deep they become part of the structure rather than additions to it. The smell was familiar: hot stone, discharged Do Qi, the faint mineral bite of broken formations. But the crowd energy was distinct. Examination proctors maintained professional quiet. Tournament spectators made noise. By the third preliminary bout the stands were alive with commentary, the sounds of a few thousand people doing what crowds did, predicting, arguing, revising their predictions, arguing again. Xiao Yan found it easier to focus into that ambient noise than against silence. Silence required active management. Crowd noise was just weather. He'd reached the bracket that morning with a 3-fight assignment: eliminate assigned opponents, advance to quarterfinals, reveal nothing useful about the Qinglian Seed's full capabilities. The strategy was the same he'd used in the examination: controlled performance, competence without spectacle. Xiao Yan moved through the lower rounds with efficient brutality, no wasted movement, no theatrical displays, just clean technique applied with precision that left opponents uncertain about what had gone wrong. His fighting style had matured since the Xiao clan tournament, refined by months of diverse opponents and the Qinglian seed's influence on his flame techniques. Each fire attack carried a trace of heavenly flame authority that disrupted defensive formations at a frequency level normal Do Qi couldn't match. Opponents' shields held structurally but vibrated in ways that destabilized the cultivator behind them. He reached the quarterfinals without taking significant damage. His opponents described the experience in remarkably similar terms. I couldn't find the timing. Every attack landed late, every defense formed wrong. He wasn't faster or stronger, he was just always in the right place, and I was always half a step behind. Xun Er dominated her bracket with a display of power that rewrote the Academy's understanding of what a first-year student could do. Golden flame techniques, the Gu clan's ancestral methods, refined across tens of thousands of years, blazed through opponents who'd never seen ancient clan cultivation before. The golden fire didn't just burn, it suppressed. Other elements faded in its presence, their Do Qi signatures dampened by a frequency that said, I am older than your technique. I am more fundamental than your element. Yield. She didn't hold back. Every fight was a statement, I am done pretending to be less than I am. In the upper level stands, reserved for VIPs and visiting dignitaries, a figure in nondescript traveling clothes watched Xun Er's performances with narrowed eyes. The Gu clan observer, his cultivation suppressed to Do Wang levels but his true power radiating Do Zong class in careful, measured pulses, sent a communication bird eastward that evening. The bird carried a message toward the Central Plains, toward the ancient Gu clan territory, toward the decision-makers who would determine whether Xun Er returned voluntarily or was collected by force. And in her private balcony, Yun watched Xiao Yan's quarterfinal approach with an expression that her Misty Cloud sect training hadn't equipped her to hide. The expression didn't have a name in the cultivation world's emotional vocabulary. In Lin Feng's world, it would have been called falling. Chapter 50. Quarterfinals. Xiao Yan vs Yan Hao. Fire against earth. Mobility against defense. Yan Hao was a fortress given human form, Do Ling 2-star with a body cultivation technique called Stone Emperor art that hardened his skin, muscle, and bone to the consistency of spirit-forged steel. He didn't dodge attacks because he didn't need to. He absorbed them, weathered them, waited for his opponent to exhaust themselves against his defenses, and then counterattacked with devastating precision. His strategy was the strategic equivalent of Be the Wall. Good luck, Yan Hao said as they took their positions. His tone was friendly, a genuine warmth that his massive frame made easy to underestimate. I've been looking forward to seeing your flames up close. You might regret that. I usually do. Doesn't stop me. The fight began badly for Xiao Yan. His standard flame techniques, flame-splitting tsunami hand, basic fire projectiles, even the Emerald Lotus flash at medium power, impacted Yan Hao's stone armor and dissipated without visible effect. The earth cultivator walked through fire like a man walking through rain, his massive frame absorbing heat that would have incapacitated a normal fighter. Each impact made the stone armor flicker and reform, a self-repairing defense that converted incoming energy into structural reinforcement. Your flames are hot, Yan Hao observed, brushing soot from his shoulder plate. But heat alone won't crack stone. He was right. And he was wrong. Because heat alone wouldn't crack stone, but sustained, targeted heat, applied to specific structural weaknesses, absolutely would. The principle wasn't brute force. The principle was physics. Xiao Yan shifted strategy. Instead of hitting Yan Hao directly, he used the Qinglian seed to superheat the air around the earth cultivator's armor in a dome pattern, not attacking the stone but heating it. Creating a greenhouse effect that turned the stone plates from insulators into conductors. Stone was an excellent insulator at room temperature. At 2000 degrees, it became a kiln with the cultivator inside it. Yan Hao felt the temperature shift and adjusted, channeling more earth element Do Qi into his armor's thermal resistance. Smart, the correct response if Xiao Yan's technique had a ceiling. But the Qinglian seed didn't have a ceiling. Heavenly flame energy didn't follow the same rules as normal Do Qi. It just kept escalating. The ambient temperature climbed. 300 degrees. 500. 800. The arena floor began to soften at the edges. Spectators in the first 3 rows retreated behind the barrier formations, which hummed with the effort of containing the thermal output. Yan Hao's armor started glowing. Not visibly at first, a dull infrared warmth that his earth Do Qi struggled to compensate. Then a faint orange, then bright cherry red, the stone plates radiating heat that Yan Hao could feel through his reinforcement like standing too close to a furnace. That's creative, Yan Hao managed, sweat evaporating from his skin before it could form droplets. Thank you. It also hurts. I apologize. Yan Hao yielded when his armor's inner surface temperature reached the point where the skin underneath began to blister. His respect was genuine. He stepped out of the arena with a raised fist and a grin that said, I didn't see that coming, I learned something, and I'll be ready next time. He'd been in the arena long enough to know the exact quality of defeat that stung productively versus the kind that simply stung. This was the former, the clean, clarifying type, where you understood precisely what had beaten you and could already see the shape of the work required to address it. His stone armor was still solid. His cultivation base was intact. His dignity was intact too, because the loss had been to something genuinely clever rather than simply more powerful, and there was a difference between being beaten by raw force and being beaten by ideas that you should have considered yourself. Good fight, he said, extending a hand that was still warm enough to be uncomfortable. Xiao Yan shook it. Training partner? Absolutely. I need to figure out a counter for that oven technique before the rematch. From the stands, Yun's eyes had never left the arena. Xiao Yan caught her gaze as he walked to the exit. He winked. She looked away. But her lip twitched. Chapter 51. Semifinals. Xiao Yan vs Lin Shuya. The arena was packed. Standing room only, with overflow spectators watching through crystal projection arrays mounted on the outer walls. This was the fight the Academy had been waiting for, the mysterious flame alchemist against the wind sword prodigy. Betting pools had been established in the dormitories, and Lin Shuya was a 3-to-1 favorite. Lin Shuya entered the arena with his sword already drawn, a slender blade of spirit-forged blue metal called Wind Song, which hummed with bound wind spirits that generated a permanent air current around the blade's edge. His stance was classical, economical, beautiful in the way that lethal things were beautiful. Every line of his body communicated mastery. I have done this 10,000 times, and each time was better than the last. Xiao Yan settled into his combat stance, the modified Flame Emperor form he'd developed over months of experimentation, blending Yao Lao's traditional flame combat framework with Lin Feng's theoretical understanding of energy conservation and redirection. No weapon, his fists and flames were weapon enough, and carrying a blade would mean dividing his attention between two systems when one already demanded everything he had. The Qinglian seed pulsed in his dantian, resonating with the tower's ambient heavenly flame energy, ready. The arena's atmosphere had changed. Not the physical atmosphere, the emotional one. 200,000 students, faculty, and visitors had invested themselves in this fight, and their collective attention created a pressure that went beyond Do Qi. The weight of being watched. The weight of expectation. The weight of knowing that everything he did for the next several minutes would define how this academy remembered him. Lin Feng's memories offered a frame of reference, the feeling before a major tournament match in competitive gaming, when the crowd's energy became a physical force and the outcome mattered not just for the win but for the narrative it would create. The parallel was imperfect, gaming tournaments didn't end with broken bones, but the emotional core was identical. Performance under observation. Excellence as communication. The fight is a statement about who you were. I've been looking forward to this, Lin Shuya said, his smile genuine and sharp and beautiful in the way that a drawn sword was beautiful. So have I. The fight was the best of Xiao Yan's career so far, a sustained exchange between two fighters who understood each other's capabilities well enough to be dangerous and respected each other enough to hold nothing back. Lin Shuya's Wind Walk 13 Swords technique was a masterwork of elemental combat, 13 distinct sword forms, each generating a different wind pattern, each wind pattern reinforcing the others until the arena was filled with a self-sustaining tornado of blade energy. The first form created a lateral wind that restricted movement. The second added a vertical downdraft that compressed the opponent's space. The third introduced rotating microcurrents that turned the air itself into a cutting medium. By the fifth form, the arena was a blender. Xiao Yan countered with fire's fundamental advantage over wind, fuel. Wind-fed flames. Every blade of wind energy that struck his Qinglian enhanced barriers didn't damage them, it oxygenated them, converting kinetic wind energy into thermal fuel. His barriers grew hotter with each exchange, turning Lin Shuya's building pressure against him. The more wind Lin Shuya threw, the stronger Xiao Yan's fire became. You're absorbing my technique, Lin Shuya realized, his eyes narrowing with sharp recognition. Your wind feeds my fire. The harder you push, the hotter I get. That's not a metaphor. Then I'll push all at once. The turning point came at the seventh exchange. Lin Shuya committed to his signature move, Wind Walk, Final Sword, a concentrated thrust that channeled the accumulated tornado into a single piercing strike of compressed wind blade energy. The technique was designed as a finishing move, overwhelming force concentrated into a point, punching through any defense through sheer focused pressure. Xiao Yan met it with flame-devouring wave, a technique Yao Lao had taught him during a late-night training session in the tower, designed specifically for this kind of confrontation. The wave didn't block incoming elemental attacks. It consumed them, absorbing the attack's energy signature and converting it to fire element fuel. The collision was spectacular. A 30-meter crater appeared where the two energies intersected, the arena's stone floor simultaneously scorched black and wind polished to glass in a pattern that looked like a frozen explosion. The barrier formations protecting the spectators flared to maximum intensity, their crystal housings glowing white with the effort of containment. Spectators shielded their eyes against the flash. When the debris settled, Lin Shuya was on one knee. His wind walk technique had been drained, the flame-devouring wave had consumed the tornado's accumulated energy, leaving him without his primary offensive system. Wind Song hummed weakly in his hand, its bound wind spirits depleted. Xiao Yan stood across the crater, his right arm trembling from the energy absorption, his Do Qi reserves at 20%, but standing. Yield? Xiao Yan asked. Lin Shuya looked at his drained sword, at the devastated arena, at the boy who'd eaten his best technique and survived. Then he laughed, a clean, uncomplicated sound of someone who'd been given a fight worth remembering. Yield. But we're doing this again. Anytime. Chapter 52. The evening before the finals, Xun visited Xiao Yan in the medical ward. He'd taken damage from Lin Shuya's 7th exchange. The Windwalk's final strike had partially penetrated the flame-devouring wave before being fully absorbed, and wind element blade energy had carved a shallow gash across his left shoulder. The Academy's healers had patched him efficiently, but the wound needed rest to fully close, and rest was a commodity Xiao Yan managed poorly. The ward occupied the Academy's eastern annex, a long, bright room where healing formations were laid into the floor in concentric rings, each ring tuned to a different restoration frequency. The air carried the layered smell of spirit herbs being processed in adjacent preparation rooms, sweetgrass and ironbark root, the sharper medicinal bite of crushed wind lotus, the warm undertone of do qi accelerated recovery compounds. Soft amber light filtered through high windows. The formation rings hummed at a frequency just below hearing, felt in the chest more than the ears. He'd been lying still for 40 minutes, watching the ceiling, when Lin Shuya appeared in the ward's entrance. The wind cultivator had changed out of his tournament armor into casual clothes, a spare blade sheathed at his hip out of what was clearly reflex rather than necessity. A shallow bruise ran along his left forearm where Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave had thrown him backward into the arena floor. He carried 2 cups of cold tea, the ward's common room variety, and set one on the table with the ease of someone who hadn't decided yet whether this was a friendly visit or a debrief. Your flame-devouring wave hit like a collapsing wall, Lin Shuya said, pulling a chair to the bedside without being invited, which felt like the natural action of someone who didn't spend much time being anything other than welcome. I replayed it in my head the whole walk over. I still can't find the opening I should have taken. There wasn't one. By the 7th exchange the wave had enough fuel from your own wind that blocking it would have required more do qi than you had left. Lin Shuya absorbed this with his expression open and thoughtful rather than defensive, someone who'd been given the exact technical information he'd come looking for. So you built the trap over 6 exchanges without signaling it. It required you to keep throwing wind. Which you would, because wind against fire is your best matchup. Except when the fire can eat the wind. He turned the teacup in his hands. You're going to beat Lu Qing tomorrow. That's ambitious. He's stronger than you. But you think at a different level. He paused, setting the cup down. I wanted you to know, this was the best fight I've had in 3 years. Whatever happens tomorrow, you've earned everything that comes from it. Xiao Yan looked at the ceiling for a moment, feeling the formation's healing warmth working through the shoulder wound, the ward's ambient quiet settling around them both. Some victories produced clarity. Some produced new questions. This one had given him an unexpected thing, a genuine peer. You too, he said. Lu Qing isn't the rematch I'm thinking about. Lin Shuya smiled at that, the same clean, uncomplicated smile from the arena, and stood to leave just as Yun's footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. She arrived with a bundle of herbs wrapped in silk cloth bearing the Misty Cloud Sex Silvercloud emblem. Premium healing herbs, spirit vein grass and 3 jade blossom, the kind that sect elders received for personal injury, not the kind distributed to visiting liaison officers. She'd gone into her own supply. Don't read into this, she said, setting the bundle on his bedside table with the carefully calibrated casualness of someone who'd practiced the gesture before arriving. I just don't want the finals to be boring because one fighter is injured. Thank you, he said, with enough sincerity to make her uncomfortable and not enough to push her away. The balance was deliberate. With Yun, everything had to be calibrated, too much emotional pressure and she'd retreat behind her professional armor, too little and the connection stalled. She should have left. She didn't. She sat in the visitor's chair beside his bed and folded her hands in her lap with the precise posture of someone who'd been trained to sit correctly since childhood and had never quite figured out how to sit naturally. Your technique against Lin Shuya, she said. The flame-devouring wave. That's not a standard fire element technique. The energy conversion principles are closer to pill tower methodology than combat cultivation. You recognize the school? I've studied broadly. The Misty Cloud Sex archives are extensive, even if most members only access the wind element sections. She paused. Your teacher is from the pill tower. Or was. He neither confirmed nor denied. The observation was too close to the truth to address safely. You should enter next year's tournament yourself, he said, redirecting. You'd win. I outrank every student here by 2 full realms. It wouldn't be fair. Fair is a concept invented by people who can't win. You're better than everyone in this academy, and you spend your time hiding it because your sect trained you to believe that standing out is the same as standing alone. She went very still. The observation had landed deeper than he'd intended, or maybe exactly as deep as he'd intended. The boundary between strategy and sincerity was thin with Yun, and he'd stopped trying to distinguish them, because the truth was that he cared about her opinion as much as he cared about her alliance. You presume a great deal, she said, but her voice lacked edge. I pay attention to people who are worth paying attention to. You're the strongest cultivator I've met who seems to genuinely believe that strength should be hidden rather than used. That's either humility or tragedy, and I'm not sure which. She left without responding. But she forgot to take back the silk wrapping that the herbs had been bundled in, and silk wrapping bearing a Misty Cloud Elder's personal emblem was not the kind of thing you forgot unless some part of you wanted to leave a piece of yourself behind. He folded the silk carefully and placed it in his travel pack. Chapter 53. Tournament Finals. Xiao Yan vs. Lu Qing. The arena had been rebuilt overnight. Earth element cultivators had resurfaced the floor, reinforced the walls, and expanded the barrier formations to withstand higher-level combat. The crowd was the largest in the tournament's history, every seat filled, every standing space occupied, crystal projection arrays broadcasting to overflow audiences in the dormitories and training grounds. Faculty members who hadn't attended a student fight in years occupied the premium seating. Elder Huo was there. Elder Su was there. The principal herself occupied a private balcony, her Dozun-level senses tracking both fighters with an attention that said, "This is worth watching." Lu Qing was everything his reputation promised. Do Ling 5-star. Physically enormous, 6'4", 240 pounds, every ounce of it cultivated muscle reinforced with golden do qi that made his skin shimmer like burnished metal. He moved with the deceptive speed of a large man who'd trained his body to overcome its own mass, and his fighting style was built on a principle so simple it was almost philosophical: be stronger than everything else, and hit until the problem yields. The gap between them was massive. Xiao Yan was Dadoshi 9-star, technically 2 full ranks below Lu Qing, a power differential that should have made the match a formality. In cultivation terms, it was the difference between a regional champion and a continental contender. "You fight well," Lu Qing said, taking his position. His voice was deep, carrying the natural resonance of a chest cavity large enough to contain a normal person. The Wind Eater technique was clever. "Thank you. I don't have clever techniques, I just hit things. I've noticed. This won't be as complicated as the Lin Shuya fight." "I know. That's what makes it harder." Lu Qing's fighting style didn't have exploitable gaps because it didn't have complexity. There was nothing to outthink. No intricate technique to counter. No building pattern to disrupt. Just raw, overwhelming, relentless force applied with the precision of a sledgehammer that never missed. Xiao Yan fought strategically, deploying every tool in his expanded arsenal. Terrain manipulation, using Qinglian flame to create heat distortion fields that warped light and disrupted Lu Qing's depth perception. Flame barriers that forced the larger fighter into predetermined movement corridors. Temperature gradients that sapped stamina from a body designed for explosive output rather than sustained effort. Lu Qing broke through every tactic with raw force. Heat distortion? He closed his eyes and fought by do qi sense alone, his punches landing with undiminished accuracy. Flame barriers? He punched through them, literally, his golden fists parting fire like curtains. Temperature gradients? His golden do qi generated its own internal climate, regulating his body temperature with the casual efficiency of someone who'd never known what it was like to be uncomfortable. By the 5th exchange, Xiao Yan was bleeding from 2 cuts, not deep, but reminders that Lu Qing's fists carried blade-like wind pressure even without element affinity. By the 8th exchange, he was running on do qi reserves he'd been holding in emergency storage. By the 11th, he was pulling energy from the golden warmth resonance. Xun Er was in the stands, close enough to activate the passive bond, and her golden do qi fed into his system in a warm, steady current that kept him functional when his own reserves were empty. By the 11th exchange, he had nothing left to lose. He tapped the Qinglian seed fully. Not the careful, measured channeling he'd practiced in training. Not the controlled application he'd used against the sand golem. The full, unrestrained release of a heavenly flame fragment through a body that was barely rated to contain it. Blue-green fire wreathed his body. The temperature in the arena dropped sharply as all ambient heat, from the air, from the stone, from the barrier formations, from the spectator's own body heat, concentrated on his right fist. A localized thermodynamic violation that created a core of near absolute zero surrounded by a shell of solar surface temperature. The air screamed. Literally, the rapid temperature differential created pressure waves that manifested as sound, a rising keen that set teeth on edge. Emerald Lotus Annihilation. The technique he'd been building toward since the Sand Golem, a full power application of the Emerald Lotus Flash, concentrated not into a cutting edge but into a single point of impact. All the heat in the arena compressed to the size of a fist. He threw the punch. Lu Qing blocked, both arms crossed, golden do qi at maximum output, his massive frame braced against the floor with earth-shaking force. The collision produced a shockwave that shattered the arena's barrier formations. Crystal housings exploded outward. The floor cracked, not hairline fractures but structural failures, stone plates separating and tilting like ice floes breaking apart. Spectators grabbed handholds as the shockwave passed over them, carrying heat and displaced air. Lu Qing slid backward 30 meters, his guard held, golden do qi flickering but intact, but the heavenly flame's authority had disrupted his energy circulation at a fundamental level. His arms trembled. His golden aura sputtered like a flame in wind. The match was called. Draw, due to arena structural damage exceeding safety parameters. The pronouncement came from the principal herself, who descended from her balcony to assess the damage with the expression of someone who was simultaneously impressed and calculating repair costs. Xiao Yan's knees buckled. The Qinglian depletion hit him like a wave, every cell in his body suddenly empty, the fire that had sustained him snuffed out by its own expenditure. The world tilted sideways. Mid-fall, something happened that he hadn't anticipated. Breakthrough. Doling 1 star. The advancement came not from meditation or careful cultivation but from the forge of combat, the fallen heart flames diluted influence from the tower overhead, activated by the extreme duress of the fight, forcing a breakthrough under psychological and physical pressure exactly as it was designed to do. His meridians expanded. His dantian deepened. His Do Qi density restructured at the molecular level. He hit the arena floor at Doling 1 star and stayed there, breathing hard, staring at the sky through the cracked dome of the battle arena. Above him, the blazing sky Qi refining tower burned. Chapter 54. Post-tournament. Xiao Yan's reputation transformed overnight from the interesting first year to the person who fought Lu Qing to a draw and broke through mid-match. The attention was intense and multifaceted. Respect from fellow students. Curiosity from faculty. Calculation from the various factions who wanted to recruit a demonstrated prodigy. And, more concerning, interest from external observers who'd attended the tournament and would carry reports back to organizations that collected talented young cultivators the way museums collected artifacts. He used the attention strategically. Within a week, he'd established a student faction called Pan's Gate, named to honor the original Timelines version, where a similar group had been Xiao Yan's first real community. Pan's Gate operated on principles that distinguished it from every other student faction at the academy: no tribute, no hierarchy of exploitation, no ranking system that turned fellow students into subordinates. Mutual cultivation support, shared resources, and a simple membership requirement: contribute what you can, take what you need, and treat your faction mates as partners rather than subordinates. Xun Er co-led, her Golden Flame authority and ancient clan cultivation methods providing a level of training guidance that most factions couldn't match. She taught combat theory sessions that drew attendees from outside the faction, practical demonstrations of technique refinement that the academy's official curriculum didn't cover. Lin Shuya and Yan Hao affiliated as friendly rivals, not formal members but frequent collaborators, drawn by the quality of sparring partners and the absence of political games. Their presence lent credibility and attracted additional talent. Xiao Yishen managed Pan's Gate medical supplies, running a small clinic within the faction's designated quarters that mirrored the one she'd built in Stone Desert City. The role gave her something she'd needed since the woeful poison body's first manifestation: purpose within community. She was useful, valued, necessary. The clinic became a quiet institution within Pan's Gate. Xiao Yishen treated training injuries, refined recovery pills from the faction's pooled ingredients, and maintained a diagnostic schedule that caught cultivation deviations before they became dangerous. She wore thin silk gloves during examinations now, a precaution against accidental skin contact that she'd adopted after the Stone Desert City incident, and the gloves had become part of her identity. The silver-haired girl with the gentle hands and the silk gloves, who could diagnose conditions that academy healers needed instruments to detect. The fear of her condition didn't disappear. It lived in the back of her awareness like a shadow, reminding her with every patient contact that the gloves were the only barrier between healing and harm. But the fear was balanced, counterweighted, by the knowledge that the people around her knew about it and stayed anyway. They knew what she carried, and they chose proximity over precaution. On quiet evenings, when the clinic was empty and the faction quarters were filled with the distant sounds of cultivation practice, she would sit at her desk and study the poison sect formation blueprints that Xiao Yan had copied for her. The diagrams were beautiful in their complexity, geometric patterns that mapped the woeful poison body's output pathways with the precision of an architect designing a cathedral. Each line promised a future where her touch was safe. Where she could hold a patient's hand without checking for rashes. Where the silk gloves could come off. She wanted that future with an intensity that frightened her. Chapter 55. The Gu clan's message arrived by formation-transmitted communication crystal, a technology that bypassed physical distance but was expensive enough that its use implied serious intent. The crystal appeared on Xun Er's dormitory desk without explanation, which meant someone with the ability to bypass academy security had placed it there. Xun Er's face was carefully blank when she showed Xiao Yan the crystal's contents. The message was from Gu Yuan, her father, the Gu clan's patriarch. Diplomatic in tone, absolute in substance. Return within 3 months. The clan requires your presence for the ancestral rites. Non-attendance is not an option. Authorized retrieval will be dispatched if you do not comply. 3 months. 90 days. The countdown started. Xiao Yan processed the information. Discarded panic as a useless response. Panic was a luxury afforded to people who didn't have countermeasures, and he had been preparing countermeasures since the day he'd woken up in Xiao Yan's body. He did the math. 3 months to demonstrate sufficient worth that the Gu clan reconsider the retrieval, or sufficient power that he could handle the retrieval team when it arrived. 3 more months after that to continue cultivating toward the point where the Gu clan trials were viable. The trials themselves were an unknown variable but a bounded one. He understood their structure from the novel, and understanding structure was always the starting point. The problem was not the timeline. The problem was that the timeline was an honest assessment of what was required and he wasn't currently meeting it. The cultivation rank he needed wasn't a goal, it was a floor, the minimum viable baseline below which attempting the trials would be failing in a way that closed the option permanently. There was no second attempt. The ancient clans didn't offer second attempts to people who'd already demonstrated they weren't ready. He looked at Xun Er across the table where they sat. She met his eyes with the specific expression she had when she was deciding how much to say, the calculation that preceded honesty when honesty was going to cost something. I knew this was coming, she said quietly. I've been preparing for it. Whatever your plan is, I'm part of it. Not as a resource. As a partner. I know, he said. That's not a question. The expression she gave him in response was the most unguarded thing he'd seen from her since the journey to Mongbird Mountain, and he stored it carefully in the place where the things that mattered were kept. He immediately redirected his training schedule. The Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower became his primary cultivation site, 12 hours daily in the deepest accessible level, pushing through Do Ling ranks with an intensity that alarmed even Yao Lao. The tower's concentrated heavenly flame energy, combined with the golden warmth resonance from training sessions with Xun Er, created an acceleration curve that defied normal cultivation trajectories. Do Ling 2-star after 2 weeks. Do Ling 3-star after 4. You're going to damage your channels if you maintain this pace, Yao Lao warned, manifesting beside him during a midnight cultivation session. Your meridians are adapting to the dual flame core, but they're adapting under stress. If you push too hard, then help me maintain them. I have 90 days to become strong enough to face a Gu clan retrieval team, and 90 days after that to become strong enough to walk into the Gu clan's territory and convince them I'm worthy. I don't have time for careful. You don't have time for reckless either. Dead cultivators don't rescue anyone. The compromise was structured intensity, maximum training hours with built-in recovery periods, alchemical supplements to support channel repair, and the flame perception resonance providing real-time monitoring to prevent dangerous overextension. The fallen heart flame in the tower's depths responded to his escalating cultivation pressure, not attacking, not yet, but stirring. Each visit to the deep levels agitated it further, the flame's crude consciousness sensing the approach of a cultivator who carried a compatible flame signature. The containment formations Su Qian maintained were holding, but the degradation Xiao Yan had identified was accelerating. His formation reinforcement pill had bought time, but not enough. The fallen heart flame was going to break free. The only question was whether the breakout would be controlled or catastrophic. Chapter 56. Yun received orders from Yun Shan on a Tuesday morning, and by Tuesday afternoon, her bags were packed. She found Xiao Yan in the training courtyard at dawn, running through flame forms with the mechanical precision of someone working through a problem that had nothing to do with technique. He'd been up all night. The shadows under his eyes said as much, and the forms were a meditation substitute for a mind too wired to sit still. I'm leaving, she said. He stopped mid-form. Looked at her. The morning light caught her features, painting her white and silver robes in shades of gold that made her look like something from a painting, the kind of painting that warriors took into battle because looking at it reminded them what they were fighting for. Your master recalled you. Sect business. The details aren't something I can share. Her voice was formal, professional, the liaison officer speaking rather than the woman. But the undercurrent carried everything the words didn't: reluctance, frustration, and a particular kind of anger directed at an obligation she couldn't refuse and didn't want to accept. I know. He knew more than she thought. Yun Shan's alliance with the Hall of Souls was already forming, and Yun was being pulled back into an organization that was being corrupted from within by the man she called master. She was walking into a trap she couldn't see, guided by trust in someone who didn't deserve it. Spar with me before you go. What? Spar with me. 1 round. No Do Chi suppression. Fight at your actual level, just scaled to Do Ling intensity so I survive the experience. I want to know what it feels like to face someone who doesn't hold back. She studied him. Something in her expression softened, not the careful professional composure but the woman underneath, the one who'd talked with him for 4 hours about philosophy and left her silk wrapping behind and hadn't asked for it back. 1 round, she agreed. They fought on the empty training ground in the gray light before sunrise, when the academy's courtyards were empty and the only witnesses were the spirit stone lanterns. Yun at Do Ling equivalent intensity was a revelation. Wind and cloud techniques that turned the air itself into a weapon system, not attacks that traveled through the air but attacks that were the air. Every breath he took was controlled by her pressure gradients. Every movement he made was predicted and countered by atmospheric currents she'd established before the fight even began. She didn't fight in the arena. She fought with the arena. He lasted 187 seconds before a wind current pinned him against the training ground wall with enough pressure to make breathing a matter of negotiation rather than autonomy. The pressure was precise, enough to immobilize without injuring, the touch of someone who could have crushed him and chose restraint. She released him immediately. 3 minutes against a Do Huang scaling down, Yao Lao said from the ring. That's not embarrassing. Xiao Yan straightened, breathing hard, grinning like a fool. You're extraordinary, he told Yun Yun. I know. But her cheeks had color that the exertion didn't fully explain, and her breathing was faster than the fight warranted. When everything comes to a head, with your master, with the sect, with whatever's coming, I'll be there. That's not a conditional offer. It's not a trade. It's a promise from someone who respects you too much to let you face it alone. She didn't respond immediately. When she did, her voice was stripped of professional distance, carrying the raw honesty of someone speaking past their own defenses for the first time in years. You make me want to be selfish, she said. You make me want things that my duty says I can't have. Personal things. Things that have nothing to do with the sect or my responsibilities or the role I'm supposed to play. Duty and desire aren't always enemies. Sometimes they're the same thing wearing different clothes. She left for the Misty Cloud sect that afternoon. He watched her go from the academy's southern wall, her white and silver figure growing smaller against the forest road until it disappeared entirely. The distance between them felt like a wound, the kind that didn't bleed externally but ached deep enough to affect breathing. Yun Yun, Affinity, 2432 Chapter 57. Do Ling 5-star. 6 weeks of grinding, relentless cultivation, and the Fallen Heart Flames containment degradation had accelerated in parallel, 3.4% loss in the last month, up from the 2% annual baseline. The numbers were clear, intervention was no longer optional. Xiao Yan brought his findings to Elder Su, who brought them to the Academy's Elder Council, who brought them to the principal. The chain of command operated with unusual speed, which meant the elders already knew the situation was critical and had been waiting for someone to validate their fears with data. The meeting was held in the tower's command chamber, a circular room lined with observation crystals showing every level of the containment system. 15 elders, the principal, and one Do Ling student whose alchemical assessment and tower contribution had earned him an invite that most students wouldn't receive in 4 years of attendance. The containment is failing, Xiao Yan said, projecting his analysis onto the chamber's central crystal. Formation matrix coherence has dropped to 81%. At current degradation rates, the Fallen Heart Flame will achieve breakout conditions within 18 to 24 months. But the degradation is accelerating. Realistically, we may have 6 months. And if it breaks out uncontrolled? The principal asked, a Do Zun level woman named Mong Tianqi, with iron gray hair and the expression of someone who'd survived enough crises to evaluate them clinically rather than emotionally. The psychic shockwave will attack every mind within a 1-mile radius. Students, faculty, support staff, everyone, the strongest will survive with permanent psychological damage. The weakest will die. Your proposal? Controlled extraction. We weaken the containment in staged phases, using a team of fire element cultivators to absorb the flame's energy incrementally. I serve as the primary conduit. My Qinglian flame seed can harmonize with the Fallen Heart Flame's frequency, allowing controlled internalization rather than explosive release. You're proposing to absorb a heavenly flame. At Do Ling rank. I've done it before. The Qinglian seed in my Dantian is proof of concept. The debate took 3 hours. Arguments for and against. Risk assessments. Alternative proposals that ranged from reinforce the containment, buying years but not solving the problem, to evacuate and let it erupt, solving the problem by destroying the academy. Xiao Yan answered every question with data, defended every assertion with evidence, and projected a confidence he didn't entirely feel. The decision took 30 seconds. Principal Mong Tianqi overruled the dissenters with the authority of someone who understood that survival trumped inconvenience. Proceed, she said. And don't die. The paperwork for student fatalities is extensive, and I refuse to fill it out for someone I actually respect. Xiao Yan assembled his team. Xun Er for resonance stabilization. Her golden flame could harmonize with both the Qinglian seed and the Fallen Heart Flame's frequency, serving as a bridge between the two. Lin Shuya for energy ventilation. His wind techniques could dissipate excess heat and prevent the containment chamber from becoming an oven. Yan Hao for structural reinforcement. His earth cultivation could shore up the chamber walls against the shockwaves the extraction would produce. Each person he asked said yes without hesitation. Not because they didn't understand the risk, they did, but because the person asking had earned their trust through months of genuine connection, shared training, mutual respect. The Affinity Resonance System measured bonds. The bonds measured trust. And trust, in the end, was the resource that mattered more than any heavenly flame. Chapter 58. The Fallen Heart Flame erupted on schedule, which was to say, it erupted exactly when they were ready for it, because on schedule was a phrase Xiao Yan had redefined from when the containment fails to when we choose to let it go. The controlled extraction began in the tower's core chamber, a spherical room at the structure's absolute nadir. The walls were covered in formation arrays so old their creators' names had been forgotten, each array designed to contain a specific aspect of the Fallen Heart Flame's power. Su Qian had maintained these formations for decades, repairing degradation, reinforcing weak points, fighting a slow-losing battle against a prisoner that never stopped pushing. Today, they opened the door. The first stage went according to plan. Su Qian weakened the containment arrays in sequence, starting with the outermost ring and working inward. Each array deactivation was a calculated risk, like removing rivets from a pressure vessel one at a time, each removal increasing the strain on the remaining structures. The energy that bled through each breach flowed into the prepared channels, guided by the extraction array's geometry toward Xiao Yan's position at the center. He stood in the extraction array's focal point, his Qinglian seed blazing blue-green, his body configured as a living filter between the fallen heart flame and the outside world. The energy that reached him was hot, not physically but conceptually, a heat that existed in a dimension adjacent to temperature. His meridians accepted it, channeled it, filtered the destructive frequencies and allowed the constructive ones to flow into his cultivation base. The first 3 containment rings fell without incident. Energy flow at 12% of total capacity. Manageable. His meridians hummed with the throughput, stressed but within tolerances. The 4th ring fell. Energy flow jumped to 28%. His hands trembled. The Qinglian seed worked harder, its blue-green light intensifying as it compensated for frequencies his natural affinity couldn't process. The 5th ring fell. 37%. The air in the chamber heated to the point where Lin Shuya's wind techniques shifted from ventilation to active cooling, creating a thermal circulation system that prevented the stone walls from softening. Su Qian looked at Xiao Yan. Ready for the core rings? Do it. The 6th ring fell. 51%. And then the flame fought back. Despite the controlled conditions, despite the preparation, the team coordination, the carefully designed extraction sequence, the fallen heart flame's power exceeded projections. It was sentient in a way the Qinglian wasn't, a thinking fire, an intelligence born from centuries of imprisonment that had developed awareness through the accumulated mental energy of thousands of students who'd trained in its presence. It didn't want to be absorbed. It wanted to be free. The eruption manifested as a psychic shockwave, invisible fire that attacked the minds of every cultivator in the tower, plunging them into illusionary worlds constructed from their deepest fears. The hallucinations were perfect, indistinguishable from reality, tailored to each individual's psychological vulnerabilities with the precision of a weapon designed for exactly this kind of warfare. Lin Shuya saw himself failing, every technique missing, every sword stroke falling short, the wind that had always answered his call going silent. Yan Hao saw himself breaking, his stone armor crumbling, his invulnerable body revealed as fragile, the fortress becoming rubble. Xun Er saw herself return to the Gu clan, stripped of her freedom, married to a stranger, Xiao Yan's memory erased by ancient clan mind techniques. And Xiao Yan saw Lin Feng's death. Not the quick, clean version, the ambulance version. The version where he lay on a gurney, bleeding internally, watching fluorescent light slide past overhead, knowing with absolute certainty that he was dying and that nothing he'd done in 28 years of life had mattered. The E.M.T.'s faces were professionally sympathetic. The siren was a distant wail. The heart monitor's rhythm slowed with each beat, each gap between sounds growing longer, each silence stretching toward permanence. The illusion replayed. And replayed. And replayed. Each iteration stripped away another layer of his identity. You are not Xiao Yan, the illusion whispered with a voice made of fire. You are Lin Feng, a dead man wearing a stolen life. Everything you've built, the relationships, the power, the purpose, it's all founded on a lie. You are a parasite in a dead boy's body, and the people who love you love someone who doesn't exist. He knelt in the void of the illusion, Lin Feng's memories pressing down like a physical weight. The fear was real, not manufactured, not theoretical, but the genuine, bone-deep terror that everything he'd become was a beautiful fraud. Then the Affinity Resonance System activated. Not as a game interface. Not as a numerical readout. As a network. 5 connections, 5 bonds, 5 lifelines threading through the illusion like golden cables piercing darkness. Xun Er's warmth, steady, fierce, refusing to let go. Yao Lao's ancient patience, calm as stone, unmoved by the fire's manipulation. Xiao Yishen's quiet gratitude, small but bright, like a candle that refused to go out. Medusa's fierce respect, a serpent's grip, unyielding. Yun Yun's complicated longing, wind and distance and a connection that stretched but didn't break. Real. Not imagined. Not constructed. Real connections to real people who knew some version of him and chose to stay. I am Lin Feng's memories, he said to the void, his voice steady, his conviction growing with each word. And Xiao Yan's body. And the choices I make every day. The people who love me love who I've become, not who I was born as. The becoming is the point. The becoming was always the point. The illusion shattered like glass, and he was back in the extraction chamber with fire roaring around him and a flame that was very, very angry. Chapter 59. He entered the fallen heart flame's core while his team held the containment array. The core was a place that couldn't be described in physical terms because it occupied physical space only incidentally. The fallen heart flame's consciousness operated through a medium that was part thermal energy and part something older, the accumulated mental substrate of 3 centuries of stolen human cognition, compressed and distorted and transformed into the flame's own interior world. Walking into it felt like walking into a decision rather than a location. The air, If it could be called that, tasted of copper and old electricity, the ghost flavor of thoughts that had passed through this space and left their residue. The heat here was not temperature. It was intention, the directed purposefulness of a consciousness that had been wanting to get out of this container for as long as Xiao Yan's civilization had existed. The others had broken their illusions too, Xun Er through sheer willpower and the anchor of her bond with Xiao Yan, Xianxia through the swordsman's meditation technique that separated thought from emotion, Yan Hao through the earth cultivator's fundamental stubbornness. They held their positions in the array, channeling the extraction's energy flow while Xiao Yan descended into the flame's heart. The fallen heart flame's intelligence fought him, not with force but with persuasion. Mental projections, emotional manipulations, offers of power in exchange for surrender. The fire wanted a host, not a captor, and it tested every psychological crack in Xiao Yan's mental architecture. Power, it promised, projecting images of a Xiao Yan who'd surrendered to the flame's influence, stronger, faster, unstoppable. The cost, his connections. The flame would burn away attachment, leaving pure, uncompromised strength. No, Xiao Yan said. Freedom, it offered. Release from the burden of carrying everyone's expectations. Release from the weight of foreknowledge. Release from the constant, exhausting work of building relationships that might break. No. Truth, it whispered. You know what you really are. A man playing a role. An actor in a dead boy's life. The connections you build are performance. The love you give is calculated. You're wrong, he said. And I'll show you why. He absorbed it. Not through domination, through integration. Making space within his cultivation base for a second flame consciousness, coexisting rather than conquering. The Qinglian seed provided the framework, a harmonic bridge between two heavenly flame frequencies, allowing them to share the same dantian without destructive interference. Two fires, two natures, one host. The process was agonizing. Dual flame cores burned inside him, blue-green and invisible hot, physical fire and mental fire, earth and thought. His cultivation surged uncontrollably as the fallen heart flames break through, forcing property activated from within. Doling 6-star. 7-star. 2 ranks in seconds, the advancement ripping through his meridians with a force that left him screaming. The tower stabilized. The eruption subsided. The academy was intact. Xiao Yan emerged from the core chamber supported between Xun Er and Yan Hao, barely conscious, his Do Qi signature flickering between blue-green and invisible, two flame frequencies competing for expression before settling into a new harmonic. The academy's elders stared. The students who'd watched the containment operation from a safe distance stared harder. Xun Er set him down carefully on the chamber floor, brushed soot and blood from his face, and then, in full view of every elder, every student, every observer in the room, pressed her lips to his forehead. It was not a kiss of passion. It was a seal. A claim. A declaration that no one in the academy or the ancient clans or the entire continent could misinterpret. This person is mine, and I am his, and any force that tries to separate us will find me standing in its way. Su Qian, standing against the far wall with his monitoring crystals cradled against his chest, looked at the gesture and then at the chamber's intact walls and then at the creature crouching on the floor of his tower who'd absorbed a heavenly flame that had been eating through his formations for 15 years. He set down his monitoring crystals carefully on a nearby surface, sat down heavily on a stone bench, and put his head in his hands, not from distress, but from the specific quality of relief that came from knowing that you would be able to sleep tonight, for the first time in months, without the question of whether tonight was the night. Xianxia was still catching his breath in the corner. He looked at the gesture and then at Yan Hao, and Yan Hao looked back with the expression of someone who'd observed a significant thing and was deciding how to categorize it in their understanding of what the world contained. The crowd was very quiet. Xun Er, Affinity, 4252 Chapter 60. The aftermath settled over the academy like dust after an earthquake. The recovery room in the medical division's intensive care wing was a small, high-windowed space whose walls were lined with formation arrays designed to maintain stable ambient Do Qi density and suppress external spiritual energy fluctuations, a controlled environment for bodies that needed predictability while they healed. It smelled of medicinal herbs and formation crystal and the specific cool metal smell of healing formations running continuously, their output a steady low hum that was just below the threshold of audibility but present enough to be felt in the chest. He lay flat for the first 4 hours, unable to sit up, the meridian network stress fractures making movement produce a specific deep pain that was completely unlike muscle soreness, the pain of structural pathways recovering, the ache of something that had been pushed past design specifications and was being rebuilt to accommodate the new demands. The healers worked in shifts. Xiao Yishen didn't leave. She positioned herself at the room's corner where she could observe without being in anyone's way, her medical case open on the adjacent stool, her attention cycling between the healer's work and his vital monitoring crystals with the focused competence of someone who was both a patient's advocate and a medical practitioner in her own right. When the head healer's technique addressed the Do Qi depletion but left the neural burns, Xiao Yishen noted it quietly, not a challenge, a supplement, and the head healer adjusted her approach without defensiveness. Professional courtesy between practitioners who both wanted the same outcome. At the 4th hour, during the shift change when only the monitoring crystal attendant was in the room, Xiao Yan crossed from the corner to the bedside and sat. She didn't say anything. She was just there, her silver-haired presence beside him, the warmth of another person occupying the adjacent air, the specific quality of company that required nothing from him except his awareness that it was present. He didn't say anything either. But his breathing, which had been tight with residual pain, eased. The Academy's healers treated him for 7 hours, do-chi depletion, meridian stress fractures, minor neural burns from the fallen heart flame's psychic assault, and a constellation of bruises and abrasions that were the physical price of channeling 2 heavenly flames through a body that hadn't been designed for one. Xiao Yan assisted the healers with a quiet competence that earned their professional respect, her diagnoses consistently accurate, her treatment suggestions consistently adopted. When he was finally discharged, the principal was waiting. Xiao Yan received honorary elder status, an unprecedented designation for a student, granted by Principal Meng Tianqi herself in recognition of preventing the tower's catastrophic failure. The ceremony was brief and informal. Meng Tianqi didn't believe in pageantry for practical achievements, conducted in her office with only Su Qian and Elder Huo as witnesses. She presented the elder's token, a jade disc engraved with the Academy's seal, and told him, with the casual gravity of someone who distributed life-changing honors on a quarterly basis, that the title came with responsibilities she expected him to take seriously. The title was largely ceremonial in most respects, but it came with one critical perk: unrestricted access to every archive in the Academy, including the restricted sections he'd previously had to infiltrate at night under Yao Lao's stealth technique. He used the access immediately, returning to the sub-basement vault through the front door this time, with proper authorization and adequate lighting. The poison sect formation blueprints were exactly where he'd left them, and the full access version revealed 2 additional construction details that his stealth-limited copies had missed: specific dimensional requirements for the formation matrix and a calibration sequence that required the operator to attune to the catalyst material's energy signature before activation. The formation was now fully documented. Every line, every node, every energy pathway mapped and understood. All it needed was the catalyst material. Poison Spirit Jade. Black Corner Region. Han Feng's treasury. Everything leads there, Xiao Yan told Yao Lao, spreading the completed blueprints across his desk in the quarters that came with his new elder status. The third method fragment. The Poison Spirit Jade. Han Feng himself. It's time. The old man's spectral face was grave. Before you go, you need to hear the full truth. About the Hall of Souls. About what they're really doing. Not the fragments I've shared before, the complete picture. Yao Lao told him. The Hall of Souls was a front organization for the Han clan, one of the ancient clans, dedicated to collecting powerful souls for a specific purpose, fueling a ritual that would allow Hun Tiandi, the Han clan's patriarch, to achieve Dodi rank through artificial means. Every soul they harvested, every cultivator they'd killed and captured over centuries, was a building block in an artificial pathway to godhood that bypassed the Toshi ancient emperor's cave entirely. 2 paths, Xiao Yan said, the full scope of the situation crystallizing in his awareness like ice forming on a windowpane. 2 routes to Dodi. 1 through the cave, the legitimate inheritance. 1 through soul sacrifice, the atrocity. Yes. And if Hun Tiandi reaches Dodi through soul sacrifice, the cost won't just be the harvested souls. The ritual requires annihilating all competing power sources, every other Do Sheng, every ancient clan, every heavenly flame. He'll unmake the world to remake himself. The weight of that truth settled on Xiao Yan's shoulders like a continent. The scale had shifted again, from clan politics to regional conflict to continental warfare to existential threat. Each expansion of scope made the previous urgency look quaint by comparison. But the fundamentals hadn't changed. Build bonds. Grow stronger. Protect the people who trusted him. The scale was different. The principle was the same. Xiao Yan appeared in his doorway while the conversation was still settling, her silver eyes bright with the particular urgency of someone who'd discovered something they needed to share immediately. The formation blueprints, she said. I've been studying them since you got the complete version. The sealing formation doesn't just contain the woeful poison body, it transforms it. The toxin output gets channeled into a controllable weapon system. I wouldn't just be sealed, I'd be powerful. Her voice carried hope for the first time in months. Real hope. Not the fragile, conditional kind that expected disappointment, but the structural kind that could support weight. We need the Poison Spirit Jade, Xiao Yan said. I know. Black Corner Region. Han Feng's treasury. She set her jaw. The gesture made her look older than 12. Made her look like someone who'd been forged by circumstances that should have broken her and had come out the other side not broken but sharpened. I've studied the formation extensively. The Poison Spirit Jade serves as the catalyst, the material whose unique energy signature allows the formation to distinguish between the woeful poison body's output and normal biological functions. Without it, the formation can't calibrate. With it, the formation becomes a precision instrument. I'm going to get it, Xiao Yan said. Han Feng has it in his treasury. I'm going to take it. I'm going with you. It's dangerous. Han Feng is a Do Huang alchemist with, try to stop me. Her silver eyes held a fire that had nothing to do with Do Chi and everything to do with a 12-year-old girl who'd been told her body was a weapon and had decided to take control of the weapon rather than be controlled by it. This is my life. My body. My condition. I will not sit in a library while someone else fights for my future. He looked at her, this small, fierce, silver-haired girl who carried a poison that could kill with a touch and a heart that only wanted to heal, and felt the particular pride of someone watching a person they cared about become the version of themselves they were always meant to be. Then we go together, he said. Little doctor, Affinity, 3340 threshold reached, poison reading resonance unlocked effect, diagnose poison conditions through physical contact. The black corner region, Xiao Yan said, turning to Yao Lao. Han Feng first. Then the misty cloud sect. Then the continent. Then the world, Yao Lao said quietly. His spectral form flickered in the lamplight, the old man's expression carrying the particular gravity of someone who'd spent decades watching the world's balance erode and finally seeing someone with both the will and the capability to restore it. Then the world. Xiao Yan rolled up the formation blueprints and placed them in his travel case alongside the 2 Xiao clan method fragments, the Desert Sun formula scrolls, and a silk wrapping bearing the Misty Cloud Sex Silver Cloud emblem. Each item was a thread in a narrative that was expanding faster than he could control: clan legacy, heavenly flames, ancient conspiracies, and the bonds that tied everything together. He looked out the window at the blazing sky Chi refining tower, now burning with a diminished flame that was stable and permanent rather than dangerous and failing. He'd taken a heavenly flame from a building designed to contain it and placed it inside a body designed to wield it. The metaphor wasn't lost on him. Some prisons needed to be broken. Some flames needed to be set free. And some cultivators needed to carry fire in their hearts to light the way through the darkness ahead. The black corner region waited. Han Feng waited. And beyond them both, the shadow of the Hall of Souls stretched across the continent like a stain. Xiao Yan began packing. Chapter 61. The black corner region announced itself through absence, the absence of law, of courtesy, of the comfortable assumption that the person standing next to you wouldn't kill you for your boots. Xiao Yan crossed the border on foot, traveling light. The checkpoint that marked the Jiama Empire's formal boundary was a crumbling stone post attended by a single bored soldier who accepted a mid-grade spirit stone and waved him through without making eye contact. The soldier knew that the people worth stopping didn't come through this road, and the people who came through this road weren't worth stopping. Xiao Yan fit neither category, which made him invisible in the most useful possible way. His objectives were crystalline in their clarity: the 3rd Xiao clan method fragment, the poison spirit jade for Xiao Yishen's sealing formation, and a reckoning with the man who'd betrayed Yao Lao. 3 goals, 1 territory, and an enemy who'd spent decades fortifying that territory into a personal fortress. He had been preparing for this for weeks. Not the physical preparation, the cultivation, the pills, the formation talismans, but the mental kind, the kind that consisted of running through scenarios at 3 in the morning when the tower's deep levels made sleep difficult. He'd been to this territory in Lin Feng's imagination 100 times, tracing the novel's descriptions of Black Emperor City through passages he'd read obsessively before the car accident reduced them to memory. The descriptions were accurate in outline, lawless in the way that places were lawless when the law's enforcement had become a managed transaction rather than a genuine function. But the novel's prose had romanticized the violence slightly, turned the region's ugliness into something aesthetically interesting. The reality had an odor to it. Not metaphorical. Actual. The air changed first. The ambient Do Chi in the black corner region carried a different flavor than the Academy's cultivated spiritual atmosphere: wilder, denser, threaded with the residual violence of battles fought and lives ended in this lawless stretch of land. It tasted of iron and old fire, like the air after a lightning strike had burned through something that should have been protected. Xiao Yishen walked at his right shoulder, her silver hair bound under a plain cloth wrap, her medical satchel disguised as a merchant's pack. She'd been quiet since the border crossing, her silver eyes scanning everything with the watchful attention of someone cataloging threat assessments rather than sightseeing. "You're counting guard positions," he said. "Habit," she said. Stone Desert City had gangs. You learned to notice who was watching. He understood. A girl who couldn't touch anyone without consequence, who'd run a medical clinic in a refugee settlement, who'd survived on her own until she found a reason to trust him. She would have learned wariness the same way a burn victim learned fire, not through theory but through skin. Xun Er had stayed at the academy. The decision had been agonizing, for both of them, but the Gu clan's retrieval deadline was approaching, and her presence at the academy served as both a delaying tactic and a power anchor. She could buy time by negotiating with the Gu clan envoy, projecting enough political complexity that the retrieval team would pause for diplomatic assessment rather than immediate extraction. "Come back alive," she'd said at the academy gate, her golden eyes carrying an intensity that made the words feel less like a farewell and more like a command issued by someone who expected compliance from the universe itself. "Always. That's not a guarantee. That's a habit. Habits can be broken. Not this one." She'd kissed him then, not on the forehead, not on the cheek, but full and deliberate and long enough to make Yan Hao clear his throat and look away. It was the first time she'd kissed him on the mouth, and the fact that she'd chosen this moment, the departure for the most dangerous operation of his life, made the gesture less romantic and more strategic. A reminder. A claim. A reason to come back that went beyond duty and purpose. He carried the sensation like an amulet. The Black Corner region's first settlement was 3 hours down the road, a market town built on the intersection of 4 trade routes, drawing merchants and cultivators who needed to conduct business outside the oversight of any governing power. The town smelled of cooking meat, cheap spirit alcohol, and the distinctive acrid sweet scent of mid-grade pill refinement. 3 competing alchemy stalls occupied the market center, their proprietors shouting prices at passing cultivators with the aggressive hospitality of people who'd learned that in lawless territory, the boldest salesman was the safest salesman. Xiao Yan studied the market for 20 minutes before entering. He bought food, dried fruit, hard bread, preserved meat, from a stall whose owner had the clean hands and steady gaze of someone making an honest living. He bought a regional map from a scroll merchant who offered 3 different accuracy levels at 3 different prices, the most expensive version presumably including roads that actually existed. He bought nothing else, spoke minimally, and spent most of his time watching. What he watched was the power distribution. Who deferred to whom? Who moved through the market with the unchallenged confidence of territorial authority versus the careful alertness of someone operating in contested space. The predator-prey dynamics of a place without rules weren't random, they had their own logic, their own hierarchies. Understanding that logic was the first step toward surviving it. The dominant faction here wore a black armband with a silver edge. The Black Alliance. Han Feng's organization. He's already built the foundation, Yao Lao observed from the ring, his spectral voice barely audible over the market's ambient noise. 5 years ago, this region was a genuine free-for-all. Now it has structure. His structure. Which means the third method fragment is in his vault, Xiao Yan said, low, his lips barely moving. And that's the hardest kind of vault to crack. Or the most straightforward. If the vault requires its owner's presence to open, then we need his presence. The plan was forming. Not the outline he'd built from Lin Feng's memories, that version had been contingency mapped against the original Xiao Yan's capabilities, which didn't include dual heavenly flames, a resonance system, or a 12-year-old girl whose medical knowledge had already proven invaluable in situations that combat skill alone couldn't navigate. This plan would be better. Chapter 62, Black Emperor City announced itself from 30 kilometers away as a smear of amber light against the night sky, 10,000 light sources competing in a settlement that had decided, collectively, that darkness was for people with things to hide and therefore needed to be driven out by commercial illumination. The city's gate was 4 stories of dressed stone flanked by guard towers staffed with Do Shi and Do Wang level soldiers whose professional wariness extended to evaluating every entrance threat potential with the quick, practiced assessment of people who'd been doing exactly this for years. Xiao Yan paid the entry tax without complaint, 20 mid-grade spirit stones per person, a rate designed to keep the truly destitute out while admitting anyone with either money or cultivation power. They were waved through. 2 travelers in road-worn clothes carrying a merchant's pack and a young woman who kept her eyes down. The cover identity had been constructed during the 3-day journey. Yan Xiao, a rogue alchemist from the eastern provinces, specializing in Tier 3 and low Tier 4 pills, offering competitive prices without the regulatory overhead that the legitimate pill market imposed. The identity was positioned to attract attention from the exact people Xiao Yan needed to attract, mid-level faction leaders who wanted quality alchemy without the paper trail. The secondary pill market occupied a district 1 ring inward from the city's outer wall, a cluster of semi-permanent structures built from reclaimed timber and stone, their organization suggesting organic growth over time rather than planned construction. The stall he rented was a narrow space between a herb merchant and an established Tier 2 alchemist whose regular customers were already marking his absence when he arrived and whose stall smelled strongly of an overworked cauldron and the specific chemical sweetness of a practitioner who compensated for mediocre flame control with generous ingredient quantities. The competition would not be difficult. Yan Xiao rented a stall in the city's secondary pill market and began work immediately. The cover worked better than expected. Within 12 hours, his Tier 3 bone recovery pills, refined at 81% purity, a standard that the market's existing alchemists couldn't match, had drawn a steady stream of customers. The word spread the way good things spread in commercial districts, horizontally, through whisper networks and professional gossip, reaching buyers faster than any advertisement could. He identified 3 major factions competing for dominance in the city's commercial district. The Stone Knife Association, which controlled most of the black market ingredient supply chains. The Wind Lightning Pavilion, whose primary business was providing security services to merchants wealthy enough to pay for protection that wasn't just extortion and better clothing. And the Black Alliance, Han Feng's organization, which sat above both like weather above geography, not competing with the smaller factions but taxing them, a shadow government structure built around Han Feng's alchemical monopoly and enforced by the Do Huang cultivators he'd recruited or purchased. The first Black Alliance representative arrived on the 3rd day, a smooth-faced man in his 30s with a scholar's hands and a soldier's posture, dressed in the Black Alliance's charcoal gray uniform with the silver-bordered armband. He bought 2 bottles of bone recovery pills with the practiced disinterest of someone conducting due diligence rather than genuine commercial interest. Good product, he said, after the transaction, with the tone of a compliment that was actually an evaluation. Better purity than our current supplier. The Medicine Emperor maintains high standards and is always interested in qualified practitioners. Tell the Medicine Emperor that Yan Xiao is interested in maintaining good relationships with the region's leading organization, Xiao Yan said, keeping his voice pleasant and his eyes professionally neutral. But I work independently. That's non-negotiable. The representative nodded. Filed the response, left. 2 days later, an invitation arrived. Yao Lao's spectral voice, that night, carried a tension that the old man usually kept carefully suppressed. Han Feng. My student who betrayed me. The man whose face I've seen in every nightmare for 30 years. A pause. I need you to understand something. When you meet him, when you see what he's become, you cannot let him know who you are. Not yet. Not until we're ready. The moment he realizes the connection, he'll act, and acting from panic, he's more dangerous than acting from strategy. I know, Xiao Yan said. Your control will be tested. He is charming. He is intelligent. He has convinced himself that what he did was necessary, and that self-justification is the most dangerous kind of lie, because even a moment of sympathy will compromise your judgment. I won't sympathize with him. No. I know you won't. A softer sound, almost a sigh. I'm not worried about sympathy. I'm worried about rage. When you see his flame, the one he stole, I don't know if I can hold myself steady. And if I can't, I need you to be steadier for both of us. Xiao Yan set the ring on the desk and looked at it for a long moment. The jade surface caught the lamplight and threw it back warm and amber. I'll be steady, he said. For both of us. Chapter 63. She materialized from an alleyway shadow with a particular entrance style of someone who'd decided that conventional social signaling was an inefficiency they weren't willing to budget for. Queen Medusa, 6 feet of serpentine grace in human form, midnight hair catching the market district's warm lighting, violet eyes carrying the specific cool intelligence of a predator who'd decided to observe rather than strike, at least for now, stood at the entrance to Xiao Yan's stall and studied him with the thoroughness of an expert appraiser. You track well, she said. Not a compliment, an acknowledgement. You have good timing, he said. Not flattery, an observation. She'd arrived at the exact juncture where his cover identity needed another layer of credibility, and a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python queen standing voluntarily beside a rogue alchemist implied a level of endorsement that no amount of pill quality could manufacture. She examined his current work, 2 tier 4 pills cooling in the rack beside his cauldron, their spiritual glow marking them as product that required no additional salesmanship. The slave traders, she said. They've established a supply route that runs through this city. Snake people from the southern territories, caught in transit, sold to whoever pays. The words were flat, precise, delivered with the controlled anger of someone who'd been carrying this information at a controlled simmer and needed to deposit it somewhere useful. My intelligence traced the route's northern terminus to a warehouse district 3 blocks west of the Black Alliance's headquarters. The Black Alliance is running the slave operation? Using it. There's a distinction. She sat, uninvited, on the stall's secondary stool. The move was unconsciously territorial, the body language of someone who'd commanded space for so long that the habit operated below conscious thought. They're the protection, not the operators. The operators are a consortium of lesser factions who pay the Alliance a percentage to run their traffic through the city without interference. So hitting the warehouse exposes them to Alliance retaliation, but hitting the Alliance connection dries up the protection. Which is your problem? The Alliance is your target too. Her violet eyes sharpened. I've been watching you since the second day. Rogue alchemist building relationships with mid-tier faction leaders, specifically the ones with connections to Han Feng's inner circle. Yan Xiao, she said the cover name with the exact inflection of someone who knew it was a cover name. I know your real name. I know what you're here for. The moment stretched between them like drawn wire. Then you know that what I'm here for would also end the slave operation, he said. Not as a side effect. As a structural consequence. If Han Feng falls, the Black Alliance falls. If the Black Alliance falls, the protection network they run disappears. And what do you need from me? Information I can't get from the market. The inner workings of Han Feng's compound, guard rotations, formation configurations, vault access protocols. The kind of intelligence that requires either long-term surveillance or a source with existing access. I have neither. But her posture had shifted, fractionally, almost imperceptibly, from territorial to interested. What I have is reach. The slave traders are afraid of me. Afraid of what I am, what I can do, what sits underneath this human-shaped surface. Fear produces information faster than any other method. Fear produces lies faster than any other method too. I know which questions to ask that make lying impossible. She stood, and the movement was fluid enough to make the standing up seem like a natural continuation of gravity rather than an act of will. We'll work together. Not for your objectives, for the outcome, which aligns with mine. And we will not pretend we're friends. We'll be colleagues, he agreed. That's a more honest word. She turned to leave, then paused. One thing. If you try to use me as a tool, the way your kind uses my kind, I will know. And the conversation will end there. I don't use people. I work with them. He held her gaze. That's the entire premise of what I'm building. Her expression didn't change. But something behind her violet eyes recalculated. She left without answering. But she came back the next morning with information about the warehouse district's guard schedule, the slave trader supply schedule, and the name of the Black Alliance lieutenant who collected the protection payment. He spent the evening after she left sitting with the conversation. Not reviewing it tactically, he'd already done that, cataloging the information she'd provided and the operational implications of a working arrangement with someone of her capability. He was sitting with the thing underneath the tactics, the specific quality of what had just happened when he'd said I don't use people, and she'd looked at him with the assessment of someone who'd been lied to with exactly those words before and was deciding whether this instance was different. She'd decided it might be. That decision, in the specific context of a queen who'd been dealing with humans who saw her people as resources for as long as she'd been managing the relationship between her civilization and theirs, was not small. He thought about what it cost her to make that decision. The specific risk of choosing to extend provisional trust to a person who'd given her no material proof that it was warranted, whose only supporting evidence was the quality of his argument and the way he'd held her gaze. She'd made that choice before, presumably. She'd been disappointed before, presumably. And she'd come back to the choice anyway, which was either optimism or the pragmatic calculation that the alternative, permanent distrust, was itself a form of defeat. He thought about the slave traders, too. 43 people in a warehouse 3 blocks from where he was sitting, waiting in the darkness for someone to decide whether they were worth rescuing. He wasn't going to leave them waiting past tomorrow. Yao Lao, from the ring, you're planning to move on the warehouse. Tonight. You could wait. The operation would be cleaner with more preparation. They're in that warehouse tonight. He kept his voice level. Cleaner operations are for situations where the people involved can wait. A pause. Then, get Medusa. The operation will be safer with 2. Queen Medusa, Affinity, 3036 Chapter 64. The warehouse district at night smelled of river water, rusted metal, and the specific organic decay of organic matter kept in sealed containers for too long. The odor was thick enough to taste, a brackish, ferrous heaviness that coated the back of the throat and stayed there. 3 moons above the Black Corner region's perpetual low cloud cover provided barely enough light to read faces, which meant the faces that mattered were those watching from shadows rather than those walking through them. Xiao Yan moved through the district with Medusa a half-step behind him, both of them wrapped in Do-Chi suppression techniques that reduce their energy signatures to background noise. His own technique was imperfect. The Fallen Heart Flame's mental energy component made full suppression difficult, the flame's awareness constantly reading the environment and generating the small atmospheric fluctuations that sensitivity would pick up. He compensated with layering, running 2 simultaneous suppression arrays that cancelled each other's overflow into a neutral band. Medusa's suppression was flawless. She moved without displacement, without breath sound, without the subtle vibration of footfall that even trained cultivators produced on dry ground. Whatever ancient bloodline ran in the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python's heritage, it included a predator's absolute silence that no human technique could fully replicate. Guard rotation, she said, barely moving her lips. 3 on the north entrance, 1 on the east. The east guard is bored. He's been checking his spirit stone count every 8 minutes on a precise cycle. You've been watching him long enough to identify the cycle. 2 days. Since I identified this warehouse as the primary holding point. A pause so brief it barely existed. The 1 on the north entrance near the drainage grate has a compound sensitivity. He'll detect our suppression arrays if we pass within 4 meters. He adjusted the approach route in his head. Drainage grate, 4-meter radius. North entrance circled rather than approached directly. East guard handled at the start of his next spirit stone counting sequence, 47 seconds away, based on her timeline. The operation was surgical. Medusa handled the outer guards with an efficiency that was actually difficult to watch, not because she was brutal, although she was efficient, but because the snake people venom she deployed worked so quickly and so cleanly that the unconscious bodies on the ground looked less like defeated opponents and more like people who'd simply decided to lie down for a nap. No struggle. No alarm. Just a light touch and then stillness. Xiao Yan breached the warehouse's formation barrier with the Fallen Heart Flame's mental energy component, the flame's consciousness reading properties extending to formation analysis, allowing him to find the array's structural weak points rather than brute force through its energy field. 3 specific nodes, severed in sequence. The first node crumbled cleanly. The second offered minor resistance. The formation's self-repair function tried to compensate, before he fed a controlled pulse of Qinglian energy through the gap and arrested the function. The third node simply released, the array's structural integrity already compromised enough that the final cut was less severance and more permission. The barrier dissolved without triggering an alert. Inside, 43 snake people. The children were at the back, piled together on matted straw behind a grate that had been fastened with a padlock whose quality was an insult, the kind of cheap iron that said the captors didn't consider children worth securing properly. 2 were awake, their scales, the partial manifestation of their heritage, flickering with a bioluminescence he recognized from Medusa's occasional transformations, a stress response in the python bloodline. The adults occupied the larger cages nearest the entrance, individuals who'd clearly been through this before and had the flat, carefully disconnected expression of people who'd learned that hope was a resource to be conserved and grief was a currency to spend only when there was something to buy with it. He broke the cages. He didn't speak. The first act of help wasn't a speech, it was an open door. Medusa moved through the freed prisoners with a speed that surprised him, assessing injuries, issuing quiet commands in a language whose sounds carried the harmonic undertones of something older than human speech. The syllables were rounded, complex, layered with sub-vocal resonance that his hearing picked up as overtones rather than words. The prisoners, even the adults who'd been farthest from hope, responded to her presence the way iron responds to a strong magnetic field, orienting, aligning, organizing. She was queen, and they knew it the moment she entered the space, and the knowledge was its own form of medicine. He watched her work and understood something he hadn't previously articulated. Medusa's power wasn't only her combat capability. It was her authority, not the constructed authority of titles and displays, but the earned authority of a being whose people had chosen her because she was genuinely, structurally capable of leading them out of the things that threatened them. She moved through these broken people with the specific confidence of someone who had made the same promise before and kept it. "I can take them south," she said, after the last cage was open. "I have routes." "I know." He was already moving through the warehouse's secondary rooms, inventory records, transaction logs, the paper trail that identified the operation's participants and the money flows that connected them. The records were kept in a locked iron box behind the main office desk, the key hidden with an optimism about hiding spot creativity that the operational security of the operation did not justify. "I need 10 minutes. You'll have 5. He worked fast. The records were detailed. Black Alliance protection was expensive enough that the operators kept meticulous documentation to prove they were getting what they paid for. He photographed each page with a formation crystal, the images preserved in a pocket dimension he'd accessed from the ring. 4 names, faction leaders who operated the network, all with Black Alliance affiliation markers in the signature columns. 3 locations, transit points where Snake People captives were held between transfers, the addresses specific enough to be actionable. 1 name he recognized, a senior Black Alliance lieutenant whose handwriting appeared on every protection receipt, the signature of a man whose connection to the operation was documented in his own hand. A name to take to Han Feng when the time came. An irregularity to leverage, the exact kind of internal contradiction that could crack open an organization whose power depended on projecting monolithic control, because when you showed a crime lord evidence that his own people had been running unsanctioned operations under his protection brand, the response was rarely measured. 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The warehouse was empty of both prisoners and evidence when the Alliance's patrol arrived 6 minutes later and found nothing but open locks, the faint trace of suppressed Do-Chi that would read as ambient scatter, and the distant sound of the river running south through darkness toward freedom. Chapter 65. Establishing Yan Xiao's reputation in the Black Emperor City pill market required 2 weeks of careful work, building a client roster, managing supply costs, maintaining quality at the level needed to attract faction-level attention while avoiding the specific kind of attention that came from being too good too fast. The pill market occupied a specific district in Black Emperor City's commercial center, a cluster of streets around a central square where 30-odd stalls competed for the patronage of cultivators who wanted pharmaceutical support without the regulatory paperwork. The district smelled of continuous refinement. Dozens of cauldrons operating simultaneously produced a compound scent that was part medicinal herbs, part mineralized Do-Chi, and part the sweet sharp tang of spiritual energy being transformed by fire into something more concentrated and potent. The smell was, Xiao Yan thought, probably what ambition smelled like if ambition were physical and combustible. The balance was delicate. Too ordinary and he'd never penetrate Han Feng's inner circle. Too exceptional and he'd be perceived as a competitive threat rather than a recruitment prospect. He needed to occupy the specific reputation niche of better than expected but not threatening, which was harder to maintain intentionally than it sounded, because the natural direction of his refinement was always toward his actual ceiling rather than the artificial floor. The Tier 4 pills were the instrument. Each refinement session ran through the same mental calculus. What purity range achieves reputation without alarm? What variation pattern suggests natural inconsistency rather than deliberate throttling? What product mix covers the full range of combat support needs without specializing in any single area that might attract a competitor's professional attention? He produced bone recovery pills, Do-Chi amplification tablets, and meridian cleansing compounds at purity levels between 70 and 80%, hitting the sweet spot where buyers would remember his work but not feel threatened by it. The Qinglian seed made this more difficult than it should have been. The Flame's baseline precision wanted to run every refinement at maximum attainable purity, not from pride, but from the Flame's fundamental nature as a creative force. Asking it to perform below standard felt to the Flame like asking a craftsman to make a deliberately flawed piece. He'd had to explain the purpose. The Flame had required 3 explanations before it cooperated. Yao Lao had found this mildly amusing. "You're negotiating with your heavenly flame," he'd said. "I'm communicating intent." That's what negotiating is. Xiao Yan ran the front of stall operations with an ease that made it look like the skill of someone to whom people naturally came rather than the skill of someone who'd actively cultivated the conditions for being approached. She had the particular gift for commercial interaction of someone who'd learned that warmth was the most effective commercial tool, not manufactured warmth, which experienced buyers detected and discounted as professional performance, but genuine interest in the people she served. She remembered names after a single introduction. She remembered conditions. A customer who'd bought Meridian Cleansing Compound had mentioned in passing that his secondary Meridian had been damaged by a breakthrough 3 months ago, and when he returned 2 weeks later she asked how the Meridian was responding and listened to his answer as if it were the most important information she'd received all day. It wasn't performance. She actually wanted to know. "You're building a network," Xiao Yan observed one afternoon, watching her manage 3 simultaneous conversations without visible effort, 2 customers comparing product quality with the focused intensity of cultivators for whom these decisions were life and death calculations, and a potential supplier whose nervousness suggested he was new to the district and wasn't sure how to approach an established stall. "I'm talking to people," she corrected, with the slight edge of someone addressing an oversimplification that bothered her more than the actual point at issue. "There's a difference. A network is instrumental, people you use for access. I'm just interested in them. The result is the same. The relationship isn't. People know when they're a tool in someone else's plan and when they're genuinely cared about." She handed a customer his purchase without looking away from Xiao Yan. The simultaneous conversation management was so natural it seemed involuntary. The ones who know you care are the ones who come back. The ones who know they're a tool look for a better toolbox. He absorbed this, sitting with it the way he sat with techniques that required time to understand their full depth. Lin Feng's Cultivation novel reading had given him the tactical version of relationship building, affinity as a game mechanic, bonds as power multipliers, connections as cultivation resources to be managed and maximized. Xiao Yan was describing something more fundamental than tactics, genuine interest in people for their own sake, and the practical superiority of that approach over instrumental networking because it was the only version that couldn't be detected as false. It was the same truth the system had been demonstrating since it activated. The bonds that produced the strongest resonance weren't the ones built for cultivation benefit. They were the ones built because the person on the other end mattered, as a person, as a consciousness, as someone whose experiences and fears and small victories were worth knowing. The system update appeared unbidden. "Little doctor, Affinity, 4044." He hadn't done anything except listen to her. He'd listened, and the listening had registered as what it was, and the system had responded accordingly. He looked at the number for a moment, then at Xiao Yan, who had moved on to the nervous new supplier and was asking him careful, practical questions about his ingredient sources with the focused attention of someone who'd make a fair assessment regardless of his anxiety. 4 points. Just from listening. Just from being present with what she said rather than filtering it through the lens of what it meant for his plans. He filed this under things that Lin Feng had understood intellectually but was only now learning to actually practice. Chapter 66. The third method fragment's location was confirmed through Medusa's intelligence network on a Tuesday evening, delivered in the form of a laconic 3-line message left in the dead drop they'd established behind a tea merchant's counter. East Vault, Sublevel 2. Han Feng's personal collection, guarded by a formation array calibrated to his Do Chi frequency. The tea merchant's shop smelled of old wood, dried leaves, and the particular commercial hospitality of someone who understood that the most reliable customers were the ones with reasons to keep coming back. He retrieved the message while buying a cup of mountain white tea, paid extra because the tea was genuinely excellent, and walked to the market's far bench to sit with the information and the cup while the city moved around him. East Vault. Sublevel 2. Do Chi frequency calibration. The formation's calibration was the problem. A standard formation lock required either the original creator's energy signature or a mechanism designed to accept authorized alternates. If it was exclusively calibrated to Han Feng's frequency, which the intelligence suggested, brute force was the only approach, and brute force against a Do Huang alchemist's personal vault in the middle of his organizational territory was the kind of plan that required either overwhelming power or overwhelming distraction. He didn't have overwhelming power. Not yet. He did have a more elegant option. Yao Lao, from inside the ring, could project a partial spiritual signature, an extension of the old man's soul-level awareness through the ring's jade framework, that could, with sufficient proximity to Han Feng, record the man's Do Chi frequency with enough precision to create a temporary harmonic key. The process required Xiao Yan to be in physical contact, or very close physical proximity, to Han Feng while wearing the ring. Yao Lao would conduct the passive scan without Han Feng's awareness. Passive. Undetected. A ghost reading the energy signature of a man who'd spent 3 decades believing that ghost was destroyed. The upcoming meeting with Han Feng would provide exactly that opportunity. "You understand what you're asking," Yao Lao said when Xiao Yan outlined the plan. The old man's voice was controlled, but the control was visible, each word placed with deliberate care, like someone arranging pieces of broken glass so no one got cut. "I'm asking you to be in the same space as the man who betrayed you and nearly destroyed you," Xiao Yan said. "Without acting on it. While pretending to be nothing." "Yes. Can you do that?" A long silence. Outside, the city's nighttime sounds filtered through the window, laughter from a nearby establishment, the rhythmic clang of a smith working late, the distant bark of a territorial cultivator dispute being settled through the region's preferred conflict resolution mechanism. Normal sounds. The sounds of a city that existed in the space between order and chaos and had decided to get comfortable there. I survived 30 years in a ring, Yao Lao said finally. I can survive one meeting. If at any point you need me to leave, you'll know. Another pause. Something in the silence that felt like resolution rather than resignation. A man who'd made his peace with an impossible task by deciding that the impossible was simply what was required. The plan is good. Use it. Get the fragment. And let me do my part. Chapter 67. The invitation to Han Feng's compound came in the form of a formal seal, black wax, silver impression, the kind of materialized gravitas that only organizations with genuine power bother to produce. The message was brief. The Medicine Emperor requested the pleasure of Yan Xiao's company the following evening for a private demonstration of the compound's alchemical facilities and a discussion of potential professional collaboration. Xiao Yan accepted. He spent the intervening 24 hours in careful preparation. His cover story was airtight: 3 years of Eastern Province cultivation history, 2 masters whose names and alchemical schools were real enough to survive casual verification, a commercial track record that the market district's gossip network would confirm independently. The false identity had depth because he'd built it with the meticulous care of someone who understood that shallow covers died on the first intelligent question. Medusa provided a secondary intelligence package: the compound's external layout, confirmed guard positions, and the specific locations of 2 formation arrays she'd identified through remote observation. The formations were defensive, not offensive, designed to contain internal incidents rather than repel external assault. A security architecture that prioritized protecting the compound's contents from each other rather than from outside attack, which told a story about the compound's internal politics that was as useful as any direct intelligence. He recruits dangerous people, Medusa noted. Dangerous people in proximity to each other create incidents. The formations suggest he knows this and plans accordingly. A manager who doesn't trust his own staff. A realist who knows what kind of staff he employs. The evening arrived. Xiao Yan dressed simply, rode quality clothes that communicated neither wealth nor poverty, and walked to Han Feng's compound through streets that emptied slightly around his path. The city's cultivators exercising the instinctive clearance behavior around the Medicine Emperor's invited guests that was simultaneously respect and the desire not to be associated with whatever was about to happen. The Black Corner region at night had a different quality from the day. Daytime was commerce, transactional, pragmatic, the practiced efficiency of a city organized around the exchange of resources. Night was something raw. The tavern district that flanked the commercial quarter came alive as the afternoon's business concluded, its crowd carrying the specific energy of people who worked hard and played harder, who operated in permanent awareness that tomorrow was not guaranteed and had decided this was a reason to be more present rather than less. The smell was wood smoke and cooking and the sharp sweet chemical smell of low-grade spirit stones being discharged in drinking parlors where the games involved do chi as much as luck. He moved through it with the deliberate pace of someone who belonged here and was not in a hurry about it. The cover required the body language as much as the story. He'd spent 3 weeks building the movement quality of a wandering alchemist with a specific kind of unresolved ambition that drew a certain caliber of practitioner to this region, not desperate, not powerful enough to be comfortable, too capable to tolerate the legitimate world's restrictions. Han Feng's intelligence network was good enough that his walking speed and direction in the hours before the meeting would be observed. He had nothing to hide, which was itself a cover. When a person behaved exactly as they appeared to be, the appearance was the most efficient camouflage available. Yao Lao was quiet in the ring. Present and focused, running his own preparation. The old man's proximity to the man who'd destroyed him was a pressure that Xiao Yan could feel through their shared resonance connection, not grief now, but the specific quality of a person who'd spent years imagining a moment and was now seconds from living it, and was choosing to feel it all rather than suppressing it. The choosing felt important. The feeling would matter later. The compound's outer gate was visible at the street's end, 2 guards in Black Alliance livery at the lamplit entrance. He walked toward them. Chapter 68. Han Feng's compound was impressive in the way that all concentrations of genuine power were impressive, not through decorative elaboration but through the sheer density of resources. Cultivators of Do Wang rank and above staffed every visible position. Formation arrays so sophisticated that Xiao Yan could feel their weight against his spiritual senses from the gate covered every interior surface. And the alchemical equipment, cauldrons, ingredient storage systems, flame control arrays, was the best money could acquire anywhere on the continent. Han Feng himself met Xiao Yan in the main courtyard rather than making him wait in an anteroom. The choice communicated, I respect you enough to greet you personally. It also communicated, I want to assess you before we reach contained spaces. The double signal was the kind of move that only worked on people who weren't paying attention. The man was striking. Mid-40s, silver-shot black hair, the kind of face that had been handsome enough at 30 to leave structural architecture rather than just the memory of handsomeness at 45. He moved with the particular economy of a high-level cultivator, no wasted motion, every gesture containing exactly as much energy as required and no more. His eyes were the calculating warmth of someone who'd learned that people responded better to apparent openness than to the opacity he actually felt. Yan Xiao, he said. His voice was a controlled instrument. The market talks about you. When the market in the Black Corner region talks about an alchemist, I listen. The medicine emperor's reputation needs no advertisement, Xiao Yan said, with the appropriate professional deference. It speaks through the work. As does yours. Han Feng gestured toward the compound's interior. Come. I'll show you what I've built. I find that environment communicates more honestly than introductions. Yao Lao was silent in the ring. Not the silence of absence, the silence of absolute, breathless focus. Scanning. Xiao Yan walked through the compound at Han Feng's side, maintaining the conversation's pleasant professional surface while 3 simultaneous operations ran below it, cataloging every security feature his fallen heart flame's perception could read, mapping the compound's interior layout against Medusa's external intelligence, and keeping his emotional register entirely neutral, because the ring on his finger contained a man who'd spent 30 years waiting for this moment and would not be well served by his host's rage leaking into the ambient spiritual field. They reached the alchemical research wing. Han Feng demonstrated techniques with the casual virtuosity of someone who'd refined his craft to the point where excellence felt automatic. He was good. Genuinely, undeniably good, the corrupted student of a great master, with all the technical inheritance and none of the ethics. Watching him work was genuinely difficult. The techniques were Yao Lao's, not identical, adapted and evolved through decades of the student's own development, but the foundational architecture was unmistakably the same as the instruction Xiao Yan had received in the ring. He recognized the temperature management approach, the catalyst sequencing philosophy, the specific way the flame was moved through its stabilization transitions. The handprint of a particular master's teaching, expressed in someone else's hands. He maintained the professional appreciation his cover required, engaged, respectful, the genuine curiosity of a capable practitioner learning from someone more experienced. Nothing in his expression betrayed the other running process. Yao Lao, in the ring, was watching his own stolen techniques being performed by the person who'd stolen them. The specific texture of that silence communicated more than the old man would have been able to say. Chapter 69. The private research chamber was the compound's heart, a room that combined laboratory and trophy display in proportions that said more about Han Feng's psychology than any direct description could. The trophies were a cultivator's collection, rare ingredients, formation manuals, dochi weapons, and the centerpiece, displayed in its own sealed case on a stone pedestal, a flame. Blue-green, with a quality of light that was simultaneously familiar and wrong. The sea heart flame. Acquired through the betrayal that had sealed Yao Lao in a ring and defined 30 years of suffering. Xiao Yan looked at it. Inside the ring, he felt Yao Lao's reaction, not rage, which would have been manageable, but grief. The specific grief of a teacher seeing his own gift to a student weaponized against everything the gift was meant to represent. The sea heart flame wasn't a heavenly flame, it was an earth-grade flame, powerful, valuable, but it had belonged to an elder whose murder Han Feng had arranged to acquire it, and Yao Lao had recognized the crime immediately. The old man said nothing. The silence was the sound of someone performing an act of extraordinary control. Impressive collection, Xiao Yan said, his voice finding the professional appreciation that the situation required. His hands were relaxed at his sides. He did not look at the flame longer than a collector would look at any valuable display piece. The flame is its own argument for this city's possibilities, Han Feng said. Here, a practitioner of sufficient skill can acquire what the regulated world denies him. The Pill Tower's guild restrictions, the ancient clan's monopolies, they mean nothing in the Black Corner region. And the methods of acquisition? Han Feng smiled. It was the smile of someone who'd been asked this question many times and had a calibrated answer ready. Results speak. Methods are philosophy. Philosophy doesn't refine pills. Xiao Yan held his gaze for exactly the right duration, long enough to register the response, short enough to avoid challenge, and nodded with the expression of someone filing the philosophy away for later consideration. Yao Lao's scan completed. The ring pulsed once, imperceptibly. Enough. Later, walking home through the dark city with the scan data in his cultivation base and the memory of that flame burning in his chest, Xiao Yan allowed himself one moment of something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite sorrow. We got what we needed, he said quietly. Yes, Yao Lao said. His voice was a controlled instrument, the same way a drawn bowstring is controlled, all the force gathered and directed, none of it released yet. We got what we needed. Chapter 70. The second visit happened 3 days later, at Han Feng's invitation. He was building toward a proposition, and Xiao Yan let him build, because the proposition would come with an opportunity for the vault access he needed. The compound's east wing, where the vault was located, was accessible through a service corridor that connected to the alchemical research wing's back exit. 2 guards. 1 formation array. And 1 timed window, identified through Medusa's surveillance, where the patrol rotation created a 7-minute gap between coverage of the corridor's entrance and the adjacent sector. 7 minutes. The vault's frequency lock required the harmonic key Yao Lao had assembled from the scan data. Opening the lock, locating the specific fragment among what Medusa estimated was a substantial collection of artifacts, and exiting cleanly, all within 7 minutes. He'd done harder things in shorter windows. The actual complication was the meeting itself. Han Feng's proposition was sophisticated, a formal association with the Black Alliance, not as an employee but as a guild-contracted supplier. Exclusive production of specific pill types for Black Alliance distribution, compensation at premium rates, with the implicit protection of operating under the Alliance's umbrella. A legitimate-sounding arrangement that was actually the binding of an independent resource into a controlled supply chain. Xiao Yan listened to the pitch with professional attention. The terms were generous, deliberately so, designed to make refusal feel ungrateful. The arrangement has merit, he said. I'll need to review the contract terms. Of course. Take the documents tonight, review at your leisure. Han Feng paused, and the pause was calculated, a performer's beat. I'll be direct with you, Yan Xiao. You're underplaying your capability. I've had practitioners assess your work. You're producing at least Tier 5 quality and submitting it to the market as Tier 4. That kind of strategic underperformance suggests a specific purpose. I'm not asking what that purpose is. I'm saying that working with me, you wouldn't need to hide. Xiao Yan kept his expression professionally neutral. Han Feng was good. The observation was accurate, not in its assumption about purpose, but in its identification that the modulation existed. A man in unfamiliar territory works carefully, Xiao Yan said. When the territory is familiar, the work can speak for itself, reasonable. Han Feng leaned back, his posture relaxing in the specific way of someone who'd decided the conversation had gone well enough to move on. Enjoy the facility tonight. I have business that needs attention, but my staff will ensure you're well served. The opening. Clean, unplanned, created by Han Feng's own agenda. Xiao Yan spent 40 minutes demonstrating genuine interest in the research wing's equipment. Then he moved. Chapter 71. The vault corridor was cold in the way that stone corridors embedded in deep foundations were cold, a persistent, even chill that had nothing to do with weather and everything to do with the deep Earth's temperature, its density, its indifference to the warmth of anything that moved through it. The stone was old, he could feel its age through the soles of his boots, the particular density of rock that had been compressed for centuries. The walls sweated faintly where humidity met cold stone, thin films of moisture catching the formation lights, pale blue crystals mounted every 3 meters, their light sufficient for reading formation markers and insufficient for comfort. 7 minutes. The Do-Chi suppression was total. He ran his breathing at half capacity, the reduced oxygen intake lowering his metabolic output enough to keep his energy signature below the corridor's ambient reading. The fallen heart flame was the problem. Its mental energy component was an active process, always reading, always projecting the slight warmth of conscious fire. He'd had to do something he'd never tried before, ask the flame to sleep. Not suppress it, which would have produced the equivalent of trying to smother a bonfire with a cloth, obvious and ineffective, but genuinely ask, communicating through the harmonic channel he'd developed with the flame since their integration. The fallen heart flame had considered this request for approximately 2 seconds. Then it had dimmed. Not gone. The analogy he'd used internally was a banked coal rather than an extinguished fire, but down to a maintenance level that produced no detectable external signature. He'd been slightly stunned. The flame's cooperation was voluntary and indicated a relationship with his second heavenly flame that was fundamentally different from what the original Xiao Yan had built through combat and domination. The flame wasn't caged. It was choosing. The formation array's frequency lock responded to the harmonic key Yao Lao had assembled. Not immediately, there was a moment, 3 seconds long, where the array's response felt uncertain, like a handshake where one party's grip was slightly wrong. The key was a resonance reconstruction, built from a passive scan rather than the original creator's direct imprint, and the array's verification system had apparently been calibrated to detect exactly this kind of reconstruction. He held still, kept the key steady, and waited for the system's decision tree to complete its comparison. The harmonic aligned. The lock released with a sound like a single bell note struck in an empty room, a clean, brief tone that existed for less than a second and then vanished into the corridor's cold silence. The vault was organized with the systematic logic of someone who valued their collection highly enough to maintain it properly. Shelves ran floor to ceiling along 3 walls, scroll cases in lacquered boxes, ingredient jars in sealed formation containers, weapon racks with empty mounting brackets where pieces had been removed for use. The smell was layered: old jade, formation preserved herbs with their astringent medicinal sharpness, metal polish on the weapon racks, and below all of it, the faint sulfur and earth smell of stored earth-grade spirit stones in quantities sufficient to run a mid-size faction's operations for a year. The artifact section occupied the east wall, a dedicated space where items of historical or alchemical significance were stored in individual cases with identification markers written in Han Feng's precise, controlled handwriting. The handwriting of someone who'd learned discipline through technique rather than character, the letters technically perfect and somehow cold. He moved to the artifact section. Scanned rapidly. The fallen heart flame's eyes, which was how he thought of the flame's perceptual function, swept each case, reading energy signatures through the sealed formation glass. Most registered as standard collector's items, jade carvings, ancient clan artifacts, techniques recovered from historical sites. Valuable. Not what he needed. The Xiao clan method fragments had a specific energy signature he'd spent months learning, the particular frequency that came from cultivation techniques encoded in materials by a specific bloodline whose resonance he now carried in his own dantian. It was the difference between knowing a song and recognizing it mid-note. When the fallen heart flame found the right frequency, recognition was instant. Third shelf. Seventh case. A jade slip wrapped in black silk, its energy signature humming at the precise frequency of the Xiao clan's second-tier methods. The black silk was unnecessary as a containment measure, jade slips didn't leak, but it communicated that Han Feng knew what he had. He'd wrapped it in silk because things wrapped in silk were things you valued. He'd stolen a technique and then treated its vessel with care, which said something interesting about the man's psychology. Xiao Yan didn't waste time analyzing it. He removed the slip, replaced it with a forgery prepared 3 days ago, an inert jade slip of similar dimensions and energy density. The density matched to within 3% of the original through a technique Yao Lao had taught him for exactly this kind of substitution. The forgery would read as authentic to casual examination by anyone below Do Huang level. It would not survive a dedicated scan by Han Feng himself. The window was not designed for surviving a dedicated scan. The window was designed for surviving long enough. 4 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. He moved to the ingredient section and confirmed the poison spirit jade's location, a crystalline chunk the size of a man's fist, pale green, its surface catching the formation lights and scattering them into an interior structure of fractal complexity. The jade was contained in a sealed formation case keyed to its specific crystalline frequency, the case mounted on its own pedestal rather than stored on the general shelves. Han Feng knew what this material was worth. He'd given it a pedestal. The case's formation lock was not compatible with the harmonic key. A different frequency entirely, a second layer security that would require a second scan to crack. He noted the configuration in detail. Memorized the mounting points, the energy conduit routing, the panel spacing that indicated where the formation circuits ran through the case's frame. Filed the location. Left it for another operation. 4 minutes and 12 seconds left. He moved back through the artifact section with measured steps, not hurrying, because haste in formation-dense environments produced micro-fluctuations that arrays were specifically designed to detect. The fallen heart flame, still banked and cooperative, sent him one pulse of warmth as he passed back through the door, something that might, in a creature made of fire and ancient consciousness, have been the equivalent of good work. 5 minutes and 41 seconds total. He was back in the research wing, examining a flame control array on the north wall with the focused professional attention of a practitioner genuinely interested in the engineering, when Han Feng's steward appeared in the doorway. Honored guest. May I inquire whether you require additional refreshment, or perhaps the tour of the compound's outdoor training facilities? I'm quite comfortable, thank you, Xiao Yan said, his heart rate entirely normal, the jade slip with 3 generations of Xiao clan method techniques warm against his inner wrist where he'd slipped it beneath his sleeve. Chapter 72. The third method fragment's activation was a physical event that Xiao Yan had prepared for and was still not ready for. He'd combined the first 2 fragments once before, in the desert, in the months after the awakening, when the Desert Sun formula's first tier had unlocked and begun reshaping his cultivation trajectory. He knew what Xiao clan technique resonance felt like, the specific harmonic that came from techniques built around fire element Do Qi through generations of careful refinement, encoded in jade by practitioners whose names he'd learned from a cultivation novel and now knew through their actual handwriting. But he'd had only 2 pieces then. 2 pieces created resonance. 3 pieces created something categorically different. He combined them in the privacy of his rented room, the window shuttered, a formation array running for noise suppression and spiritual seal, Xiao Yishen sitting against the door in a stance that was simultaneously her resting posture and the stance of someone prepared to physically block the door if anyone tried to enter. Jade, jade, jade. Each piece placed against the others in the configuration Yao Lao had described from the original Xiao clan design. First piece for foundation, second for structure, third for activation. The resonance hit before all 3 pieces were fully touching. It was not a sound, there was no external component, but he heard it as one, the same way you hear blood pressure rising in moments of extreme physical effort, a deep, subharmonic pulse that existed somewhere between sensation and perception. His dual flame core responded involuntarily, both flames straightening toward the source with the automatic orientation of magnets detecting their field. The method fragments merged. Not physically, they remained 3 separate pieces of jade that he could pick up and set down individually, but in terms of their Do Qi encoding, they became a single coherent teaching. The Desert Sun formula's second tier unlocked completely, and the information didn't arrive as words or images but as understanding, the direct transmission of practitioner insight from ancestor to descendant, skipping the mediating layer of language entirely. He sat cross-legged for 6 hours. The second tier described a thing he hadn't previously believed was possible: dynamic integration between two flame cores. Where the first tier had established stable coexistence, a careful peace treaty between the Qinglian and the fallen heart flame, each one maintaining its territory while not actively degrading the other, the second tier described something more ambitious. The two flames cycling energy between them in a resonance pattern where each flame's output became the other's input. Not competition. Cooperation at the level of physics. The Qinglian's fundamental stability, its earth origin groundedness, providing a platform on which the fallen heart flame's volatile mental energy output could be handled without the constant micro-corrections that had been quietly exhausting him for months. And in exchange, the fallen heart's breakthrough forcing properties, that innate ability to accelerate cultivation advancement through crisis pressure, extending its reach through the stable pathway the Qinglian provided, accessing parts of his cultivation base that had previously been too dangerous to touch. His meridians burned. Not damage, restructuring. The channels were widening, rebuilding themselves around the new throughput requirements, the biological cost of a body rewriting its own architecture to accommodate an upgrade it hadn't been designed for at birth but was clearly capable of accepting. Do Wang 1 star to Do Wang 3 star. The advancement happened in two discrete stages separated by approximately 20 minutes, long enough to stabilize the new configuration before the next wave of restructuring hit. The sensation was specific, a pressure that started in the dantian and radiated outward through each meridian in sequence, reaching the extremities last, the fingertips and toes experiencing the characteristic tingling of Do Qi reconstruction several minutes after the core stabilization was complete. He drank a recovery elixir when the second wave finished. 8. His body's immediate caloric demand after major advancement was always significant, and he'd learned to prepare. The food in this city was not the compound cooking he'd grown up with, not the academy's well-funded institutional meals. It was the frontier cooking of a place where ingredient quality depended on what made it over the border, and the food had learned to be honest about what it was rather than pretending to be something better. He appreciated that honesty in the way that he appreciated all honest things more acutely after months in a territory where nothing announced itself accurately. Sat for another hour, feeling the new architecture settle into its own natural state. Xiao Yan sat with him through the hour's rest. She didn't ask what had happened, she'd felt the cultivation surge through the formation seal's faint reverberation, heard the resonance in the room's ambient Do Qi, assessed his physiological response through the habitual diagnostic attention she brought to everyone she cared about. She asked him how he felt with the specificity of a medical professional, not the social question with its social answer, but the exact inquiry about channel temperature, meridian flexibility, whether the dantian pressure felt uniform or had a directional component. He answered with equal precision. The exchange was, in its way, a form of intimacy, the shared language of two people who'd been through enough together that accuracy had replaced performance as the baseline of their communication. 3 method fragments. The Desert Sun formula complete through its second tier. The dual flame core operating at an efficiency he hadn't previously known was available to him. The foundation was finished. What came next was the application of a foundation that had just become substantially more capable than the last time he'd assessed it. Yao Lao, from the ring, was quiet for a long time after the activation. The silence wasn't absence, he could feel the old man's presence, attentive, the warm consciousness of someone who was processing something that mattered to him personally. Your grandfather designed the break points well, Yao Lao said at last. The third piece contains the combat theory for everything that follows. He knew that whoever recovered the third fragment had proven themselves in ways that merely inheriting the technique couldn't guarantee. The method fragments were a filter. 3 stages of recovery, from the Misty Cloud Sect territory, from the Academy, and from a criminal fortress in the Black Corner region, each requiring different capabilities to achieve. He built a test into the recovery process, Xiao Yan said. He was a thoughtful man. A pause whose quality was different from the silence that had preceded it, softer, more personal. He would have been pleased with you. Xiao Yan held that sentence carefully, the way you hold something fragile while you assess whether it will bear weight. I never knew him, he said. No. But you know his techniques. His values are encoded in them, the way he structured each tier, the progression he built into the method, the care he took to ensure the technique was worth passing down before he passed it. You know him through the work. Another pause, softer still. That's not nothing. For most of us, the work is what outlasts everything else. The room was quiet. Somewhere below the window, the city moved through its perpetual business of commerce and violence and the small dignified transactions of people trying to live in a place that wasn't designed to support dignity. And in the room above it, a student held the completed technique of a grandfather he'd never met and felt, for the first time, something that might have been the cultivator's version of inheritance, not possessions or status but values, encoded in practice, passed through difficulty. Chapter 73. The poison spirit jade required a different approach. The vault's formation case was keyed specifically to the jade's unique crystalline properties, a security measure that made casual removal impossible even with the harmonic key that had opened the main vault lock. Taking it required either another scan of the case's specific frequency, a component that the first scan hadn't captured, or an alternative approach. Medusa provided the alternative. There's a quarterly inventory cycle, she said, reviewing the intelligence her contacts had compiled. 3 days from now, the vault's curator conducts a full assessment of all contained artifacts. The formation cases are temporarily deactivated during physical inspection. 3 days. The curator is Han Feng's head alchemist, a Do Wang cultivator named Xiao Yan. She has certain preferences for her evening arrangements that create a window of predictable behavior. The plan assembled itself from its components. Medusa would arrange a social introduction. Her network in the city's upper commercial tier was extensive enough to manage this without raising flags. Xiao Yan, whose medical training included pharmacological expertise that encompassed both medicine and its more strategic applications, would prepare a compound that produced harmless disorientation for approximately 4 hours. And the quarterly inventory cycle would proceed with a substitute curator whose identification was adequate for a routine inspection of a vault whose owner was occupied elsewhere. It's inelegant, Xiao Yan said. It's effective, Medusa said. Elegance is for practitioners with adequate power. We are working with adequate cleverness and insufficient power, which requires pragmatism. Point taken. The operation ran on the second day of preparation, 1 day ahead of the original timeline because Xiao Yan's schedule shifted due to an internal Black Alliance meeting, compressing the window. Improvisation. The plan was built for improvisation. Every good plan had to be, because the difference between a plan that worked and a plan that didn't was rarely the plan's initial quality and almost always its capacity to flex. Xiao Yan's compound worked exactly as specified. The poison spirit jade was removed from its formation case during a 40-minute inspection window and replaced with a replica crystal that matched its spectral signature to within acceptable variance. The original went into a lead-lined container in Xiao Yan's medical satchel. She held the container afterward with both hands, her silver eyes bright with an emotion that was too complex to name simply. The container was unremarkable, a small lead box no larger than her palm, sealed with a formation that prevented energy bleed. From the outside it looked like medical supplies. From the inside, from her perspective, holding it, it was the difference between the life she'd had and the one that was possible. This is what we came for, she said quietly. Yes. And then, the formation, and then you can touch the world without it being afraid of you. She looked at him. The silver eyes were clear, and the emotion behind them had compressed from its initial complex intensity into something cleaner, the specific, settled determination of someone who had identified the next step forward and was ready to take it regardless of difficulty. No, she said. Not afraid of me. I was afraid of me. A pause. Not anymore. She nodded once, as if confirming something to herself, and tucked the container carefully into the satchel's inner pocket beside her healing materials, the poison spirit jade sharing space with the tools of the life she'd been building, the poison and the medicine together, as they'd always been. Chapter 74. The confrontation with Han Feng was never meant to be a quiet resolution. The 2 weeks of cover work had served their purpose, the method fragment, the poison spirit jade, the intelligence about Black Alliance operations that could be used to dismantle the organization after its leader was neutralized. But Han Feng himself remained, and leaving him in place was not acceptable. Not for Yao Lao. Not for the Hall of Souls intelligence that connected the Black Alliance to the soul harvesting network. And not for the second principle that had shaped every decision since the rebirth: do not leave problems intact for the future. The original Xiao Yan had left Han Feng alive in the Black Corner region until circumstances forced a confrontation. That version of events had cost time and resources and nearly cost Yao Lao's soul fragments. This version would close the account. The challenge was power. Do Wang 3-star versus Do Huang Peak. The gap was real, heavenly flames and dual cores notwithstanding. Raw rank difference created combat disadvantages that creativity could narrow but not eliminate. The plan accounted for this. What could not be matched in direct combat could be arranged through preparation. The formation array Xiao Yan constructed over 24 hours in his rented room was a battlefield preparation, not a defensive formation but a combat enhancer, designed specifically to interact with his dual heavenly flame core in ways that amplified his combat ceiling for a short, intense window. The Desert Sun formula's second-tier tactical applications included something the first tier had only hinted at: flame cycling, a technique that used the dual-core dynamic to generate power spikes by briefly overdriving both flames against each other before channeling the combined output as a single strike. It was inefficient. It was physically costly. And for a 30-second window, it would bring his combat power to near Do Huang levels. He called Han Feng with a manufactured pretext, a discovery in the alchemical research regarding the vault's inventory that required immediate discussion, and arrived at the compound with the preparation array coded into his Do Chi, Yao Lao fully awake in the ring, and the particular clarity of mind that came from having prepared thoroughly for something that was going to be hard regardless of preparation. The courtyard was empty when he arrived. Han Feng was waiting in the research wing. Alone. The fact that he was alone meant he either believed the pretext or felt sufficiently superior to require no additional backup. Either served. Yan Xiao, Han Feng said. You mentioned a discovery. I found something of yours in the public record that you might prefer wasn't public. Xiao Yan set a document on the desk, a copy of a Pill Tower missing persons inquiry from 30 years ago, the name on it being that of the elder whose death Han Feng had arranged to acquire the Sea Heart Flame. Cross-referenced against your current collection. The flame matches the description. Han Feng's pleasant expression didn't move. But his Do Chi signature shifted, barely, a fluctuation in the ambient field that only a dual heavenly flame sensitivity could detect. The shift of a person whose carefully maintained control had been touched by an unexpected pressure. You're not here to discuss a professional arrangement, Han Feng said. No. Then what are you here for? For what you stole, Xiao Yan said. Starting with a man who trusted you. Chapter 75. The battle was brutal in the specific way that fights between vastly different power levels were brutal, not a clean exchange of technique against technique, but a constant improvisation against the fundamental problem that his opponent was simply more capable, and the only response was asymmetric tactics that prevented capability from being straightforwardly applied. The preparation had been done in the 24 hours before this moment. Not just the formation array, the mental preparation, the specific kind that consisted of standing inside the scenario beforehand and running every failure mode until you'd normalize them. If the ceiling constraint worked, use it. If the confined space worked, use it. If Han Feng escalated faster than the plan assumed, adapt. If the adaptation didn't work, then the next adaptation, and the next, each one informed by the last, the fight itself becoming a source of information about his opponent's combat decision-making that no amount of prior research could fully replicate. The preparation was not a script. It was a framework for improvisation, the difference between showing up with a single answer and showing up with the ability to generate answers. The research wing was not designed as a combat space, which meant fighting in it required a constant secondary awareness of the environment, formations on the walls that would become hazards if struck, equipment on the workbenches that could either be used as improvised weapons or become dangerous debris depending on whether he managed the geometry correctly, and the ceiling height, which was adequate for the kind of aerial cultivation techniques that Do Huang practitioners routinely employed and insufficient for the kind of full-scale Do Chi deployment that would have made the power gap too wide to overcome. Confined space. Ceiling constraint. Environmental complexity. These favored the faster, smaller combatant. Not much. But enough to work with. Han Feng didn't immediately use his Do Huang power. He tested first, the instinct of someone who'd encountered surprises before and didn't want another. 3 moderate power strikes in the opening 15 seconds, each probing a different defensive layer, a straightforward press to test impact resistance, a sweeping horizontal cut to test lateral response speed, and a rapid double strike combination whose actual power was in the secondary hit while the first was designed to commit the defender's attention. Earth Element Do Chi, Standard Academy Form, Midrange. Assessment strikes, not finishing moves. Xiao Yan countered each one cleanly. The dual flame core made his responses faster than Han Feng's probes expected, the Fallen Heart Flame's mental energy component processing the attack geometry before his physical reaction began, creating a perceptual advantage that translated directly to timing advantage. He didn't absorb the impacts. He deflected them at the wrist, redirecting rather than resisting, each counter designed to give Han Feng incomplete information about his actual defensive strength. Han Feng registered the response quality and upgraded his assessment. His posture changed, a subtle shift in weight distribution that preceded an escalation of intent. The fourth attack was Do Huang. The difference was not only power magnitude. It was information density. A Do Huang strike contained elements that required separate counters arriving simultaneously, Do Chi layering that put multiple attack vectors inside the same physical movement, formation-derived amplification that changed the strike's energy signature mid-flight, and the accumulated technique refinement of someone who'd been fighting at this level for decades and had removed every inefficiency. The flame cycling technique activated under the pressure, not a planned decision, but the dual core's response to genuine threat, the two flames competing frequencies generating a power spike and the interference pattern between them. Xiao Yan rode the output rather than fighting it, directing the spike into a counter that met Han Feng's strike at its extension point rather than absorbing it head-on. Meeting at extension rather than impact was the key: full commitment, minimum retained power, maximum vulnerability to redirect. The collision was loud enough to shatter 2 formation arrays on the research wing's walls, crystalline panels cracking, the energy they'd been maintaining releasing as a brief spectral flare before dissipating. The shockwave blew both combatants backward. Han Feng struck the far wall with the controlled impact of someone who'd been blown backward before and knew how to use the wall rather than take it. Xiao Yan struck a work table, the edge catching him across the lower ribs with a sharp, specific pain that would develop into substantial bruising within the hour. Pain. The physical cost of the flame cycling was real, meridian stress in both the primary channels and the inter-flame cycling pathway, the specific sharp ache of conduits pushed past safe throughput by a factor he was not going to calculate right now. But functional. He was upright. Both flames were still operational. The technique had hurt him and it had hurt the fight's dynamics in the right direction. Fallen Heart Flame, Han Feng said, his composure reassembling around the shock of genuine surprise with the practice speed of someone for whom surprise was a professional hazard. The Academy's sealed flame. You're not a rogue alchemist. No. You're the student who broke the tower extraction. Han Feng's expression went to something that was simultaneously calculation and, beneath it, the unease of a man recognizing that the fight he'd expected was not the fight he was in. The unease of someone who'd prepared for a capable practitioner and was discovering he was facing something different. Jia Nan Academy. Xiao Clan. You're Xiao Yan, he said. Yao Lao's student. The name landed exactly the way he'd intended, not as a blow but as information. Han Feng's entire calculation had just changed, and the changing of that calculation was more useful than any physical advantage he could have gained in the next 10 seconds. Han Feng went still. In the ring, Yao Lao said nothing. The old man's silence was specific and absolute, the silence of someone who had chosen their moment and was waiting for it. But the ring's jade surface warmed against Xiao Yan's finger, not physical temperature, but the warmth of a presence that had waited 30 years to be in this room and was now here, fully present, fully aware of exactly where they were and what this moment meant. Chapter 76. The fight changed after the identification. Han Feng stopped testing. He fought with the full force of someone who understood, now, exactly what was at stake. Do Huang against Do Wang. Technique against technique. Han Feng's decades of combat experience against Xiao Yan's dual-core advantage and the system's bond-amplified capability. The Serpent Sovereign Resonance activated. Medusa, posted on the compound's exterior, feeding tactical awareness through the bond, her serpent perception mapping Han Feng's Do Qi signature fluctuations, providing real-time intelligence about where his defensive layers were thinning. The information arrived as intuition rather than conscious data, not a readout but a feeling, the way a skilled swordsman feels the opponent's weight shift before the strike. 3 times, that feeling saved him. Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame, augmented by decades of refinement, created fire techniques that moved too fast for normal reaction but not too fast for intuition. And Yao Lao spoke. Not to Han Feng. To Xiao Yan. In the flowing, intimate shorthand of a master-student bond that had been built over 2 years of shared practice and shared danger, his defensive transition has a gap at the 12 o'clock position when he shifts from offense. The Sea Heart Flame burns bright when he overextends, watch for the color shift. Xiao Yan watched. On the 4th major exchange, the color shift came. He angled his counter to exploit the 12 o'clock gap rather than meeting the attack on its path. The Qinglian blue-green met the Sea Heart's orange and the collision produced a feedback loop that drove Han Feng's flame partially back into his own meridians. Not a killing blow. A disruption. Enough to break the offensive sequence and create an opening. He didn't take the opening as a finishing strike. He took it as a capture, binding Han Feng's arms with a formation talisman he'd prepared specifically for this moment, the array designed to engage with the ambient flame energy and create a containment field rather than a weapon. Han Feng in a containment field, winded, his defensive Do Qi partially disrupted, was exactly the specific situation Xiao Yan needed for the next phase. Where is the Hall of Souls contact? He asked. I won't, you will. Because the alternative is me handing you to the people who are coming behind me, and they are coming, who care considerably less than I do about keeping you intact enough to have this conversation. The silence stretched. Calculated. Han Feng was assessing probability, not morality. The morality had been negotiated away long before this room. Then he talked. Chapter 77. The information Han Feng provided was more valuable than the method fragment. Not about operational details, those he could have fabricated, but about the Hall of Souls organizational structure. The Black Alliance had been a loosely affiliated node, a regional operation that paid tribute to the Hall of Souls in the form of information and occasional logistical support, in exchange for access to soul cultivation techniques that Han Feng had incorporated into some of his more advanced alchemical methods. The techniques were the key. Han Feng's alchemical innovation, the specific edge that made his pill superior to legitimate practitioners' work in certain applications, came from soul cultivation methodology applied to flame manipulation. He'd been using the Hall of Souls techniques for decades, which meant the Hall of Souls had been using him, as a test subject, as a cover operation, and as a source of alchemical intelligence about the continent's pill production ecosystem. You built your empire on their foundation, Xiao Yan said. And you thought they'd let you keep it. They were mutually beneficial. Until you became more useful as a liability than an asset. He studied the man in the containment field, this brilliant, corrupted practitioner whose life had been a demonstration that talent divorced from ethics was just capability pointed in the wrong direction. Where's the regional coordinator? The person above you in their structure. Another silence. Shorter this time, the name and location, a Dozong cultivator named Mo Tian, operating out of a city 300 kilometers northeast, serving as the Hall of Souls senior operative for the entire Black Corner region and the adjoining Jiama Empire border territory. Mo Tian. A name to pass to the Misty Cloud Operations Intelligence Network. A thread to pull. He released Han Feng from the containment field. Not freedom, the Black Alliance's internal politics would resolve Han Feng's fate through their own mechanisms once it became clear that the Medicine Emperor had been breached, compromised, and had cooperated with an outside interrogation. The organization would eat itself without requiring Xiao Yan to maintain an ongoing position of authority over it. Han Feng looked at him as he prepared to leave. The calculation in his eyes had given way to something that might have been the beginning of recognition, not of Xiao Yan's identity, but of the specific flavor of loss that comes from understanding, too late, what your choices have cost you. Yao Lao, Han Feng said. Is he alive? Xiao Yan said. No, thanks to you. And watching, now, through this ring. Silence. Han Feng's expression worked through several stages, the recognition, the specific gravity of understanding that the person he'd believed destroyed had been present for this entire encounter, that the betrayal he'd constructed his empire on top of had just watched him fall. Something moved through the man that was neither guilt nor remorse in the conventional sense but was the specific quality of a person confronting the gap between the story they told themselves and the story that was actually true. Xiao Yan left him there with it. Outside the compound, 3 streets west, he stopped at a corner where the city noise provided cover, put his back against a wall, and let himself be still for 60 seconds. Yao Lao was quiet in the ring for a long time. The warmth from the jade was different from usual, not the steady, functional warmth of a consciousness present and attentive, but something with more heat in it, more alive. You did it exactly right, the old man said finally, his voice carrying the weight of a man who'd been watching and had not been disappointed by what he saw. Exactly how I would have hoped you'd do it, if I'd dared to hope. Did you need to say anything to him? A pause. No. Watching was enough. He knew I was there. That was enough. Another pause. Thank you for giving me that. He walked north through the compound district's back streets, the Mo Tian intelligence folded into his palm, both flames running steady, the mission accomplished and the weight of it appropriate, neither too heavy nor too light for what had just happened. He walked out. Chapter 78. They left Black Emperor City that night, 3 hours before the first rumors of the Black Alliance's internal crisis reached the market district. The city's lights dwindled behind them in the flat darkness of the road, the amber glow shrinking and then disappearing over the horizon's curve, and then there was only the road and the sky and the sound of 3 sets of footsteps on packed earth. The road north was cold and fast, travel at the pace of people who had reasons to move that outweighed the reasons to stop. The night air carried the region's particular atmospheric character, wood smoke from a dozen unseen campfires, the faint mineral sharpness of a nearby stone formation where residual do qi had crystallized in the surface rock over decades, and underneath it all the smell of turned earth from the farmlands they were passing through, fields that produce crops for people who had the practical wisdom to ignore the political situation one province over and simply grow things. Xiao Yi Shen walked to his left, her hand resting on the flap of her medical satchel. Not gripping, resting. The difference mattered. Gripping would have been fear. Resting was the continuous confirmation of presence, the physical equivalent of someone repeating a fact to themselves until the fact stops being information and starts being real. He understood the impulse. He'd checked the method fragments 3 times in the first hour. The jade slips were warm against his palm each time, the warmth of stone that had been carried close to a human body, the Xiao clan's encoded techniques humming faintly in his cultivation awareness like a song he'd been learning to hear his whole life and was only now beginning to fully distinguish. Medusa walked to his right, a step behind, her silence of the watchful variety rather than the withdrawn. She was monitoring the road ahead and behind simultaneously, the habit of a predator in unfamiliar territory, the instinct of a queen whose personal safety was bound to the survival of everything that depended on her. The fallen heart flame hummed in his dantian, not with the captured fire's old restlessness, which had spent years pushing against the Academy's containment formation, but with the settled resonance of a flame that had found its proper home and was making peace with permanence. The dual-core architecture was stabilizing, the 2 flames developing their own internal language of energy exchange. He could feel them communicating in patterns his conscious mind could not fully parse, the Qinglian and the fallen heart trading small packets of energy back and forth in a rhythm that was purely their own, like 2 musicians who'd spent enough time playing together to develop a shared shorthand that didn't require the conductor's input. Yao Lao, he said, 3 hours out of the city, when the adrenaline of the operation had metabolized and the silence around them was clear enough to hold something real. Yes. You were quiet during the fight. Not the tactical quiet, the other kind. I said what was useful. I didn't say what was not. What was not useful? He asked it directly, because the old man had earned directness and would not thank him for dancing around it. A long pause. The night road was dark, the stars overhead making their austere argument for scale, cold, brilliant, indifferent to what happened in the small warm territory of human affairs below them. Somewhere behind them, a city was working out what had happened to its dominant organization and what that meant for the next week. Somewhere ahead, a mountain waited. I wanted to tell him what he'd cost me, Yao Lao said finally. 30 years. The students I should have taught but couldn't. The cultivation I would have reached but didn't, the world I would have shaped but was sealed away from. The people I cared about who lived and died in those 30 years without me being able to. He stopped. I wanted to stand in front of him and enumerate everything. Make him hold the full weight of it. But that would have been for me. Not for the mission. Not for you. Not for any purpose that moved us forward. A pause softer than the ones before it. I wanted to tell him that I never stopped caring that he made the choice he made. That betrayal from someone you love costs differently than betrayal from a stranger. Xiao Yan was very quiet. Listening, not intervening, the particular respectful attention of someone who understood that some conversations required witness rather than participation. Did you want to tell him you forgave him? Xiao Yan asked. No. Flat. Clear. The clarity of someone who'd worked through this question enough to have a definitive answer. Some things are not forgiven. They are understood and then set aside, because carrying them costs more than you can afford. Setting aside is not forgiveness. It's just the necessary act of continuing to breathe. What did it feel like? Being in the same room as him. The longest pause. The road ahead curved slightly and then straightened, the landscape flattening as they moved away from the city's surrounding hills and into the agricultural plain. Small, Yao Lao said at last. I expected it to feel enormous, the confrontation I'd been building toward for 30 years, the man whose face I'd seen in every nightmare. But it was small. He was small. Not physically. But when I looked at him through your eyes and saw what he'd become, a man who'd convinced himself that atrocity was necessity, who'd built his whole life on the foundation of what he'd done and then decorated the foundation so heavily he couldn't see it anymore, I felt something I hadn't expected. What? Grief. Not rage. Grief. Because he could have been something remarkable. The talent was real. The capability was real. And he chose to use it the way he did, and now he is what he is, and that is a waste so profound it isn't even dramatic. It's just, small, and sad, and done. Xiao Yan walked in silence for a while, feeling the weight of that verdict. Not anger. Grief. The specific sorrow of a teacher who'd seen a student choose to be lesser than their potential. We're continuing to breathe, he said. Yes. The old man's spectral warmth radiated faintly from the ring, the same warmth as always, steady, even, the warmth of something that had survived being extinguished and understood the value of continuing. We are. And that is enough for tonight. Xiao Yan said nothing. But she reached out in the darkness and very briefly, very gently, rested her bare hand on his arm. Skin on skin. No rash. No consequence. Just the warm fact of human contact, offered because she understood that some things couldn't be said and could only be touched. He didn't pull away. Neither did she. She withdrew the hand after 3 seconds. Not because the contact was unwelcome, she could read that it wasn't, but because 3 seconds was the right length, the amount that communicated presence without demanding response, the duration of a touch given as a gift rather than as a request. She had been learning the grammar of safe contact over months of careful practice, building the vocabulary of physical presence from near zero. Each session in the clinic had taught her something, that the important information was not whether the poisoning happened but when, under what conditions, at what level of emotional activation. The silk gloves prevented it mechanically. The ceiling formation would prevent it structurally. But between mechanical prevention and structural solution lay this, the accumulated evidence that her touch, given with care and received with openness, could simply be a human gesture. She was not yet certain of this. But she was more certain than she had been. And more certain was the direction things needed to move. They walked north through the dark and the stars, carrying their objectives and their grief and their reasons, and the road stretched ahead of them like an answer to a question still being formed. Chapter 79. The journey back toward the Jiama Empire's heartland took 7 days, shaped by strategic necessity more than efficient routing. 3 stops were required before they could make for Misty Cloud Mountain. The first stop was Utan City, where Hai Badong, the Ice Emperor, Xiao Yan's original patron from the early days, now restored to his full cultivation power through the pills Xiao Yan had provided over the past year, had been quietly building a coalition among the city's legitimate trading houses and cultivation organizations. The coalition's purpose was officially commercial, mutual protection agreements, shared resource procurement, collective bargaining against predatory pricing by larger regional powers. Unofficially, it was the infrastructure for a military mobilization that needed to be ready to deploy within a month's notice. Utan City still smelled the same, river water and commercial prosperity, the particular blend of ambition and practicality that characterized trading cities that had survived by adapting rather than fighting. The city's do-chi density was lower than the Black Corner regions, the ambient spiritual energy thinner and more orderly, the kind of environment produced by a population that cultivated at a steady pace for long lives rather than gambling everything on rapid advancement. It was, Xiao Yan realized, the smell of stability. He hadn't been aware of missing it until he was back inside it. Hai Badong met them at the city's east gate personally. The old ice cultivator had aged well in the way that powerful people aged, less apparent physical decline and more evident compression, a man becoming more concentrated in himself rather than diminished. His eyes were sharp as cut crystal and his handshake, when he gripped Xiao Yan's arm, carried the confident force of someone who'd had his cultivation restored and had been doing something useful with it. Xiao Yan delivered the update in Hai Badong's private office, a room that smelled of old ice and catalog documents, the working space of someone who managed information with the same precision he'd once applied to combat. Shelves of records, color-coded by organization and contact type. A formation-based communication system installed in the corner. Maps on the walls with annotated positioning for every major faction between Utan City and the Misty Cloud Mountain. He'd been busy. Xiao Yan looked at the maps on the walls for a long moment. They represented an enormous amount of work, not the work of a single person but the accumulated observation of a network, the kind of distributed intelligence that only developed when someone had spent months building relationships with the people who moved through the territory rather than just the people who governed it. Trade contacts, cultivation scouts, people who traveled the roads and knew where the patrols were and when. Haibadong had built something here. Something that was worth more than its official description as a commercial coalition. You've been preparing for this specifically, Xiao Yan said. I've been waiting for someone to provide the reason, Haibadong said. He wasn't a man who elaborated unnecessarily, and the precision of that answer said more than elaboration would have. He'd known something was wrong with the Empire's power structure for years, had watched the Misty Cloud sect's influence grow, had seen the things that influence produced, and had been building toward a response without knowing what the response would look like when the time came. The time had come. Here was the response. Han Feng is neutralized, the method fragment is secured. I have intelligence on the Hall of Souls regional coordinator, a Dozong named Mo Tian, operating northeast. And I need to move on the Misty Cloud sect within 3 weeks. Haibadong reviewed the information with the efficient thoroughness of a former soldier managing complex logistics. 3 weeks is tight. I can have 60 fighters ready and positioned. Good fighters, I've been selective. 60 fighters and whatever combat credentials they carry will be enough to hold the approach road and secure civilian evacuation routes while the primary engagement happens higher on the mountain. Who's handling the primary engagement? We are. He meant himself, Medusa, Yao Lao through the ring, Xiao Yishen on medical support, and Nalan Yanran, whose ongoing presence at the Misty Cloud sect gave them an intelligence pipeline no amount of external surveillance could replicate. Haibadong studied him for a long moment, the particular evaluative gaze of a professional who was deciding whether a plan was reckless or merely ambitious. The silence had a methodical quality to it, the pause of someone running a mental checklist. The weak point, the old man said, is the counter to Yun Shan himself. Everything else I can account for. 60 fighters against the sect's outer defenses, with Yun Yun as an internal asset, workable. But Yun Shan is a Dozong. And if the Hall of Souls sends support, I have a plan for Yun Shan. And for the Hall of Souls support, I have a contingency. Neither one guarantees success, but both are better than nothing. That's the most honest battle briefing I've heard in 40 years. A pause. Your father would find this entire situation difficult to comprehend. I know. I'll explain it to him afterward. Xiao Yan paused. How is he? Better. He smiles now when he talks about you. When he heard about the academy, the honorary elder position, he sat with the news for an hour and then told me that he always knew. That he always knew you were exactly who you were going to become, and the 3 years of decline were just the universe making certain things weren't wasted on someone who hadn't earned them yet. The sentence landed quietly. Xiao Yan held it, feeling the weight of a father's pride across distance and time, the pride of a man who'd watched his son through the worst of it and had believed when believing was the harder choice. Tell him I'll see him soon, he said. And tell him it's going well. Chapter 80. The night before the final approach to Misty Cloud Mountain, the full picture came together. 3 weeks of travel, intelligence coordination, resource acquisition, and strategic preparation had produced a plan whose components fit together with the satisfying completeness of a formation array whose lines had all been drawn correctly. Not a perfect plan, perfect plans existed only in theory, and practice had a way of introducing variables that theory hadn't considered. But a sound plan. A plan built on real intelligence, genuine capability, and the specific kind of bond-amplified coordination that Han Feng, with all his resources and all his Do Huang cultivation, had never been able to replicate. Do Wang 5-star. The forced cultivation driven by the 3 combined method fragments had continued throughout the journey, the Desert Sun formula's second tier unfolding in progressive revelations that each unlocked a new layer of the technique's application. The cultivation advancement had been the most rapid of his second life, 3 ranks in 3 weeks, each one driven by the compound effect of dual flames, complete method fragments, and the resonance bond's passive amplification. He sat on a hillside overlooking the valley where the Misty Cloud Mountain's foothills began their rise, reviewing the final operational details in the light of a fire that Xiao Yishen had built with the practical efficiency of someone who understood that fire was a tool first and a symbol second. Medusa sat opposite him, sharpening nothing because she didn't carry physical weapons. The gesture of sharpening, the focused preparation ritual, existed in her as a stillness, a quality of attention directed inward that was doing something similar to what sharpening did for a blade. The Nalan Yanran variable, she said. She's reliable. You're certain. I'm as certain as I can be about someone who's been through what she's been through in the past 6 months and come out of it making the choices she's made. He stared into the fire. People who choose to change are more reliable than people who just are. The ones who've decided get to keep deciding. The ones who just are can just stop. A pause from Medusa. Then, not challenging, but exploring, you believe that people change. I believe it because I am it. I'm not the person who died in a car crash. I'm not the person who woke up in this body. I'm the person I've been choosing to become, every day, since then. He looked up at her. You're not the person who was ready to kill me on sight in the first encounter. You're the person who freed 43 prisoners without my asking and then made a dead drop information delivery work across a market district social network. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the valley below, a night bird called once and then was quiet. You're very good at this, she said. Making people into the best version of themselves by believing in it first. I'm not making anything. I'm just watching what's already there. Queen Medusa, Affinity, 3642. The fire burned steadily. The misty cloud mountain rose in the middle distance, its peak obscured by the low cloud cover that gave it its name. Somewhere up there, Xun Er was managing the contradictions of being the sect's most trusted elder and its most conflicted conscience, and Nalan Yanran was doing the hardest kind of work, being honest with herself. Xiao Yan sent the messages he'd planned. Xun Er at the academy, prepare for the aftermath of whatever happens at Misty Cloud Mountain, and know that I'm thinking of you. Xiao Ding in Stone Desert City, mobilize the Mercenary Alliance and be ready to secure the Empire's eastern trade routes when the political situation shifts. Hai Badong, the 60 fighters should move to staging position in 4 days. The pieces were moving. Yao Lao said, from the ring, with the quiet voice of someone who'd waited decades for this particular morning to arrive, this is the fight I've been waiting for. 30 years. Let's end it. Let's end it, Xiao Yan agreed. He rose, banked the fire, and began the final approach toward a mountain wrapped in clouds and decisions. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, not the metaphorical ones, though those were present too, but actual weather, a front moving in from the northern ocean that would cover the mountain in mist and gray sky and cold wind by morning. He walked into it without slowing. Chapter 81. The Empire was rotting. Xiao Yan recognized the smell before he recognized the evidence, a particular staleness in the air of the towns they passed through, the way a building smells when the foundations have shifted and the walls are still standing only through structural inertia. The Jiama Empire's heartland was outwardly functional, markets operating, soldiers at their posts, civic officials processing their paperwork with the mechanical dedication of men who understood that their jobs continued regardless of what their masters were doing. But underneath the functional surface, the symptoms were everywhere. Imperial Army checkpoints appeared every 40 kilometers, far more frequent than operational necessity required, which meant the frequency was political rather than practical. Someone was watching for specific people, specific movements, specific conversations. The soldiers manning the checkpoints had the particular quality of men following orders they didn't fully understand, executing procedures whose purpose had been classified above their rank. Xiao Yan passed each checkpoint as an itinerant alchemist traveling to the capital's market, a cover that was both true and incomplete, the best kind of cover. He distributed pills to soldiers who looked underfed, basic Do-Chi recovery tablets, bone density supplements, meridian conditioning compounds. Small gifts, freely given, that cost him almost nothing and accomplished 2 things simultaneously. They built goodwill in the men who received them, the small but genuine gratitude of someone given a practical benefit by a stranger with no visible reason to give it. The soldiers took the pills with a combination of surprise and relief that was more revealing than anything they said, the surprise of people who'd stopped expecting to be treated as individuals rather than resources, the relief of people whose bodies had been telling them for weeks that they needed exactly what he was handing them. And the gifts gave him time at each checkpoint to observe, to read the body language of soldiers who'd been stationed here for too long, to assess whether the rotting was in the infrastructure or in the people. It was in both. But the people were further along. The infrastructure would recover when the political situation changed. The people would need more. He noted this and filed it alongside the other things that would need to be addressed after the immediate crisis was resolved. Not because they were less important, because they were a different kind of important, the kind that required stable conditions to address rather than urgent action to prevent. You had to win first. Then you built what winning was supposed to make possible. Yun Shan's influence has metastasized, Yao Lao said from the ring as they cleared the 7th checkpoint, the evening sun throwing long shadows across a road that wound between empty fields. Late season harvests half done, the crops partially cut and then abandoned for reasons the fields couldn't explain. He doesn't need to govern directly. He just needs to make people afraid of governing without his permission. Xiao Yan watched the abandoned fields recede behind them. When the fear is big enough, everyone does the censoring themselves. Medusa was silent at his right shoulder, reading the same landscape through different eyes, a sovereign from a different culture processing the specific ugliness of a human society cannibalizing its own legitimacy. Snake people governance was brutally direct by human standards. What was happening here was something she found genuinely alien, an empire poisoning itself with its own deference. We're not going to let him finish what he started, Xiao Yan said, to no one and everyone. No, said Medusa. No, said Xiao Yishen, from his left, adjusting her pack with the practical decisiveness of someone who'd stopped waiting for good circumstances and had decided to function in the present ones. The Jiama Empire's capital was 3 days ahead. Misty Cloud Mountain was 2 days beyond that. And the reckoning that had been building since a man named Yao Lao had been betrayed 30 years ago was almost close enough to touch. Chapter 82. The capital's tension was a physical thing, A pressure in the air that had nothing to do with Do-Chi density and everything to do with the particular atmospheric weight of a large population holding its collective breath. The city's markets were open but muted, the usual commercial energy damped to something more performative, vendors selling things because commerce was what you did, not because the doing of it felt the way it usually felt. Imperial guards patrolled in doubled formations, their movements carrying the tightly controlled anxiety of men who'd been told to be vigilant without being told what they were looking for, the specific frustration of people given a task without the context to execute it intelligently. The capital smelled of autumn decay and burning coal. The great river that bisected the city carried brown water from upstream floods that had gone unreported because the regions upstream had learned not to burden the administration with complications. Smoke from the palace district's heating systems rose in straight columns in the still air, gray against the blue sky, and in the commercial quarter the smell of a dozen competing food vendors mixed with the iron and copper smell of a blacksmith district that was working overtime on something the blacksmiths weren't being told the purpose of. The private meeting with the imperial family took place underground. Literally, beneath the palace's ceremonial wing, in a chamber that predated the current dynasty by 400 years, warded against surveillance by formation arrays whose original architects were recorded in historical texts as the most paranoid security engineers of their era. The chamber smelled of old stone and formation crystal, a dry, mineral scent overlaid with the faint ozone smell of active arrays generating their constant, invisible monitoring suppression. The torches in the wall sconces had been replaced with formation lights that produced no smoke and no variation in intensity. Even the lighting here was designed not to leak information. He had been escorted by a servant who communicated exclusively through hand gestures and who moved through the palace's service corridors with the precision of someone who'd made this particular route hundreds of times in the dark. 7 turns, 2 stairwells, a passage so low that he had to duck for 6 steps, and then the underground chamber's heavy door, ironwood over a stone frame, its hinges oiled to complete silence. The servant had pressed a jade disc into his palm at the chamber's entrance and vanished without expression. The disc contained a formation that temporarily suspended the surveillance array's response to his specific cultivation signature, granting him 30 minutes of presence before the array's baseline comparison flagged the anomaly. He had counted the minutes carefully. Emperor Jia Sing Tian arrived without ceremony, which was itself a form of ceremony. He was younger than Xiao Yan had expected, mid-30s, with the kind of face that collected gravity early, deep lines around the eyes that belonged to a man 10 years older. Not a weak man. Not an unintelligent one. A man who'd been handed an impossible situation and had been managing it alone for years, without the power to change it and without the luxury of pretending it wasn't what it was. His cultivation was solid but unremarkable, Do Wang, sufficient to command respect in ordinary circumstances, insufficient to change anything in a room where a Do Zong's shadow fell across every wall. He governed an empire that was nominally his but functionally controlled by a Do Zong whose power made political opposition academic. This was the most fundamental problem Xiao Yan was here to solve, and the emperor knew it, which meant the meeting's opening seconds contained a mutual assessment. Was this young man actually capable of solving it, or was he one more person offering hope that would become another weight? Yun Shan has effectively become the ruler of this empire, the emperor said, his voice carrying the bitter clarity of someone who'd accepted an intolerable truth long enough that the acceptance had become its own kind of grief. My generals defer to him. My ministers consult him before implementing my edicts. The imperial army is loyal to its commanders, and its commanders are loyal to whoever they fear most. I issue decrees. He determines whether they become policy. He paused. I'm not telling you this to complain. I'm telling you because you need to understand that neutralizing Yun Shan without replacing the structural conditions that allowed him to accumulate this power will simply create a power vacuum that the next strong faction fills. That's a reasonable concern. One I've planned for. Then tell me your plan. Remove Yun Shan and reform the Misty Cloud sect under leadership that understands its role as a sect rather than a government. Simultaneously restore the Xiao clan's standing, which provides a counterbalancing noble faction, and recognize the Snake people's sovereign rights, which expands the empire's diplomatic relationships outside the current cultivator-dominated framework. The structural reform happens concurrently with the power change rather than after it. The emperor considered this. His hands were folded on the table in front of him, the posture of someone whose hands had learned stillness through years of meetings where showing what you were thinking was dangerous. And you want him removed. I want my empire restored. Yun Shan isn't evil in the conventional sense, he genuinely believes that the Misty Cloud sect's dominance protects the Jiama Empire from external threats. He constructed an entire philosophy around the idea that a strong hand is the only thing that stands between civilization and chaos. The emperor paused. But his methods, his alliances, the things he's done in the name of security, I've heard rumors about the Hall of Souls. They're not rumors. I have evidence. Xiao Yan laid it out. 30 minutes of documentation, organized for maximum clarity and minimum deniability. Nalan Yanran's investigative findings from her time inside the Misty Cloud sect's administrative records, his own observations from the Black Corner region, the paper trail recovered from the warehouse operation connecting Black Alliance protection to Hall of Souls soul harvesting operations, and the intelligence Han Feng had provided about regional coordination. He organized it chronologically, then cross-referenced thematically, Because the same information organized two ways was more resistant to motivated skepticism than information organized one way. The emperor's face went gray. Then white. Then something beyond color, the expression of a man confronting the realization that the figure he'd been forced to rely on for his empire's external security was participating in something that made that security worse than worthless. Not a shield. A trap. What do you need? The emperor asked. Imperial sanction for a confrontation with the Misty Cloud sect. Military support to contain the aftermath. And recognition of two things, the Xiao clan's restoration to full noble standing, and the Snake people's sovereign territorial rights in the southern border territories. The emperor was quiet for a long moment. The formation lights hummed faintly in the silence. You ask for a great deal. I'm offering the removal of a shadow emperor from your government, a dozong who has made your office ceremonial and your decrees advisory. That's worth a great deal. He held the emperor's gaze. And I'm not asking for anything that costs you. Noble restoration costs nothing from the treasury. Territorial recognition formalizes what's effectively already true. The only cost is political, acknowledging that the world is differently arranged than the official maps say. Political costs are the most expensive kind, the emperor said. But the calculation in his eyes had already run its completion. He'd been waiting for an option that wasn't surrender or pretending. This was neither. The agreement was struck with the quiet, efficient formality of two people who understood that what they were doing was necessary and who had no desire to make it larger than it needed to be. Chapter 83. Hai Badong arrived with 60 Xiao clan fighters 3 days later, traveling through the capital's service roads with the practiced invisibility of a former soldier who understood that conspicuous movement was the enemy of operational security. The old ice cultivator looked different than he had in Utan City, not more powerful, exactly, but more present, the way a weapon looks different when it's being carried toward a purpose versus stored in a rack. He'd been building toward this deployment for months and the readiness was in him, the specific quality of a professional who'd spent their career preparing for high-stakes engagements and recognized when one was finally here. His force was small but not randomly small, 50 fighters ranging from Doshi to Lo Do Huang, each selected for specific capability in mountainous close-terrain combat rather than open-field engagements. 3 formation breakers whose specialty was destabilizing defensive arrays from the outside. 4 defensive specialists whose personal barrier techniques were certified at Do Huang level attacks. A healer with field triage experience who complemented Xiao Yishen's pharmaceutical capability with hands-on physical restoration techniques. And 12 scouts who'd been operating in the Misty Cloud Mountains border territory for the past 2 weeks and who knew the approach roads, the patrol routes, and the specific loose stone on the mountain's eastern face that made the drainage gully there viable as a secondary approach. More importantly, Hai Badong had leveraged his own reputation. The Ice Emperor, restored to full cultivation power, publicly committing to the Xiao clan's cause, the signal that sent through the capital's military establishment was not subtle. Officers with connections mentioned it in dispatches. Retired cultivators made quiet inquiries about whether commitments were still being accepted. The Xiao clan's reputation, which had been declining for years, began recovering before the first engagement based entirely on the implicit endorsement of someone whose judgment the military community trusted. The coalition assembled in the safe house Xiao Yan had secured in the capital's outer ring, Xiao clan warriors through the back entrance, Snake people elites already present with the patient readiness of people accustomed to operating in hostile territory, Imperial soldiers positioned at the outer perimeter under their security operations classification. The courtyard was close to crowded, 60 fighters plus support personnel plus the strategic planning team produced the specific ambient noise of people trying to be quiet in a space that contained too many of them, the low-level murmur of preparation. It's not enough, Medusa said, reviewing the force composition with the tactical precision of someone who had spent centuries planning military operations against superior numbers and had developed an instinctive sense for the gaps between available force and required force. Even combined, we don't match Yun Shan's Dozong combat power. If the Hall of Souls sends Protector Wu, and they will, they've been positioning him in this region for months, we face 2 Dozongs simultaneously. We won't beat them with force, Xiao Yan agreed. He was standing at the courtyard's map table, the Misty Cloud Mountains terrain overlaid with position markers and timing annotations. We'll beat them by taking away their foundation. Yun Shan's power isn't his cultivation. It's the 10,000 disciples between him and any attacking force. Split the sect before the engagement begins and you don't have a consolidated Dozong backed by institutional loyalty. You have a faction leader whose organization has just rejected him. Medusa studied the map. You need the split to happen before we arrive. After we arrive, the sect's default response is unified defense regardless of internal politics, external threat activates collective response. You need Yun Yun's declaration before the external threat is present. Which is why we're not moving until we have confirmation. And if the confirmation doesn't come, then we revise the plan. He met her eyes. But the confirmation will come. Because Yun Yun is exactly who I believe she is, and Nalan Yanran is exactly who she's become. And both of those things are real. You believe in your bonds, Medusa said. Not sarcasm, assessment. The tone of someone who was noting something for future reference. It's the most reliable intelligence I have. She was quiet for a moment. Then, if you're wrong, then we adapt. But I'm not wrong. The name settled the tactical discussion with the finality of the correct answer to a math problem. Not because it was simple, because it was the only thing that could work, and knowing the only viable path was itself a form of certainty. Chapter 84. Sending Nalan Yanran into the Misty Cloud sect as a double agent was the most dangerous decision Xiao Yan had made in either of his lives. He spent 4 hours in the safe house's back room working through alternatives before arriving, again, at the same conclusion. She was the perfect candidate, a current sect member with legitimate credentials, personal relationships with Xun Er that predated and transcended political alignment, and a recent history of authorized travel that provided natural cover for her absence from the sect's regular activities. She could enter without triggering suspicion, access Xun Er without going through the bureaucratic channels that Yun Shan's loyalists monitored, and deliver the evidence before anyone realized what was happening. The risk was absolute. If Yun Shan's intelligence apparatus detected her, if any of his loyalist elders noticed behavioral irregularities, she'd be detained or killed. The Misty Cloud sect's internal security, already heightened by the sect's increasingly paranoid leadership, did not extend benefit of the doubt to members whose loyalty was in question. I'm going, Nalan Yanran said, cutting off his attempt to present the mission as something with genuine optionality. This isn't your decision. I owe debts that can only be paid by action, and I've been waiting for the moment where action is what's needed. Nalan Yanran, don't do the thing where you protect me by keeping me useful in a safer way. Her eyes held the particular clarity of someone who'd worked through their fear and arrived at conviction. You asked me who I am now. I'm someone who doesn't let other people fight her battles when she can fight them herself. She checked her equipment: sword, 3 communication crystals tuned to his signature, emergency retreat talismans calibrated for the Misty Cloud Mountains terrain. Give me 3 days. If you haven't received confirmation by then, assume the operation has failed. And if you have? Then Yun will be standing with us when you arrive at the mountain gate. And she won't be alone. What does that mean? It means I know the sect better than you do. It means there are people inside that mountain who've been waiting for someone to tell them that their doubts aren't treason. She shouldered her pack. Trust me. He did. That was both the entire point and the hardest part. She left at dawn, through the city's eastern gate, alone, walking toward a mountain that contained either her best chance at full redemption or her death. Xiao Yan watched her disappear into the morning traffic and felt the specific helplessness of a commander who'd sent someone into danger he couldn't follow her into. She'll survive, Medusa said, standing beside him at the gate. The city's morning sounds, commerce starting up, vendors setting their stalls, cultivators heading toward training grounds in the pale early light, moved around them. She has the determination of someone who's found a cause worth dying for. That kind of person is remarkably hard to kill. I don't want her to die for a cause. I want her to live for one. Same thing, Medusa said, from different angles. Chapter 85. 3 days of preparation. Xiao Yan refined combat pills for 18 hours of those 3 days, working through the night on the first, taking a 6-hour rest break, then back at the cauldron for another full cycle. The Qinglian flame burned steady and blue-green in the contained workspace, its light casting the room in a clean, cool illumination that made the work feel more precise than it otherwise would have. Heat from the cauldron produced a warmth that was part physical and part something else, the presence of a fire with consciousness, aware of what it was being used for and contributing accordingly. The astringent smell of medicinal herbs at high temperature. The focused silence of skilled work under time pressure. He was conscious of the fact that he was making pills people would use in a fight where they might die, and the consciousness of it changed how he worked, not more carefully, exactly, because he was always careful, but with a quality of attention that was harder to name. The attention you gave to things that mattered. The attention that came from knowing the gap between a pill refined at 70% purity and one refined at 80% was, in some fraction of the uses it would see, the difference between a person making it through a fight and not. The cauldron's flame was steady, the Qinglian seed running at its natural resting state, calm as water at depth, requiring none of the conscious management that fire control had demanded in the early months. He'd reached the point where the basic aspects of alchemical technique were as unconscious as breathing, and the conscious effort was available for the refinement layer above basics, the decisions about energy introduction timing that the theory only approximated, the judgment calls about phase transitions that varied between individual ingredient batches in ways that the recipe couldn't account for because the recipe was written for idealized materials rather than the actual specimens in his mortar. This attention, the gap-filling intelligence that separated good alchemists from great ones, was the part of the work that felt most genuinely his own, most like the craft that Lin Feng had read about obsessively and Xiao Yan was now, finally, executing with hands that knew what they were doing. The pill list was strategic and comprehensive. Do-Chi recovery elixirs for sustained combat, the kind that restored 50% of reserves in 30 seconds but produced a 3-minute recovery period after the effect faded, requiring tactical judgment about when to use them. Barrier reinforcement tablets that temporarily hardened Do-Chi defensive layers against spiritual assault, specifically effective against soul cultivation attacks, which were the threat they were most likely to face from Protector Wu. Anti-hallucination compounds whose formula Xiao Yan had contributed from her medical archive, targeting the specific neurological mechanisms that soul cultivation techniques exploited. And anti-soul chain talismans designed by Yao Lao from the ring, 30-second barriers against Dozong level spiritual binding. 30 seconds of protection against Dozong spiritual attack. In a fight where seconds determined everything, 30 seconds was the difference between being sealed and being free. Yao Lao designed the talismans with the meticulous precision of someone whose soul cultivation knowledge made him the only person who could do it. His spirit body was more solid now, post-Misty Cloud Mountain, post-soul fragment recovery. He had color and definite edges where months ago he'd had translucency and blur. He worked in the space beside the cauldron, sketching formation lines in the air with spectral fingers that deposited Do Chi trace onto the talisman paper with a precision that no brush could replicate. "You're projecting more solidly," Xiao Yan noted, "between refinement cycles. The recovered fragments help significantly. I estimate another 2 months before I have sufficient recovery to attempt physical reconstitution." A pause. "Assuming we don't burn the reserves in another emergency projection. I'm planning to avoid that scenario." "You're planning several things that depend on events cooperating with your plan. Events have a mixed historical record of doing this. That's why we have contingencies." "Your contingency for Protector Wu is me," Yao Lao said, with the dry precision of someone identifying a mathematical dependency. "I am also your contingency for Yun Shan's escalation if the emergency fusion is insufficient. I am a single contingency covering 2 separate failure modes. You're also the primary backup, the secondary backup, and the source of the talisman designs. You're doing multiple jobs. I'm always doing multiple jobs. This is not a new observation." Xiao Yan prepared field medical kits simultaneously at the adjacent table, working with the systematic efficiency of someone who'd run triage operations in conditions far worse than this. She didn't speak during the preparation. Medical kit assembly was, for her, a meditative act. The same quality of focus that Xiao Yan gave to alchemy applied to the physical work of organizing healing supplies for maximum accessibility under field conditions. Healing pills at 3 grades, the most powerful ones in the innermost pocket. Blood-stopping powder in measured single-use doses. Meridian stabilization compound in quantity sufficient for 30 patients. She'd calculated the casualty profile from his briefing and prepared accordingly, the professional refusal to let optimism substitute for preparation. Hai Badong coordinated the force's staging and communications with the meticulous attention of a former military commander who understood that battle plans were only as good as the logistics that supported them. Communication crystal channels established and tested. Staging positions confirmed with the Imperial soldier detail. Retreat routes mapped and distributed to every unit leader with the specific instruction that knowing the route was the same as knowing the terrain, which was the same as knowing your options. At 2 in the morning on the second day, unable to sleep, Xiao Yan sat on the safe house's roof and looked at the sky. The capital's light pollution reduced the stars to the brightest ones, but the moon was full and high, and in its light the misty cloud mountain was just barely visible on the horizon, a dark rise against a lighter dark, its summit trailing the mist that gave it its name. He watched it for a while. A mountain. Geologically unremarkable, its significance was entirely assigned, by the people who'd built something on it, by the decisions made within it, by what it had come to represent in the empire's political consciousness. The mountain itself didn't care. Most important things worked that way. The meaning was in the people, not the place. Medusa found him there. She moved without announcing herself, which was her standard approach to almost every social situation, and sat beside him without speaking for several minutes. The night air was cold, the kind of autumn cold that was clear rather than damp, the temperature appropriate rather than hostile, the sky above them a deep, clean black with the moon at its height. "You carry too much alone," she said. "I'm not alone. That's the whole point of the system. The system doesn't carry the command responsibility. You do." She was looking at the mountain, not at him. Being surrounded by capable people doesn't distribute the weight of being the person who decided the plan. The one responsible for the decisions that will put them in harm's way. He looked at her profile in the moonlight. The sharp, composed features of a woman who'd carried the weight of an entire people's survival for centuries and had never once described it as a burden, because describing it as a burden would have made it heavier than she could manage. "How do you do it?" he asked. "The queen part. The weight. I don't think about the weight," she said. "I think about what's in front of me. One decision at a time. One crisis at a time. One person at a time." A pause. "The weight is an abstraction. The person in front of you is real. Focus on the real thing." He sat with that. It was practical wisdom in the best sense, not the kind that felt wise in retrospect but the kind that was useful right now, in this moment, at 2 in the morning on a roof with a mountain visible on the horizon and a plan that depended on dozens of individual decisions by people he cared about going right. He leaned against her. Just for a moment. Just long enough to remember what it felt like to not be the one holding everything together. "Not alone," he said. "Not alone," she agreed. Her shoulder was warm against his. The night air around them was cold and still and full of everything that was about to happen, waiting. Queen Medusa, Affinity, 42-47 Chapter 86. Nalan Yanran reached Xun on the second day. Xiao Yan received the confirmation crystal's pulse on the third morning, a single warm flash against his palm, the pre-agreed signal for contact established. Not mission complete. Not safe. But Xun had been reached, and the conversation had happened, and whatever came next, it had started. He looked at the crystal's fading warmth for one full second. Long enough to feel the specific quality of relief that came from a plan working when working had not been guaranteed. Then he moved. He briefed the coalition and they moved within the hour. Waiting beyond the confirmation window would give Shan's intelligence apparatus time to process anything unusual in Nalan Yanran's behavior. Time in this context worked exclusively in the wrong direction. Every hour was an hour in which a loyalist elder might notice something, in which Shan might receive independent intelligence about events at the capital, in which the situation's internal stability eroded. They moved northwest toward the mountain in a column that made no attempt at concealment after the first 5 kilometers. Concealment was for the approach phase. The approach phase was over. The morning was clear and cold, frost on the grass at the road's verge, the sun at a low angle that threw long shadows and turned the landscape gold and shadow black in alternating bands. The kind of morning that looked beautiful and felt like a challenge. The mountain rose ahead, its mist thinner than usual in the autumn air, the outlines of its upper structures visible from farther than normal. The misty cloud mountain's winding approach road was built for pilgrims and tribute caravans, not attacking forces, which meant it provided essentially no cover for advancement and offered the mountain's defenders clear sightlines for 3 kilometers of approach. That would have been a tactical problem if Xiao Yan's approach were a conventional military assault. It wasn't. He used the sightlines. Used the fact that every defender on that mountain could see them coming, would watch them advance, would have time to think about what was happening and what it meant. An attacking force you couldn't see was a threat to counter. An attacking force walking openly up your mountain, led by a single person who'd announced himself and stopped at a respectful distance from the gate, that was a conversation. The amplified voice technique used both Do-Chi channels simultaneously, sound element modulation layered over raw Do-Chi projection, the two frequencies braiding together in a configuration that Yao Lao had described as the standard form for announcement techniques used by ancient era practitioners who operated in territorial disputes. Sound alone was limited by distance and wind. Do-Chi alone was power without clarity. Braided together, the technique produced a projection that carried information, actual words, actual meaning, to every sensitive receiver within the mountain's spiritual atmosphere. Every cultivation practitioner on Misty Cloud Mountain heard him as clearly as if he stood beside them. Disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, and I come not as your enemy but as your warning. Your sect master, Xun Er, has allied with the Hall of Souls, an organization that harvests the souls of living cultivators against their will and uses those souls as fuel for a plan to unmake the world. 7 of your sect brothers and sect sisters did not die in training accidents. They were given to soul harvesters by the man who trained them. The evidence is in your master's private meditation chamber, beneath the rug in front of his throne. The mountain went silent in a way that large places rarely went silent, not the absence of sound, which was a normal thing, but the cessation of it. The active sounds of a living institution, footsteps, training, a dozen forms of commerce and practice and maintenance, stopping simultaneously as 10,000 people absorbed a statement that tore at the ground they were standing on. This was the moment of maximum vulnerability and maximum possibility. The silence was people deciding. Making the calculation of who they were, what they believed, and what they were going to do about the conflict between those two things. I have not come to destroy this sect. The Misty Cloud sect's traditions, its teachings, its community, these belong to the people who built them, not to one man's decisions. I have come to offer you a choice. Stand with your master and the soul harvesters he is allied with. Or stand with Xun, your elder, your sister in arms, who has seen the evidence and chosen the sect over the man who corrupted it. He could not see most of the people he was speaking to. He could not see the faces processing the words, the eyes going to the person beside them to check what they thought, the hands that tightened on weapons or loosened on them. He could see the main gate, 300 meters up the approach road, and the gate was closed. Then it opened. And a figure emerged. Chapter 87. Xun wore her elder's robes with the specific precision of someone who'd decided that this moment required the full visual weight of the authority she held. Not ceremony, statement. She had been the Misty Cloud sect's most trusted elder for years, had trained under its master for decades, had given her life to its traditions and its community. Her presence in those robes at that gate, looking out at the force assembled below the mountain, meant something that no words could fully convey. The sect's own legitimacy was standing with Xiao Yan rather than behind its master. Her violet-gray eyes carried the specific devastation of someone who'd been awake for 2 days processing the destruction of the most important relationship in their life. Nalan Yanran flanked her, sword drawn but low, the ready position of someone prepared to fight but not initiating, the posture of a guard who trusted the situation to proceed correctly and was covering against the alternative. Xiao Yan speaks the truth, Xun said. Her voice was amplified with wind element Do-Chi, the projection reaching every point on the mountain with the clarity of someone speaking directly to each individual. I have verified the evidence myself. I have seen the Hall of Souls sigil in my master's chamber, carved into the floor in his own hand. I have reviewed the records of our missing sect brothers and sect sisters, and I have read the correspondence in his own cipher. The pause was deliberate. What Xiao Yan has said is true. And I am asking you, as your elder and your sister in arms, to stand down. The sect split. The fracture line was immediate and physical, cultivators moving toward the main gate and Yun Yun's position, or retreating toward the inner compound. The movement had a specific quality. It was not chaotic, not fearful, but purposeful. People who had already made their decision before she spoke, whose decision the confirmation had simply authorized. Roughly 60% crossed to her position. They laid down their weapons, not all at once, but in sequence, each person's act creating permission for the next, the social proof spreading through the group until the courtyard outside the main gate was full of cultivators who'd chosen their sect's soul over its master's authority. The remaining 40% retreated. Their decision was also made and also real, the decision of people for whom power was the organizing principle, who calculated their safety in terms of standing behind whoever was most formidable. Yun Shan, even damaged, even compromised, remained the most powerful individual on the mountain. They calculated that this mattered more than the soul harvesting evidence. Xiao Yan watched both movements and felt the specific weight of consequences. 60% who had chosen to trust an outsider's word over their master's 30 years of authority, because the evidence was real and the elder standing at the gate had confirmed it. 40% who had calculated differently. Neither group was wrong according to their own values. Both groups had made the only decision their values permitted. He moved forward toward the gate, and the battle narrowed. Chapter 88. Yun Shan emerged like weather-given form. He walked from the inner compound's central tower with the Dozong pressure preceding him like a physical front, a weight in the air that compressed the Do Chi field around him, bending the spiritual atmosphere of the entire mountaintop into a configuration centered on one person. Cultivators below Do Wang rank felt it as a pressure in the chest, the autonomic physical response to the proximity of overwhelming power. Xiao Yan, at Do Wang, felt it differently, not as pressure but as a gravity, a pull toward a center that was both power and danger, the same sensation that experienced cultivators reported when standing in the vicinity of a Do Sheng and trying not to make themselves notable. The mountain stones settled. Formation arrays that had been maintaining their standard ambient output recalibrated toward the new dominant energy signature, the way all fields responded to a sufficiently powerful attractor. He was old in the way that cultivators with his power were old, not visibly diminished, not physically degraded, but carrying centuries of accumulated decisions in his eyes. Centuries of choosing security over ethics, of constructing frameworks that made the choices bearable, of living inside those frameworks until they felt like reality rather than justification. His robes were pristine white, his posture military straight. He'd chosen to come out, which meant he'd decided that running or hiding were not acceptable options. Whatever else he was not a coward. Yun Yun. His voice was controlled, almost gentle. The tone of a teacher who was genuinely confused by a student's behavior, who hadn't yet accepted that the student's perspective was coherent rather than misguided. Ungrateful child. Everything I've done for this sect. The Hall of Souls Alliance was a necessary compromise, their resources, their techniques, their protection. In exchange for certain contributions, I made us strong. Strong enough that the continental powers cannot threaten what we've built. You sacrificed our disciples, Yun Yun said. 7 people. She said the number every time, because 7 was not an abstraction. 7 was people. 7 was names she knew. The cost of security. You don't understand the threats that face this sect, the threats I've shielded you from for decades. Without the Hall of Souls, we'd have been crushed by powers you've never had to negotiate with. The ancient clans, the Pill Tower's economic interests, the Imperial Court's covert hostility, all of it held at bay by an alliance that required certain contributions. 7 people, against the hundreds we've preserved. You gave them to soul harvesters, Yun Yun said. Her voice was steady in the way that things under enormous pressure were steady, not through ease but through will. There is no version of that arithmetic where the denominator justifies the numerator. Then we should have been crushed, Yun Shan said. And there it was, not malice but sincere conviction, the most dangerous kind. Better to stand on difficult choices than to fall while congratulating yourself on your principles. Better to fall with honor, Yun Yun said, than to stand on the destroyed souls of the people who trusted you with their lives. The gentleness left Yun Shan's face. What replaced it was the cold authority of a man who'd made his peace with ruthlessness so long ago that being challenged on it felt less like a moral question and more like an administrative dispute. He attacked. Chapter 89. The wind blades carved trenches in ancient stone, not metaphorically but literally, the compressed air techniques of a peaked dozong slicing through rock that had stood for 800 years as though it were compacted earth. The impact sounds were sharp and overlapping, each blade hitting and releasing and the debris field expanding outward in the specific pattern of a demonstration, controlled enough to avoid casualties, powerful enough to communicate precisely what was available if control were removed. Stone dust rose from each impact in a fine gray cloud that drifted on the mountain wind, the particulate carrying the smell of freshly cut rock, sharp and mineral. The formations inscribed in the courtyard stone, 8 centuries of accumulated protection arrays, built by generation after generation of Misty Cloud disciples who'd believed they were contributing to something permanent, showed hairline fractures at their edges where the impact over pressure had found the junction between formation reinforced stone and the surrounding substrate. 800 years, and the sect master himself had damaged them in a demonstration. The lower-ranked disciples fell back involuntarily. Do Shi and Do Wang cultivators feeling Do Zong energy at this proximity was a physical experience that bypassed tactical reasoning. The body simply moved away, operating on survival instinct before the conscious mind could engage. Xiao Yan interposed. He stepped forward rather than sideways, which was the counterintuitive decision but the correct one. Interposing between Yun Shan's demonstration strikes and the disciples who defected to Yun Yun's side was the declaration that mattered more than the technical defensive value of the position. He projected the dual flame harmonic shield and met the next wind blade, not at the point of maximum power, which would have broken the barrier immediately, but at the edge of the strike's geometry where the energy was still organized but partially dispersed. The barrier cracked in 3 places. 3 visible fractures in the resonance field, the structural damage honest about the gap between their respective powers. But it held. The disciples behind him stayed. A Do Wang child, Yun Shan said, and the assessment was delivered without contempt, as a simple fact that he was confirming before escalating appropriately. Correct, Xiao Yan said. The gap between us is real. I'm not pretending it isn't. He held the cracked barrier steady, feeding both flames into the repair cycle. But the gap between what you have and what you've used to build your sex protection is also real. And the people you sacrificed were real. Those gaps don't close just because you've been carrying them long enough to stop thinking about them. Yun Shan's eyes narrowed. Something in the barrier's configuration had registered as unusual. The dual flame harmonic structure wasn't a technique he'd encountered before, and experienced combat practitioners recognized the unfamiliar as the thing that needed to be understood before it was encountered again. 3 seconds of pause. Then Protector Wu materialized from the eastern spatial fold, his entrance time to what had clearly been a prepared contingency, and the tactical equation changed completely. Yun Yun wore her elder's robes, formal, precise, the visual statement of authority earned rather than assigned, and her violet-gray eyes carried the specific devastation of someone who'd been awake for 2 days processing the destruction of the most important relationship in her life. Nalan Yanran flanked her, sword drawn, her posture the contained readiness of someone who'd already decided that whatever happened next, she was committed to seeing it through. 48 hours. That was how long Yun Yun had had to absorb the evidence that her master, the man who'd found her, shaped her, given her the tools for everything she was, had been sacrificing their disciples to soul harvesters in exchange for organizational protection. 48 hours of reading the same documents repeatedly, checking the same cipher translations, standing in the same private chamber and staring at the Hall of Souls sigil carved into the floor beneath the rug she'd walked across 1,000 times. The sigil had been the final proof. She could rationalize the intercepts. She could question the disappearance records. She could not rationalize looking at the symbol of the organization that harvested souls, carved in her master's own hand into the floor of his most private space. Xiao Yan speaks the truth, Yun Yun said, her wind element Do Qi amplifying her voice to match his reach. I have verified the evidence myself. I have seen the Hall of Souls sigil in my master's chamber. I have reviewed the records of our missing sect brothers and sect sisters. A pause whose visible duration communicated more than words could. I am asking you, as your elder and your sister in arms, to stand down. This battle is not between Xiao Yan's people and our sect. This battle is between our sect and the corruption that has infected its heart. And I am asking you to help me cut it out. The sect split. The fracture line ran precisely where the evidence had suggested it would run, between the disciples who'd joined the Misty Cloud sect for its ideals and the disciples who'd joined for its power. The idealists had believed that strength and honor were the same thing. They followed Yun Yun because they still believed it, and Yun Yun had chosen honor. The power seekers had always been more pragmatic about the relationship between strength and ethics. They followed Yun Shan because he had more power, and that was the only analysis they needed. Roughly 60% of the sect's martial force withdrew to Yun Yun's position at the main gate. They laid down their weapons with the exhausted relief of people who'd been given permission to feel what they'd already been feeling, who'd needed an authority figure to make the choice visible before they could commit to it. The remaining 40% fortified the inner compound under Yun Shan's hand-picked elders, their decision made by the same logic that had always governed them. The strongest side was the right side. The battle narrowed from a mountain-wide siege to a focused assault on a specific target, with half the sect's own fighters providing real-time intelligence on the inner compound's defensive configurations. The mountain didn't need to be taken. It only needed to be shown that it had already been won. Yun Shan emerged like weather given form. He walked from the inner compound's central tower with the Dozong pressure preceding him like a physical front, a weight in the air that compressed the Do Qi field around him, bending the spiritual atmosphere of the entire mountaintop into a configuration centered on one person. Cultivators below Do Wang rank felt it as a pressure in the chest, the autonomic physical response to the proximity of overwhelming power. The mountain stones seemed to settle into themselves. He was old in the way that cultivators with his power were old, not visibly diminished, not physically degraded, but carrying centuries of accumulated decisions in his eyes. His robes were pristine white, his posture military straight, his expression held the particular tragedy of a man who'd believed his own justifications long enough to mistake them for truth and had only now arrived at a moment where the truth disagreed loudly enough to hear. Yun. His voice was controlled, almost gentle, the tone of a teacher who was genuinely confused by a student's unexpected behavior. Ungrateful child. Everything I've done for this sect. The Hall of Souls Alliance was a necessary compromise, their resources, their techniques, their protection. In exchange for certain contributions, I made us strong enough that the continental powers cannot touch us. You sacrificed our disciples, Yun said, her voice steady in the way that a thing under enormous pressure is steady, not through ease but through will. 7 people who trusted you. The cost of security. You don't understand the threats that face this sect, the threats I've shielded you from for decades. Without the Hall of Souls, we'd have been crushed. The ancient clans, the Pill Tower's commercial interests, the Imperial Court's quiet hostility, all of it held at bay by an alliance you now want to throw away because 7 people died. Because you gave them to soul harvesters, Yun said. There is no version of that sentence where security is an adequate reason. Then we should have been crushed, Yun Shan said, and for the first time his voice carried an edge, not rage, but the contempt of someone who'd made hard decisions while others made comfortable ones. Better to stand on bones than to fall with principles that didn't protect a single, better to fall with honor, Yun said, than to stand on the destroyed souls of the people who trusted you with their lives. The gentleness left Yun Shan's face. What replaced it was the cold authority of a man who'd stopped weighing the costs of ruthlessness because the calculation had long since been completed. He attacked. The wind blades carved trenches in ancient stone, not metaphorically but literally, the compressed air techniques of a peaked dozong slicing through rock that had stood for 800 years as though it were compacted earth. Debris exploded from the impacts in sharp clouds that forced the lower-ranked disciples back from the blast radius. The attacks were aimed at the ground rather than at people, a demonstration of capability rather than a killing blow, the language of power that said, "You see what I am capable of, and you are choosing this confrontation anyway?" Xiao Yan interposed. The dual flame core blazed, Qinglian blue-green and fallen heart flame invisible hot, 2 fires generating a barrier that shouldn't have been possible at his rank. The technique was Yao Lao's design, a harmonic shield that used the 2 flames' frequency difference to create a resonance field rather than a solid energy wall, the resonance field absorbing kinetic energy and distributing it laterally rather than taking the full impact head-on. It was significantly more efficient than brute force blocking against a more powerful opponent. The wind blades hit. The barrier cracked along 3 lines, visible fractures in the resonance field, the structural damage of taking Dozong level energy through a system rated for Do Wang. It held. A Do Wang child, Yun Shan said, and his assessment was accurate. The gap between them was an ocean. He knew it. Xiao Yan knew it. Everyone on the mountain knew it. Oceans have been crossed, Xiao Yan said. By people with boats, boy. Not by people who believe hard enough. You'd be surprised what belief can build. Yun Shan's eyes narrowed. Something in the barrier's construction, the dual flame harmonic structure that was fundamentally different from any standard shielding technique, had registered as unusual. He was a cultivator of sufficient sophistication to recognize when he was seeing something new, and he was a man of sufficient experience to know that new things in a fight were worth pausing to understand. He paused. Which was exactly the 3 seconds that Protector Wu needed to appear. Chapter 90. The Hall of Souls Enforcer materialized from a spatial fold in the compound's eastern wall, a prepared entrance point, a contingency activation triggered by a signal Xiao Yan couldn't see but had anticipated. The Hall of Souls had expected this confrontation. Of course they had. Yun Shan's value to them was operational. Allowing him to be neutralized without attempting to preserve the relationship would have been strategic negligence. Protector Wu was a Dozong. Different flavor from Yun Shan, where the sect master was a conventional cultivation practitioner who'd reached a rare rank through decades of disciplined advancement. Protector Wu was a soul cultivator. His cultivation power came not from accumulated Do-Chi refinement but from the harvested spiritual energy of others, his advancement pathway built on consumption rather than growth. He was stronger in certain specific applications, soul chain techniques, consciousness attacks, spiritual binding, and weaker in physical endurance, because his cultivation base was borrowed rather than owned. 2 Dozongs on the field. The tactical calculation shifted from challenging to catastrophic. He took a breath, one deliberate breath, the specific cognitive reset technique Yao Lao had drilled into him since the first month of training. Not slow, there wasn't time for slow. Fast, deliberate, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and in the 2 seconds it occupied, run the problem. 2 Dozongs. One of him. Resources, emergency fusion available, 60-second duration. Medusa on the field and capable of independent engagement. Xiao Yi Shen with medical capacity. The 60% sect force committed to Yun Yun's side. The terrain understood by the coalition better than by the Hall of Souls operative who'd just arrived through a prepared fold. Options, Sequential engagement. Medusa holds Protector Wu, he engages Yun Shan alone with emergency fusion, 60 seconds to create sufficient damage that the fight becomes winnable. Or, hold position and attempt negotiation while Yun's declaration continues to pull sect members. Risk assessment on option 2, Yun Shan was already in motion, his decision to attack made visible by the wind blade demonstration, and stopping his momentum required force rather than words. Option 1. He filed the analysis and committed. Medusa engaged Protector Wu before he'd fully transitioned from spatial fold to full physical presence. The 7-colored heaven swallowing python's transformation was not a gradual process. It was an event, human form collapsing inward for half a second and then erupting outward as something that existed in a different category of organism entirely. 50 meters of coiled, luminous power, each scale a different color where the Do Chi had concentrated and refined through centuries of bloodline evolution, her eyes carrying the cold, absolute intelligence of an apex predator that had just identified a threat to her people. The Serpent Sovereign Resonance activated, feeding Xiao Yan's tactical awareness into her combat processing through the bond's shared sense function. He could feel her perception layered over his, the Serpent's infrared reading of heat signatures, the chemical awareness of the atmospheric Do Chi composition, the vibrational sensitivity of 50 meters of body in contact with the mountain stone surface. More information than his human senses could generate, formatted by a consciousness that had been processing combat environments for centuries. She fought Protector Wu with a ferocity that transcended strategy, the pure, clarifying rage of a queen whose people had been hunted and harvested and diminished by this organization for generations, finally with a target worthy of the feeling. Soul chains met venomous strikes that burned through spiritual barriers on contact. Spectral energy attacks clashed against 7-colored scales that had more in common with formation arrays than with biological armor. The eastern mountainside began to come apart. Xiao Yan turned to face Yun Shan alone. Chapter 91. The Affinity Resonance System activated an emergency protocol he hadn't known existed. The notification was brief and urgent, hitting his cultivation awareness in the same register as physical pain, immediate, impossible to ignore, demanding response, emergency fusion, crisis response, multiple bond activations detected. Threat level, existential. Temporary access granted, signature techniques from all bonded partners. Duration, 60 seconds. Warning, post-activation exhaustion, minimum 24-hour combat incapacity. 60 seconds. 1 minute. The math of what he could accomplish in 60 seconds against a Do Zong who'd been at his rank for decades ran through his mind in the 3 heartbeats before he decided. There was no alternative. He accepted. Xun Er's golden flames flooded through the bond, her Emperor Flame bloodline's ancient authority layering over his own Qinglian flame like a golden overlay, amplifying the fire's fundamental power and adding the specific property that Gu clan flames possessed, a frequency that disrupted cultivation techniques anchored in conventional mortal Do Chi, cutting through the architecture of techniques that had been built without accounting for ancient clan interference. Her presence was warm and certain, even across the distance. He could feel her focus on him, attention transmitted through the bond, the specific quality of someone directing their full capability toward keeping another person alive. Medusa's combat processing extended through the Serpent Sovereign Resonance, her centuries of tactical experience mapping Yun Shan's attack patterns in real time, predicting the next move based on accumulated combat data that no single human lifetime could generate. The Serpent's perspective was different from the human one in ways that were useful. She read heat signatures and vibration patterns that were invisible to conventional cultivation senses, and the attack geometry she fed him was three-dimensional in a way that human tactical thinking often flattened. Yao Lao's 6 decades of advanced cultivation experience descended into his muscle memory, not as thought but as embodied knowledge, his movements restructuring around the patterns of a Do Sheng's combat geometry, the body language of techniques that had been refined to absolute optimality. He could feel the old man's presence as a clarity behind his eyes, a precision in his hands that was not his alone. Xiao Yishen's poison reading resonance spiked his sensory range, extending his awareness to read the chemical markers in Yun Shan's Do Chi that indicated his hidden techniques, the needle strikes and penetrating venom like Chi threads that the sect master used as secondary attacks hidden within his primary ones. The warning came as a physical sensation in his right forearm, the resonance's language for attack incoming from this vector. And Nalan Yanran's Stormblade technique gave him wind element access, the ability to engage Yun Shan's signature element on compatible terms, meeting wind with wind rather than absorbing it. She was on the other side of the mountain with drawn sword, feeding the technique through sheer force of will from 300 meters away, and the fact that the resonance carried it anyway was the clearest demonstration he'd had that the system's bonds were not limited by the physical distances between people. 5 people in one body. 60 seconds. He attacked. Chapter 92. The mountain cracked, not metaphorically. The stone formation arrays that had reinforced Misty Cloud Mountain's peak for 8 centuries began failing under the energy output of the combined assault. Xiao Yan moved through Yun Shan's defenses with a fluidity that couldn't have come from a single person's combat experience, each movement informed by someone else's expertise, each strike carrying the weight of a bond that had been tested in real conditions and had held. Yao Lao's embodied knowledge redirected him through gaps that his own training would not have identified, the specific positioning that exploited the 12-degree window in Yun Shan's defensive transition between his second and third offensive sequences. Xun Er's golden fire amplified each impact, the ancient clan frequency disrupting the layered formation structure in Yun Shan's primary defense. The Medusa-informed tactical awareness prevented him from stepping into the 3 counterstrike setups that Yun Shan established in the first 15 seconds, each one designed to lure an aggressive opponent into a pre-prepared energy trap. 45 seconds. Yun Shan, Peak Dozong, master of a mountain, a man who'd fought continental-level opponents, was on the defensive. The novelty of the situation was visible in his movements, a veteran fighter encountering a combat signature that didn't match any existing category in his experience, unable to establish the predictive pattern he'd been using to counter threats for decades, adapting in real time to an opponent who was, in some functional sense, not a single opponent at all. 30 seconds. 3 openings taken. Golden fire burns on Yun Shan's left arm where the Emperor Flame Disruption had penetrated his defensive technique. Venom-laced chi threads eating through the fabric of his robe where Xiao Yishen's poison reading had identified a gap in his body reinforcement. A hairline fracture in his primary do chi pathway, the structural damage from an overcommitted counter that Yao Lao's experience had predicted and Nalan Yanran's wind technique had leveraged. 15 seconds. 10. The fusion burned out. 60 seconds, exactly, and then the borrowed power withdrew, not gradually but immediately, like a lamp extinguished, leaving his body in the specific cellular silence of catastrophic energy depletion. His legs buckled. He caught himself on one knee, the stone beneath his hands cold and gritty, his vision narrowing at the edges. Both flame cores were running at emergency reserves, the Qinglian a dim blue flicker and the fallen heart barely audible in his cultivation awareness. Yun Shan was wounded. Damaged in the specific ways that made continued combat at full capacity impossible. Not finished. But damaged. And wounded, furious, and facing the wall of his own potential defeat, he reached for the thing that desperate men always reach for. Chapter 93. The soul sacrifice technique announced itself as a change in the quality of the air. Not temperature, consciousness. A thick, pressing awareness descended on the mountaintop, the sense of something vast and focused turning its attention to this specific point on the world's surface. Yun Shan rose from the mountain's shattered surface, his body wreathed in fire that was neither do chi nor conventional spirit energy but the specific luminosity of a man burning the irreplaceable to win a single moment. Soul sacrifice. The Hall of Souls contingency technique, shared with allies as a last resort and at immense cost, burning one's own soul for a surge of power that touched the threshold of the rank above, at the price of permanent soul damage that could never be fully repaired. The tactical calculus was simple and terrible. Transcend your current limit for 30 seconds, win the fight, and live with whatever remained afterward. The sky darkened, photons bent away from the epicenter of that power manifestation in a way that physics didn't normally permit, the universe offering a brief, involuntary courtesy to something that was temporarily too powerful to look at directly. Yun Shan rose into the air, his silhouette blazing with ghostly fire, and aimed everything he had at the cultivator kneeling on the mountain beneath him. The strike was aimed to kill. Yao Lao intercepted. The old man's soul body erupted from the ring fully manifested, not the translucent projection he'd been limited to during months of recovery, but a complete presence, luminous and solid and burning the last of his rebuilt reserves in a projection that would have been impressive at his peak and was nothing short of extraordinary in his current state. The collision between a sacrificed soul power and a masterclass soul cultivator's direct defense was visible from the capital, a pillar of light that split the cloud cover above Misty Cloud Mountain and faded slowly as the energies cancelled, the precision of Yao Lao's technique doing what raw power couldn't do alone. Finding the structural weakness in the sacrifice technique's feedback loop and cracking it from the inside, Yun Shan's augmented state began collapsing. Yao Lao's soul body fractured. Visible cracks spread across his translucent form, the price of the intervention, restoration reserve spent in a single decisive expenditure. He remained manifested, but barely. His form flickered. Master, Xiao Yan tried to rise from his knee and his legs refused. I'm fine, Yao Lao said, with the specific stubbornness of someone who was demonstrably not fine and had decided that acknowledging it would be wasteful. You cannot afford to be concerned about me right now. Finish this. He stayed manifested through will alone, his cracked form anchored by 30 years of having no choice but to persist. Chapter 94. Yun made the final move. She walked across the shattered mountainside without running. Walking was the right register, the pace of a person who had accepted what they were about to do and was not going to perform urgency they didn't feel. Her elder's robes were torn at the hem from a debris field she'd moved through. Her silver-gray hair had come loose from its formal arrangement. She'd been crying, and she'd made no effort to address the evidence of that on her face, because this was not a moment for the dignity that concealed what was real. She stood before her master. The mountain around them had been reshaped by the fight. The central courtyard's flagstones were fissured in radiating patterns from the impact points where Do Zong and Do Wang techniques had met the stone and argued with it. Two of the compound's perimeter towers showed structural compromise, one listing slightly southward, its formation arrays no longer generating the upward pressure that had kept its age-settled foundation level. Smoke rose from the eastern wing where an energy discharge had caught the stored cultivation materials in a secondary fire that the sect's disciples were working to contain with the focused urgency of people who understood that the building's contents were irreplaceable. The mountain itself was unchanged. Stone 800 years old was 800 years old with or without the humans and their arguments scattered across its face. It would stand long after all of this had been resolved into legend. Yun Shan, the soul sacrifice's backlash eroding his power in real time, the ghostly fire dying down around him, decades of cultivation advantage bleeding away as the technique's aftermath accelerated aging that high-rank cultivation had suppressed, looked at her with eyes that were, finally, clear. The justifications had burned away. What remained was a teacher, looking at his best student, who he had failed. Master, Yun said. Surrender. Please. The word please was not a diminishment. It was the most accurate word for what she was doing, asking, not demanding. Not threatening. Asking, because she still loved him, even now, and she needed this to end in a way that left her capable of continuing after it was over. Yun Shan's expression moved through several landscapes in a few seconds. The strategist. The zealot. The man who'd convinced himself that atrocity was security. And then, stripped of everything else by exhaustion and defeat and the sight of his student's face carrying the devastation he'd caused, the teacher. The man who'd found a lonely girl with exceptional talent and decided her potential was worth nurturing. I only wanted us to be strong enough, he whispered. The word us was still there, even now, even after everything. The collective that had been his justification and his genuine motivation, inseparable, inextricable. Strong enough that no one could threaten what we'd built. I know, Yun said. I know you did. And I know it started from something real. She stood very close to him, close enough that he could have reached out. But real intentions don't sanctify what was done in their name. And I can't let you continue doing it. He dropped the technique. Not slowly, immediately, the specific decision of a man who'd made his choice and wasn't going to delay its implementation. The sacrificial power collapsed, and the backlash arrived the way backlash always arrived, all at once, the body presenting its bill in full. His cultivation shattered. Not temporarily, not partially, fundamentally, the do chi that had made him a continental-level power dissolving from his meridians like frost from a warming surface, leaving an ordinary old man in the place where a dozong had stood. His knees gave. Yun caught him. Both hands under his arms, taking the weight of someone who'd been larger than her in every sense of the word for the entirety of her life, and was now simply an old man who needed to sit down. He closed his eyes. She held him and let herself grieve what he'd been before she had to deal with what he'd done. The battle ended. Chapter 95. Protector Wu attempted to escape with the Hall of Souls collected soul prisoners. The soul vault was a dimensional pocket attached to the enforcer's physical form, dozens of crystalline containers, each holding a harvested consciousness, the operational inventory of a senior Hall of Souls operative who'd been active in this region for decades. His extraction protocol activated the moment Yun Shan fell, a spatial fold opening in the eastern cliff face, the technique designed to pull his soul construct through dimensional space to a prepared extraction point, taking the soul inventory with him. Medusa didn't let him run. She had been fighting him for 20 minutes. 20 minutes of sustained dozong combat that had restructured the eastern mountainside into a landscape of craters and crystallized do-chi formations. She was exhausted in the specific way that pushed a being of her power, not the ordinary exhaustion of depleted reserves, but the accumulated cost of sustained transformation, the biological price of maintaining 50 meters of seven-colored serpent form through extended high-intensity combat. But she was faster than his extraction protocol. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's consuming technique activated, not an attack but an absorption, the fundamental property of her bloodline turned toward a specific application, drawing soul energy into her body and neutralizing it through the purification mechanism of her evolved biology. The soul chains that Protector Wu had been deploying as offensive weapons became fuel, the very technique he'd used to harvest others being consumed by the thing that refused to be harvested. He escaped. Emergency teleportation yanked his soul construct through a spatial fold and deposited it somewhere far from the mountain. But the dimensional pocket containing the soul inventory separated from his physical form when the fold's energy disrupted the pocket's anchoring mechanism, the soul containers, dozens of them, falling from the collapsing fold and landing on the mountain's shattered surface. Medusa recovered them. Xiao Yan opened them, container by container. The freed souls rose like a constellation being assembled in real time, points of warm light ascending through the cleared air, climbing toward a sky that was brightening as Yun Shan's sacrificial darkness dissolved. Among them, among dozens of anonymous lights whose names he didn't know, the remaining fragments of Yao Lao's original body soul, the pieces that the Misty Cloud Mountain recovery hadn't included. Yao Lao absorbed them. The reconstitution was visible and immediate, his fractured form stabilizing, the cracks sealing as the missing pieces returned, his translucent appearance gaining color and solidity. The change took several minutes. Not dramatic, exactly, no surge of light, no declaration of power regained. It was more like watching something broken gradually become unbroken, the process quiet and organic rather than theatrical, the soul body reassembling itself from the inside out with the patient certainty of something that knew what it was supposed to be and was becoming it again. His hands gained definition. The edges of his form that had been blurring under the weight of their incomplete state sharpened. Color returned to his features, not vividly, but enough. The particular shade of his robe became recognizable, the gray of his hair acquired texture. He went from the thing a ghost tried to be to something that looked like it might have weight. He looked down at his hands. Turned them over. The gesture was simple and private, the motion of someone reacquainting themselves with something they'd been separated from. His breathing, the soul body's equivalent, the steady rhythm that replaced the human need for air, steadied. The old man stood on Misty Cloud Mountain and smiled, a real smile, reaching the eyes, carrying the weight of a burden set down after 30 years. It was not the smile of triumph. It was the smile of completion, the expression of someone whose most important unfinished business had just been partially addressed, whose path toward wholeness had just taken a decisive step. His tears made no sound. Chapter 96. The aftermath of the battle required 5 days to resolve, and resolution was not the same as completion. The Misty Cloud sect's infrastructure was intact. Yun's intervention had prevented wholesale slaughter, the majority of the sect's disciples never directly engaging in combat, the loyalist faction's surrender following rapidly once Shan fell. The material cost of the battle was mostly geological. 200 meters of the mountain's southern face had been restructured by Medusa and Protector Wu's engagement. The peak's original formation arrays were largely destroyed, and the inner compound's central tower had taken structural damage that would require 3 months of repair work. The human cost was lighter than Xiao Yan had feared. 37 coalition fighters wounded. 12 loyalist faction disciples wounded. 0 fatalities. The number was the direct result of Yun's position at the main gate. Her public declaration had prevented the kind of all-in commitment from the sect's rank and file that would have produced casualties on both sides in quantity. But 0 fatalities in a battle didn't mean 0 consequences. The injured required care. The sect's fractured culture required careful management. The 60% who'd defected to Yun's side needed a framework for coexisting with the 40% who'd stayed loyal to Shan, now leaderless and processing the specific combination of shame and grievance that came with backing the wrong side in an ideological conflict. The evidence of Shan's Hall of Souls alliance needed to be distributed to every disciple who hadn't been present for Yun's declaration, which meant managing information carefully enough that it informed rather than destabilized. Xiao Yan ran the medical operations for the full 5 days, coordinating the sect's existing medical staff with the practical efficiency of someone who understood that territorial disputes among healers were a luxury that wounded people couldn't afford to fund. She was 17. The sect's medical elders, 3 of them with decades of experience, followed her direction without objection after the first 6 hours of watching her work. That was how competence communicated itself, not through authority claimed but through decisions that turned out to be right. Hai Badong managed the political consolidation with the same systematic thoroughness he'd applied to the coalition's assembly. Imperial decree announcing the Xiao clan's restoration and the Snake people's territorial recognition was delivered to the capital's administrative apparatus by a courier who'd been briefed on the timing requirements. Regional administrators who'd been waiting to understand which way the power structure had settled received clear signals. The Jiama Empire's government, which had been operating in a fog of ambiguity for years, emerged into the specific clarity of a changed situation. He found Yun on the mountain's peak at sunset on the 4th day. The sky was doing the specific thing it did over mountains in autumn, burning at the horizon with colors that belonged in a painting rather than a sky, amber and rose and a deep red that was almost maroon, the light quality that came from air that had been scrubbed clean by altitude and the day's turbulence. The mountain's mist had retreated in the evening stillness, and from the peak you could see the empire spread out below, the river catching the last light like a silver thread stitched through darker fabric. She stood at the edge of the viewing platform looking at it, the empire she'd helped save and the sect she'd helped break and had now to help rebuild, all of it arrayed below her in the specific irony of a view that showed you the full scope of your responsibilities. You saved the sect, Xiao Yan said. You gave the sect a reason to save itself. I just gave them permission to act on it. She turned to face him. Her eyes were still swollen from the hours she'd spent holding her master while he slept, and there was a quality in her expression that was the specific exhaustion of someone who'd completed a thing that needed completing and was now processing the gap between how it looked in advance and how it felt in practice. What are you going to do about the Hall of Souls? Continue. The Hall of Souls regional coordinator knows we've moved on the Black Alliance and on Shan's operation. He'll be pulling assets back, reorganizing. Waiting to understand whether this was a local disruption or the opening move of something continental. Is it? Yes. He held her gaze. I'm going to Zhongzhou. To the Pill Towers Championship. To the Gu clan's territory. What I need next is on the continent. Then I'll hold the empire, she said it the way decisions were said, not with performance but with the flat, certain commitment of someone who'd assess the situation and determine what it required from them. The Misty Cloud sect rebuilt. The imperial government stabilized. The Hall of Souls local network disrupted and monitored. I can do this, I'm choosing to do this. I know you can. I know you will. She studied him for a moment. What are we? She asked. He was honest. She'd earned honesty more than anything else he could offer. I don't know yet. But I want to find out. Not as a task. As the thing I'm genuinely interested in finding out. She stepped forward and placed her hands on his shoulders. The gesture was the gesture of two people confirming an agreement rather than expressing an emotion, practical, mutual, the recognition of a future that neither of them could see clearly and both of them were willing to move toward. Find me after, she said. When the fighting stops and the building begins. Find me, and we'll answer the question together. I'll find you. I know. A pause. The sky behind her was at its most vivid, the colors of sunset at their peak and already beginning to cool. I've known you'd find me since you first told me what you were building and why. The kind of person who builds the way you build always comes back. Yun, Affinity, 44-48 Chapter 97. Do Huang, the breakthrough arrived not in a meditation session or a training drill but in the specific quality of stillness that followed the battle's resolution, the body's systemic shutdown after extended maximum output, the cultivation base responding to the combination of emergency fusion's demand, the fallen heart flame's crisis acceleration, and the emotional intensity of everything that had happened on that mountain. He was sitting on a supply crate in the sect's outer courtyard when it happened. The rest of the coalition was distributed around the mountain in various stages of the aftermath's operational demands, healers working, Hai Badong managing logistics, Nalan Yanran organizing the loyalist faction's disarmament. He'd been reviewing supply manifests with the deliberate calm of a person using administrative work to give their body time to register what had just occurred. The manifests blurred. His cultivation sense spiked inward, sharp and urgent. And then the world was briefly very bright and very quiet while the rank transitioned. The courtyard smelled of stone dust and the lingering sweet chemical smell of discharged do qi from the battle, the particular compound scent of multiple cultivation techniques deployed in a small space. Around him, the physical evidence of an organization that had been shaken to its roots, formation arrays deactivated and waiting for reinstallation, equipment moved out of the inner compound and piled in the courtyard for sorting, one corner where a group of junior disciples sat in uncertain silence, not yet sure what the restructured world required from them. He sat in the middle of all of it and felt the rank change settle into him. He felt the advancement the way he'd felt the Do Ling breakthrough, a pressure that had been building for weeks finding its release point. But Do Huang was categorically different from the previous ranks. Do Huang was the threshold where fundamental human cultivation limitations changed. Flight was now possible through Do Qi projection rather than formation-assisted techniques. Long-range energy attacks could be sustained rather than single discharge. And domain establishment, the ability to impose one's cultivation will on the environment within a specific radius, became accessible in its initial forms. His dual flame core stabilized at the new level with an ease that surprised him. The months-long negotiation between the Qinglian and the fallen heart flame had finally resolved, not into a dominant and a subordinate but into the equal, complementary partnership that the Desert Sun formula's second tier had described as the architecture's theoretical optimum. Two flames, two natures, one stable system that was more efficient than either alone. The system update arrived with the rank change. Affinity Resonance System. Update partners with affinity above 50 may now access resonance meditation. Synchronized cultivation mindscape. Both partners enter shared mental space. Cultivation acceleration. 300% baseline for both participants. Requirement. Both partners present, conscious, willing. 300%. The multiplication of cultivation rate through shared mental space, not a combat ability, not a crisis protocol, but a sustained growth mechanism that would compound over time. He reached Do Huang 3-star within the week, using his first resonance meditation session with Xun Er, who'd arrived from the academy 2 days after the battle, the Gu clan envoy's delay purchased by her counter-negotiation, which she'd conducted with the focused aggression of someone who had very specific reasons for wanting more time. Their shared mindscape was golden and emerald, her flame and his Qinglian finding the same wavelength, their Do Qi cycling through each other in the pattern the system called amplification and that felt like conversation. Like two people discovering, in the specific language of cultivation rather than words, that they'd been saying compatible things all along. The mindscape they inhabited together was not a neutral space. It had been built by the overlap of their cultivation signatures over months of proximity, and it carried the accumulated texture of that time, the specific warmth of the golden warmth resonance's earliest activations, the quality of shared training sessions and shared fights and the particular intimacy of two people who'd faced serious danger together and both come through. He recognized it the way you recognized a place you'd spent significant time in, not consciously cataloging its features but knowing them the way the body knew familiar terrain. Xun Er's presence in it was different from her physical presence. In the mindscape, the cultivation composure she maintained as a baseline was still present but less foregrounded. The layer of careful management that ancient clan upbringing had trained into every expression still existed, but here it was visible as what it was, a skill, a tool, a practice control rather than the natural surface of who she was. Underneath it, her Do Qi signature ran warmer than her expression usually indicated. More kinetic. More invested in the present moment than the social performance of composure typically communicated. She was aware that he could see it. She had chosen to let him. This is what it was building toward, he said, in the mindscape's interior. What was? All of it. The system. The bonds. Not the power-ups. Not the combat protocols. This. The ability to grow together rather than alongside each other. Connection is cultivation's actual mechanism. That's very romantic. It's very accurate. Same thing, she said, in the same tone Medusa had used, weeks ago, to mean something entirely different, and somehow the echo of it made him smile. Chapter 98. The 30-day deadline arrived via Formation Crystal while he was still at the reformed Sex Temporary Command Center, managing the transfer of operational authority to Yun Yun and Hai Badong. The work of the transfer was genuinely complex. Yun Yun was taking on not just a leadership position but the full responsibility for an organization that had been operating under compromised direction for years, whose finances had been organized around Yun Shan's priorities, whose training programs had been shaped by his philosophy, whose institutional culture had been calibrated by a man who believed that strength and ruthlessness were functionally the same thing. Undoing the effects of that calibration required both formal institutional change and the slower, harder work of creating the conditions where the sex individual members could choose differently. Hai Badong was helping with the operational side, the financial audit, the contract reviews, the personnel assessment. His years of frontier business management had given him a practical understanding of institutional dysfunction that proved directly applicable to a sect that had been living with a version of the same problem. Xiao Yan was helping with the human side, the conversations with senior disciples who'd spent years interpreting their master's worldview as truth and were now confronting the possibility that it had been a rationalization. These conversations were slow and couldn't be rushed. Every one of them mattered. The 60% who'd crossed to Yun Yun's side needed to be given enough understanding of what had happened that their choice felt grounded in reality rather than in the momentum of a crisis moment. The 40% who'd remained loyal to Yun Shan needed something more careful, not confrontation but context, the opportunity to process the evidence and reach their own conclusions at a pace that didn't require them to admit publicly that they'd been wrong before they'd had time to fully accept it privately. He found the work useful in a way that had nothing to do with strategy. There was something clarifying about talking to people who were processing the difference between what they'd been told and what was true, something that reminded him, in a way he couldn't fully articulate, of his own first weeks in Xiao Yan's body, navigating the gap between a life he'd inherited and the understanding of what it actually contained. Xun Er delivered the message in person. She'd traveled from the academy immediately after the battle's conclusion, covering the distance in 3 days of travel that she'd optimized aggressively. She arrived looking road-worn and more alive than the formal Gu clan correspondence she carried. Two things that wanted to be contradictions but weren't. Gu Lai arrived at the academy 6 days ago, she said. He's a Dozong elder with the Gu clan's retrieval division. The clan's formal position is that the 30-day grace period I negotiated is their final concession. After 30 days, they send a team authorized to use force if I resist. Force against a Gu clan bloodline carrier. Against an unauthorized absence from clan territory. The legal distinction is real. The practical distinction is not. She held his gaze with the specific intensity of someone who'd been carrying this information for several days and had already done all the processing she could do alone. I need to return. The only path that doesn't end with them taking me by force is me presenting myself willingly, but on terms that require them to recognize your right to pursue courtship through their official evaluation process. The trials. The trials. You present yourself as a candidate, pass the ancient clan's evaluation, and earn the formal right to court a bloodline carrier. No outsider has passed in 800 years. She paused. The record before those 800 years is a single candidate who passed in a specific set of circumstances that the clan's historians have been arguing about the legitimacy of for 6 centuries. 801, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Not the evaluative look that assessed capability, she already knew his capability, had felt it in every resonance meditation session, had cultivated alongside him in the shared mindscape and understood exactly how he thought under pressure. This was the look of someone deciding how much to let themselves believe something that they wanted to be true. I've been trying to decide, she said slowly, whether your certainty is courage or delusion. Ask me after. I will. A beat. What do you need in terms of preparation time? 2 weeks. Do Huang 7-star minimum before attempting the combat gauntlet. I'm currently at 5-star. With resonance meditation, 2 weeks, she agreed. The calculation had been running in her head simultaneously. I can hold Gu Lai to the 30-day timeline. He's formal about timelines, it's a cultural trait. Good. He looked at her. The morning light through the command center's windows caught the gold in her eyes and held it. Xun Er. I know, she said. Not deflecting, acknowledging. I know, I love you, he said. Without context or setup, just the fact of it, because the context was everything they'd done together and the setup was the entire time since the rebirth, and neither of those things needed to be said aloud for them to be present. I love you too, she said. The words emerging the way true things emerged when the context made their containment finally unnecessary. And I'm going to be present for every minute of those trials. You won't be doing it alone. I know, he said. I know that. It's the only reason I'm certain, she laughed, not strained, the full version, brief and warm and carrying the specific quality of someone who'd been genuinely surprised by how much something simple could land. The resonance warmed between them, golden and green, the system's quiet confirmation of something that had already been confirmed in every way that mattered. Xun Er, Affinity, 5258 Chapter 99. Xiao Yan sealing formation was activated on a Thursday evening in the Sex Medical Wing. The poison spirit jade hummed in its prepared position at the formation's centermost node, its crystalline structure receiving the array's energy and converting it to the specific frequency that distinguished the woeful poison body's output from normal biological processes. The formation itself was geometric and enormous, 20 meters in diameter, its lines inscribed with dou qi so precise that a single half-degree deviation in any of the 312 individual nodes would cascade into structural failure. Construction had taken 6 hours. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao had worked through the night, the old man's full manifest form, more solid now, after the Misty Cloud Mountain recovery, guiding each node's inscription with the expertise of a soul cultivation master who understood formation architecture from first principles rather than memorized procedure. Activation would take 12 hours. Xiao Yan sat at the erase center in a white medical robe, her silver hair spread around her, formally, the way you dressed for something you'd been waiting for since you understood what waiting meant. She was 16 now. 2 years older than when they'd first met, 2 years heavier with the experience of being genuinely cared for by people who'd understood what caring cost and done it anyway. The weight sat differently than it would have if she'd always had it. She knew what its absence felt like, which meant she knew what this was. The medical wing was quiet. The formation silencing kept everything from the outside world muffled to near inaudibility, the distant sounds of the sect's ongoing reorganization reduced to a background hum that was more felt than heard. The poison spirit jade at the formation's center node cast a pale green light that gave everything in the room a slight tinge of seawater depth, cool and clear. This will hurt, Xiao Yan said. Not softening it, she'd earned the truth and would have rejected the softened version. More or less than not doing it? Considerably less. But considerably more than I'd prefer for you. She took his hand in her bare one, skin contact, no rash, the casualness of a miracle that had stopped feeling miraculous because they'd had it for long enough to normalize it. Her hand was small in his, her grip firm in the specific way of someone who intended to hold on. Then do it. The formation activated. The poison spirit jade's frequency engaged with the array, and the energy began spiraling inward with the measured momentum of a system executing its design function, not a burst but a sustained focus, the specific patience of a precision instrument working on something that required precision rather than force. The target was the woeful poison body's source point, the toxic core in her dantian that had been growing since birth, the inheritance she'd been given by a nature she hadn't chosen and had spent her entire life managing around. The formation's core function was designation, teaching the array to distinguish between the woeful poison body's output and normal biological process. The poison spirit jade's crystalline frequency served as the key that unlocked the distinction. Once the distinction was established, the containment barrier could be erected without blocking the dantian's cultivation function, the poison sealed behind its own specific frequency, the cultivation pathways preserved intact. She screamed. The sound was not dramatic. It was functional, the body communicating extreme distress to everything that could hear it, using every available channel simultaneously. It passed through the wing's formation silenced walls as vibration rather than sound, enough to make the guards outside feel the wrongness without hearing the words. Xiao Yan was not someone who performed suffering. What emerged from her was completely genuine, which was the only way it could have been that loud. Xiao Yan held her hand through 12 hours of it. The poison reading resonance ran continuously, his cultivation awareness monitoring her condition through the bond, tracking the formation's progress against the woeful poison body's resistance, providing micro-adjustments when the resistance spiked and the process threatened to cross the line between painful and lethal. 3 times in 12 hours, he intervened. 3 times the process corrected and continued. The physical cost of the sustained monitoring was exhaustion, a different kind from combat exhaustion, the specific drain of sustained precise attention rather than sustained maximum output. At the formation's completion, the toxic production didn't stop, the woeful poison body couldn't be cured, only contained. But the containment held. The barrier was complete. She collapsed into his arms. Trembling. Sobbing with the specific relief of a body that had been at war with itself for 16 years and had just been handed a ceasefire that it could actually believe would hold. I can touch people, she whispered. You can touch people. She pressed her bare hand against his face. Skin on skin. The warm, simple fact of human contact, available to her now without fear or consequence. She stayed there for a long moment, feeling it. He didn't say anything. The medical wing's formation quiet held around them, the poison spirit jade still casting its pale green light across the floor, the array's lines fading as the energy it had channeled dissipated into the formation's post-activation equilibrium. The room smelled of the formation's spent energy, that dry, mineral smell of a complex array completing its function, the specific scent of something that had been built for a single purpose and had now performed it. 12 hours of held pain, 12 hours of monitoring through the poison reading resonance, feeling everything she'd felt at the remove that was both a mercy and a burden. She'd not asked him to feel it with her, the resonance had simply provided it, because that was what genuine bonds did with shared experience. He'd stayed with it the entire duration. Her hand stayed on his cheek. He let it stay. "Thank you," she said. The words were insufficient and the tone carried everything they couldn't. Xiao Yan, Affinity, 5258 Chapter 100. They crossed the Empire's border on a clear morning. The checkpoint where the Jiama Empire's northern road crossed into the wider continent was a proper border station now, not the crumbling post and board soldier of the southern crossing, but a substantial structure staffed by imperial soldiers who'd been briefed on the new political arrangements. The sergeant on duty recognized Xiao Yan's name and stood aside without checking documents. A small thing. The kind of small thing that was the visible edge of a large change. 5 travelers heading toward the continent's center. The sky ahead, the specific blue of autumn above the Jiama Empire's northern pass, a color so saturated it looked painted rather than real, the kind of sky that made the world feel larger than usual and the problems in it proportionally more manageable. The northern pass was different from the southern crossing they'd used when first entering the Empire's cultivated regions. Higher, colder, the road carved through stone rather than running across open plain, the views opening intermittently between cliff faces to reveal vistas of the continent's interior, layers of ridge and valley receding toward a horizon that was at the scale of something genuinely large. The smell was alpine, snow on stone, thin air carrying the mineral clarity of altitude, pine forest lower on the slopes releasing resin into the cold. He walked and felt the step change in his own awareness that Do Huang provided, the world perceptible at a larger scale, the fallen heart flame's environmental sensitivity extending further, reading the spiritual topology of the terrain with a resolution that had been unavailable at Do Wang. The ley lines running through the mountain geology were faintly legible now, not clear, not the high-definition vision of a Do Sheng, but present as a felt awareness, a background hum of the continent's spiritual infrastructure. Medusa walked beside him in silence for a long stretch, the specific silence of someone who was comfortable with silence rather than avoiding it. After several kilometers she said, without preamble, "The restoration of the snake people's heritage from the ancient clans, this will take longer than the battle we just won." "Yes. But the precedent is moving in the right direction." "Yes." He glanced at her. "The Pill Tower Championship will give us leverage. Continental visibility and institutional access to channels that the ancient clans can't simply close." She was quiet for another long stretch. Then, "I've been sovereign for 2 centuries. This is the first time I've had a strategic partner rather than a strategic subordinate or a strategic opponent." She said it the way she said most things, as an observation, factual and unhurried. "I'm still adjusting to what it requires." "What does it require?" "Trusting the analysis I didn't run myself." "That's always the hard part," he said. "The only answer to it is time and evidence." "I know." "A beat. You're building the evidence." Xiao Yan walked at the front. Do Huang's 7-star, carrying 3 heavenly flame seeds in his cultivation base, 3 Xiao clan method fragments in his pack, and the weight of a destiny he'd chosen rather than inherited. The Affinity Resonance System hummed steadily, 5 bonds, 5 connections, each one tested by circumstances that had the specific quality of genuine stakes, and each one having held. He thought about each of them in turn as they walked. Xun Er already ahead, already in the Gu clan's territory, already working the problem from her end. Medusa at his shoulder, sovereign and present. Yun on the mountain behind them, building something better out of something that had been corrupted. Xiao Yan to his left, carrying her medical satchel with both hands today, as if the thing inside it needed to be held with both hands for a while before the reality of it fully settled. And Nalan Yanran slightly behind them all, her posture the confident readiness of someone who'd decided who they were and had stopped questioning the decision. The system display, Xun Er, Affinity 58, Golden Emperor Resonance Active Queen Medusa, Affinity 47, Serpent Sovereign Resonance Active Yun, Affinity 48, Wind Cloud Resonance Active, Long Range, Xiao Yan, Affinity 58, Poison Reading Resonance Active Nalan Yanran, Affinity 39, Storm Blade Resonance Active Yao Lao, Soul Bridge Resonance Active. Behind him, Medusa walked with the contained grace of someone who'd discovered that the world was worth engaging with rather than ruling over, that engagement was more interesting than dominion because it required ongoing investment in something other than yourself. Nalan Yanran moved with the alert confidence of someone who'd discovered that strength measured in self-knowledge was worth more than strength measured in rank, that the hardest cultivation was the kind you did without a cauldron. Xiao Yan carried her medical satchel with the ease of someone who'd accepted that the tools she carried were the most important part of who she was, and was finally comfortable with that. And Yao Lao hummed in the ring, present, recovering, more himself with each passing week, the background warmth of a teacher whose student had learned to carry the work forward without forgetting why it mattered. And in the ring on his finger, Yao Lao was humming an old song, a melody from before the betrayal, before the ring, before the 30 years of fractured imprisonment. A song from a time when the world had been full of possibility and a great teacher had believed in his student's potential before the student had believed it himself. The notes were simple, familiar in the way that things learned in childhood are familiar, Below conscious recall but present in the body, in the hands. Xiao Yan listened to the humming and smiled. The road to Zhongzhou stretched ahead, long, complicated, leading toward battles that would reshape the continent. The Pill Tower Championship. The Gu Clan Trials. The Hall of Souls gathering toward its endgame. The Toshi Ancient Emperor's Cave and the question of who would reach it first. But right now, in this specific moment, under this painted sky, surrounded by people he loved and who loved him back, the future felt less like a threat and more like an invitation. An open door rather than a locked one. A road that went somewhere worth going. He took the first step. Then the next. Then the next. The pass opened ahead of them onto a landscape that stretched to the visible edge of the world, the continent laid out like a promise, vast, difficult, and already becoming home to a version of the future that was worth every step it would take to reach it. The morning air tasted of altitude and cold and something that might have been possibility, if possibility had a flavor, clean, open, sharp with potential. Behind them, the Jia Ma Empire continued. Ahead, the continent waited with its ancient clans and its Pill Tower and its Hall of Souls and everything else that was coming. The gap between where he was and where he needed to be was real and large, and he was going to close it. That was the only calculation that mattered, and the calculation was clean. Chapter 101. Zhongzhou was a different world. Not metaphorically, although the cultural shift from the Jia Ma Empire's frontier cultivation scene to the continent's central power hub was jarring enough to qualify. Zhongzhou was literally different. The ambient do-qi density here was 5 times what Xiao Yan had experienced anywhere else, the air itself thick with spiritual energy that pressed against his cultivation sense the way deep water pressed against a diver. Every breath brought a small, involuntary absorption of ambient do-qi, not enough to matter in a single breath, but over a day's travel the cumulative effect was measurable, the kind of passive cultivation benefit that explained why Zhongzhou's baseline cultivation standards ran 2 to 3 ranks above equivalent populations in the empire's outer regions. Do Huangs walked the streets of Holy Pill City like commuters heading to work, not remarkable, not noteworthy, just the usual Friday crowd. Do Zongs occupied positions of middle management, their elevated signatures visible to anyone with the sensitivity to read them, their personal space expanding automatically as lesser cultivators processed their proximity and stepped aside before their conscious minds registered the impulse. And the shadows of beings more powerful still, Do Zuns, Do Shengs, the ancient clan patriarchs whose cultivation histories predated written records, loomed over everything like weather patterns visible on the horizon, present even when not seen. Holy Pill City itself was magnificent in the specific way of places that had been built by genuine ambition over genuine generations. The Pill Tower central complex rose half a kilometer into the sky, a spiraling structure of white stone and alchemical crystal whose upper sections disappeared into low cloud most mornings, the building so tall that its summit experienced weather different from its base. Formation arrays woven into the architecture glowed faintly at night in patterns that, Yao Lao explained, reflected the tower's current operational priorities. Green, active research. Blue, public services. Gold, championship preparation. Gold was dominant. The city around the tower had organized itself over centuries into specialized districts whose arrangement reflected the tower's needs. Ingredient markets in the northern quarter where the docking facilities for long-distance ingredient transport were concentrated, research laboratories in the eastern sections where the ambient do-qi was densest, pill markets distributed throughout the commercial zones in a pattern that looked random until you understood the distribution was designed to maintain competitive pricing across the whole city rather than concentrating commerce near the tower. And everywhere, alchemists. The championship had drawn practitioners from the continent's every corner, each one representing the best their region had produced, each one carrying the professional self-awareness of people who were excellent at their work and knew it. The streets smelled of continuous refinement, dozens of impromptu demonstrations, test runs, late preparations. The smell was the thing that grounded him most. Every city had an olfactory fingerprint. Jia Ma had the dry mineral smell of desert clay and the wood smoke of cook fires and the occasional sharp green note of spirit herbs traded at the frontier markets. Holy Pill City smelled like the inside of a library that was also a laboratory. Old parchment, alchemical residue from 100 refining processes running simultaneously in the research districts, the sweet sharp compound scent of dozens of premium ingredients carried by practitioners who kept them on their persons for quick access, and under all of it the specific warmth of high-grade flame sources running continuously in enclosed spaces. The smell told him what the architecture confirmed. This was a place built around a single profound purpose, every other aspect of city life organized in relation to it. He spent the first afternoon walking. Not reconnaissance in the tactical sense, the championship's layout was distributed ahead of registration, and he'd memorized it, but the specific kind of movement through a new place that allowed his body to develop an intuition for the space that his reading of documents couldn't provide. The Pill Tower's proportions were genuinely different from what he'd imagined, taller, but also wider at the base, the structure's mass communicating permanence in a way that photographs and cultivation sense from a distance didn't transmit. He stood at its base for several minutes, head tilted back, watching the upper sections disappear into morning cloud. Something about the scale recalibrated his internal sense of what was possible, not intimidation, but the productive kind of perspective correction that comes from encountering something that made the achievements you'd been proud of look appropriately sized rather than large. Yao Lao, warm against his palm, said nothing. He understood that the old man had stood at this base before. That the silence was not absence but the particular presence of someone who remembered. Xiao Yan entered under his real name. In Zhongzhou, he was a Do Huang from a peripheral empire. Nobody. The anonymity was both liberating and humbling, and he found that the balance between those two feelings was exactly right. Chapter 102. Championship registration was efficient in the way that institutions with centuries of practice managed large events, not perfectly smooth, but smooth enough that the friction was distributed rather than concentrated, the line moving at a pace that felt faster than it was because the process was clearly designed rather than improvised. 200 alchemists from across the continent, each one a representative of their region's highest talent. The registration hall smelled of fresh parchment and the specific nervous excited energy of 200 competitive people in a contained space, the ambient do qi slightly elevated from the collective output of practitioners who were maintaining careful composure. Xiao Yan registered under his real name and real rank, Do Huang, Tier 4 alchemist. The registration clerk processed him without comment. Do Huangs were not uncommon here, and Tier 4 was the minimum entry threshold. He was, by the championship standards, a minimum viable candidate. The bracket placement test was a 30-minute live refinement demonstration. Each candidate produced their best work with provided standardized ingredients and equipment, and the results determined competitive seeding. Xiao Yan refined a Tier 4 bone spirit reconstruction pill at 78% purity, his cauldron temperature running deliberately in the low range for the tier, the technique clean but unremarkable, the result placing him in the middle bracket. Top 40. Not top 10. Room to advance without drawing the specific attention reserved for obvious frontrunners. The competition's standout performers were immediately obvious to anyone with the cultivation sense to read energy signatures. Cao Ying operated at a level that made the hall's collective output look like warm-up exercises, a Tier 5 pill at 82% purity, produced with the casual elegance of someone who'd done this 10,000 times and was mildly bored by the demonstration format. Her confidence wasn't performance, it was the settled certainty of someone who'd been trained by the Pill Tower's inner circle from childhood and had never encountered a situation where that training was insufficient. She noticed Xiao Yan's result and dismissed it with the specific smirk of someone who found lesser work mildly charming rather than threatening. Country boy was in her eyes before she said it. Dan Chen, in the far bracket, produced a Tier 4 pill at 71% purity using flame techniques that made every knowledgeable observer in the room pause and look again. The purity was lower than expected from someone who'd qualified for the Continental Championship. But the pill's efficacy, measured by the subtle luminescence quality that indicated how well the spiritual energy had been integrated into the compound structure, was higher than any conventional purity metric would have predicted. Unconventional methodology. A practitioner who'd been working from first principles rather than established technique, arriving at results that the standard framework couldn't fully explain. Xiao Yan watched Dan Chen from across the registration hall for 30 seconds. The young man had the bearing of someone self-taught in the deepest sense, not just lacking formal instruction, but having actively rejected instruction in favor of empirical derivation. The tells were in the hand movements, too individual, too unconventional, not reflecting any lineage that Xiao Yan could identify from the gestural vocabulary that practitioners inherited from their teachers' teachers. The flame control was genuinely his own. Everything about it was wrong by textbook standards and right in ways the textbook hadn't anticipated because the textbook hadn't been written by someone working from that particular angle of approach. A practitioner who'd arrived at his results through a genuinely different path was potentially more dangerous than one who'd arrived there through superior execution of the standard path. Standard technique had known ceilings. First principles derivation had unknown ones. He filed that assessment away alongside Mugu's. 3 people in this room who would matter. 2 as problems. 1 is an open question. Old man Mugu, in the adjacent bracket, produced a 75% Tier 5 result that made the Elder Council murmur with appreciation. Xiao Yan's fallen heart flame sensitivity caught what the council couldn't, traces of soul energy woven into the pill's construction, the specific signature of techniques that legitimate alchemists didn't possess. Hall of Souls methodology, hidden inside conventional refinement form. 3 competitors. 3 separate problems. 3 dimensions of a situation that would unfold across the championship's duration, each one requiring a different kind of response. Chapter 103. First round, mass refinement test. 200 alchemists in a single hall, each at their own station, given 1 hour and standardized ingredients. Produce the highest tier pill possible. The hall was magnificent in the way that places built for skilled competition were magnificent, 200 stations arranged in precise geometric formation, each one equipped with identical cauldrons, identical flame sources, identical ingredient sets. The overhead lighting was formation-based, the kind that maintained absolutely consistent illumination regardless of the ambient conditions, ensuring that no practitioner had an advantage from the room's configuration. Every detail of the environment had been designed to reduce external variables and maximize the relevance of the individual practitioner's skill. Which meant that what happened in this room was genuinely competitive. The first 2 minutes were chaos organized into silence, 200 alchemists simultaneously beginning their processes, 200 different preparation techniques, the collective output of their opening flame activations creating a brief thermal surge that made the hall's ventilation system work visibly harder. Then the practitioners settled into their individual rhythms, and the chaos organized itself into the focused parallel activity of people doing the same thing in 200 different ways. The smell was extraordinary. Hundreds of herb profiles mixing in the controlled turbulence of the hall's air, the sharp green smell of crushed spirit grass, the sweet medicinal compound of bone-setting herbs, the mineral sharpness of the powdered jade components that went into high-quality recovery pills. Under it all, the heat smell of multiple high-grade flames running simultaneously, the air at the stations warm enough that the practitioners who trained in cooler climates had their faces faintly flushed. Xiao Yan went to work on his Tier 5 bone spirit reconstruction pill. The approach was methodical: establish temperature baseline, introduce the primary catalytic components in the sequence that maximize their synergistic interaction, manage the flame's output to match the compound's phase transitions rather than forcing the compound through external temperatures. The Qinglian seed's baseline precision made the temperature control feel effortless, the flame's inherent stability reducing the cognitive load of heat management to near zero, freeing his attention for the more complex aspect of the refinement, the spiritual energy integration that determined purity. Integration was the skill that separated good alchemists from exceptional ones. The mechanics of refinement, herb preparation, temperature control, timing, could be learned and repeated. Integration required genuine cultivation sense, the ability to perceive the energy structure within the forming compound and guide its organization through targeted Do-Chi application. The difference between a competent alchemist and a master was the quality of that perception. He had 2 heavenly flames providing the perception. The Tier 5 pill formed at 78% purity, and he deliberately held it there rather than pushing toward 80, the additional 2 points accessible but inconsistent with the mid-bracket positioning he'd chosen. Cao Ying's result at the adjacent station, 82% Tier 5. She glanced at his cauldron's output, and the dismissive smirk softened, fractionally, the professional recalibration of someone who'd expected worse and received adequate. Not bad, she said. We're warming up, he said. She looked at him, really looked, the evaluative attention of someone who'd decided that a response like that from someone in the mid-bracket deserved a second assessment. Then she turned back to her station without answering, which was, in competitive alchemy, a form of respect. Old Man Mugu's result, registered with the official assessors, 75% Tier 5, unremarkable. His cauldron, to Xiao Yan's fallen heart flame sensitivity, had been producing a distinctive micro-vibration during the soul energy integration phase. A tell. Filing it away, Chapter 104. Between rounds, Yao Lao's past caught up with them in the tower's garden courtyard. The courtyard was the tower's contemplative space, a large outdoor area between the competition wing and the research complex, planted with spirit herbs that were maintained for their aesthetic and ambient Do-Chi enhancing properties rather than commercial harvest. The herbs were old, some of them planted by practitioners who had died before the current generation of tower elders was born. The oldest were ancient enough to have mild intelligence, not communication capable, but responsive to the emotional state of people moving through the space, the leaves and blooms tracking toward tranquility and away from stress. Xiao Yan was eating lunch in the courtyard between the first and second rounds when Elder Xun appeared. He would not have recognized the man without Yao Lao's response, the ring warming against his palm with a specific warmth that indicated personal significance rather than strategic alert. Elder Xun was white-haired and gentle-eyed, with the presence of someone who'd spent a lifetime creating rather than destroying, unhurried, attentive, the particular quality of a senior practitioner who'd grown into the understanding that most of the urgency they'd felt as young people had been self-generated rather than real. That ring, the elder said, his ancient eyes fixed on Xiao Yan's right hand with the focus of someone identifying something they hadn't expected to see. I recognize its energy signature. I contributed to the formation that created it, over 50 years ago. You knew my master. Yao Chen was my closest friend. We worked in the tower's research gardens together for 20 years. The old man's voice went to a quality that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite acceptance, the specific register of someone who'd made their peace with a loss and was now encountering evidence that the loss hadn't been what they believed. When the report came that he'd been killed, he wasn't killed, Xiao Yan said quietly. He made a decision. In the courtyard's private alcove, shielded by a formation barrier he'd erected in 30 seconds, Yao Lao manifested. The reunion had no drama in it. 2 old men who'd been separated by tragedy finding each other across decades didn't need ceremony, they had too much substance to spend energy on form. Elder Xun gripped Yao Lao's translucent hands, the gesture more symbolic than physical, and his composure dissolved with the specific completeness of something that had been maintained for 30 years and no longer needed to be. You're alive, the elder said. More or less, Yao Lao said. Significantly more than when I entered the ring. And working on recovering the rest. He looked at his old friend with eyes that were clearer than they'd been in years. I couldn't risk contact. Not with you, not with anyone who would have been watched. I know. I knew, even when I didn't know. Something about the report felt wrong. Elder Xun straightened, composing himself with the visible practice of someone who'd learned emotional regulation as a professional skill. I've been investigating the Hall of Souls Pill Tower infiltration for 12 years. Alone. I couldn't trust anyone without knowing who they'd already reached. I can provide evidence of their continental operations, Xiao Yan said. And I can identify the infiltrator currently operating under Hall of Souls direction in this championship. Elder Sheng looked at him with the full attention of someone whose assessment had just fundamentally revised. Old Mu Gu, he said. Yes. I suspected. I couldn't prove it. A pause. You can? By the end of the championship, yes. Chapter 105. The championship's semifinals pushed Xiao Yan's alchemical abilities to their absolute limit. The challenge: refine a Tier 5 pill using an unstable flame source, a crystal that emitted fire element energy in wildly fluctuating patterns, the fluctuation cycle irregular enough that predictive modeling was insufficient and reactive adjustment was the only viable approach. The test was designed to separate technical skill from adaptive genius. Anyone could perform at a high level when the tools cooperated. Only exceptional practitioners could perform when the tools actively worked against them. The unstable flame source occupied his station like a small, concentrated storm. Its output varied between 30 and 120% of nominal in patterns that had no discernible periodicity, stochastic fluctuation, the kind that defeated anticipatory strategy and required genuine real-time response. The light it produced was irregular, flickering in ways that made the cauldron's interior conditions difficult to read visually, the practitioner forced to rely on cultivation sense rather than direct observation. Most of the field applied stabilization techniques, formations and Do-Chi frameworks imposed on the unstable source from outside, trading efficiency for consistency. It was the standard approach, the one the tower's teaching materials recommended. Cao Ying used a proprietary pill tower stabilization technique that imposed order through external constraint, her formation work elegant and effective. Her result, 80% purity. Xiao Yan used a different approach entirely. Dual flame harmonization, the Qinglian and the fallen heart flame working in tandem, created a self-stabilizing internal system that adapted to the source's fluctuations rather than fighting them. The key insight was thermodynamic. If you couldn't impose consistency on the unstable source, you could design your refinement process to utilize inconsistency. The Qinglian's exceptional precision provided the baseline temperature management. The fallen heart flame's mental energy component, its consciousness reading properties that he'd adapted for formation analysis, tracked the fluctuations pattern in real time, not to predict the next change but to recognize it in the first tenth of a second of its occurrence and compensate before the lag could affect the compound. The result, 84% purity. A result that didn't just exceed the standard approach, it demonstrated a methodology that hadn't existed before he derived it, because dual heavenly flame cores in a single cultivator were not a common situation for which established techniques existed. He'd had to invent the approach from scratch, guided by Yao Lao's theoretical knowledge and his own practical understanding of how the two flames interacted. The audience, the Elder Council, the tower's senior practitioners, the competing alchemists who'd finished their own work and were watching, was silent for 3 seconds. Then the discussion began. Cao Ying walked to his station. She looked at his result for a long time with the specific attention of a practitioner recognizing that the result in front of them required explanation that the standard framework didn't provide. How? She said, 2 flames. 2 flames in the same Dantian? She said it flatly, the tone of someone for whom this premise required confirmation before the implications could be processed. Yes. She looked at him with different eyes than the dismissive ones from registration. I didn't think that was possible without mutual destruction. It isn't, usually. It requires specific conditions and a lot of patience. He met her gaze. And a good teacher. Chapter 106. Medusa's investigation into the snake people's continental status uncovered something that made her fury look like calm weather. She'd been working through the Pill Tower's public research archives and through the intelligence network she maintained via the snake people's continental contacts, a network that had been developed over decades of quiet operation, maintained by individuals whose names and purposes were known only to the people who staffed them. The network's primary function was commercial intelligence, tracking ingredient markets, monitoring cultivation trend movements, managing the snake people's trade relationships with the continental powers. But some of the intelligence had accumulated over centuries. And some of what had accumulated was historical. The ancient clans, including the Hun clan, the Lei clan, the Yan clan, and others, had been systematically suppressing non-human races for millennia. Not through open warfare, which would have produced visible evidence and resistance, but through the systematic application of economic, political, and cultural pressure over such long timescales that each individual intervention appeared natural rather than engineered. Trade restrictions that made snake people territories dependent on human goods rather than self-sufficient. Territorial encroachment disguised as mutual prosperity agreements. Targeted assassinations of snake people leaders who showed potential for unifying the tribes, each death attributed to natural causes, accidents, rival clan violence. Cultural suppression through the destruction or theft of historical records that documented the snake people's pre-decline capabilities. And, most specifically, the deliberate extraction of the snake people's advanced cultivation heritage, techniques and formations whose sophistication exceeded anything in the human cultivation mainstream, taken, reclassified as ancient clan intellectual property, and locked in archives that non-humans had no access to. They didn't just defeat us, Medusa said. Her voice was the temperature of deep winter, below freezing, perfectly still, the cold of something that had absorbed enough time to stop being angry about it and had arrived at something more dangerous, clarity. They erased us. Our history. Our techniques. Our potential. Made us forget what we were so that we'd stop trying to become it again. And now you know. Now I know. She looked at the documentation she'd assembled, pages and pages of it, spread across the tower's guest room table in careful cross-referenced order, annotated in her precise handwriting with the analytical discipline of a person who'd been running intelligence operations for centuries and had learned to organize information for maximum usability rather than maximum impressiveness. I've spent 200 years watching my people decline and not understanding the mechanism. I thought it was natural, the normal process of a non-human race unable to compete in a world that humans had organized around human capabilities. A pause. It wasn't natural. It was engineered. Every step of it. The weight in those words was specific. Not the clean anger of someone confronting new injustice, the more complicated thing of someone revising a life's understanding, discovering that the framework through which they'd interpreted decades of experience was constructed to prevent them from seeing what was happening. I want it back. Not through war. War is what they'd expect, and what they've prepared for. They've been holding the weapons in that fight for centuries. They know how it goes. She gathered the documentation into a stack, the motion carrying the controlled precision of someone managing their own emotional state through physical task. I want it back through the same system they used to take it. Precedent. Legal claim. The kind of institutional mechanism they built because it benefits them, used by someone it wasn't built to benefit. The ancient clans respect power and precedent. If I can pass the Gu clan trials, demonstrate that their exclusionary framework is a political construct rather than a natural law, the precedent applies to every exclusion they've enforced. Including yours. She stared at him with the flat assessment of someone checking whether a claim had the structural integrity to hold under pressure. You're planning to dismantle the ancient clan's racial hierarchy by passing a graduation exam. The most dangerous revolutions are the ones that follow the rules. The ones that can't be invalidated without invalidating the system they followed. A pause. Then, if you fail the trials, the precedent runs the other way. I'm aware. You're still certain, yes. He held her gaze. And I'm going to make it count for you specifically. When the trials are passed, we're going to use the precedent to file a formal claim on the stolen heritage. Gu clan first, because they're the most accessible. Then the others. Her expression didn't change. But something in her eyes recalibrated, the specific shift of a person who'd been operating on long-term strategic patience and had just encountered someone willing to extend that strategy to a horizon she hadn't allowed herself to plan toward. A horizon that required believing the long game would be won before it was won, which was the only kind of long game worth playing. Don't fail, she said. I won't. Chapter 107. Championship Finals. Interrupted. The final round had been running for 40 minutes, 4 competitors remaining, the hall reduced from 200 stations to 4, positioned at cardinal points around the central dais where the Elder Council observed. The audience packed the gallery rows above, practitioners from across the continent watching what the championship's best could produce when everything was stripped down to individual capability against the hardest materials available. Xiao Yan was in flow. The Tier 6 Transformation Spirit Pill, the championship finals designated challenge, was notoriously unstable in its mid-stage formation phase, the component compounds possessing incompatible spiritual energy frequencies that required the refiner to balance them against each other in real time while simultaneously managing flame temperature and catalyst introduction timing. Most practitioners who attempted it accepted a purity ceiling of 70% because pushing higher required more parallel processing than a single cultivator's mind could manage without support. He had 2 flames and Yao Lao structural assistance through the soul bridge. 3 parallel processing channels, each managing a different subsystem. His purity was tracking at 81% and climbing when the hall's north entrance exploded inward. Old Man Mu Gu's reveal was not the theatrical production it might have been in different circumstances. There was no speech, no declaration, no dramatic pause before the action. The Hall of Souls operative had calculated timing and executed it, tearing away his disguise at the moment of maximum operational advantage, the instant when the championship's final round was concluding and the tower's security focus was divided between ceremony management and post-competition crowd control. The change was immediate and visceral. Mu Gu's body didn't erupt in fire or light, it simply became wrong. The soul cultivation energy he'd been containing for 2 weeks of cover operation released from its suppressants and expressed itself in the specific unpleasant way of Hall of Souls practitioners, the human form surface taking on a grayness, a quality of borrowed animation, as if the face were a garment worn by something whose natural form was elsewhere. His eyes went flat and cold and distant in the way that eyes went when the consciousness behind them had spent decades treating other consciousnesses as fuel. The air around his station changed. Ambient Do Chi, the dense, refined spiritual energy of Holy Pill City, began flowing toward him rather than simply existing. The Hall of Souls harvesting conversion technique, active at scale. 2 weeks in a target-rich environment, and the reserve he'd accumulated was substantial. The gallery crowd's response was the specific kinetic chaos of 2,000 people processing threat in 2 seconds, some moving toward the exits, some freezing, some pushing downward toward what they perceived as better vantage before their rational minds caught up with their bodies. Xiao Yan's cauldron was still running. The Tier 6 pill was still in mid-formation. He maintained the flame control with the automatic portion of his cultivation sense, the part that could hold a process without conscious supervision, and used his freed attention for the threat assessment that would determine everything in the next 90 seconds. Mu Gu's objective, the Pill Realm's entrance key. A formation crystal stored in the tower's inner vault, 3 levels below ground, behind arrays designed for exactly this category of intrusion. The vault's location and defensive layout were known only to tower senior staff, and to anyone who'd had 2 weeks of apparently legitimate access to the tower's administrative wing as a registered championship competitor. The coordinated assault hit simultaneously from 7 directions. Xiao Yan felt the nodes activate through the fallen heart flame's environmental sensitivity, soul cultivation energy signatures igniting like lanterns across the tower's architectural map, each one positioned at a load-bearing point in the building's defensive formation network. The 7 positions were not random. They were the exact 7 points whose simultaneous disruption would create a 30-second gap in the vault's second-level containment layer. Someone had spent months planning this. Someone who understood the tower's defenses from the inside. Elder Xun moved before the second assault node activated. 70 years of tower residency expressed itself as pure operational reflex, his hands already on the emergency activation panel built into the Elder Council's observation platform, defensive formations sealing the entry points with the efficiency of a system that had been designed for this scenario and maintained in readiness for decades. His voice cut through the gallery chaos with the authority of someone who'd been managing emergencies since before most of the people in the room were born. Championship competitors to the floor, the Elder called. The building is being attacked. You are authorized to engage. The practical argument Xiao Yan added was simpler, we're all standing in it. Make a choice. 200 competitive alchemists were also, by qualification, 200 combat-capable cultivators with a shared interest in the building's survival. The championship attracted practitioners who'd been at the peak of their regional cultivation scenes, people whose path to alchemical excellence had run parallel to their combat development, who understood that in this world, the ability to protect your work was not separate from the work itself. 60 of them moved immediately, before Xiao Yan had finished speaking. The rest followed in the next 4 seconds. The defense held through the assault's first phase. Xiao Yan coordinated the alchemist combatants' positioning via shouted Do-Chi amplified instructions while engaging the nearest soul cultivator directly, the dual flame combat capability deployed without the careful modulation he'd been maintaining through the competition. Cao Ying fought beside him, without coordination, without communication, but with the intuitive complementary positioning of 2 high-level combatants who each understood what the other's capabilities implied. Her pill tower formation arts were devastating at close range. His heavenly flame combat techniques cleared the space she needed to deploy them. But Mu Gu himself was a different scale of problem. At full capability, unsuppressed, with 2 weeks of accumulated soul harvest reserve, Mu Gu was Do Zong's 6-star of genuine development, not the Do Huang equivalent impression his cover identity had suggested. The vault's outer formations held him for 90 seconds before the accumulated soul energy began eating through them, conversion consuming the array's spiritual energy input faster than the tower's emergency recharge could supply. He reached the first vault level. Elder Xun threw himself into the gap, the old man's Do Zong 9-star cultivation deployed in full, years of tower-refined technique meeting the Hall of Souls harvesting capability in a collision that cracked the vault corridor's walls. Xiao Yan arrived at Mu Gu's position in the same breath, Qinglian flame and fallen heart flame cycling in the dual combat pattern. Not enough to defeat Mu Gu directly, the power gap remained, but sufficient to divide his focus, force the soul cultivator into defensive reaction rather than control defense, prevent the vault's second level from being breached. It was enough. Barely. Mu Gu's escape was not a defeat, it was a calculated retreat. The soul teleportation technique he used phased his soul construct through the tower's containment formation, exploiting an architectural gap that the tower's defensive arrays hadn't been designed to counter because the organization that possessed the technique had been operating covertly rather than an open assault for its entire recorded history. He transitioned out with 40% of his accumulated reserve depleted, his cover burned, and one of the 3 Pill Realm key fragments in his possession. The assault had succeeded at the minimum viable objective. The hall went quiet in the specific way of spaces where violence had just ended, not peaceful but exhausted, the silence of everyone simultaneously taking stock of what remained. The smell of the fight lingered, burned formation arrays, the cold metallic scent of soul energy that had been converted and spent, the particular sharpness of high-grade combat Do-Chi released at full output in an enclosed space. Xiao Yan's Tier 6 pill had destabilized during the fight. The cauldron held the remnants of an unfinished process, the formation broken, the result lost. He looked at it for a moment with the awareness that it mattered much less than what had just been taken. The key was broken. The pill realm was inaccessible without recovery. Chapter 108. The championship concluded with Xiao Yan declared champion by the Elder Council's acclamation, a designation that bypassed the formal competition scoring because formal competition scoring could not adequately account for a performance that included both alchemical innovation and combat leadership during a coordinated assault. The acclamation ceremony was brief and stripped of the ceremonial elaboration the tower's protocols normally required. No elaborate award presentations, no formal speeches from the Elder Council about the championship's history and purpose, no extended acknowledgement of regional competitors whose journeys had brought them here. The building was damaged and partially evacuated, the air still carrying the residue of the fight, the burnt circuit smell of disrupted formation arrays, the metallic cold of discharged soul energy, the lingering sharpness of combat do chi released at full output in an enclosed space. An institution's pride in its pageantry had been suspended by the more pressing reality of what the pageantry existed to celebrate having just been attacked. Elder Xun read the council's designation in a voice that carried the deliberate calm of someone using professional composure to model for everyone else in the room that the situation was being managed rather than dissolving. Xiao Yan accepted the designation with a nod. Cao Ying, standing 2 meters to his left in the arc of remaining finalists, watched the exchange with an expression that had moved past competitive appraisal into something more complex, the look of a practitioner who'd been raised inside an institution and had just seen it vulnerable for the first time, processing what that meant about the scale of what they were actually facing. Dan Chen stood at the arc's far end with his hands folded and his eyes moving steadily around the damaged hull, cataloging. Not strategically, with the focused curiosity of someone who processed the world by examining its details and trusted the pattern to emerge from the examination. He caught Xiao Yan's glance and held it for a moment, something moving in his expression that wasn't competitive assessment and wasn't social calculation. Recognition, maybe. The specific quality of one person who'd derived things from first principles identifying another. He stood in the award ceremony's aftermath, which was considerably less ceremonial than the tower's protocol had intended, given the assault's infrastructure damage, and processed the fact that the one thing he'd come to Holy Pill City specifically to acquire had been taken before he could access it. The 3000 Lotus Flame was in the Pill Realm. The Pill Realm required the complete entrance key. 1/3 of the entrance key was now in the Hall of Soul's hands. Around him, the tower's emergency repair teams moved through the championship hall with the organized efficiency of a workforce that had drilled for this scenario more than once. The formation nodes that Mu Gu's allies had disrupted left visible scarring on the floor, burned channels where spiritual energy had been forcibly converted, the stone darkened in the specific way that indicated soul cultivation drain rather than fire damage. Workers with formation tools knelt at each node, running diagnostic passes, cataloging what could be repaired quickly and what needed specialist attention. Cao Ying stood beside him for a moment before departing, looking at the damaged hull with an expression that had moved from the competitive focus she'd maintained through the championship into something more complex, the assessment of a practitioner who'd been raised inside the tower and was seeing its interior damaged for the first time. The last time the tower was attacked directly, she said, was 200 years ago. The Hall of Souls was supposedly destroyed in that engagement. Suppressed, Xiao Yan said. Not destroyed. There's a difference that matters. She looked at him. You know more about them than you've said. I know enough to know that what happened today was a probe, not an assault. They tested the tower's response time and emergency mobilization. They got the fragment, but they also got data on every defensive capability we deployed. He watched a formation specialist marking repair priority categories on a floor diagram. They'll use that data. Cao Ying was quiet for a moment. Then you need to move before they do. Yes. She nodded once, the specific acknowledgement of a practitioner accepting a strategic picture that extended beyond competitive alchemy, and left to find the tower's leadership. The emergency council session convened in the tower's inner sanctum 30 minutes later, the post-championship banquet abandoned without discussion. The Elder Council assembled around the planning table with the focused attention of people whose institutional memory of the Hall of Souls stretched back to the organization's first emergence and who had no illusions about what was being threatened. The Star Realm, Elder Xun said. The Hall of Souls has a stronghold in a dimensional fold accessible through the ancient wasteland's border. We've identified the entry point through intelligence gathered over the past year but haven't had the capability to mount a retrieval operation. His eyes moved to Xiao Yan with the measured assessment of a man who'd spent 12 years working toward an operation he couldn't execute alone and had just seen the operational resources he needed walk through his door. You're suggesting we do so now. Join expedition. Pill Tower forces for perimeter containment and fold entry suppression. I need the external access point secured so that we have an exit route when we come out with the fragment. My team handles the interior retrieval. Xiao Yan laid the strategic case in the direct language of someone who understood he was speaking to institutional decision makers. Benefit, risk, timing. The Hall of Souls won't expect an immediate counter-operation. Their operational doctrine assumes bureaucratic delay on the Pill Tower's end. They'll expect internal assessment, committee deliberation, formal procedure. We move within 3 days. Before they've had time to reinforce the stronghold's interior defenses against the specific capabilities they observe today. The council debated with the focused efficiency of an institution for which survival was the primary organizing principle, the deliberation stripped of procedural formality by the urgency of the situation. The alternative to recovery was permanent loss of the pill realm, and with it a portion of the tower's fundamental identity, its historical claim to the continent's alchemical leadership. That was before the broader problem of the 3000 Lotus Flame remaining accessible to an enemy who now had motivation to secure it first. 12 minutes of discussion. The kind of deliberation that would have taken weeks in normal institutional time, compressed by the combination of genuine threat and present capability. Proceed, the council ruled. The tower commits 5 Dozong practitioners to exterior containment. Fragment retrieval is yours. Return with the fragment intact and the stronghold's soul harvest function disrupted. And don't lose anyone you can't afford to lose, Elder Xun added, his voice carrying the weight of the practical annotation rather than ceremony. He'd been in enough operations over 70 years to understand that the second objective, the people, was consistently harder to achieve than the first. Institutions recovered from strategic setbacks. They didn't recover from the specific losses that left permanent gaps where experienced judgment had been. Chapter 109. Xun Er's message arrived via formation crystal during the expedition preparation. Her voice carried across continental distances with the clarity of someone speaking from the next room, the formation crystal's technology preserving vocal quality even across the dimensional interference that made long-range communication technically difficult. Xiao Yan recognized the specific cadence of her voice when she was managing information carefully, measuring each word before releasing it. He was alone in the expedition's staging area when the crystal activated, a tent at the ancient wasteland's border whose floor was bare stone and whose walls were canvas worn thin by the perpetual wind off the eastern Badlands. The ambient Do-Chi density this far from Holy Pill City was a fraction of what it had been in the tower's corridors, the air thin and cold and carrying the mineral smell of old stone and old wind. Outside, the expedition team moved through final preparation drills. Inside, he sat on a camp stool and held the crystal between his palms and tried to hear everything she was saying and everything she wasn't. The gap between those two things was where she was most honest. She was under house arrest in the Gu clan's ancestral territory. The retrieval team had been recalled when she'd arrived voluntarily. Her compliance had purchased a different category of treatment than what a forced retrieval would have produced, but Gu Lai's team had remained present, and her movements within the clan's territory were supervised. The Han clan is the power behind the Hall of Souls, she said. Not a suspicion. I found the documentation in the Gu clan's intelligence archive during my first week here. Their patriarch, Han Tiandi, has been running the Hall of Souls as a collection operation for heavenly flames and cultivator souls for over 500 years. The soul harvesting isn't the goal, it's the fuel. He needs both components to force open the Toshi Ancient Emperor's cave. He's trying to achieve Dodi through the cave? Through 9 heavenly flames deployed as battering rams against the cave seal, combined with sufficient sacrificial soul power to sustain the attack. The legitimate approach requires 5 flames and the Xiao clan blood key. His approach requires 9 flames and doesn't require blood or consent. How long before he moves? Months. Possibly less. The soul collection and flame acquisition have been running for centuries. He's approaching his operational threshold. A pause. Come here. Ask the trials. I have the full intelligence picture, but I can't transmit everything through a formation crystal without the Gu clan monitoring it. I'll be there within the month. I'll hold. Hurry. Another pause, the quality different from the one before, warmer, less structured. I miss you. I miss you too. I'll come fast. Chapter 110. The Star Realm expedition assembled at the ancient wasteland's border, 7 people, 4 Dozong equivalent capabilities between them when counting Yao Lao's projected soul combat ability, and the particular quality of focus that characterized people who'd accepted the risk of what they were about to do and had decided to do it anyway. The night before entry, none of them slept fully. Xiao Yan sat watch in the second hour of the morning with the expedition's healer, a tower-affiliated Do Huang named Wei Song, whose primary cultivation specialty was restoration and whose presence on the team was Elder Shung's pragmatic acknowledgement that coming back mattered as much as going in. Wei Song had performed this function before on tower operations. He spoke in the quiet voice of someone who'd learned that pre-operation conversations were most useful when they didn't try to be useful. You've been in dimensional folds before, Wei Song said. It wasn't a question. The demonic flame space, briefly. And the underground systems at Jia Nan Academy had dimensional irregularities in the deep sections. Xiao Yan watched the spatial tear's irregular pulse through the darkness, the fold entry point visible even at this distance as a wrongness in the air, a seam where the visual information from one side didn't quite match the visual information from the other. Different from this. The Star Realm is older, Wei Song said. Whatever was there before the Hall of Souls built their stronghold, whatever the dimensional space originally was, it's been inhabited and modified and used for a long time. Old spaces have personality. Not always the personality you want to encounter. We'll manage. I know. A pause. I'm telling you so you're not surprised. There's a difference. It was, Xiao Yan thought, a useful distinction. He filed it alongside everything else he was carrying into the fold. The Star Realm's entry point was a spatial tier in the ancient wasteland's eastern edge, a wound in dimensional stability that opened onto a fold in space that the Hall of Souls had been using as a base of operations for at least a decade. The entry point pulsed irregularly, the dimensional barrier unstable enough to require careful timing for entry, stable enough to be a consistent access point rather than a random occurrence. The interior was alien. Gravity shifted without warning. A step that landed on solid ground would produce a different sensation from the same step 3 paces later, the gravitational constant varying in ways that the body couldn't fully adapt to because adaptation required consistency and this environment was definitionally inconsistent. Distances contracted and expanded based on proximity to the spatial tiers that riddled the fold's interior, the effective geometry non-Euclidean in ways that made navigation by dead reckoning unreliable. And the atmosphere, thin, carrying a soul-draining mist that slowly depleted cultivation reserves at a rate that Xiao Yan estimated at roughly 5% per hour for a practitioner maintaining standard suppression. The mist is a formation, he said, running the fallen heart flames analysis through the ambient energy. Massive scale, the entire fold is the formation. It's harvesting everyone who enters. Can you counter it? Elder Xun asked. I can create a bubble. The fallen heart flame's mental energy properties can create a psychic barrier that the mist's soul-draining mechanism can't penetrate, the barrier presence as the wrong type of spiritual energy for its intake function. He was already constructing it, the Qinglian and fallen heart working in the coordinated rhythm they'd developed. Everyone stay within 3 meters of me. The psychic barrier extended outward, a hemisphere of invisible warmth. The mist pressed against it, tested it, and redirected around it. They moved deeper. The Hall of Soul's stronghold was not difficult to find. The soul cultivation energy emanating from its core was the most concentrated source in the fold, a beacon to anyone with the sensitivity to read it. Chapter 111. The soul vault stopped Xiao Yan in his tracks. The corridor leading to it had given no warning. The Star Realm's interior had been alien and hostile and disorienting, but it had been consistently those things, the gravity shifts, the distance distortions, the mist that pressed against his psychic barrier with the patient persistence of something that operated on longer timescales than urgency. He'd calibrated to those parameters. He'd built his movement strategy around them. He'd been tracking the soul cultivation energy's concentration gradient as a navigation compass, moving toward the densest point with the understanding that the Hall of Souls built their important things close to their power sources. He turned a corner and stopped. The sound reached him first. Not loud, something at the low threshold of audibility, the kind of sound his hearing registered before his conscious attention caught up, a collective quality, many individual things producing a resonance that had a texture to it. He'd heard something like it once before, in the inner academy's sealed deepness, in the fallen heart flame's prison, the thousand-voiced hum of the fire that had been kept too long against its will. This was like that. But the voices were not fire. A chamber whose walls were living architecture, formation arrays grown into the dimensional fold substrate, the crystal prisons they contained not constructed but cultivated, grown around their contents over years or decades. The walls were lined with them. Hundreds. Thousands. Each one contained a captured soul. He could feel them through the fallen heart flame's mental energy sensitivity, thousands of consciousnesses, imprisoned in a space so small that the word imprisoned failed to capture the specific quality of the confinement. Not just confined but compressed. The crystalline matrix preserved them but did not accommodate them, the souls forced into configurations that made the imprisonment continuous and inescapable, every moment of existence an act of resistance against dissolution. Some were raging. Their energy was tight and hot, kinetic with the specific fury of beings who hadn't given up and had nowhere to direct the fury except inward. Some were quiet in the way that things went quiet when they'd been hurt beyond the ability to feel it in real time anymore. And some, a small number, were neither, awake, aware, with the particular quality of attention that came from having been waiting for something without knowing what the something would be. He recognized the frequency of Yao Lao's missing soul fragments, not by reasoning but by the same mechanism he used to recognize the old man's voice, a quality that was specific and irreplaceable, encoded in the fragment's spiritual structure like a signature. He broke every prison. The process was methodical. Crystal by crystal, each one shattered by a Qinglian enhanced strike calibrated to break the containment without harming the consciousness within it. The math of the technique required individual precision rather than area effect. A single technique powerful enough to break all the crystals simultaneously would also damage the souls they contained. One at a time, then. As many as necessary. The freed souls rose like a constellation assembling itself from scattered light, points of warmth ascending through the star realm's distorted sky, each one a consciousness reclaiming the movement it had been denied. In the spectral light of their rising, the vault was briefly beautiful. Yao Lao absorbed his missing fragments. The reconstitution was immediate and dramatic, his soul body thickening from partial translucency to something approaching full opacity, the cracked ceiling, color returning to features that had been ghostly, the old man becoming more himself in the space of minutes than he had in 30 years. He looked at his hands. He was silent for a long time. Then he cried. Not the restrained tears of a dignified elder performing appropriate emotion. The uncontrolled weeping of a man who'd spent 30 years in pieces and was finally approaching whole. The sound was not sad. It was the release of something that had been under pressure for too long and was finally allowed to decompress. Xiao Yan put a hand on the old man's shoulder and said nothing. Some moments required witness rather than words. Chapter 112. The key fragment was in the vault's deepest chamber, guarded by a Dozong-level soul cultivator whose name the pre-operation intelligence hadn't provided. The chamber itself was a different architecture from the soul vault. The soul vault had been functional, organized for storage. This chamber was designed for defense, formation arrays layered in configurations that maximize the interaction between their effects, movement disruption overlapping with perception interference overlapping with soul attack amplification. The fallen heart flame mapped the array configuration in the 3 seconds before Xiao Yan crossed the chamber's threshold, the analysis arriving as a tactical picture rather than a list. 3 entry paths through the array configuration. 2 were functional. 1 was functional and produced the specific exposure he needed for the soul bridge resonance to operate effectively. He took the 3rd path. The soul cultivator was waiting, which meant the soul cultivator had been warned, which meant the time window for completion was now measured in minutes rather than the more comfortable timeline of the expedition's theoretical schedule. A prepared opponent in a prepared environment, with home-ground advantages that included familiarity with the array interactions and pre-positioned soul chain anchoring points. The soul bridge resonance activated, Yao Lao's consciousness sharing space with his own, the old man's processing running alongside rather than replacing his. Dual awareness in a single body, his physical combat processing and Yao Lao's soul combat experience operating simultaneously. The technique required trust in both directions. Xiao Yan had to maintain his own processes without being disrupted by the second consciousness. Yao Lao had to project without imposing. It was collaborative in the precise sense, each doing their part without overriding the other. The soul cultivator's primary offensive was chain-based, soul-binding techniques that attempted to freeze his cultivation pathways rather than causing physical damage. Effective against a standard opponent. Against a dual consciousness, the chains were addressed by Yao Lao's soul combat expertise the moment they formed, disrupted before they could fully anchor. The fight was brief and costly. The Guardian's final attack, a soul lance technique that bypassed physical defense entirely and hit the consciousness directly, broke through the dual consciousness barrier and scored a wound that felt like a hairline fracture in the thinking center, a brief discontinuity in the integrated awareness. His left hand went numb. A deep wound across his ribs from a physical strike he'd failed to process while managing the soul attack. Dozong. The breakthrough hit mid-combat. The fallen heart flame's crisis acceleration activated, the breakthrough it had been building toward for weeks releasing under the specific pressure of genuine existential threat. Rank transition during combat, chaotic, painful, the channels restructuring while they were still being used. But the new rank's Do Chi output was sufficient to finish the fight, the Guardian's defenses inadequate against a practitioner whose rank had just jumped past the barrier where the gap between them was decisive. The fragment was recovered. They escaped as the fold's dimensional stability collapsed around the battle's energy output. Chapter 113. The Pill Realm opened. 3 key fragments, combined in the tower's entrance formation under Elder Shung's direction, the portal responding to the complete key with the specific quality of a door that had been waiting for the right knock. Not dramatic, just correct. The formation crystal's light resolved from the uncertain flicker of an incomplete set to the steady, purposeful luminescence of a system functioning as designed, and the portal's surface rippled once, the way water rippled when a stone landed exactly in its center, and then stilled into a stable opening. The sound it made was the most distinctive thing, not the crash of a barrier breaking but the soft resonance of pieces that had been separated for too long finally completing the harmonic they'd been missing. A chord resolving. Inside was paradise in the specific sense, a pocket dimension whose every characteristic had been optimized for cultivation value over the centuries it had been sealed. Spirit herbs growing to dimensions that field specimens never reached, plants that in the outside world produce thumbnail-sized leaves here spread canopies the size of small trees, their root systems occupying the rich dark soil in patterns that centuries of unconstrained growth had made into something closer to living architecture than botany. The smell of the place reached them before the visual did, green and sweet and mineral all at once, the specific compound scent of many herb species at peak potency in undisturbed conditions, nothing harvested or processed or managed, everything simply growing. Cultivation resources in quantities that made the tower's public collections look like representative samples. Crystallized spiritual energy formations that had accumulated over centuries of undisturbed concentration, pillars of compressed Do Chi that radiated warmth even from meters away, their surfaces faceted with the geometric precision of things that had crystallized slowly and evenly over very long timescales. Techniques preserved in crystal cases arranged at intervals along the realm's interior pathways, the information sealed within them still accessible despite centuries of containment, the formation work of whoever had built this place sophisticated enough to treat preservation as a primary design criterion. The air itself was different. Not just denser in Do Chi content, though the density was immediately noticeable, the first breath producing a clarity that made Holy Pill City's already elevated ambient spiritual energy feel thin by comparison. Denser in a quality for which the standard terminology was inadequate, refinedness, perhaps. The spiritual energy here carried properties that emerged only from long-term accumulation in completely undisturbed conditions, the way that springs which had been flowing through the same rock for millennia developed a mineral character that springs in shallow ground couldn't produce. Old energy. Patient energy. Energy that had been waiting to be useful. And at the realm's center, the 3000 lotus flame. He had expected something visually spectacular. What he found was quieter and more powerful than spectacle. A fire born from wishes. 3,000 cultivators, across 2 centuries of the Pill Tower's founding period, had contributed their deepest aspirations, the things they most wanted for themselves, for others, for the world, to a formation that converted those wishes into flame. The resulting fire was not a conventional flame at all. It had no fuel source, no combustion chemistry, no heat in the burning material sense. It burned in the space between elements, sustained by the inexhaustible energy of thousands of genuine aspirations encoded in its structure and re-expressed continuously as long as it existed. Its heat quality was psychological rather than physical. Standing near it, he felt warm in the specific way of being remembered by someone who had cared about you, the warmth of something that was operating with benevolent intent and was expressing that intent through its nature rather than through action. Its light was prismatic and in continuous slow motion through the spectrum, not randomly but expressively, shifting through colors that corresponded, somehow, to the emotional character of the wishes that were burning in it at any given moment. Blues for aspiration, greens for connection, golds for love. And occasionally, briefly, a white that contained all of them at once. It looked like hope burning. Which, technically, it was. Xiao Yan absorbed it with the care that the previous absorptions had taught him was necessary, not the careful management of force or temperature but the careful attention of someone approaching something that deserved to be approached thoughtfully. The 3000 lotus flame was cooperative in a way that was different from the previous flame's cooperation. The Qinglian had cooperated through compatibility of nature. The fallen heart had cooperated through the pragmatic assessment of a consciousness that understood survival and saw him as the best available option. The 3000 lotus flame cooperated because it recognized what the Affinity Resonance System represented at its fundamental level. Connection. Aspiration. The belief that relationships were the mechanism of growth rather than its obstacle, that you became more capable by becoming more genuinely bonded rather than by becoming more independent, that the strongest thing you could build was something that couldn't exist without other people. The flame's 3000 wish components recognized that structure and drew toward it with the warmth of things that had been waiting to be understood. The triple flame fusion required 20 minutes of focused internal work. Qinglian, fallen heart, 3000 lotus, 3 different natures, 3 different histories, 3 fundamentally different expressions of flame. The fusion was not painful, it was illuminating, in the specific sense of a process that increased the clarity of everything it touched. Each flame's properties sharpened through the contact with the others, each becoming more distinctly itself by the presence of what it wasn't. The Qinglian's precision became more precise against the 3000 lotus flame's warmth. The fallen heart's perceptual depth deepened against the Qinglian's crystalline structure. The 3000 lotus flame's aspiration logic became more grounded against the fallen heart's survival pragmatism. His Dantian ran 3 colors simultaneously in a stable configuration. Yao Lao, observing through the soul bridge with the attention of someone watching something he'd theorized about for decades but never expected to see, was quiet for a full minute before he spoke. Genuinely unprecedented, the old man said. Not as hyperbole. I mean that no documentation of this configuration exists because no one had done it before to write it down. Is it stable? Extremely. A pause. The 3 flames are managing their own integration. They're not just coexisting, they're cooperating. The structure is self-stabilizing. Dozong 5-star. The combined advancement from the breakthrough in the star realm and the 3 flame absorptions cultivation amplification. 3 flames. 2 more needed. Chapter 114. The Gu clan's formal challenge arrived as a formation transmitted decree, its tone the impersonal authority of an institution that had been deciding people's fates for longer than most of the civilizations it interacted with had existed. The language was formal and precise. Xiao Yan was invited to present himself at the Gu clan's ancestral territory within 30 days to undergo the traditional trial for the right of courtship with a bloodline carrier. Success would earn formal recognition. Failure would earn permanent banishment and the severance of all contact. The stakes were absolute. The timeline was compressed. The alternative was nothing. The trials are designed for their own bloodlines, Yao Lao said, reviewing the decree's specific language with the attention of someone looking for structural loopholes. His solid form sat across the table in the tower's guest quarters, looking more like a person and less like a ghost than he had at any previous point. Every test assumes access to ancient clan Do Chi frequencies, bloodline-specific cultivation techniques, and the specific soul architecture that comes from millennia of targeted cultivation practice. The testing stone has never responded to a non-bloodline candidate because it was designed not to. But it can respond, Xiao Yan said. The Affinity Resonance System's bond with Xun Er, the Golden Emperor Resonance, operates at the same frequency as her Emperor Flame bloodline. If I channel the resonance through the test rather than trying to substitute my own Do Chi for hers, the stone might recognize the harmonic. The stone will recognize the harmonic. The question is whether it recognizes it as compatible or as interference. You won't know until you try. Correct. He looked at the decree. And I'll know within 30 days. The journey to the Gu clan's ancestral territory took 12 days of travel through increasingly rarefied landscape, geography that shifted from normal continental terrain to something that existed in the specific visual register of places that had been cultivated by extreme power for very long periods. Floating mountains. Rivers of liquid spiritual energy, silver in direct light. Architecture that predated recorded history, built from materials that had no modern equivalent and maintained themselves through formation arrays so old their operational theory had been lost. He ran the resonance meditations during the journey, the portable version, adapted for travel conditions, which produced roughly 60% of the stationary session's cultivation benefit. Every day that he could advance his rank before arriving at the trials was a day that mattered. Yao Lao's assessment of the soul crucible's likely content had been precise and useful. The internal landscape the crucible constructed from his psychological material would be specific to him in ways that external preparation couldn't anticipate, so external preparation was not the relevant work. What he could prepare was cultivation rank, flame mastery, the technical precision of the Affinity Resonance's core mechanisms. Those were the foundations on which everything else would need to stand. The landscape in the approach to the Gu clan's territory changed on the 9th day in a way that wasn't gradual. One valley was recognizable continent, stone and scrub and the cool wind of high elevation. The next valley was different. Not in individual elements but in their combination, the same stone, but stone that had been near Do Sheng level cultivation activity for so many centuries that it had absorbed a quality Xiao Yan didn't have precise language for. Presence, maybe. The stone was present in a way that ordinary stone was not, as if the centuries of proximity to extreme power had impressed on even the geology the understanding that everything in this environment was significant and should conduct itself accordingly. The floating mountains were genuinely, physically floating. Not illusory and not formation supported in any way he could detect, they rested on upwelling currents of Do Qi dense enough to be structurally load-bearing, the spiritual energy of the territory so concentrated and consistent that it provided buoyancy to masses of rock that would have required divine technique to lift anywhere else. Their undersides trailed long streamers of condensed spiritual energy, white against the blue, hanging still in the windless air above the upper valleys like decorations someone had forgotten to take down. He stood and looked at them for a while, Yao Lao quiet in the ring. The old man had grown up in the Pill Tower's orbit and had spent his working life in the world's power centers. None of that, apparently, had made the floating mountains ordinary. Some things, the silence communicated, retained their quality of being remarkable regardless of how many times you saw them. The Gu clan's ancestral territory was magnificent and completely indifferent to that magnificence. The indifference was the quality of places that had never needed to impress anything, having simply been what they were for longer than impressionability was relevant. Xun Er met him at the entrance. She wore formal Gu clan robes, deep gold, precisely tailored, the kind of attire that was simultaneously a statement of membership and a statement of purpose. Her bearing matched the robes, the composure of someone who'd been managing a complicated situation alone for long enough that the composure had become load-bearing rather than ornamental. She'd been carrying the weight of Gu clan politics for weeks without support, and the thing in her eyes when she saw him, a specific softening, a quality of relief that didn't diminish the composure but sat alongside it, was the most honest thing he'd seen in a long time. "Don't hold back," she whispered. "Show them everything." Chapter 115. The Gu clan trial. 3 stages, each one a different category of assessment. First, bloodline resonance test. The testing stone was 800 years old, a formation crystal so ancient that its creators were historical figures rather than living memory, calibrated to detect the specific Do Qi frequency that defined the Gu clan's genetic heritage through 800 years of careful cultivation. Its surface was warm, slightly luminous, and had never in its 8 centuries of operation produced a positive response to a non-bloodline candidate. The elders watched without attempting to hide their expectation of failure. Their collective attitude was not hostile, it was the disinterested certainty of people watching a predictable process run to its predictable conclusion. Xiao Yan placed his palm on the stone. Xun Er placed hers beside it. The Golden Emperor resonance activated, not the combat protocol version or the crisis response version, but the fundamental version, the one that was always present as the baseline of everything they'd built together. The resonance his Do Qi signature had learned from months of shared cultivation, from sleeping in adjacent rooms, from fighting in the same combats, from the specific frequency of another person's presence that no cultivation technique could fabricate because it accumulated through time and choice and the daily decision to keep showing up. The stone processed the 2 energy signatures in contact. The Gu clan frequency, present, correct, belonging to the bloodline carrier who'd placed her hand on the stone. And the other frequency, not Gu clan bloodline, but harmonic with it in the specific way that resonance harmonized. Not the same note. The same key. Compatible at a fundamental level that the stone's calibration could recognize as meaningful rather than noise. The stone shattered, 3,000 years of formation crystal, designed to withstand Do Sheng level energy, reduced to glowing fragments by a resonance it had never been programmed to contain because no one who'd designed it had imagined someone would build a bond this genuine with a bloodline carrier. The Elder's contempt shifted to something more complex. Second stage, Combat Gauntlet. 10 Gu clan warriors in ascending strength. He won 9. The 10th, Elder Gu Yun, Do Zong 8-star, ended in a draw. Not a concession, not a defeat, a mutual acknowledgement that continuing would require resources neither of them could afford to spend before the third stage. Gu Yun looked at him afterward with the specific assessment of a combat professional who'd spent decades evaluating candidates. The draw is a result, he said. Not all results are wins. I know, Xiao Yan said. I needed a result. Not a win. Chapter 116. Third stage, Soul Crucible. A dreamscape constructed by ancient clan technique from the candidate's own psychological material, not an external challenge but an internal one, the candidate placed inside their deepest fears and darkest self-knowledge in an environment where those things were real rather than merely felt. The crucible's purpose was assessment. Most cultivators emerged from it broken not because the crucible damaged them but because their deepest fears, fully realized, were more than they could face. The breaking was diagnostic. It revealed the material a person was actually made of, stripped of the social performance and habitual self-management that obscured it in ordinary circumstances. Xiao Yan entered the crucible and faced his ultimate terror. Not death. Not failure. Not loss of power or bonds or people. The fear that made all the other fears peripheral was simpler and more devastating, the fear that he was a fraud. The crucible showed him Lin Feng, the actual Lin Feng, not Xiao Yan. A 28-year-old data entry worker who'd spent his adult life in beige offices and his personal time reading cultivation novels, who'd accomplished nothing of significance, who'd been given a second chance not through merit or destiny but through the arbitrary lottery of a car crash at the right moment. A man with borrowed memories, living in a borrowed body, who'd built everything, every bond, every technique, every triumph, on the premise that being Lin Feng with Xiao Yan's body was the same as being a person. You're a parasite, the dreamscape whispered, in a voice made of fire and the specific quality of truth that couldn't be deflected by argument. You wear a dead boy's face and call yourself his inheritance. Everyone who loves you loves someone who doesn't exist. He knelt in the void. The weight was real. Not manufactured, not theoretical. Real, the accumulated guilt of an occupied life, the knowledge that the original Xiao Yan had deserved his body and his bonds and his story, and that the thing currently moving through those spaces was a substitute that hadn't been chosen. Then he stood up. Not because the fear was wrong. The fear had real components, he had not been chosen, had not been earned, had arrived in this life through accident rather than merit. But he had done something with the accident. He had built something real from materials that were borrowed and hybrid and complicated. The people who loved him knew, had always implicitly known, that he was not a conventional person, and had chosen him anyway, not because of a label but because of who he showed up as every day. I am Lin Feng's memories, he said. And Xiao Yan's body. And the choices I make every single day. He looked the void in its eyes. The people who love me love who I've become. Not who I was born as. Not whose memories I carry. Who I've become through the choosing. And that choosing is mine. That is genuinely, irreducibly mine. The crucible shattered. He emerged into the Gu clan's ancestral hall at Do Zong 9-star, the breakthrough triggered by absolute self-acceptance, the specific psychological act that the crucible was designed to produce and failed to produce in most candidates because most people could not accept themselves without conditions. Gu Yuan, the clan patriarch, a Do Sheng, one of the most powerful beings on the continent, present in his throne at the hall's head, stood. The elders were silent. He passes, Gu Yuan said. Xun Er ran to him. Their embrace sent golden emerald light cascading across the ancient hall, the golden emperor resonance at its highest expression, a display that was simultaneously personal and a declaration of something the Gu clan had just been forced to acknowledge. Xun Er, Affinity, 7078 Chapter 117. The trial's aftermath resonated outward in waves that moved faster than news should have been able to travel. An outsider had passed the ancient clan trials. The fact was simultaneously unprecedented and irreversible, trials whose results were binding, documented, and witnessed by the Gu clan's full elder council and its patriarch. 8 centuries of unbroken exclusion, ended by someone who'd built a bond genuine enough to shatter the testing stone. The stone's destruction was particularly significant. It had not simply registered him as passing. It had registered his passage as something for which it had no adequate category, and the only response available to a formation that couldn't classify an input was to stop operating. The story traveled through the ancient clan intelligence networks at the speed of institutional anxiety. Each clan processed it through the lens of what it meant for them specifically. The Lei clan dispatched intelligence observers within 36 hours, practitioners whose cultivation signatures Xiao Yan identified through the fallen heart flame's perceptual reach as watchers positioned in the Gu clan's periphery, maintaining careful distance while cataloging the details of who he was and what he demonstrated. The Lei clan's exclusionary practices were extensive and explicitly racial. The Gu clan precedent threatened the justificatory framework they'd built over centuries. The Yan clan sent diplomatic envoys with the formal language precision of an organization that had decided the appropriate response to a changed situation was a negotiated accommodation rather than resistance. Their envoys met with Gu Yuan directly, the conversation carefully observed from adjacent chambers by practitioners who were too professionally polished to be anything except intelligence gatherers behind the diplomatic function. The Ling clan circulated a formal communication through the ancient clan coordination channels suggesting that constitutional review of trial standards was warranted, that the integrity of the system required examination when its results seemed anomalous. The phrasing was specific enough to be legible. They were arguing that what had happened should be classified as error rather than precedent. Gu Yuan dismissed the Ling clan's communication with a single sentence. The trials were designed to identify genuine bonds, and the bond they had identified was genuine. The matter was closed. And the Han clan, silent, patient, operating on timescales that made other organizations' long-term planning look like impulsive improvisation, accelerated. Xiao Yan felt the acceleration through the resonance network, the fallen heart flames environmental sensitivity picking up changes in the ambient soul cultivation signature across the continental ley lines. The Hall of Souls operations were intensifying in ways that left traces in the spiritual infrastructure, increased soul harvesting activity in the outer regions, more aggressive movement of high-capability assets toward the central continent, the specific pattern of an organization that had been operating on a slow, generational timeline and had just encountered a reason to compress it. His trial's success had functioned as an alarm. The precedent he'd established at the Gu clan wasn't merely social, it was strategic evidence that the Affinity Resonance System and the bond architecture it represented were more powerful than the Han clan's private intelligence had indicated. An individual who'd grown those bonds as high as he had in the time he'd had to grow them represented a specific category of threat to their long-game timeline. Xun Er met him in the private garden behind the ancestral hall 3 hours after the trial, away from the Elder Council's ongoing discussions, the formal robes exchanged for something simpler that moved easily with her as she sat down across from him on the garden's stone bench. "I need to show you the full picture," she said. "What I couldn't transmit through the formation crystal." She laid it out with the precision of someone who'd been holding this intelligence alone for weeks and had organized it into the most efficient possible transmission. The documentation she'd found in the Gu clan's intelligence archive. Hun Tiandi's timeline. The soul collection's approaching completion threshold. The flame acquisition status, 6 of 9, with the 7th recently secured through a forced extraction that had left the host cultivator dead and the source territory devastated. Hun Tiandi's operational threshold wasn't months away. The soul collection and flame acquisition were both approaching completion. The timeline was weeks. He sat with that for a moment. The specific weight of hearing a number smaller than you'd been working with. "Then we make weeks count for months," she said. "We'll need to." He looked at the ancient garden around them, plants cultivated by practitioners who'd been dead for 1,000 years, still growing, still maintained by formations whose makers were historical memory. Continuity built from daily choices over very long spans of time. How much acceleration can the resonance meditation provide at our current bond strength? 300%, consistently. More during peak sessions. She met his eyes with the specific quality she had when she was giving him something that was simultaneously information and permission. "I've been running my cultivation at maximum sustainable rate since the moment I arrived here. You'll need to do the same. Starting now." Their resonance meditation sessions ran daily from that point, sustained, intensive, conducted in the garden or the ancestral hall's meditation wing depending on what the day's logistics permitted. The shared mindscape deepened with each session, its architecture becoming more elaborate as both of them brought more of themselves to it. His dozong rank climbed steadily. Her cultivation refined toward the quality of compression that would matter at the scale of what was coming. Both of them moving faster than they would have alone, the acceleration real in the specific way of things that were real because they'd been earned rather than assumed. Everything led forward. The next stage was coming. And they were running out of time to not be ready for it. Chapter 118. War Council. Everyone who mattered, in one place, for the first time. The location was the Gu clan's war planning chamber, a room whose walls were older than any organization currently operating on the continent, its stone laid by practitioners whose names appeared in historical texts as founding figures rather than living memory. The table at its center was carved from a single piece of ancient spirit wood, its grain still active, the wood's mild spiritual properties providing a subtle clarity of thought enhancement that centuries of planning sessions had gradually built up through accumulated intentional use. Formation arrays studded the ceiling and walls in configurations that provided security, sound isolation, scrying deflection, spatial distortion to prevent external monitoring, and had been tested against every known intrusion methodology by an institution that had been planning against enemies for as long as it had existed. The irony of using the room to plan against the continent's most dangerous ancient clan was not lost on the people gathered around the table. Gu Yuan, standing at the far end with the presence of a Do Sheng who'd chosen to attend rather than simply authorize, was visibly aware of it, the expression of someone who recognized historical weight without being paralyzed by it. Xun Er had spent her weeks of involuntary residency doing something that the Gu clan's involuntary residency protocols had not anticipated, building genuine relationships with the practitioners she encountered. Not strategically, strategically would have been visible and would have produced the specific quality of courtesy that intelligent people recognized as instrumentalized. Genuine interest in people who were spending their lives in a clan culture that was, at its best, excellent at institutional continuity and, at its worst, suffocating in its demand for conformity. She'd found 6 elders and 2 junior patriarchs who privately assessed the Hun clan's growth trajectory with the specific anxiety of people who'd been watching a patient predator position itself for years and had been waiting for someone with the capability and willingness to name the problem out loud. They stood at the table's left side, their presence in the room representing a faction shift within the Gu clan that their patriarch had formally acknowledged by inviting them. Medusa's presence was projection form, her image carrying the controlled stillness of a practitioner who'd had weeks to review intelligence and organize it into structured presentation. Her Snake People Network's continental reach had produced current state information on the Hall of Souls operational deployment that no other organization in the room possessed, locations of active soul harvest operations, movement patterns of high-capability assets, timeline indicators derived from the specific rate at which collection was accelerating. "They're pulling resources from the outer territories," she said, when it was her turn to contribute. "Operations that had been running for years on reduced visibility protocols are being accelerated and consolidated. The outer network is being dismantled and its assets redirected toward the central operation." She paused to let that land. That's what an organization does when it's preparing for a final phase. You don't dismantle your outer network unless you no longer need it to persist. Yun's projection from the Jiama Empire was slightly translucent, the formation crystal connection attenuating her image across the distance, but her attention was completely present, the quality of someone for whom this conversation was the reason they'd maintained their long-distance connection despite the ongoing demands of running a rebuilt sect and managing an empire's reconstruction. The Pill Tower's Elder Council joined in projection form as well, Elder Sheng's image anchoring the tower's formal commitment to the operation with the institutional authority of the organization that had the most invested in the outcome. Yao Lao, fully manifested in the solid soul body that the Star Realm operation had finally restored to him, stood at the table's head with the presence of someone who'd been carrying this knowledge alone for 30 years and was finally distributing it to people who could use it. He spoke for 12 minutes. The Toshi Ancient Emperor's Cave, its location and purpose and the 2 mechanisms for opening it, consensual inheritance through 5 flames and Xiao clan blood key, forced entry through 9 flames and sufficient sacrificial soul power. The 500 years of the Hall of Souls preparation. Hun Tiandi's specific psychology and operational methodology. The soul cultivation architecture that made his plan technically viable and the specific flaw in the architecture that made the legitimate approach strategically superior even at lower power levels. When Yao Lao finished, the room was very quiet. Xiao Yan laid out the full picture, what the intelligence meant translated into a decision they needed to make. The cave. The Dodi inheritance. Hun Tiandi's plan to achieve the cultivation world's highest rank through 9 flame forced opening and the soul sacrifice of a harvested population large enough to sustain the attack's energy requirements. The stakes, not political dominance but structural reality. A Dodi's power operated at the level of physical law rather than political influence. A practitioner at that rank didn't govern the cultivation world, they were a condition of it, like weather or gravity, present in everything and capable of being changed only by something of equivalent magnitude. A Dodi who'd achieved the rank through soul sacrifice would carry the imprint of that sacrifice into everything their presence touched. "We stop him," Xiao Yan said. "Not by matching his power, we can't, yet. By reaching the cave before he does and activating the legitimate opening, 5 flames and Xiao clan blood key, the path the Toshi Ancient Emperor designed for consensual inheritance rather than forced entry. The legitimate opening produces a different kind of Dodi. One whose ascension runs through choice and relationship rather than through consumption." Gu Yuan spoke from the far end of the table. "The power levels involved in defending the cave's approach against Hun Tiandi's forces are beyond what we can field at this moment," Xiao Yan acknowledged. "We're not planning to field a defensive line. We're planning to move faster than he expects. His timeline assumes he has weeks to complete final preparations. He's wrong about that, our timeline is tighter, but so is his." He looked at Yao Lao. "How long to the purifying demonic lotus flames access window?" 48 hours. "The window opened yesterday." "You have 3 flames," Yao Lao noted. "I'll have 4 after the demonic lotus. The 5th is the nihility swallowing flame, currently held by the sole heavenly emperor himself. The approach to the 5th is different from all the others, and I don't have a clean plan for it yet. But I'll have 4 flames, the blood key, and a higher cultivation rank than Hun Tiandi's intelligence reports currently predict. And I'll have all of you." He looked around the table, at each face, each projection, each person who'd arrived at this moment by a different road and had chosen to be here anyway. "The cave requires 5 flames to open legitimately. Every flame I don't have is a reason we fail. Every bond that holds is a reason we don't." He paused. "Tell me what you have, and I'll tell you where it fits." The plan emerged from there, not designed but assembled, each ally contributing what they had, each contribution fitting alongside the others in the way that genuine complementary capabilities fitted when the people who developed them had been growing in compatible directions for long enough that their strengths covered each other's gaps without being engineered to do so. Xun Er's Gu clan faction providing high-level combat support and ancestral territory knowledge. Medusa's intelligence network providing current state information that would update through the operation's execution. Yun's Misty Cloud Coalition providing regional force to manage the Hall of Souls outer deployments. The Pill Tower committing formation specialist to the cave's approach. Yao Lao providing soul combat expertise against the Hall of Souls primary practitioners. And at the center of all of it, a Dozun with 4 heavenly flames, a blood key, and the specific understanding that the bonds he'd built were not supplementary to his strength, they were the mechanism by which he had any at all. Chapter 119. The Purifying Demonic Lotus Flames Dimensional Pocket, the Demonic Flame Space, had a 72-hour access window that opened once per century and it opened 2 days ago. The timing was not coincidental. The system had been tracking it. He'd known it was coming. Every element of the preceding month's operations had been building toward reaching this window with sufficient cultivation rank and sufficient bond strength to survive the Demonic Lotus Flames assessment. The strike team was 4, himself, Xun Er, Medusa, and Yao Lao. Small enough to move quickly, strong enough to withstand what the demonic flame space would present. The interior was alien in a way that was not merely visual. The physics were different, not arbitrarily different, but specifically different in ways that reflected the purifying demonic lotus flame's fundamental nature. Gravity operated in the direction of the flame rather than the planet's center, a disorienting constant pull that made every step a recalibration, the body's balance system struggling to reconcile 2 simultaneous gravitational signals. Light behaved as if aware of what it illuminated, dimming near things the flame found unworthy of examination and brightening near things it considered worth knowing, the illumination pattern shifting as the team moved forward in ways that felt less like physics and more like attention. The flora was the most striking element. Plants that were simultaneously vegetable and fire, each leaf a burning surface that consumed nothing, the flame maintaining its structure through the same process that kept the leaf alive rather than through the conventional mechanism of heat and fuel. They turned toward the strike team as the 4 of them entered, the tracking motion carrying the specific quality of things that were alive and intelligent and forming a judgment about what had just walked into their space. The warmth of the place was not unpleasant. It was the warmth of something that had been burning with purpose for a very long time, and had developed a kind of steadiness through that duration. Not comfortable, too present for comfort, but not hostile. Attentive. The demonic lotus flame tested them through constructs, manifestations of fear that were specific, personal, and accurate in ways that random psychological challenge couldn't be. The flame had been alive and aware for millennia. It had watched every category of being that had attempted to claim it. It understood, with the precision of something that had learned from vast experience, exactly what made each type of person fail. Medusa's construct arrived without warning. One moment she was moving forward through the dimensional space beside Xiao Yan, the next she stopped, and the quality of stillness that came over her was the specific stillness of a person whose body had stopped receiving instructions from a mind that was elsewhere. He watched her face. Decades of practicing emotional control meant that most people couldn't read her at all. He'd spent long enough in her company to read the things that control couldn't fully conceal. The fear she was facing, he understood later when she described it, was the one she'd been carrying for centuries, the fear that it was already too late. That the Snake People's decline had reached the point of no return before she'd understood what was happening. That the heritage they'd lost, the techniques, the history, the potential she was only now learning had been systematically stolen, could not be recovered in time for it to matter. That her people would end as they'd been declining, slowly, quietly, without drama, in the specific way of things that stopped existing before anyone noticed. She defeated it not by proving the fear wrong, the fear had real components that couldn't be refuted by argument. She defeated it by sitting with the fear's worst components and then choosing to continue anyway. The continuation was not based on certainty about the outcome. It was based on the understanding that the choice to try was the only thing she controlled, and that a choice made without guaranteed outcome was still a genuine choice. The outcome was not guaranteed. The choice was. She came back to herself, breathing slightly harder than usual, and continued moving forward. Xun Er's construct came at the space's midpoint. She didn't stop as Medusa had, her body kept walking, her eyes remaining open. But her presence subtracted from itself in the specific way of someone who was physically present and mentally absorbed by something she couldn't share with the people around her. The ancient clan demand, as she described it later, was a voice that spoke in the register of people who loved her, her father, her bloodline's ancestral memory, the clan that had raised her and trained her and built her into what she was. The demand was not malicious. That was what made it the most difficult. It was offered as care, the cultural conviction that individuals were most fully themselves when they were most fully serving their lineage's continuity, that personal integrity and institutional purpose were the same thing when the institution was ancient and meaningful enough. She'd been living the refutation of that argument for years. The refutation was that duty and love were not the same when the institution demanded she sacrifice one for the other, but when both were real, they pointed in the same direction. Her love for Xiao Yan was not a deviation from her duty. Her genuine care for her clan's survival was not a constraint on her personal life. The things she'd built with the people she'd chosen were not opposed to the things she'd been born into. They were how both became real. The construct dissolved when she stopped arguing with it and simply continued living what she knew was true. Xiao Yan, present through the poison reading resonance rather than physically, the bond carrying her awareness across the distance from wherever she was in the outside world, fought a different kind of battle. The demonic lotus flame reached through the resonance connection and found the sealed darkness of her woeful poisoned body, the prison she lived in, the thing that had shaped every relationship she'd ever attempted. Xiao Yan felt it through the bond as a specific tightening, the poison reading resonance straining under pressure it hadn't been designed to carry. He fed stability through the bond, not cultivation resources, which wouldn't have helped, but presence. The specific quality of being there on the other end of a connection, something steady on the other side of a pressure that was trying to separate her from everything outside herself. The sealing formation held. The bond held. She held. And then the flame turned its full attention to him. Xiao Yan faced his again, not the soul crucibles version, constructed from his own psychological material. Not an illusion. The demonic lotus flame's direct examination was something different, a fire that had been thinking for millennia, that had spent uncountable time in darkness and abandonment and the specific solitude of a consciousness that no one had ever approached with the intention of understanding rather than consuming. It asked no questions in words. It simply looked. With the totality of a consciousness whose attention had been compressed by imprisonment into extraordinary precision, it looked at every part of him that was accessible to examination, the layered identity, the accumulated bonds, the fear architecture that the crucible had already mapped, the specific quality of his will as expressed in the choices he'd made and was still making. The examination was not comfortable. Being genuinely seen by something ancient enough to have context for what it was seeing had a specific quality that was different from being evaluated. Evaluation was comparative. How do you measure against a standard? This was simpler and more demanding. It was asking, what are you, actually, stripped of narrative and context and the story you tell yourself? He didn't answer strategically. The examination would have identified strategy immediately. He answered honestly. Every part of it, Lin Feng's memories and Xiao Yan's body and the discomfort of being both and neither and the specific thing that had grown in the space between them from the daily act of choosing, over and over, which way to go. The fear that the choosing wasn't real. The reason he believed it was anyway, not because he'd proved it, but because the things he'd built with the people he'd chosen were real in the way that only real things could be, and if the foundation was constructed then the construction was more substantial than most genuine things he'd encountered. The flame considered his answer for a long time. Long enough that Xun Er moved to stand beside him, not saying anything, just present, the instinctive positioning of someone whose bond had trained her to recognize when her presence was the relevant thing to offer. Your bonds are real, the flame said at last. Its voice was not sound. It was the specific comprehension that arrived when a fire spoke to a cultivation sense directly, bypassing language. I have existed for longer than your civilization has counted years. I have been sought by those who wish to use me as a weapon, as fuel, as proof of their superiority. I have refused them all. Not because I am inherently unwilling to merge with a cultivator, but because those who sought me wanted what I could do, not what I am. A pause that had weight in it. You brought your people to face their deepest fears rather than mine. You offered to be seen rather than to see me. And you told me the truth when the truth was not in your strategic interest. I did, he said. I have been imprisoned by beings who sought to cage me for millennia. What you offer is different. Another pause. You offer purpose. Partnership with something that understands why purpose matters. Join us, he said. Not as a prisoner. As a partner. Your consciousness, your will, your nature, intact. Working alongside the others, not subordinated to them. The flame considered this, not skeptically, but with the careful attention of something that had been misled enough times to value precision in agreements. You cannot guarantee that. No, he said. But I can demonstrate it. The others who came before you, the Qinglian, the Fallen Heart, the 3000 Lotus, they remain themselves. Ask them. He opened the internal channel. 3 flame consciousnesses, given voice. The exchange was not in human language. But the quality of what passed between the 3 flames and the purifying demonic lotus flame was legible in its effect, a gradual shift in the demonic lotus flame's presence, from consideration to recognition, from recognition to a quality that had warmth in it. The flame entered him. Chapter 120. 4 heavenly flames. The absorption was the most complex internal event his cultivation system had ever processed, 4 flame consciousnesses sharing a single dantian, each one an ancient and powerful entity with its own nature, its own will, its own physics. The fusion required every resonance bond active simultaneously, Xun Er's golden framework providing the structural architecture that kept the flames organized rather than competing. Yao Lao's soul expertise managing the consciousness integration, the specific challenge of 4 distinct awareness occupying the same space without collapsing into each other or fragmenting. Medusa's combat awareness keeping his body's physical responses functional through what was functionally a catastrophic internal event. Xiao Yan monitoring his physiological state through the poison reading resonance and providing real-time adjustment guidance. The process took 6 hours, which was 6 hours of something that felt like the inside of a star. Not painful, exactly, He'd experienced pain, and this was different. More like the way reality felt during a rapid rank breakthrough compressed by a factor of 20, the acceleration so extreme that the body's ability to manage the experience sequentially broke down and all of it arrived simultaneously. He emerged from the demonic flame space into the ancient wasteland's harsh sunlight and stood for a long moment, breathing. Dozun 5-star. The 4-flame fusion had generated sufficient combined output to push him through 6 rank levels in a single breakthrough, from Dozong 9-star to Dozun 5-star, the gap covered not by incremental advancement but by the simultaneous pressure of 4 flame consciousnesses integrating at a fundamental level. He could feel the continent's Do Chi field responding to his presence. Not with alarm, with recognition. At Dozun, a cultivator's presence was felt in the ley lines, the planet's spiritual infrastructure acknowledging the existence of a new node in the network of beings capable of influencing it. The 4 flames were not loud in his Dantian. That was the thing that surprised him most. He'd expected the presence of 4 ancient consciousnesses sharing his cultivation core to feel crowded, contested, a constant negotiation of space. Instead, the 4 had settled into their own harmonics almost immediately, the Qinglian occupying the cool, precise register of early morning, the fallen heart running deep and perceptual in the background like a sense he hadn't possessed before, the 3000 lotus flame warm and aspiration bright, the purifying demonic lotus new and attentive, still orienting to its new environment but already recognizable in its quality, the specific warmth of something that had been alone for a very long time and had found, against all precedent, that company was acceptable. He would need to understand this architecture more completely before he attempted anything requiring the 4 to work in full coordination. 4 consciousnesses in simultaneous active deployment was a different problem from 2, the coordination requirement scaling nonlinearly. But Yao Lao had already begun working on that question with the focused enthusiasm of someone who'd spent 30 years building theoretical frameworks toward this exact configuration and was finally going to be able to test them. The old man's restored soul body practically radiated intellectual energy, his centuries of accumulated knowledge no longer split between managing his own fragmentation and providing guidance, whole, focused, operating at the full capacity that his imprisonment had denied him for 3 decades. The thought carried warmth of its own. One more person put back together by the journey so far. The specific kind of measure of success that balance sheets couldn't capture. 4 flames. 5 bonds. 1 more flame needed. And the 5th was in the hands of an enemy who would not surrender it voluntarily. That was tomorrow's problem. Today, Xun Er put her head on his shoulder in the harsh sunlight of the ancient wasteland, and he felt her warmth through the combined resonance of every bond active simultaneously, and for 1 full minute nothing else existed except the fact that they were alive and together and still moving forward. That was enough. More than enough. Everything else was fuel. Chapter 121. The Gu clan trial's aftermath settled over the ancestral territory like weather, not a single event but a condition, pervasive and ongoing. In the days immediately following, the formal consequence of Xiao Yan's passage moved through the clan's bureaucratic structure with the grinding deliberateness of institutions processing outcomes they hadn't designed. The trial's result was documented. Witnessed attestations were collected from every elder who'd been present. The testing stone's fragments were catalogued and sealed in archival storage, not discarded, because even the Gu clan's most conservative elders understood that the shattered remnants of an 800-year-old formation crystal were historically significant, whatever the circumstances of their destruction. Gu Yuan convened 2 formal council sessions in the 3 days after the trial. Xiao Yan was not invited to either, which was appropriate. The sessions concerned the clan's internal response to an unprecedented situation, and internal responses required internal deliberation. He spent the time in the clan's guest quarters and in the garden with Xun Er, the resonance meditation sessions running daily at maximum sustainable intensity. Every hour mattered. The timeline was weeks, not months, and weeks converted directly into cultivation rank, which converted directly into the margin between having enough when it mattered and not having enough. What he could observe from the guest quarters told him a great deal about the clan's response. Practitioners who had been passing the hallway with the comfortable indifference of people moving through familiar space now moved with a different quality, not hostile, not deferential, but aware. The specific shift in posture and eye contact that indicated a recalibrated assessment. This person has been classified into a different category than where they were before. The category shift had implications beyond the Gu clan's territory. The Lei clan sent observers, Xun Er said on the second morning, setting down a formation crystal whose message she'd just read with the composed attention of someone delivering intelligence rather than opinion. 3 practitioners, positioned in the secondary forest to the east. Cultivation signatures consistent with dedicated intelligence operatives rather than combat units. They're not here to act. They're here to see. Yes. She paused. The Yan clan will send diplomats within a week. Probably faster now that the Lei clan has moved. And the Ling clan will call for an institutional review. She looked at him. You anticipated that. It's the response that makes institutional sense for a clan whose power depends on the exclusionary framework holding. You don't send combat units because combat would ratify the precedent through direct engagement. You don't stay silent because silence reads as acceptance. So you challenge the framework's application through institutional channels. He set down his tea, The clan's high-quality Spirit Herb blend, the kind served to guests whose status had just been revised upward. The review will fail. The trials are designed to produce binding results precisely because the ancient clans needed a mechanism whose outcomes everyone agreed to honor. If the Ling clan challenges the result, they're challenging the mechanism, which means they're challenging every result the mechanism has ever produced, including results that benefited them. Gu Yuan will point that out. Gu Yuan already knows that. Which is why his response will be fast and final. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the garden through the window, the old plants, the ancient formations. You're very calm about this. I'm not calm, he said. I'm focused. There's a difference. Being calm would mean the timeline didn't matter. Being focused means I know what matters and I'm doing it. The focus held through the third day, when Gu Yuan dismissed the Ling clan's communication in a single-sentence formal response, and through the fourth day, when the first diplomatic envoy from the Yan clan arrived with the careful manners of an institution that had decided accommodation was strategically preferable to resistance. And through the fifth day, when Xun Er laid the full intelligence picture on the garden table, the documentation she'd assembled during weeks of careful Gu clan archive research, organized into the most precise possible transmission, and Xiao Yan sat with the numbers and understood that he had very little time. An outsider had passed the ancient clan trials. The fact was simultaneously unprecedented and irreversible. 8 centuries of unbroken exclusion, ended by someone who'd built a bond genuine enough to shatter the mechanism designed to exclude him. The precedent existed now. It could not be unmade. And somewhere in the continental intelligence networks, the Han clan had processed that precedent as exactly what it was, evidence that the Affinity Resonance System's bond architecture was more dangerous than their private intelligence had indicated. The acceleration was already beginning. Chapter 122. Intelligence convergence required 12 days. The process had a physical quality to it. Xiao Yan was not a person who'd run intelligence operations before the previous year. He'd been a cultivation novel reader, a data entry worker, a student. The skills that Yao Lao's training had given him were combat-oriented, alchemy-oriented, the skills of someone operating as a practitioner in a cultivation world. The intelligence work had been improvised from first principles, which meant it operated on the logic of, who is information I don't have, how do I reach them, and how do I cross-reference what they tell me against other sources so the picture I build is accurate rather than just comprehensive. The answer to the first question was, everyone in his bond network. Each partner's position and operational scope had given them a different facet of the continental situation. The synthesis was his job. He sat in the Gu clan's guest quarters for 3-hour sessions, twice daily, with the formation crystal network connected and the documentation spread across the table and floor in the specific organized chaos that active intelligence processing produced, cross-referencing connections strung between pieces of paper with thread the color of the relevant source, the floor around him becoming a physical map of the information architecture that he was building in his head. Xun Er had looked at it on the fourth day, standing in the doorway with an expression that was approximately equal parts impressed and concerned, and had sat down without being asked and begun sorting the southeastern sector's documents into the sequential order that made their temporal progression legible. They'd worked in parallel for 2 hours without speaking, each one processing what they had, the room acquiring the specific quality of shared labor between people who understood each other's working style. Through the Gu clan's archive access, through the information Xun Er had spent weeks quietly accumulating, through Medusa's Continental Snake People Network and the Pill Tower's Elder Intelligence channels, through Yao Lao's restored connections with practitioners he'd worked alongside before his capture, and through Nalan Yanran's independent reconnaissance that had been running from a position in the Central Continent's outer territories, through all of these simultaneously, the picture assembled, not a picture of a conflict that might be coming. A picture of a conflict that was already in its final preparatory phase, moving toward execution whether or not the people it would affect were ready. Han Tiandi needed 9 heavenly flames to force the Toshi ancient emperor's cave. Not 5, 5 was the number for the consensual opening, the one the Xiao clan's method fragments described. 9 was the siege number, the number required when you intended to overwhelm the cave's ceiling formation rather than harmonize with it. 9 flames deployed simultaneously as battering rams, the sole energy of hundreds of thousands of harvested cultivators sustaining the assault until the seal failed. The current flame distribution was precise and alarming. Han Tiandi held 4. Acquired through centuries of systematic acquisition, forced extractions, political coercion, opportunistic captures during the periods of conflict that the Hall of Souls had covertly engineered to create suitable conditions. 4 flames, mastered and integrated over lifetimes of practice, each one a weapon at his complete disposal. Xiao Yan held 4. Acquired through the previous month's operations, each one a partnership rather than a capture, each one a consciousness that had chosen to be here rather than been chained. The 9th, the Nihility Swallowing Flame, was held by the sole Heavenly Emperor, the Hall of Souls' supreme operational commander and Han Tiandi's most powerful instrument. The flame had been in the sole Heavenly Emperor's possession for centuries, bound through soul cultivation techniques that suppressed its will and chained its consciousness. It was not a partner. It was a prisoner. If Han Tiandi acquires the Nihility Flame from his servant, he has 9, Yao Lao said in the strategy session, his solid form bending over the table's assembled documentation with the complete attention of someone who'd spent 30 years building toward this analysis. 9 is sufficient. The cave's forced opening becomes viable, and the soul harvest he's accumulated provides the sustained energy to execute it. Timeline? Xiao Yan asked. Xun Er answered from the documentation. The soul collection is at approximately 90% of his target threshold. The flame acquisition was completed when he added a 7th flame through a forced extraction 3 weeks ago. What's remaining is operational preparation, positioning military assets, finalizing the cave's approach route, bringing the assembled soul harvest to the deployment site. She looked up. 4 weeks. Perhaps less. If I acquire the 9th flame, if the nihility flame chooses to come, I have 5. 5 with the blood key is sufficient for the consensual opening. You don't know the nihility flame will choose that, Yao Lao said. It was not doubt, it was precision, the old man's lifelong habit of identifying the assumptions in a plan that needed to be examined rather than held. I know what the demonic lotus flame chose, and why. A consciousness that has been imprisoned for centuries and offered an alternative to imprisonment, the same alternative, genuine partnership rather than servitude, will recognize the offer for what it is. He paused. It's not a certainty. But it's the only approach that doesn't require me to defeat the Soul Heavenly Emperor in direct combat at Dozun rank, which isn't something I can do. And if the flame refuses, then we fight with 4 and find a different approach to the door. He held Yao Lao's gaze. But it won't refuse. I've been building toward this from the beginning. Everything in the Affinity Resonance System points toward the same logic. Connection is the mechanism of power, and every consciousness that has been denied connection will recognize the genuine offer of it. He tapped the documentation. The nihility flame has been imprisoned for longer than most civilizations on this continent have existed. Offer it purpose. Offer it partnership. It will come. Then we move on the Soul Heavenly Emperor's position, Medusa said. Her voice held the controlled temperature of a practitioner who'd been running intelligence on this operation for weeks and had organized her own assessment. And we need the timeline to coincide with Hun Tiandi's cave approach. We want the nihility flame to come to us before he can force it through his servant. 2 weeks, Xiao Yan said. We need to reach the ancient wastelands approach in 2 weeks. If we reach the cave before he does, even by hours, we can open it legitimately. If we're late, we're playing defense on a battlefield he's designed. There was a long silence. Not disagreement, the silence of people who had understood the stakes and were processing the gap between where they were and where they needed to be. Then the planning began in earnest. Chapter 123. The purifying demonic lotus flame spoke first on the morning of the 6th day after the trial. Not aloud, not through any external mechanism. The communication arrived the way all inter-flame communication arrived, as direct comprehension in the space where language and understanding overlapped, a transmission that bypassed the processing inefficiency of words. You should know what we know, the demonic lotus said. Of all 4 flame consciousnesses, it was the most communicative. The centuries of isolation had given it a banked-up quality of expression that the other flames didn't share, the specific talkativeness of a consciousness that had been alone for very long and was making up for lost time. Tell me, Xiao Yan said, in the internal mindscape. He developed a practice of spending a portion of each morning in this space, the shared landscape where his cultivation sense and the 4 flame consciousnesses coexisted. It had begun as practical. Understanding his flame's properties required understanding their perspectives. It had become something more than practical. The 4 consciousnesses were ancient and had seen things he couldn't have seen, understood things no human lifetime could accumulate. The cave was not designed as a challenge, the demonic lotus said. It was designed as a welcome. The Toshi ancient emperor's intent was that the cave's opening would be joyful, the recognition of a worthy inheritor arriving, the legitimate transfer of a legacy to someone who demonstrated they understood what the legacy was for. And what was it for? Connection. The emperor's fundamental insight, the one that had allowed him to achieve Dodi, was that power accumulated through consumption was unstable because consumption created opposition. Power accumulated through genuine relationship was stable because relationship created reinforcement. Every being who genuinely chose to strengthen you was a self-sustaining system. Every being you consumed was a one-time resource that generated permanent resistance. Xiao Yan had understood this conceptually since the Affinity Resonance System had first appeared. Hearing it stated as the Toshi ancient emperor's founding principle gave it a different weight, the weight of confirmation from a source whose understanding of the matter was beyond question. Hun Tiandi's approach will work, but the inheritance it produces will be flawed, the demonic lotus continued. Not flawed in power, at Dodi, the power differential between approaches is negligible. Flawed in architecture. His ascension, built on soul consumption and flame slavery, will produce a Dodi whose cultivation is structurally unstable. Given enough time, the consumed souls will destabilize the foundation they were forced to provide. The flawed Dodi will eventually collapse. But in the meantime, it will be the most powerful force on the continent. The collapse might take a century. In that century, a flawed Dodi's unrestricted activity would reshape the cultivation world's fundamental physics in ways that might persist long after the Dodi himself was gone. The flame paused in the way it paused when it was choosing its phrasing carefully. The damage would be civilizational. Perhaps irreversible. So we can't let him reach the cave first. No. And we need to reach it with 5 flames and the blood key to execute the consensual opening. Yes. The 5th flame will come to you if you approach it as you approached me. The nihility flame is not evil, it is imprisoned. It wants what any imprisoned consciousness wants, to choose its own purpose. Xiao Yan was quiet in the mindscape for a moment, feeling the 4 flame consciousnesses present around him, the Qinglian's cool precision, the fallen heart's perceptual depth, the 3,000 lotuses' warm aspiration, and the demonic lotus's ancient patience. 4 different natures, 4 different histories, all of them present and choosing to be present. The choosing was the point. It was always the choosing. 2 weeks, he said. Then you should train. He came back from the mindscape and opened his eyes, and Xun Er was sitting across from him in the morning light with the specific expression of someone who'd been watching someone else's internal process with patient attention. The flames? She asked. The demonic lotus. Filling in the architecture. He looked at her. We have 2 weeks before we need to be in position at the ancient wasteland. I need to grow as fast as the resonance meditation will allow. Starting now, she said, and held out her hand. Chapter 124. The ancient wasteland announced itself before it was visible. The ambient Do-Chi density began rising 2 days out, not the refined, intentional density of Holy Pill City, but the wild, accumulative density of a place that had been the site of battles between beings whose power exceeded any modern benchmark, the residual energy of those conflicts still saturating the geological record. Cultivation senses that were calibrated for normal continental conditions found themselves suddenly working in an overcrowded frequency space, the amount of information requiring active filtering rather than passive reception. Xiao Yan's group had grown since the Gu clan. The core remained the same, himself, Xun Er, Medusa, Yao Lao, and Xiao Yishen, with Nalan Yanran rejoining from her intelligence position in the Central Territories. But around the core, a coalition had assembled with the logic of shared stakes rather than formal alliance. 8 Gu clan warriors, selected by Gu Yuan personally, practitioners whose combat capabilities and personal assessments he trusted for an operation this specific. Xun Er had observed the selection process and described it to Xiao Yan afterward. Gu Yuan had not chosen the most powerful available practitioners. He'd chosen the ones who understood what they were defending and why it mattered beyond institutional interest. 14 Snake People warriors, Medusa's personal guard, the elite of an organization that had been quietly refining its combat capability for decades, each one fighting with the specific quality of people who understood that this operation was connected to their civilization's long-term survival in ways that the immediate tactical picture didn't fully capture. 3 Pill Tower representatives, including one of Elder Shung's personal apprentices, bringing formation expertise that would matter at the cave's approach where Hall of Souls defensive arrays had been constructing for months. The group moved through the wasteland's outer reaches with the calibrated caution of people who understood that the environment was dangerous in ways that weren't always visible. Gravity fluctuated near the large crater formations, ancient battle scars whose energy signatures were still active, the Dodi-level conflicts that had created them having left marks on the dimensional physics that millennia hadn't fully resolved. Spatial tiers opened and closed with no predictable periodicity, visible as shimmering distortions in the air, some small enough to ignore, some large enough to swallow a person, all of them requiring active monitoring. The Hall of Souls has had scouts in the wasteland for weeks, Nalan Yanran reported during the 3rd day of approach. She'd spent the previous day ranging ahead of the main group, gathering current position intelligence. Forward positions established at the cave's projected approach route. Not enough force for a defensive battle, enough for intelligence gathering and to slow us down if they identify us. They'll identify us, Xiao Yan said. Too many distinctive cultivation signatures in one place. They're watching for exactly this. So the question is whether we go fast enough that they can't consolidate before we reach the cave, or whether we engage the forward positions before pushing through. He thought about it with the specific quality of tactical reasoning that had developed over months of operation, not just what the best move was, but what the move revealed about what you valued. We go around. Not through, around. The forward positions are designed to slow direct approach. Take a route that avoids their established monitoring points, accept a longer travel time in exchange for arriving with full capability rather than partial. That adds 18 hours. 18 hours of full capability versus 8 hours of partial capability after engagement with their forward scouts. He looked at Nalan Yanran. Which arrives at the cave in better condition. She considered this with the professional clarity of someone who'd been running tactical calculations since before this mission. Around, she said, the soul cultivation scouts they're running in the wasteland are the high drain variant. Engaging them cost-effectively requires specific counter-techniques that we could manage but that would require Xiao Yishen and active medical support during the engagement rather than conservation. Then around it is. The 18-hour edition was spent moving through the wasteland's northern sector, less surveilled, more treacherous in its physical characteristics, but traversable by a group with Xiao Yan's fallen heart flame providing environmental mapping through its perceptual properties. The crystallized Do-Chi formations in the northern sector were ancient enough to have become genuinely hazardous, concentrations so dense that unprepared exposure could force rapid involuntary advancement. 2 of the Gu clan warriors required careful routing past the largest formation clusters, their cultivation at a level where forced advancement carried real rupture risk. He guided them through. One obstacle at a time, the fallen heart flame mapping the energy landscape, the group moving in the specific single file pattern that minimized the formation's contact surface. Medusa's combat awareness watching the group's rear. Yao Lao's soul combat expertise monitoring for Hall of Soul's presence in the frequencies that normal cultivation sense couldn't access. On the second day inside the wasteland proper, Xiao Yan broke through to Do Zun 6 star. The wasteland's ambient energy accelerated what the resonance meditation had been building, the concentrated residual power of ancient battles providing a forcing function that the body's cultivation system used without his active direction. He felt the rank transition as a broadening, the specific sensation of his cultivation sense's operating range expanding, the world suddenly legible at frequencies that had been below his resolution threshold a moment before. He kept moving. There was no time to pause for integration. Chapter 125. The 5 resonance bonds ran simultaneously for the first time on the night before the cave's projected arrival. He hadn't planned it as a coordination exercise. It had happened organically, all 5 partners present or reachable, all 5 bonds already activated from the day's operational demands, and a stillness in the camp's 4th watch that allowed the shared mindscape to assemble itself without competing input. 5 consciousnesses. 5 sets of perception. 5 emotional qualities, Xun Er's focused warmth, Medusa's cool strategic attention, Xiao Yishen's precise medical awareness, Nalan Yanran's kinetic alertness, and Yun Yun's distance attenuated presence, her wind Do-Chi traveling across hundreds of miles through the resonance connection with the quality of a voice on a long-distance call, slightly attenuated but genuinely present. The shared mindscape built itself from their intersection. Not a landscape he designed or imposed, a space that emerged from the overlap of 5 cultivation signatures, 5 emotional patterns, 5 sets of sensory experience. The resulting space was less like a room and more like a living entity, responsive to their collective mood, shaped by the current quality of everyone's attention. It was the most complex thing the Affinity Resonance System had ever produced. He could feel the system's approval in the background, not as an active intelligence but as a structural confirmation, the feeling of gears that had been building toward an alignment finally achieving it. Each partner contributed what they had. Xun Er's golden cultivation framework, the Emperor Flame Bloodlines architecture, provided the structural skeleton that kept the shared space organized. Without it, 5 simultaneous cultivation signatures would have produced interference rather than complementarity, each one's energy disrupting the others rather than harmonizing. She'd been doing this in their private resonance meditations for weeks, her instinct for the Emperor Flame's organizing properties having refined to the level of effortless application. Medusa's combat awareness provided something different, strategic clarity, the quality of perception that came from centuries of tactical decision-making compressed into an operational baseline. In the shared space, her contribution felt like a reduction in noise, the ability to identify what mattered versus what was ambient. Yao Lao's soul expertise moved through the shared mindscape like a groundwater current, present beneath everything, accessible when needed, providing the soul cultivation stability that prevented the shared experience from touching vulnerabilities that might destabilize individual participants. Xiao Yishen monitored everyone's physiological state through the poison reading resonance's adapted function, her years of medical practice making her the group's automatic welfare assessment system, the partner who noticed before anyone else when someone was approaching a limit. Nalan Yanran's kinetic energy ran at the space's edges, the Stormblade resonance's wind quality providing the circulation that kept the shared energy from stagnating into the concentrated stillness that deep meditation sometimes produced. 5 contributions. 5 natures. 1 coherent space. Within it, cultivation accelerated with the quality that the resonance meditation had always provided but at an order of magnitude above any previous session. Days of synchronized practice in hours of subjective experience. The shared energy cycle amplified everyone's individual advancement, not by replacing their personal cultivation effort but by providing a return path for Do-Chi output that normally dissipated into the environment, recycling the energy through the bond network and returning it enhanced. Xiao Yan pushed through Do Zun 8 star in the final hour before dawn, the breakthrough quiet in the way of transitions that had been thoroughly prepared for and arrived without shock. The new rank's perceptual expansion was immediate and disorienting in its scope. He could feel, through the combined sensitivity of 5 flame perception and Do Zun 8 star cultivation sense, the ley lines running through the wasteland beneath his feet. The deep geological current of spiritual energy that had been building in this location for 10,000 years, converging toward the point the cave's creator had chosen for exactly this reason. The cave was ahead. Everything else was secondary. Chapter 126. Do Zun 9 star. The final threshold before transcendence. Xiao Yan chose the tribulation site with the care of someone who'd been thinking about this problem since before it was imminent. The practical requirements were specific, a location with natural spatial tier distribution, which would allow the tribulation's excess energy to dissipate into adjacent dimensional spaces rather than accumulating in the material world's geology. A plateau with clear approaches on multiple sides, allowing his partners to position at cardinal points without line of sight obstructions. And sufficient distance from the cave's approach route that the tribulation's energy signature, which would be visible from every point within 300 kilometers, wouldn't serve as a targeting beacon for Hun clan scouts monitoring the approach. The wasteland's eastern plateau met all three criteria. He'd identified it during the approach, flagging it in the ongoing Fallen Heart Flame terrain map. He sat at the plateau's center at midday, with the light at its highest and the ambient Do Qi at the peak of its daily concentration cycle. His partners formed the protective perimeter, Xun Er to the north, Medusa to the south, Yao Lao to the east, Nalan Yanran to the west, Xiao Yan positioned at the plateau's edge with her medical kit and her resonance bond running at full sensitivity. The coalition forces formed an outer ring, their function not combat but early warning. He closed his eyes. Called the tribulation. The sky responded in the specific way that tribulations responded, not like weather forming, where you watch the process build, but like the consequence arriving. The skies change from clear to charged, happening between one heartbeat and the next. The tribulation's 9 waves were the universe's inquiry, delivered in the only language cosmological forces used: energy, force, the physical expression of a question that had no linguistic equivalent. The question was, have you earned this? And the waves were the examination rather than the verdict, each one a different dimension of the assessment. Wave 1, lightning. Not the mundane electrical discharge of atmospheric physics but heavenly lightning, Do Qi condensed to maximum density and discharged in focused bolts that carried the heat signature of something that had been compressed beyond any normal material threshold. The bolts came in patterns that weren't random, the tribulation's intelligence expressed in targeting geometry, each strike probing a different aspect of his defensive capability. The Qinglian's stability absorbed and grounded. Earth-born fire against sky-born electricity, the ancient opposition of element types expressing itself as defensive compatibility. Wave 2 was spatial. Not a physical attack but a reality attack. Tears in the dimensional fabric deployed as weapons, each tear's edge a line of discontinuity that severed whatever passed through it with perfect precision. No block could stop them. The only counter was prediction and movement. The Fallen Heart Flame's perceptual depth tracked the tear's formation trajectories with the same real-time spatial analysis it applied to formation arrays. Each tier was predictable from its origin point. Predictable was avoidable. He moved through a pattern that his cultivation sense traced a fraction of a second before his body executed it, not reaction but anticipation, the difference between responding to a threat and acting on its predicted trajectory. Wave 3, soul storms. Psychic hurricanes whose energy pattern was specifically designed to scatter consciousness, the tribulation's recognition that its primary asset was his integrated awareness, and that fragmenting it was the most efficient path to failure. The storm energy pressed against his mental barriers with the relentless quality of something that had all the time in the world and no requirement to stop. The purifying demonic lotus flame's ancient purification properties processed the storm's hostile intent, stripping the degradative component from the raw energy and converting what remained to neutral cultivation material. The storm washed over and through his mental architecture without finding purchase. Waves 4, 5, and 6 escalated in creative application, each one targeting a different dimension of his capability, the tribulation demonstrating its intelligence by learning from each previous wave's result. Pressure that tested the cultivation infrastructure's physical limits. Cold that attacked the flame core's operating temperature ranges, attempting to force the flames into inefficient states. Void that reached for the gaps between his defensive capabilities, the spaces where no individual technique was optimal. Each wave he met with whatever the meeting required. 3 flames for 3 different problems, sometimes 2 simultaneously, always Yao Lao's soul expertise available through the soul bridge for the soul-specific components that the physical flames couldn't address. Wave 7 put him on his knees. The energy was beyond technique. It was beyond the individualized assessment of the previous waves, raw cosmic force deployed without targeting, without creative application, without the tribulation's intelligence. Just force, at a magnitude that the frame had to absorb directly because there was nothing to analyze or counter, only to withstand. His knees hit the stone. He stayed upright at the waist. The 5 flames ran at maximum simultaneous output, each one contributing its specific energy density to a defensive architecture that was holding, barely, by the measure of how much it was costing to hold it. Wave 8 came before he'd fully recovered from 7. His left arm took the direct strike, a concentrated energy beam that hit the arm's structural center, the bone's acoustic resonance making the impact carry further than a pure force strike would have. The snap was audible to the outer ring. The 3000 Lotus Flames' compassionate aspect activated regeneration that the wish-born fire's specific properties made possible, not healing in the conventional sense but the expression of 3000 aspirations for well-being, converted to biological repair through the same mechanism that had built the flame in the first place. The arm mended. Slower than full recovery. Sufficient to continue. Wave 9 descended. The sky above the plateau went dark, not clouded but concentrated, the tribulation's final energy compressed into a column of cosmic judgment that had the visual quality of a star's mass being brought to the surface. The plateau's stone responded, fracture lines spreading from his position outward in a radiating pattern, the geological substrate failing under the accumulated energy load of 8 waves. His reserves were near their limit. The 5 flames at maximum output for the previous hours had consumed everything except the bottom-tier emergency reserve that a cultivator's system maintained as the last resort survival mechanism. Then the resonance system activated its highest function. Convergence, full bond activation, all bonds above threshold. All partners conscious and willing. 5 threads of Do Qi, channeled through the resonance network from 5 points around the perimeter. Xun Er's golden fire, the Emperor Flame Bloodlines architecture, organized and sustaining. Medusa's 7-colored venom energy, combat refined and precise. Yun Yun's wind essence, transmitted across hundreds of miles through the bond network with the quality of something that had never needed the distance to be real. Xiao Yan's purified life force, channeled through the poison reading resonance's adapted function. Nalan Yanran's stormblade energy, kinetic and sharp and exactly as much as he needed at exactly the right moment. Not replacing his power. Supplementing it. 5 people saying, through their Do Qi rather than their words, you have never been doing this alone. Every step of this road was shared. Every choice was yours and ours simultaneously. And the thing you're trying to become is something that exists because we chose it together. The 9th wave hit. The plateau cracked from center to edge in 4 directions simultaneously, the stone sublimating at the impact point, the shockwave visible from kilometers away as a sphere of expanding pressure that knocked the outer ring's practitioners to the ground and sent the wasteland's wildlife into panicked flight for miles in every direction. The wave broke. Not dissipated, broken. Encountered something and failed to continue. He was standing. Both feet on stone that no longer existed in continuous form, the plateau's surface reduced to a series of connected fragments, but standing, all 5 flames burning. All 5 bonds active. The arm that had broken, healed. The reserves that had been at their floor, replenished by the convergence energy into something workable. Do Sheng. The breakthrough was not subtle. The transcendence transition sent a pillar of 4-colored fire into the sky above the wasteland that was visible to every cultivation-sensitive being within 500 kilometers. Every Do Sheng on the continent felt the new arrival in their specific register of Do Sheng level sensory range. The wasteland's ley lines registered a new node. And far ahead, at the cave's approach, Hun Tiandi would have felt it too. Chapter 127. Do Sheng. Saint-level cultivation, the rank where the boundary between the biological and the transcendent became navigable rather than fixed. Where a cultivator ceased being a person who used Do Qi and became, in some fundamental sense, an expression of it, the energy no longer something the body processed but something the body had become continuous with. The distinction between the cultivator's self and the spiritual infrastructure of the world around them blurred to the point where some older texts, trying to describe the experience from the outside, had resorted to spatial metaphor. A Do Sheng didn't move through the world the way other people did, they moved through it the way a current moved through water. He floated in the tribulation's aftermath, his body running the reconstruction process that every Do Sheng breakthrough activated. Not repair, the breakthrough hadn't damaged the body in the conventional sense. More like upgrade, the biological architecture designed for Do Xun operation being systematically revised to accommodate what Do Sheng operation required. Bones denser. Channels wider and more efficiently designed. Organs optimized for processing Do Qi at volumes that would have been impossible before. The process took 2 hours. He spent them in the mindscape with all 4 flame consciousnesses, processing the expanded perception range that Do Sheng provided. The world, at this rank, was different. Not visually different, the light spectrum was the same, the material world's appearance unchanged. Different in depth. The spiritual infrastructure of the continent was now legible to him in a way that cultivators below Do Sheng couldn't access, the ley lines visible as structures rather than as vague background energy, their routing and concentration patterns telling a story about the continent's cultivation history that was impossible to read from lower perspectives. Ancient battle sites were visible as scars in the ley network, points where the usual flow patterns had been disrupted by combat at Dodi scale and had never fully repaired, the original disruption still shaping the energy's behavior millennia later. The cave was ahead. Its presence in the ley network was unmistakable now, not just a location of high energy concentration but a node of deliberate cultivation, a point in the ley system that had been shaped by an intelligence toward a specific purpose. The Toshi ancient emperor had chosen this location because it sat at the convergence of 3 major ley lines, the accumulated spiritual energy of 10,000 years of undisturbed flow providing the power substrate that a Dodi legacy required. He could also feel, for the first time at this level of precision, Hun Tiandi's cultivation signature. Do Sheng peak. The gap between them was enormous, not the gap between rank levels within Do Sheng, but the gap between the entire experience of Do Sheng 1 star and the absolute ceiling of that experience. A river to a waterfall. A candle to a furnace. It's not enough, he said aloud, in the material world rather than the mindscape. No, Yao Lao said. He was sitting beside the plateau's edge, his solid form silhouetted against the afternoon sky. It isn't. But it's what I have. And I have bonds and 5 flames and the blood key and 30 people who chose to be here. He opened his eyes fully, the wasteland's harsh afternoon light resolving around him. That's the material we work with. That's always been the material, Yao Lao said, and his voice carried the quality of someone who'd spent 30 years in a ring, watching a student he couldn't guide, and was now finally present for the conclusion. You've always worked with what was real rather than what was theoretically available. That's the quality that brought you here. Xun Er was standing at the plateau's far edge, looking at the horizon where the cave's energy signature was now visible even to normal cultivation senses as a distant luminescence in the wasteland sky. She felt him look at her through the resonance bond and turned, and the expression on her face was the specific combination of relief and determination and love that had been his most consistent navigation point since the first day he'd understood what the Affinity Resonance System was building. He stood, adjusted his robes, looked at the group assembled on the plateau's fractured surface. We have hours, he said. Possibly less. Let's move. Chapter 128. Hun Tiandi moved at dawn. The night before, the wasteland was quiet in the specific way of places where both sides knew exactly where the other was and had independently decided that the night was better used for rest than for the costly attrition of darkness engagements. Xiao Yan's coalition had made camp at the cave's outer approach zone, fires kept small and cultivation practices maintained at the maintenance rate rather than active advancement. The exhaustion from the tribulation and the wasteland approach was in everyone, and exhausted practitioners made errors. The strategic logic of a full rest cycle was clear even to the people who found rest difficult under the circumstances. He spent the night in the mindscape with the 4, later 5, after the nihility flame's absorption, flame consciousnesses, the internal cultivation running at the passive recovery rate while the conscious portion of his awareness processed and prepared. The demonic lotus flame, most communicative of the 4, had given him the last piece of the philosophical architecture he needed, the understanding that the cave's opening wasn't a battle to win but a process to complete, and that the difference mattered. Every cultivator who'd attempted the cave before him had arrived trying to win something. He was arriving trying to finish something. The distinction changed the approach at every level. It changed how he'd fight Hun Tiandi, not trying to defeat him, but to occupy him. It changed how he'd address the cave's entrance formation, not as an obstacle, but as a mechanism designed to operate when properly addressed. It changed what success looked like, not the enemy defeated, not the most powerful combatant victorious, but the right sequence completed in the right order with the right materials. He emerged from the mindscape in the hour before dawn. The stars in the wasteland sky were more vivid than anywhere else on the continent, less ambient cultivation energy in the air to scatter the light, the ancient atmosphere of a place that had been subjected to reality warping levels of power leaving an unusual optical clarity. He watched them for a while, the bond network warm in his awareness, each partner present in their own way across the distances. The night had been thick with surveillance, the Hall of Souls scouts moving through the wasteland in patterns that shifted as Xiao Yan's group shifted, the intelligence operation updating continuously to track the new Dosheng signature and the coalition forces' position. There had been no engagement. The scouts' mission was observation, not interdiction, and their operational doctrine clearly prioritized intelligence value over harassment value. He'd allowed the observation. He'd known since the tribulation pillar's visibility that concealment was no longer an option. What mattered was getting to the cave before Hun Tiandi deployed his forces. The Han clan's full military eruption from their pre-positioned dimensional spaces was simultaneous across 100 points on the continent, a coordinated deployment that had clearly been planned and rehearsed over months, each unit launching from a holding space that had been prepared and staffed well in advance. Cities that had been sleeping at dawn woke to find cultivation forces of sizes they had no prepared response for deployed in their streets, their regional defense organizations presented with an overwhelming force imbalance and an absence of time to organize collective response. Xiao Yan experienced the deployment scope through the resonance bond network. Nalan Yanran's intelligence reached him first. She'd been monitoring Hun clan signal traffic and read the coordination message that went out before the deployment, transmitting it through the Stormblade resonance connection before the physical forces began moving. Then Yun's alarm through the wind cloud bond, her Jiama Empire's border region suddenly faced with forces she'd been preparing for but hoped not to meet this soon. Then Medusa's cold analytical update. The Snake People's eastern territories were being bypassed rather than attacked, the Hun clan forces focused on the continental population centers rather than peripheral regions. They're creating chaos rather than conquering, Medusa said through the bond, her voice carrying the precise temperature of someone reading an operational pattern. The immediate objective isn't territorial control. It's disruption, preventing any coordinated continental response while Hun Tiandi moves on the cave. He knows we're in the wasteland, Xiao Yan said. He knows we have 5 flames. He knows what a Dosheng breakthrough here means. He's trying to isolate you. Make the cave approach a one-on-one problem rather than a coalition operation. Then we need to be faster than his deployment allows. The Continental War's management fell to the people who'd prepared for it. Xun Er, moving on the inner channel, Gu clan forces are deploying. Gu Yuan has authorized full engagement. Yun, Jia Ma is holding the western line. The Misty Cloud Coalition has been waiting for the trigger. Elder Sheng via Formation Crystal, the Pill Towers formation specialists are sealing regional strongpoints. We can hold for 48 hours. 48 hours to reach the cave, face Hun Tiandi, and resolve the situation. Move, he told his group. Maximum sustainable pace. Chapter 129. The Continental War resolved itself into a controlled catastrophe that everyone on the defensive side had prepared for and hoped not to need. The Bond network as a command system was something that hadn't existed before and for which no tactical doctrine had been written. He was improvising an operational architecture in real time, which was either very dangerous or exactly what the resonance system had been building toward, and the answer to which one it was would be determined by how the next several hours went. The Fallen Heart Flame's environmental sensitivity provided the tactical picture, not perfect, not complete, but sufficient to understand where the critical points were and what was happening at them. The Bond connections provided the command channels. His partners provided the execution. The question of whether the thing worked as a system was answered in the first 30 minutes. It worked, imperfectly and with the specific friction of something being used for the first time at scale, but it worked. Xiao Yan coordinated from the wasteland's interior using the Resonance Bond network as a command system of a kind that had never existed before, real-time tactical awareness across hundreds of miles, the ability to receive situation reports from 5 different fronts simultaneously and respond to each in the time it took to formulate a thought. He ran while he coordinated. The wasteland's terrain required active navigation, the Fallen Heart Flame's mapping function operating as a parallel process alongside the command coordination, his body's movement handled by the automatic component of cultivation sense while his conscious mind maintained the continental picture. Xun Er led the Gu clan's counter-deployment from her position at the coalition's forward edge. The Emperor Flame Bloodlines techniques, Golden Fire that specifically targeted soul cultivation systems, provided the only effective counter to the Hall of Soul's spiritual warfare that any allied force possessed. Her command style was the same as her cultivation style, precise, decisive, no wasted motion. She gave orders that assumed the people receiving them understood what she understood, and the Gu clan practitioners she commanded had been trained to that assumption. From 300 miles to the southwest, Medusa directed combined snake people and beast-kin forces through the Serpent Sovereign Resonance's communication channel. Her 7-colored serpent form was the most feared combat presence on the southern front, not because of raw power, though the power was substantial, but because of the centuries of tactical experience that informed how she deployed it. She didn't fight battles. She created situations where the battles were already won before they were joined. Xun Er held the western line with the rebuilt Misty Cloud Coalition and the Jia Ma Empire's military. She didn't fight in her sect leader robes, she fought in the wind itself, her techniques having evolved, through the Wind Cloud Resonance's shared cultivation history, into something that extended her personal combat reach into the atmospheric scale. Wind walls that redirected Hun clan mass formations. Pressure differentials that created no-fly zones for the flying cultivators that the Hall of Souls relied on for tactical mobility. Nalan Yanran's strike force cut through the network of Hall of Souls communication nodes that coordinated the continental deployment. Small team, fast movement, surgical targeting, each node destroyed was a gap in the enemy's coordination picture that their tactical adaptations couldn't fully compensate for. The Stormblade resonance kept Xiao Yan informed of what she was finding as she moved through it. And Xiao Yishen, running field medical operations across 3 fronts through a system of allies she'd spent weeks training in her triage and soul injury assessment methods, the poison reading resonance adapted for remote monitoring, allowing her to identify the highest priority cases in the Allied forces' medical system and direct specialized care to them before conventional assessment would have identified the need. Every bond. Every relationship. Every cultivator who'd chosen to show up for this. He kept running. The cave's energy signature was stronger now, close enough that it wasn't just the ley lines he was reading but the specific formation architecture of the sealed entrance, visible at his current rank as a structure rather than a source. Massive. Deliberate. Ancient in a way that predated every civilizational layer currently operating on the continent. 6 hours to reach the entrance. Maybe 5. Hun Tiandi was closer. Chapter 130. They came to the cave's outer threshold at hour 7. The formation that the Toshi ancient emperor had built around the cave's entrance was not a door. It was a conclusion, the physical expression of a decision that had been made 10,000 years ago and had been patient ever since. The mountain that housed the entrance had the specific quality of places that had been shaped by intelligence rather than geology, too regular in its symmetry, too balanced in its energy distribution, the natural and the artificial blended so completely that geological survey wouldn't have distinguished them. The mountain's base was occupied. Hun Tiandi had arrived first. By hours, the evidence of recent travel was visible in the displaced stone and the residual Do-Chi signatures of a large force that had been here and had partially consolidated. Not fully consolidated. Fully consolidated would have meant the cave was already open. The seal surface, visible to Xiao Yan's Do Sheng level perception as a vast formation array built into the mountain's dimensional substrate, was intact. 2 armies facing each other across the cave's threshold was not a convenient dramatic circumstance. It was a tactical problem with a very specific geometry. Both sides needed to reach the entrance point, both sides needed to deploy their flames at the formation, and the formation itself was the only objective that mattered. Everything else, the armies, the combat, the individual power calculations, was instrumental to controlling that 6-meter circle of stone at the mountain's base. Han Tiandi stood at the threshold with the posture of a man who'd been planning this moment for centuries and found that the moment's actual texture was more complicated than the plan had indicated. He was not surprised by Xiao Yan's arrival. His intelligence had tracked the wasteland approach. But something in his eyes, when they found Xiao Yan across the distance, carried the quality of a person recalculating. "You broke through in the wasteland," Han Tiandi said. His voice carried the natural projection of a Dosheng peak. It was simply present at the distance without requiring effort, the way all things at that rank were simply present. "I felt it. I know. A Dosheng 1 star with 4 heavenly flames and the blood of the Xiao clan." A pause that had something in it that wasn't quite assessment but was adjacent to it. "You've built something in the time available to you. More than I expected." "I've built bonds," Xiao Yan said. "You keep discounting them. I keep proving they matter. They matter in context. When the context is sufficient power differential, bonds become irrelevant." Han Tiandi's ancient eyes were steady, patient, carrying no hostility, the specific quality of someone who'd moved so far beyond personal emotion and conflict that what remained was pure operational clarity. "I am Dosheng Peak. You are Dosheng 1 star. The differential is absolute," Xiao Yan said. "I know. Which is why I'm not planning to defeat you through a power contest." "Then how?" "By opening the cave before you can." For the first time, something shifted in the ancient patriarch's composure. Not alarm. Recognition. The recognition of a person who'd spent centuries assuming that every opponent approaching this moment would approach it as a power contest, encountering for the first time someone who'd correctly identified that the cave was not a prize to be won but a process to be completed. "The fifth flame," Han Tiandi said. "The fifth flame." The battle began because it had to, because Han Tiandi's army and Xiao Yan's coalition were both present and both pursuing objectives that required the same physical space, and the physical space didn't have room for both simultaneously. But the battle was not the point. The battle was the context for the real operation. Chapter 131. Xiao Yan vs Han Tiandi. Dosheng 1 star against the ceiling of Dosheng. Every technical analysis said this fight was impossible to win. Every power calculation, every rank comparison, every assessment of the raw cultivation differential said the same thing: this should not be close. The gap between where Xiao Yan was and where Han Tiandi had spent the last several centuries was the gap between competence and mastery multiplied across a span of time that created a qualitative difference that raw rank numbers couldn't fully capture. What the technical analyses didn't account for was the convergence's full scope, full bond activation. All 5 bonds at simultaneous maximum. Not the crisis protocol, not 60 seconds and burn out. The system's actual intended purpose, running at the sustainable rate that genuine bonds supported. Xun Er's Emperor Flame architecture organized every defensive formation he constructed, her structural intuition flowing through the resonance connection in real time, the golden framework appearing in his techniques before he consciously designed it. She was 300 miles away, leading the Gu clan counterforce, doing 2 things simultaneously, which was the nature of a genuine bond at this level of development. The bond didn't require her to stop what she was doing. It required her to be present, which she was, continuously. Medusa's combat awareness ran alongside his own, centuries of tactical experience available as pattern recognition rather than conscious consultation, the serpent sovereign resonance translating her battlefield perception into his techniques in the half-second before he executed them. Not control. Supplementation. The difference between having access to another person's skill set and having 2 people trying to operate one body. Yao Lao's soul expertise, the soul bridge active at maximum depth, provided the specific counter to Han Tiandi's primary offensive approach. The ancient patriarch's most efficient attack vectors were soul-based, techniques that operated at the consciousness level rather than the physical, exploiting the conventional wisdom that spiritual offense could be deployed faster than physical defense could respond. Against a practitioner without Yao Lao's expertise available in real time, the soul attacks would have created openings at a rate that physical combat capability couldn't compensate for. Against this, they didn't. 4 flame combat techniques detonated against Han Tiandi's void energy, 4 colors of fire meeting the absence of color, creation against annihilation, the philosophical contrast expressed in physical kinetics. The exchange tore the mountain's base terrain apart, new formations appearing where the interaction of extreme energies created local geological events, stone sublimating, water tables disrupting, the spatial tiers that the wasteland already harbored multiplying at the battle's energy output. The fight was not going well. Not badly either, he was surviving, managing the engagement, buying time for the real objective. But the power differential was real. Every exchange that required him to absorb rather than redirect Han Tiandi's full output pushed him slightly further toward a reserve ceiling that the convergence bonds were replenishing but couldn't fully replace. "You're surviving, not winning," Yao Lao observed through the soul bridge, his voice carrying precision rather than judgment. "I know," Xiao Yan said between technique sequences. "I need the nihility flame to move before I run out of ways to keep him occupied. Then let him see what you are." A pause. "Not what you can do. What you are." He's been in combat with powerful practitioners for centuries. He's seen every technique category. He has not seen someone operating from genuine bonds rather than isolated personal power. Make the bonds visible. The convergence energy, through 5 simultaneous bonds, was not invisible to cultivation sense. At Dosheng rank, the threads of resonance connection were legible as structure, visible to Hun Tiandi and, more importantly, visible to the nihility swallowing flame through whatever perceptual access it had from its prison inside the soul heavenly emperor's body. He stopped modulating. Stopped managing how much of the convergence's structure was externally legible. Let it run at full visible expression. 5 colors of bond energy, golden, violet, silver white, pure green, steel blue, threading outward from his position toward the 5 directions his partners occupied, the threads pulsing with the living quality of connections that were active because they were chosen rather than because they were forced. 4 flames in simultaneous harmony. 5 bonds in full expression. 1 cultivator who was exactly who he'd said he was, doing exactly what he'd said he'd do, powered by exactly the things he'd said powered him. The nihility swallowing flame saw it. Chapter 132. The soul heavenly emperor had been watching from the formation's perimeter. He was not a simple instrument. The Hall of Soul's supreme operational commander had his own capabilities, his own objectives, his own assessment of the situation that ran parallel to but was not identical with Hun Tiandi's. He'd held the nihility swallowing flame for centuries, binding it through soul cultivation techniques that suppressed its consciousness to the minimum viable level for flame operation, not destruction, which would have wasted the flame's capability, but containment. Management. The flame's rebellion, when it came, was not preceded by warning signs that the soul heavenly emperor's monitoring systems could detect. The suppression techniques were designed to prevent coordinated action. They couldn't prevent the moment of recognition that preceded action by a fraction of a second. The flame saw the convergence's full expression. 5 colors, 5 bonds, 4 flames in harmony, 1 cultivator operating from genuine relationship rather than solitary power. And it saw, in that expression, the specific thing it had been denied for centuries, the proof that it was possible. That a flame consciousness could be housed in a cultivator and remain itself. Could contribute without being consumed. Could choose without being chained. The rebellion was instantaneous and absolute. No gradual weakening of the suppression techniques, no escalating resistance, a single decisive act, the flame's consciousness snapping the chain in the same way that genuine decisions were made, not through accumulation but through a moment of sufficient clarity making delay irrelevant. The soul heavenly emperor screamed. The sound crossed dimensions, not the physical pain of injury but the specific agony of a soul cultivator whose primary power source was actively rejecting him from the inside, the flames that had sustained his cultivation for centuries executing their withdrawal without negotiation. He fell. Not dead, the soul heavenly emperor at his actual power level was too formidable for even this to kill him. But incapacitated, his soul cultivation destabilized, the centuries-long equilibrium of man and suppressed flame disrupted in a way that would require extended recovery before he was operational again. The nihility swallowing flame erupted from his collapsing form in a column of absolute void, not darkness but the absence of light, a space where photons ceased to function, a fire that burned by eliminating rather than creating, its heat quality the cold of things that had moved beyond temperature to something more fundamental. It hovered at the battle's edge. Conscious, aware, the full scope of a flame intelligence that had been partially suppressed for centuries experiencing genuine volition for the first time since its capture. It turned toward Xiao Yan. He stopped fighting. Let the pause in the exchange create a moment, not of safety, the battle was still immediately resumable, but of choice. The nihility flame was making a decision. That decision deserved the space to be made without interference. I know what imprisonment is, he said. Not loudly, at his current cultivation level, directed speech carried wherever it needed to go. I've watched every flame consciousness that joined me emerge from some form of captivity. None of them were asked to forget who they were. None of them were subsumed. What you were before you were captured, that's what I want here. Not the suppressed version. You. The flame was quiet for a long moment. The battle around them had paused with the specific quality of events that pause because everyone present understands they're watching something that doesn't wait for convenient timing. I am tired of being consumed, the nihility flame said. Its voice was the sound of silence speaking, the specific resonance of a consciousness that had learned to express itself through the absence of vibration rather than its presence, the way that void expressed itself through everything it wasn't. I am tired of being the weapon of someone who sees nothing in me except what I can do. You are more than what you can do, Xiao Yan said. Come. The fifth flame entered him. Chapter 133. 5 Heavenly Flames. The absorption was the most coherent internal event his cultivation system had ever processed. Every previous flame absorption had carried some element of reconciliation, two natures meeting and negotiating their coexistence, the new flame's consciousness finding its place within an existing structure that hadn't been designed with it in mind. The nihility swallowing flame's absorption was different. It arrived as a completion. The 4 flames that preceded it had been building a structure that only the 5th could finalize. The Qinglian's earthly precision, the fallen heart's perceptual depth, the 3,000 lotuses' aspirational warmth, the purifying demonic lotus's ancient clarity, 4 natures that had been present simultaneously long enough to develop a collective architecture. The Nihility Flame's void quality wasn't in tension with that architecture. It was the element the architecture had been missing. Creation required void to give it definition. Aspiration required the weight of nothingness to make its upward motion meaningful. Perception required darkness to make legible what was illuminated. Purification required something to contrast with the pure. 5 colors burning simultaneously in a stable configuration that Yao Lao described, through the Soul Bridge, as the cultivation world's theoretical limit for single cultivator flame integration: green, invisible hot, prismatic white, purifying black, absolute void. Dosheng 3-star, the advancement was not gradual. The 5-flame completion generated a single step change in cultivation architecture, the optimization cascade producing an immediate output increase that ranked as a breakthrough rather than as progressive improvement. The change was visible. In a fight involving 2 Dosheng practitioners, rank changes were not subtle. The energy signature shift announced itself to every cultivation sense within range, a sudden increase in the density and quality of one participant's aura that the other participant's perceptual range couldn't miss. Hun Tiandi felt it. His ancient composure didn't crack. It had been maintained through too many difficult centuries for any single event to crack it. But something changed in the calculation behind his eyes. The 5-flame configuration was visible to him. The Nihility Flame's defection was legible in the energy signature. "I built my power on consumption," Xiao Yan said. "You said that was strength. But you've been trying to consume your way to Dodi for 5 centuries, and you're still outside the door. I built mine on partnership, and I'm 3 ranks further than I was 8 months ago, and I have the only 5th flame in existence." For the first time in their exchange, Hun Tiandi was quiet. "You were right that I couldn't match your power," Xiao Yan continued. "I'm not trying to. I'm trying to reach the cave before you. And with the 5th flame, I can open it legitimately. That's what your plan can't accommodate, not my power level, but the fact that the cave doesn't need power. It needs the right approach." "Impossible," Hun Tiandi said. The word was genuine, not dismissive, but the actual assessment of someone who'd built 5 centuries of operational planning on a framework that was now, in a single moment, demonstrating a flaw he hadn't modeled. "Not impossible," Xiao Yan said. "Inevitable. You built your power on consumption, and everything you consumed eventually wants to be free. That's not a flaw in your prisoners. It's a flaw in your philosophy." The battle shifted, not from conflict to peace, but from 2 parties pursuing the same objective to 2 parties pursuing different ones. Hun Tiandi understood, in the specific way that ancient and intelligent beings understood things when forced to, that the calculus had changed. His path to the cave required 9 flames and the suppression of the 5th. The 5th had defected. His path required recalculation. Recalculation required time. Xiao Yan moved toward the cave. Chapter 134. The resonance system activated its full purpose. Full convergence fusion art all 5 bonds at maximum activation. All 5 heavenly flames in harmonic alignment. Combined power of 6 cultivators synchronized into a single combat platform. Duration, indefinite, while all participants maintain conscious intent. Note, this is not a crisis protocol. This is the system's intended purpose. Everything before this moment was preparation. The difference between the crisis protocol and the full convergence was not speed or power magnitude. It was quality. The crisis protocol was emergency response, an override that bypassed normal operating parameters to produce short-term extraordinary capability at the cost of system stability. It lasted 60 seconds and required extended recovery. The full convergence was sustainable operation at the highest tier of what the bond architecture could produce. Not a sprint. A flight. 5 colors of resonance energy running simultaneously at their natural maximum expression. 5 sets of cultivation insight available in real time through the bond connections, not as interruptions to his processing but as additional channels, the way a musician had access to all their trained muscle memory simultaneously rather than accessing it serially. The convergence strike was not a single technique. It was a category, the application of 5 bonds synchronized output through 5 flame harmonic architecture toward a single point of intention. He directed it toward the cave's entrance formation. Not as an attack. As a key. The formation array that sealed the cave had been built to recognize the legitimate opening sequence, 5 heavenly flames, deployed in harmonic alignment, combined with the blood key resonance of the Xiao clan's cultivation lineage. The array didn't need to be overpowered. It needed to be addressed correctly. He laid his hand on the stone. The 5 flames activated simultaneously, each one expressing its nature through the formation's frequency request, the Qinglian's precision providing baseline stability, the fallen heart's depth providing soul resonance confirmation, the 3000 lotuses warmth providing the aspirational component that the formation's creator had apparently understood was a necessary element of genuine worthiness, the purifying demonic lotus's clarity providing the purification assessment, and the nihility swallowing flame's void providing the completion element that gave the configuration its final coherence, blood from the Xiao clan lineage. His hand, pressed against the stone. The cultivation heritage of a bloodline that traced back through generations of genuine practitioners to the people the Toshi ancient emperor had known personally and had trusted with the inheritance's legitimate pathway. The formation recognized the sequence. Not explosively. With the quiet certainty of something that had been waiting for 10,000 years and had always known this moment would come. The seal's energy shifted from containment to welcome, the massive formation array reorganizing its output from outward-facing resistance to inward-facing invitation. The cave opened. Behind him, Han Tiandi had been occupied, not by Xiao Yan, but by the coalition force and the specific tactical problems that 5 Do Sheng level Gu clan practitioners presented to someone trying to pursue a secondary objective while managing a primary threat. Not enough to stop him forever. Enough for these minutes. He walked through the entrance before Han Tiandi could reach him. The door sealed behind him. Inside the cave, the world was different. Chapter 135. The Toshi ancient emperor's cave was not a cave. Not in any sense that the word was conventionally used. The entrance had been a geological formation. The interior was a world, a complete pocket dimension, crafted 10,000 years ago by the last Odi who had ever lived, designed with the specific care of someone who understood that the most important thing they would ever build was the legacy they left behind. The physics were different here. Do Chi operated at higher frequencies that produced a clarity of sensory experience, seeing more clearly, thinking more quickly, feeling the connections between things with greater precision, that existed nowhere in the material world. The boundary between thought and reality was thinner, the dimensional barrier between intention and manifestation reduced to something almost navigable. Everything here was the product of deliberate creation. The trees, ancient and luminous, their bark lit from within by the accumulated spiritual energy of 10 millennia of undisturbed growth, their roots occupying the dimensional substrate in patterns that were simultaneously geological and linguistic, spelling something in the language of formations that he couldn't yet read but could feel was significant. The air, which tasted of old rain and clean stone and something that had no material equivalent, only the emotional equivalent of coming home to a place you'd never been before but had always known. The emperor's will permeated everything. Not as a consciousness, there was no ghost here, no residual intelligence that had been waiting in cramped quarters, more as an architectural intent, the goals and values of the being who'd created this space encoded into the dimensional physics the way that a builder's philosophy was encoded into the spaces they designed. This place was organized around specific principles, and those principles were legible to anyone who understood what they were looking at. The trials were not what he'd expected. He had expected combat. Challenges of power, the kind that cultivation world standardly used as gatekeepers for advancement. Prove you're strong enough by defeating something strong. The cave's trials were character assessments. Not examinations of what he'd done or what he could do. Assessments of who he was, or more precisely, of the specific qualities that the Toshi ancient emperor had determined were necessary for someone wielding the kind of power the cave's inheritance would provide. The reasoning was embedded in the trial design. Power at the Dodi level operated through physics rather than force, and physics didn't care about your combat capability. Physics cared about what you did with the capability you had. The compassion trial manifested as a being in genuine distress, not a simulacrum, not a test piece, but a real consciousness embedded in the cave's dimensional space by the emperor, placed here to serve as an accurate assessment point. The being was in pain. Helping it required resources that would be costly in the context of what followed. He helped without calculation. Not because he decided to, but because the calculation didn't arise. The presence of a consciousness in pain and the availability of a means to reduce it produced action before strategic analysis could engage. The trial registered, passed. The vulnerability trial required him to name his deepest fear in the presence of its manifestation. The Gu clan's soul crucible had prepared him for this. He'd already done the work of looking at the fear directly, acknowledging its real components without being able to refute them, and choosing to continue anyway. The practice of facing the fraud fear, the parasite fear, the fear that he was a substitute in a life that deserved someone genuine, that practice meant the vulnerability trial had already been performed. He named it again without hesitation. Passed. The connection trial was the one that made the trial's internal logic visible. The requirement was genuine cooperation with the person you were in conflict with. The cave's dimensional logic provided the shared challenge, a formation lock that couldn't be opened by either of the trial's participants acting alone, requiring the combination of two specific cultivation frequencies to produce the harmonic that unlocked the next chamber. 2 participants. Himself, and Han Tiandi, who had arrived in the cave's interior through a different dimensional pathway, the forced partial opening he'd achieved with his 4 flames providing a crack just sufficient for his cultivation level to exploit. The trial presented itself to both of them simultaneously. Han Tiandi looked at the formation lock. Looked at Xiao Yan. Looked at the formation lock again. You won't help me, Han Tiandi said. Not a question, an assessment of his understanding of Xiao Yan's likely response. I'll help you with this, Xiao Yan said. Not with what you were planning. But with this, yes. The ancient patriarch was quiet for a long moment. The specific quiet of a being who'd spent centuries organizing his understanding of the world around a model that this moment was invalidating in real time. Why? Because the trial requires it, Xiao Yan said. And because the trial is right that it requires it. Cooperation with someone you're in conflict with, without waiting for the conflict to resolve first, is harder than cooperation with someone you've never opposed. It demonstrates something that power alone can't demonstrate. He held out his hand toward the formation lock and looked at Huntiandi. Not with challenge. With the simple question of whether the ancient patriarch could do the one thing the cave's design had determined was more important than power. After a very long moment, Huntiandi placed his hand on the formation lock beside Xiao Yan's. The lock opened. Chapter 136. The Emperor's throne room was at the cave's exact center. He reached it alone. The compassion, vulnerability, and cooperation trials had occupied different spatial levels of the cave, and the cooperation trial had concluded in a chamber from which only one path led forward. Huntiandi's path led to a separate chamber. He heard, faintly, the sound of the cave's secondary systems engaging as the ancient patriarch encountered the assessment that applied specifically to him. The throne room was architecture at the level of art. Walls of crystallized do-chi, each crystal containing a preserved scene from the Toshi ancient emperor's life, not curated highlights but honest record, the full texture of a life lived at the highest achievable level, including the moments of failure and uncertainty and revision that made the achievements legible as real rather than mythological. The floor was compressed dimensional energy, humming with the specific frequency of something that had been patient for 10,000 years and was now approaching the moment of its purpose. The ceiling was open sky, not a window, but an actual sky, the cave's dimensional pocket offering access to a sky that was different from the material world's, its stars in configurations that didn't match any known astronomical pattern, the light older and more patient than the light that reached the material world. At the chamber's center, the throne. And on the throne, present in a way that existed between categories, not the emperor himself, not a recording, not a ghost, but an architected consciousness, a fragment of will that had been designed as the cave's final assessment function. You carry 5 flames that chose to be here, the presence said, its voice resonating through the dimensional architecture with the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated intention. Not threatening, the opposite of threatening. The voice of something that had been waiting to give rather than to withhold. I do, he said. You carry 5 bonds whose partners are active in this moment, fighting, healing, coordinating, contributing to your capacity from places that are not this place and are not near you. Not because they're forced to. Because they chose to. Yes. You carry the blood of a lineage whose relationship with this cave's creator predated the civilizations that currently occupy the continent it sits beneath. And you carry the memories and the identity of a person from a different world who arrived here through accident rather than intention and built something real from materials that were not his own. A pause. You carry all of that honestly, the presence said. Including the parts that are complicated and unresolved and potentially wrong. That honesty is worth more than the certainty would be. I don't know that I'm ready for what's here, Xiao Yan said. For Dodi. The blueprint in the Emperor's flame seed is vast. I understand the shape of the path without fully understanding the path. Readiness and worthiness are not the same thing, the presence said. Readiness is a threshold you cross when you have completed the preparation the path requires. You have not crossed it. The path to Dodi is years, perhaps decades, of sustained growth that you have not yet done. Worthiness is a question of character, whether the person undertaking the path will, in their best judgment, be responsible with what the path provides. That assessment I can make now. He waited. I offer you the Emperor's flame seed, the presence said. Not the full inheritance, that requires readiness as well as worthiness, and readiness requires time. The flame seed is the map. The knowledge of how the path runs, encoded in fire, carried in your 5 flame core as a blueprint that will inform your development over the years the path requires. A pause. And one requirement. Tell me. Dodi advancement requires 9 heavenly flames. You have 5. 4 remain, currently in the possession of the entity you have temporarily neutralized. You will need to recover them through means that align with how you've built everything else. Not through consumption or theft. Through the same approach that brought you 5. By offering them genuine partnership instead of slavery, yes. The presence paused in the way of something saying the most important thing. And the advancement requires affinity 100 with at least one bonded partner. The threshold at which the bond achieves total resonance, where the 2 individuals who created it have grown so fully toward each other that the distinction between them, in the cultivation sense, is no longer a boundary but a shared architecture. It will not be forced. It will not be rushed. It will be the natural consequence of what you are already building. The Emperor's flame seed entered his 5 flame core. A 6th fire that was not a fire, a harmonic overlay, a blueprint encoded in flame, the architecture of a path that stretched further ahead than he could currently see but that he could now, for the first time, perceive the full structure of. The chamber's light changed. The throne room was releasing him, not expelling, but completing. The purpose for which this space had been designed was done. He turned toward the exit. Behind him, in the cave's secondary assessment chamber, he heard the sound of the dimensional lock completing its verdict on Huntiandi. He didn't need to see the result to know what it was. Chapter 137. He emerged from the cave into full daylight and the sound of a battle resolving into its final phase. The portal deposited him at the mountain's base, the cave's entrance formation sealing behind him with the quiet authority of a door that had done what it was built to do. The air outside was charged with the residual energy of a conflict that had been running for hours at the Dosheng level, not the oppressive weight of ongoing combat but the specific ozone quality of a space where extreme power had been expended and was beginning to dissipate. The Continental War, through the Resonance Bond Network, was transitioning. With Hun Tiandi sealed in the cave's secondary assessment chamber, the formation that had closed around him carrying the same 10,000-year patience as the rest of the Emperor's architecture, the Hun clan's military command had lost its directive force. The invasion had been structured around Hun Tiandi's direct authority. Without that authority, the army's components reverted to their own operational logics, and the operational logic of an army that had lost its primary strategic objective and its supreme commander was negotiated withdrawal. Not surrender, the Hun clan's practitioners were too powerful and too experienced for surrender to be their default. But withdrawal. The specific organized retreat of a force that understood its immediate objectives were no longer viable and was choosing tactical preservation over continued offensive action. The coalition forces held the positions they'd taken. Xun Er's Gu clan warriors had pushed the Hun clan forces back from their forward positions with the controlled ferocity of practitioners defending their ancestral territory against direct assault. Medusa's combined force had secured the southern approach routes, her tactical architecture having produced exactly the situation she'd designed, a containment envelope that prevented the retreat from becoming a rout while maintaining pressure that incentivized fast completion. Yun had held the western line. Not just held, had held it in a way that minimized damage to the civilian populations her defense was protecting, the wind technique's precision allowing the defensive line to track the engagement exactly rather than building massive barriers that indiscriminately disrupted the region. Nalan Yanran had gone quiet 3 hours ago, which meant the communication node network she'd been destroying had been sufficiently degraded that her mission was complete. She was somewhere in the central continent, probably already moving toward the cave's coordinates. Xiao Yan was monitoring him through the poison reading resonance before he'd taken 3 steps from the cave's entrance. "You're running at about 40% cultivation reserve," she said through the bond, her voice carrying the precise detachment of medical assessment. "No structural damage to the channels. The 5-flame integration is stable." "I know," he said. "I'll take a full rest cycle before any major engagement. I'll hold you to that." A pause that carried warmth in it. "You did it." "We did it," he said. "Come tell me that in person when you reach the mountain." His partners surrounded him in stages as they arrived, not all simultaneously, the different fronts requiring different wind-down times before each person could disengage. Xun Er first, her Gu clan force having secured their sector most quickly. She reached him in the late afternoon and said nothing for a moment, just stood in front of him with the expression of someone who'd spent hours in a fight that could have ended badly and was processing the fact that it hadn't. Then she put her arms around him, and the Golden Emperor resonance flared warm and golden green in the afternoon light. Medusa arrived at dusk, efficient and unhurt, her assessment of the battle's resolution delivered in 3 sentences before she allowed herself to stand beside him in the silence of a successful operation's aftermath. Yao Lao reached the mountain by the time the stars appeared, his solid form moving through the wasteland's terrain with the ease of someone whose cultivation had fully restored following the Star Realm operation. Nalan Yanran came in the night's first hour, dust on her robes and a sword that needed cleaning and the specific exhausted satisfaction of someone who'd done their specific job well. Xiao Yan arrived last, with the medical team she'd been running across 3 fronts, organized, thorough, leaving nothing unattended before she came. She pressed her bare hand against his cheek when she reached him. Skin on skin, no toxin, no fear, the simple miracle of safe touch. "You should sleep," she said. "In a while," he said. "I want to be here when they're all here." They stood in the darkness outside the ancient mountain while the continent began the slow process of resolving what had happened into something that could be lived with and built upon. The battle had been won in the specific sense that the immediate existential threat had been neutralized, Hun Tiandi sealed, Hall of Souls leaderless and fragmenting, the cave's legitimate inheritance secured. The work of reconstruction was ahead, and it was years of work, but it was the right kind of years, building rather than surviving. Yun's voice came through the wind-cloud bond in the quiet. "You did it." "We did it," he said. "All of us." Chapter 138. The continent began to breathe again. The first week was the hardest. Not because of military threat, the Hun clan's withdrawal was real and the Hall of Souls command structure was genuinely fragmented, but because of the specific human difficulty of people who'd been running on crisis adrenaline for months trying to return to a pace that was sustainable rather than urgent. Xiao Yan felt it in himself and watched it in the people around him, the odd flatness that followed sustained high-stakes operation, the body and mind both still calibrated for the emergency that had ended. He handled it the way he'd learned to handle most things, by doing the next thing. The bond network's ongoing maintenance required daily attention regardless of emotional state. The post-battle review, what had worked, what had nearly failed, what the operation had revealed about the coalition's actual capabilities versus the planned capabilities, was necessary and useful and occupied the analytical attention that would otherwise have remained focused on the ended emergency. Yao Lao needed continued presence and conversation as the old man rebuilt the routines of an embodied life after 30 years without them, and presence and conversation were things that Xiao Yan was capable of providing regardless of his own processing state. And the reconstruction began. The restructuring of a continental order that had been operating under the shadow of an existential threat for centuries didn't happen quickly. It happened the way all genuine structural change happened, in the daily decisions of thousands of people, each one choosing whether the new circumstances changed what they valued, changed how they operated, changed what they thought was possible. The ancient clans entered a period of formal reform in the month following the cave, their institutional anxiety about the precedent Xiao Yan had established at the Gu clan combining with the more immediate anxiety of having survived an existential threat that their centuries of inter-clan competition had failed to prevent. When the threat was being built into operational capacity by the most powerful of their number while they argued about bloodline exclusion policies, the object lesson had a quality that institutional conservatism found difficult to dismiss. The reforms were not transformative in a single generation. That wasn't how ancient institutions with deep internal interests worked. But the direction had changed. The Gu clan's formal recognition of Xiao Yan's courtship right opened the question of what other exclusions in the system were justified by principle versus justified by habit, and the question, once legitimately opened, had a quality that institutional closure couldn't maintain forever. The Snake people's formal recognition as a continental sovereign civilization required 6 weeks of deliberation between the 4 remaining major ancient clans, the Han clan's political presence having been suspended pending the resolution of the subdimensional containment situation. The deliberation was genuine, not ceremonial. The institutional interests that had benefited from the Snake people's suppressed status were real, and the representatives defending those interests were doing so in good faith as they understood it. But Medusa's contribution to the continental defense was not abstractable from the outcome, and the documentation she'd assembled through her Pill Tower archive research, the systematic evidence of heritage suppression and technique theft, gave the reform advocates leverage that survived institutional pushback. The recognition passed. Not unanimously. With sufficient margin that it was operative and binding. The Misty Cloud Sect's formal alliance with the Jiama Empire was less complicated. Xun Er had been operating in that direction for long enough that the formal documentation was mostly administrative. The sect's reform structure, built on the governance model that Xun Er had developed through the post-Yun Shan reconstruction, became a reference point for other cultivation organizations navigating the same transition from autocratic to representative structures. The Pill Tower opened its restricted archives to qualified practitioners regardless of bloodline under a formal policy revision that Elder Sheng had been preparing for 12 years and was finally able to execute through the combination of championship evidence, operational crisis performance, and the political cover provided by the ancient clan reforms. The opening was incremental, not all at once, but scheduled, documented, and legally binding in the Tower's own institutional framework. The Xiao clan received recognition as a noble house of the continent's cultivational order. The recognition was formal and specific. The Xiao clan's blood-key relationship to the cave's legitimate opening mechanism established a political significance that the historical record couldn't be rewritten around. Xiao Yan's father, reached through Hai Badong's coordination network, received the formal notification in Utan City with the specific expression of a man who'd believed in his son during the years when that belief had no supporting evidence and was now processing what it meant to be right. The restructuring was real. It was also incomplete, ongoing, and vulnerable to the reversals that all genuine progress was vulnerable to. He didn't mistake it for conclusion. But progress was real when it was measurable, and this was measurable. Chapter 139. 1 month after the cave. Xiao Yan stood at the cliff's edge at dawn, the one point on the wasteland's border where the terrain opened into an unobstructed view of the central continent's eastern plains. The light was at the specific angle of early morning that made the plains color extraordinary, the green gold of cultivated land at harvest season, interrupted by the silver white of spirit herb fields and the warm brown of the city's building materials, all of it laid out under a sky that was just beginning to warm from its overnight blue into the day's full presence. Behind him, the wasteland. Ahead, the continent. He'd been awake before the dawn, unable to sleep in the specific way that followed the resolution of long-sustained effort, the body and mind accustomed to urgency, not yet recalibrated for the different rhythm of what came next. The cliff's edge had been the right place to bring that wakefulness. The view cleared something that the guest quarters ceiling hadn't. Yao Lao had found him there an hour earlier, the old man's solid form moving through the pre-dawn dark with the ease of a practitioner who'd relearned the pleasures of a body that functioned correctly after 30 years of operating in a degraded soul state. They'd stood together in silence for a while, watching the horizon brighten. Then Yao Lao had said, without preamble, "You need to know that I'm proud of you, not the way a teacher is proud of a talented student's performance. The way a person is proud of another person who did a very difficult thing well, in circumstances that would have broken most people." He'd paused. "I couldn't say it properly when I was in the ring. The medium required compression. I'm saying it now, when I can mean the full thing." Xiao Yan had not been able to respond immediately. The full weight of what the old man was saying, 30 years in a ring, 30 years of patient guidance through the medium of a storage device, 30 years of believing without the ability to demonstrate that belief directly, had a specific heaviness that required time to process. He'd said, eventually, you were there for all of it. Even the parts where I couldn't feel you being there. A pause. That counts for everything. Yao Lao had nodded once, the gesture carrying decades of compressed acknowledgement, and they'd watched the planes light up together until Xun Er's footsteps on the path behind them announced the day's real beginning. The Emperor's flame seed burned quietly in his 5-flame core, its blueprint a continuous presence, not demanding attention but available, the way a map was available. You didn't need to look at it constantly, but you always knew it was there and that it made the territory navigable. The path to Dodi was laid out in it. The requirements were specific. 9 heavenly flames. He had 5. The 4 currently in Hun Tiandi's possession, sealed with their holder in the cave's secondary chamber, accessible, eventually, when his cultivation reached the level where opening the seal safely was viable. Not now. The architecture the Emperor had built around the secondary chamber was designed for a Dodi to open, not a Dosheng 3-star. Years of work before that became the right problem to solve. The sole heavenly Emperor, the Nihility Flame's former holder, had withdrawn from the cave's approach battle before the final phase, his destabilization from the flame's rejection too severe for continued operational engagement. His location was unknown. His objectives were his own, separate from Hun Tiandi's, and his survival confirmed that the situation's resolution was provisional rather than absolute. He was a variable whose value was not yet determined. Affinity 100. The bond architecture requirement that the blueprint had named as necessary for the final advancement. A level of resonance that implied not the ordinary progress of genuine bonds growing over time, that progress was happening, consistently, with each of his partners, but a specific threshold where the bond became something qualitatively different. Where 2 people who had built genuine connection over sustained time arrived at an architecture that was both of them and neither of them separately. He didn't know what that felt like from the inside. He knew it wasn't something to engineer. It was something to build toward, the way all genuine things were built, one honest choice at a time, across the time it actually took, without forcing the pace past what the relationship could sustain. Xun Er came to stand beside him at the cliff's edge while the light was still young. She was wearing travel clothes rather than formal robes, the practical clothing of someone who'd spent the previous month in the sustained activity of continental reconstruction rather than the ceremony that had preceded it. Her hair was less formally arranged than usual, her bearing carrying the settled quality of someone who'd done significant work and was letting the completion of it rest in them. What now? She asked. He looked at the plains. At the continent that was beginning, imperfectly and incompletely but genuinely, to do the work of becoming something better than what it had been. Now we build. The continent needs the years of work that the crisis disrupted and then demanded. The ancient clan reforms need continued pressure to not reverse. Medusa's heritage reclamation needs the legal infrastructure to proceed through legitimate channels, which means someone has to build that infrastructure. Yao Lao needs to finish his own recovery, the 30 years in the ring are not undone in 30 days. He paused. And I need to continue my cultivation with the same honesty and discipline as everything before, which means doing the next thing rather than the final thing. Hun Tiandi isn't dead. No. He's sealed in the cave's secondary chamber, and the seal was built by a Dodi, which means it holds for a very long time. But sealed is not gone. When his cultivation reconstitutes sufficiently to attempt the chamber's walls, he'll push. When the pushing finds a limit, he'll adapt. The seal holds against Dosheng Peak. What it holds against above that is the question that gets answered in the years before I can open the chamber safely. Then we'll be ready. He turned to look at her, the full quality of the resonance bond present between them, the golden emerald light visible to both of them in the early morning, the system's notation running in the background of his awareness without needing examination. Xun Er, Affinity, 7878. The path to 100 was built from the same materials as the path to 78, presence, honesty, showing up, the daily choice to be seen and to see. I love you, she said. The words carried a specific weight, not the declarative weight of something being said for the first time, but the deeper weight of something that had been proven over enough time to know its own texture. The compound of every fight they'd stood in together, every night they'd stood watched together, every morning she'd met him at the entrance of the Gu clan's trial with the whispered words that turned out to be exactly right. I love you, he said. And this, whatever it is that we're building, is the only thing I've done in either life that I'm certain deserves to continue. She took his hand. The resonance hummed between them, warm and steady. He looked at the horizon. The continent, still imperfect, still incomplete, still working through the long process of becoming what it could be, stretched out under a sky that was doing the same thing it had always done, rising, regardless of what happened beneath it, carrying the day. Chapter 140. The Tao continues. Xiao Yan stood at the cave's mountain base in the early morning of the month's first day, surrounded by the people he'd built everything with, and felt the future's full weight without flinching. Not comfortable. Genuine comfort at this stage would have indicated a failure to understand what was ahead. The path to Dodi was years of work, possibly decades. Hun Tiandi was sealed rather than resolved. The sole heavenly emperor was present in the world with his own agenda and his own resources and the specific unpredictability of a centuries-old practitioner whose primary power relationship had just been fundamentally disrupted. The ancient clan reforms were real but fragile, the daily decisions of thousands of people whose interests didn't align shaping their durability in ways that no individual's intention could fully control. The weight was real. He held it without being flattened by it. That was the quality the last year had built in him, not the absence of weight but the ability to hold it while still moving, which was the only quality that actually mattered. The bonds hummed. 6 connections, 6 relationships, 6 people who had chosen him and been chosen by him across the course of events that had tested every one of the choices to their foundations and had not broken them. Xun Er, Golden Emperor Resonance, Affinity, 78. The woman who'd stayed through every iteration of the situation's escalation, whose faith had preceded the evidence rather than following it, whose love was the clearest thing he'd ever understood about what love actually was. Queen Medusa, Serpent Sovereign Resonance, Affinity, 68. The queen who'd learned that partnership with someone who genuinely saw her was different from every relationship she'd had before it. The warrior who was now, for the first time in centuries, fighting towards something rather than against everything. Yun, Wind Cloud Resonance, Affinity, 60. The sect leader who'd chosen her disciples over her master and had discovered that the choice had made her more herself rather than less. Present through the bond from hundreds of miles away, her attention as complete as if she were standing beside him. Xiao Yan, Poison Reading Resonance, Affinity, 52. The healer who'd spent years believing her condition made genuine connection impossible. Who had learned, through the ceiling formation and the daily evidence of being genuinely known, that the most dangerous thing about her was never her toxicity. It was her compassion. Nalan Yanran, Stormblade Resonance, Affinity, 45. The warrior who'd found her redemption not through apology or reversal but through action, through being exactly what the situation needed, exactly when it needed it, across months of proving that choice had weight when maintained consistently. Yao Lao, Soul Bridge Resonance, Affinity, 65. The Master. The man who'd been Xiao Yan's foundation before Xiao Yan had any other foundations, who'd survived 30 years of fragmentation to arrive at this morning solid and present and looking at his student with the expression of someone who'd believed in a possibility long before it was visible. 6 bonds. 6 reasons. 6 connections that would continue to grow because all of them were built from the right materials, honesty, consistency, and the daily choice to keep showing up. The Emperor's flame seed whispered its blueprint. Not urgently, with the patience of a map in the hands of someone who understood the terrain, available as guidance rather than demanding as instruction. The continental wind came from the east, carrying the scent of the plains after rain, that clean, mineral, alive smell of land that had been soaked through and was beginning to dry in the morning light. Somewhere beyond the horizon, cities were waking. People were beginning the work of reconstruction. The long process of the continent becoming something better than it had been was in its earliest days, fragile and genuine, requiring exactly the kind of sustained attention that no single decisive victory could provide. He breathed in. The 5 flames were steady in his core, not burning urgently, not competing for space, not pressing against each other in the way of incompatible natures forced into proximity. Simply present, each one itself, all of them together, the way the best things were, coherent without being identical. The path forward was clear in its direction and long in its distance. 9 heavenly flames, 4 still waiting in the place they'd been put. Affinity 100, built from the same daily materials as Affinity 78, requiring time rather than effort in the forced sense, the patience of something that grew because it was genuinely tended. The Dodi rank, the culmination of a path that had begun with a car accident and a cultivation novel and had become the most real thing he'd ever done in either life. He was exactly who he was, Lin Feng's memories and Xiao Yan's body and the choices made in the space between them. A man who'd arrived in the wrong place through accident and built something genuine from the materials available. Neither more nor less than that, and somehow exactly enough. The sun rose above the wasteland's far edge, the light touched the mountain where the cave sealed its inheritance until it was needed again. The bonds hummed warm. He smiled, not because the path was easy or the outcome was certain, but because the path was his and the people walking it beside him were real and the choosing had always been the point. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell, more stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.